HarperCollins presents The Forgotten Room by Ann Troup, read by Jenny Bede. Prologue. A clutch of people had gathered to see the breaking of the earth, their breath mingling in the cool morning air where it lingered and collected as a cloud of light mist. They watched as giant metal teeth bit into the ground, tearing it asunder in the name of progress. Some clapped, others thrust their hands deep into their pockets and huffed out stale air and small wet puffs, as that thing called progress made its mark on dead land. A single watcher stood firm and still, refusing to show reaction and wondering how long it would be before old, long-extinguished life would be revealed. Her bones had been planted long ago. Her flesh had nourished the earth and made gluttons of the worms, while maggots had grown fat on the meat and the memory of her. The watcher wondered if any human remembered her now. If they didn't, they would soon. The metal teeth were chewing the earth a mere 50 feet from where she lay. It was just a matter of time. When she saw the light of day again, she would be greeted with an urgency she had never known in life. They would want to know all about her then. The watcher was sure of it. A glance towards the proud developer, who oozed abundance in his expensive coat, who rubbed his hands in anticipation of what he believed would come. Wealth, recognition, kudos. The watcher smiled with a wry twist of the mouth. The man might as well build his houses out of glass and pray that no one would cast the first stone. It was all as fragile as that. They were standing on a teetering precipice between past and present, on earth as crumbling and friable as that which fell in crumbs and clods from the bucket of the JCB. The watcher turned away and began to walk. All things must come to an end, and the peace of Essen Grange would come to an end too. The watcher could feel it and hear it in the grind of the machinery. Everything that was familiar and safe was breathing its last in the screech of metal and gears. The watcher was as broken as the ground that was succumbing to change. Everything had to alter eventually, and the bones would mark the beginning. Chapter 1. In the moment that Maura turned into the drive and caught her first glimpse of Essen Grange, she knew she had made a mistake in accepting this job. A dire mistake. She'd had her first sneaking suspicion of it 15 minutes before, when she'd stopped at the village shop. The man behind the counter had shown an interest at seeing a stranger in the area, and had asked where she was heading. The mention of Essen Grange had caused him to raise his eyebrows and look at her as if she was at least one sandwich short of a picnic. The woman waiting behind her had said, "Want to be careful up there, love. There's them that's go in that never come out." The woman's words had resulted in a protracted nod of agreement from the man, and a hesitant, defensive smile from Maura. What was it with villagers and local colour? She had taken her pack of mints and her change, and walked from the shop shaking her head in amused disbelief. It was only when she caught her first glimpse of the house that was to be her temporary home that she began to wonder if their casual gossip had been a warning. She might have made more of it at the time if it hadn't been for the distraction of a little girl outside the shop. The girl was wearing a nurse's outfit and bandaging a doll while she waited with her mother on a bench at the bus stop. It had made Maura smile. She'd been that girl years ago, all dressed up and ready to tend to the world and its ills. She still was, but it wasn't so thrilling when you were all grown up, and the patients were real, and had a habit of bleeding or puking on the uniform, and communicating with a vocabulary consisting mostly of base profanity. That, too, made her smile, and it was a good sign. It had been a long time since she'd felt the urge to smile. Swathed in ribbons of winter mist, the Grange loomed, a monolith of ugliness, unredeemed by any sense of heritage. It was like a rotten tooth rising proud in a diseased gum, and stood in stark contrast to the bright new housing development she had just driven through. Essen Grange had a brooding menace that made the hairs on the back of her neck rise and prickle. "A house that Frankenstein built," she muttered, suppressing a shudder as she looked at it through her windscreen. It had been stitched together over centuries by the looks of it, but with no plan. Just the fads of the day tacked on without thought or design. The only thing that softened it was the ivy, though even that hung in drab, heavy swags that added more atmosphere than charm. There had never been any roses around the Grange's door, she was certain of that. It made her own modest home look like a haven of comfort in comparison, and that had been a lonely enough place of late. It was too late to turn back. The deal was done. She had agreed to take the job. Not that she had taken much persuading. Like a desperate idiot, she had jumped at it. Had even been flattered to hear that she had been personally requested, though she hadn't had the foresight to ask who had made the request. Besides, there was nothing to go back to. Just an empty house with nothing to do but sit there night after night, the ghosts of the past competing with her rage and her grief to see which of them could defeat her first. One of them had been ringing more incessantly throughout the journey. Not a ghost, but someone who might as well have been. A sister who had committed a cardinal sin and now wanted forgiveness. Maura could neither forgive nor forget. Not yet, and had almost thrown the phone out of the window in sheer frustration. Instead, she had switched it off and thrown it into the footwell of the car. She might be angry, she might even be running away, but she wasn't stupid. No one travelled into unknown territory and threw away their phone. Not even women who took jobs without asking sensible questions. Maura's head told her that, for all its sinister countenance, the Grange had to be better than home and constant harassment by her sister. Her gut did not agree. It lurched like a drunk on a boat as she looked up at the house. Her instinct insisted that something was off. Something wasn't right, and it would not agree with what her head was telling her, that she should pull herself together, stop being an idiot, and get on with it. She should have run then. She should have climbed back in the car, turned around and driven away in a cloud of dust and skidding gravel. But Maura had decided to be guided by her head, not her feelings. Feelings had proven most unreliable in the past, and had led her into places she never wanted to revisit. Swallowing the uneasy feelings down, she walked up to the porch, approached the door, and gave the bell a tentative push, expecting to hear an echoing ring. She heard nothing, not even the hint of a distant chime. She waited for a long moment, wondering if the bell had sounded in some back recess of the house. Still nothing. Hanging from the door was a knocker, a rusting iron ring gripped in the snarling teeth of a lion's mouth. It looked as if it would take 2 hands to lift it, and as if the sound it might make could wake the dead, or something worse. Maura had no idea what worse might be, and cursed her overactive imagination, yet she couldn't quite convince herself not to feel a sense of dread. Just because instincts could be ignored, it didn't mean they disappeared. Get a grip, woman, she told herself. It's just a house, and it must have a back door. She found the tradesman's entrance at the back of the house, nestled in the corner of a brick-paved courtyard, amidst a sea of other doors that, in the low-lying mist, could have been portals to anywhere. It was the only door that showed signs of regular use. The rest looked like unused sheds, their paint peeling and flaking from neglect. A pair of Wellington boots stood to the side of the door that she assumed must lead into the kitchen. A steamed-up window prevented her from looking in, but as she approached she heard the whine of a gas kettle ramping up to screaming point, and knew she had found the right place. As she was about to knock, the kettle ceased its whine. With her hand poised, she paused. To her astonishment, she heard a muffled yet familiar voice filtering through the open window. It stopped her in her tracks, and her hand fell to her side. What on earth was Philip Moss doing in there? You worry too much. Besides, no one's going to say anything, no one will believe him. I've made sure of that. Anyway, they're all in it as much as we are, and you know I had no choice. Someone's got to look after him. The rest will take care of itself, he said, in the imperious tone Maura knew of old. So it was him who'd asked for her by name, although God knew why. As they had never done more than tolerate each other. Maura viewed him as a pompous git, and he'd never given the impression that she featured in his world at all, other than to act as a pain in his backside when they'd been forced to work together. Maura was the zealous nurse, full of fire and compassion for her patients. Philip Moss was the jaded doctor, too quick with the prescription pad and the chemical kosh of medication. She stepped back from the door, afraid of being seen, so couldn't make out exactly what he said next, but she could have sworn she heard her own name and some assertion that she wasn't that bright, and that, in her circumstances, she'd be grateful for the job. It was a low blow and proved the point that eavesdroppers would never hear well of themselves. Dr. Philip Moss had always been a bit of an arsehole in Maura's opinion, and he had done nothing to redeem himself by asserting such an opinion to a stranger. There was no way she could knock on the back door now. He would know she'd overheard, or at least suspect it. Her already fragile pride forced her to trudge back to the front of the house, where with 2 hands she picked up the gurning iron ring and slammed it onto the rusting iron plate beneath, announcing her presence with a gunshot of noise that ricocheted through the house like a starting pistol. The sound caused the crows to rise and fly from the trees in a flurry of black feather and screeching. It made her blood run cold. Bloody hell. Welcome to the House of Fun, she muttered, as the birds wheeled in the sky above her head. There was only one bird left in the trees, a single magpie. Clinging to its branch, it stared at her in what felt like defiance. One for sorrow. A bad omen. She should have got back in her car and driven away. She should have done a great many things, like ask more questions when the agency had called to offer the job, like think it through and use reason instead of reacting impulsively, like not view the opportunity to get away with such desperate need that it had felt like a blessed relief instead of an abject act of foolhardiness on the part of a frenzied mind. Did she have a frenzied mind? Her doctor had thought so when he'd signed her off work all those months ago with a diagnosis of agitated depression. What a charming contradiction of terms that was. All the energy, none of the motivation. It might have made her laugh if it wasn't actual depression. The black dog. Only Maura could end up with the version where the dog wanted to play fetch. But that was in the past. She was getting better, returning to work, moving on. She had smiled that day, without someone telling her to, with the inevitable, cheer up, it might never happen. It had happened, and she was still standing. And now she was going back to do what she loved, her job. Despite the blood and the puke and the swearing, there was still something about nursing that made her feel like the little girl with the bandaged doll in the little outfit. It meant she still cared. It meant she still had hope. And it meant she still believed that things and people could be healed. As she waited for the door to open, she realized that hers was the only car, other than the beaten-up old heap masquerading as a Ford Fiesta. Where on earth had Dr. Moss parked? Perhaps there was a back way into the Grange, and his posh wheels were parked out of sight behind the brick storage sheds in High Wall. He sure as hell hadn't ridden there on the bike that was leaning against the bushes. Maybe she wasn't supposed to park out front. After all, she wasn't a guest. She was staff. The thought made her feel even smaller than the vast, ugly house had already. It was becoming a familiar feeling. So many things in recent times had made her feel small. It was as if the effects of betrayal had come in a stoppered bottle, complete with a label that demanded, drink me, and she had, draining the bloody thing dry in one gulp. Shaking the anxiety off, she stood firm. Someone was coming. There were footsteps approaching the door. A woman with a pinched-looking face and a bad perm opened the door, her hair looking almost as frazzled as her demeanour. "You the nurse?" she asked, treating Maura to the sweeping gaze of one who wholeheartedly objected to her presence. Maura nodded. "I'm Maura Lyle, the RMN." "Best get in then, I haven't got all day and you're a bit later than they said." Maura felt a flush of guilt creep into her cheeks as she stepped into the hallway at the woman's behest. "I'm so sorry, I got a bit lost coming through the new estate." It was true. Her sat-nav hadn't recognized the new-built houses and crazy street layout, and she'd found herself at several muddy dead ends before finding the end of the drive that led to the Grange. The woman looked her up and down, appraising her and apparently finding her wanting. "It's easy done. It's like a bloody rat maze now. Best come through to the kitchen, it's warmer in there." Maura left her bag in the hall and followed the woman to a baize door hidden discreetly under the stairs. It was a long time since she'd seen a symbol that so succinctly announced the divide between us and them. It both amused and irritated her in equal measure. She had thought that kind of thing long gone and just a feature of nostalgic Sunday night TV dramas. Not so with the Grange. She smiled behind the woman's back as the strains of "Let's do the time warp again" filtered through her mind. If she had to curtsy to anyone, she'd be buggered. Neither her knees nor her tight jeans would stand up to such nonsense. The promise of warmth was welcome, though. Just those few moments in the dark-panelled hall had created a distinct chill in her bones. The air inside felt colder than the damp winter mist outside, and her first impression was that the whole place would gleefully thwart any attempts at heat and light. It had cloaked itself in gloom and rendered itself impenetrable. The building seemed to have been constructed to defy comfort with its small windows, narrow passages, and dark wood. It was a house built for secrets and seclusion, a house that silently screamed privacy. The Grange had no need of keep-out signs. Trespassers would willingly avoid it on instinct. The kitchen came as a relief, clean and bright, yet not modern in any sense of the word. Last decorated in the early 70s, by the look of it, but it did have the promised warmth. Dr. Moss was nowhere to be seen, and Maura guessed he'd slipped out when she hammered on the door. God knew why, it wasn't as if they didn't know each other. "Sit yourself down, I've just made tea, then we can go through everything. I'm Cheryl, by the way, I do the cleaning and whatnot, though it's been more whatnot than anything else lately," Cheryl said with a thin, strained laugh. "Can't say I'm not glad to see you in some ways, though. I don't know why they thought you were needed. I don't mind seeing who has food or stuff or cleaning up after him, but I can't be coping with his moods, the vicious old bugger. You'll have to watch him, he likes to scratch." She rolled up the sleeve of her cardigan to show Maura the evidence of her claim. It looked as though she'd been savaged by a large and angry cat. Maura assumed that Cheryl meant Gordon Henderson, the man she'd been employed to look after. "I expect that Miss Hall falling and needing her own care has disrupted him." Cheryl rolled her eyes and flicked the switch on the kettle. "That's an understatement. Mind you, he's an ordinary old sod at the best of times, doesn't like change. He's been like a cat on a hot tin roof ever since the building work started. Can't get his head around it, and it upsets him no end. Mind you, I'd feel the same if I was him. Seeing your land sold off like that must be hard. Still, it's her what has the purse strings, not him. You'll have your work cut out, mark my words. He don't take to strangers. None of us do." She said it as if it was a matter of intractable fact. Maura gave her a wry smile in appreciation of her message of doom. In her 10 years as a psychiatric nurse, she had been spat on, sworn at, hit, and generally abused on a daily basis. She felt confident that a stroppy old man wouldn't prove difficult. "I'm sure I'll manage." It was what she did, and why she'd chosen to work in mental health. She had the ability to tame people and absorb their distress. It was what she was good at, even if she struggled to tame her own. When it came to other people, she cared, even when nobody else did. Sometimes even when she shouldn't. Cheryl heaved a large teapot onto the table. "Going to have to, aren't you? Don't suppose any of us have any choice but to make the best of a bad do. As long as you don't interfere with me, we won't fall out. I have my jobs, you stick to yours. Just do as you're told and we'll all be fine." As she spoke, her eyes flickered towards the ceiling and a slight frown settled on her forehead. Maura followed her gaze and saw nothing but cracked and flaking plaster. She had no intention of poking around where she wasn't wanted. The woman could clean the depressing house to her heart's content for all Maura cared. The way she was feeling, she wouldn't be staying long anyway. The prospect of her own lonely, memory-filled house was becoming more appealing by the second. But she'd been paid in advance. It made it awkward. And there was the old man with no one to care for him other than Cheryl, a woman who made Maura look positively cheerful in comparison. As Cheryl poured the tea in weak, steaming streams, Maura said, "You do know I won't be here on Mondays and Tuesdays. Well, during the day, anyway. I'll also be out on Thursday afternoons." Cheryl slopped milk into the cups. "They said, but it's mainly nights you're needed anyway. I'm here every day so I can see to him then as long as you get him up. I'd be coming in more since she had the fall. Someone had to. But I've got my own mother to see, so I can't be here all the time. Just stick to your duties. We've managed fine without till now, so I'm sure we'll manage when you're not here." Maura took her tea and didn't wonder at why the woman seemed so frazzled. It must have been hard work dividing her loyalties. "Is your mother ill?" she asked, imagining what it must be like to be in this house day after day, having its atmosphere soak into your skin and mess with your temperament. No wonder Cheryl was so gritty. "No, just old and lonely. Mind you, aren't we all?" Maura wasn't sure how to take that. She knew that what she saw in the mirror, when she deigned to look, wasn't what she wanted to see. A face made gaunt by loss and shame. She hadn't thought she wore her unhappiness so blatantly, so she chose to take Cheryl's words as a general observation on life, rather than a direct assessment of her personally, and any similarities to the harried housekeeper in her burdened state. "I was told you'd run me through his routines and show me where everything is." Cheryl laughed and pulled a sheaf of papers towards her. "Her ladyship made me write it all down ages ago, as if I don't know all their fools already. He's a very particular man, likes things just so. As does she, so you'd be wise to remember it. No one in this house likes change. She said it with a hard stare which did nothing to reassure Maura. They are people who demand perfection, so make sure you get things right first time. The list went on and on, how he liked his bread cut, in quarters with the crust cut off, butter, not margarine, thinly spread right to the edges. The precise consistency of his hot drinks, tea weak, a splash of ice-cold milk, and a quarter of a level teaspoon of sugar. At night, cocoa, not drinking chocolate, made in a pan with full cream milk, to be served at precisely 9:30 p.m. His medication? Pills to be given in precise colour order, beginning with the small blue ones and ending with the white. By the end of it, Maura was heartily relieved that Cheryl had written it down. The whole thing might have been a disaster if she hadn't. I think I'd better make a copy of that and carry it around with me, she quipped, as Cheryl explained exactly how many loops Gordon preferred in the Windsor knot of his tie, before adding that he rarely got dressed at all these days, so not to worry too much about that. Cheryl didn't catch the joke and frowned. Might not be a bad idea. Anyway, I'll show you around and then take you to meet him. Maura drained the last of her piss-weak tea and followed Cheryl out into the chill grasp of the house. She was about to ask where Dr. Moss had gone, but realised this would reveal she'd been listening outside doors. Cheryl was abrasive enough, without Maura rubbing her any further out the wrong way. The woman's hostility already came off her in sharp spikes, like static electricity that snapped and bit whenever anyone got too close. Cheryl's welcome had been as bitter and cold as the house itself. For Maura, it didn't bode well, but she had to admit she felt sorry for the woman. Chapter 2. Got to watch yourself. It's not such a big place, but there's nooks and crannies, and it's not hard to lose your bearings. Sometimes I think they just tack this place together without rhyme or reason. Just stick to where I show you and don't wander off. There's nothing to see anywhere else anyway, and some bits are dangerous, so you'd be wise to not stray, Cheryl said as she led the way past an array of rooms, few of which seemed to be in regular use. They were too tidy, too quiet, and seemed to be holding their breath, as if waiting for someone else to breathe first. The creeping sensation of waiting for that breath to linger on the back of your neck was a haunting thought, forcing Maura to view the rest of the building with a fair degree of caution. She wasn't easily spooked, but the atmosphere was solemn, giving the place a sepulchral feel that settled into her bones like a deep-seated and ice-cold itch that had burrowed into the marrow and would not be shifted. She was being dramatic, and she knew it, but Cheryl had an air about her that was echoed in the feel of the house, as if they shared a twin, hollow soul. Maura's bedroom was a pink chintz nightmare that looked as if it had been last decorated somewhere circa 1935. Faded, overblown roses scrambled across the wallpaper in a busy tangle, while the ditzy curtains looked as if they were succumbing to a slow death from the constant onslaught of sunlight and moth. She couldn't anticipate trying to close them without the thought that they would disintegrate at her touch. The room might have been quaint and charming in any other house, but here it made Maura long for her 10-tog duvet and central heating. As she looked around, she felt a pang of homesickness and a hunger for the comfort of familiar things. It seemed that Cheryl had read her thoughts. Don't mess with the curtains, will you? They're a bit delicate, ever so old they are, but her ladyship calls them vintage. You can use the bed curtains if you want to shut out the light. Maura eyed the four-poster with its swags and tails and thought that the last thing she'd want to do in a house like this was shut out the light. Do you have to address her as your ladyship? Good Lord, no. That's what I call her behind her back. She's got a few too many airs and graces for my liking. No, I call her Miss Hall. Her ladyship, indeed. Cheryl scoffed, shaking her head. Fair enough, Maura said, feeling slightly embarrassed at her assumption. Cheryl was a strange woman, prickly and intense one minute, warm and friendly the next. It was an intriguing yet repellent mix, and reminded her of why she'd want to become a nurse. People were fascinating in all their shades of light and dark. Back on the landing, Cheryl pointed down the hall. They don't use that part of the house. It's not safe, so don't be going wandering. There's nothing for you down there. His room is there, opposite yours, but he sleeps downstairs most of the time. We just use it to store his clothes. He can't be trusted with them downstairs. Hers is 2 doors down from you. She led the way, their footsteps inducing creaks of protest from the old stair treads as they descended. Cheryl pointed to the one room she hadn't already shown to Moira. To her dismay, the door had a security chain attached to the outside. "Make sure to put that on at night. He likes to wander," Cheryl said. Moira couldn't help herself. "I'm not sure I'm keen on the idea of locking him in his room." The idea was abhorrent to her. She hadn't come to the Grange to look after the man by shutting him away and denying him his freedom. She'd hoped to bring him care and comfort. She wanted to give the best of herself, not be a jailer. Cheryl's eyes widened, as if she was surprised to be dealing with someone who could be so naive. "It's either that or chase him around the bloody estate in the dead of night. If you know what's good for you and him, you'll put the chain on. Besides, we don't want him taking a tumble, do we? You mustn't let him near the stairs. Like I said, the old part of the house is dangerous." She said this as if Moira might not have heard her the first time. Moira saw the wisdom in keeping her mouth shut at this, but she remained unhappy about the use of the chain. She forced a smile. "I suppose I'd better meet him, hadn't I?" Cheryl chuckled. There was no warmth to her laugh, and it sounded as mean and thin as her tea. "Suppose you better had. Brace yourself." Gordon Henderson was on the floor, sitting in a puddle of his own urine and looking up at the two women with the innocence of an untrained puppy when they entered the room. "Don't be fooled. This is all for your benefit," Cheryl whispered. Moira was too busy trying not to gag on the stench of ammonia that stung her eyes and burnt her nose to pay much attention to Cheryl. This wasn't the first time the old man had peed himself by the smell of it. She glanced at Cheryl, who seemed to be immune to the fumes. "Best get you up, Mr. Henderson, eh?" Cheryl said, speaking to the man as if he was a deaf 5-year-old. He raised a thin hand and pointed a wavering, skinny finger at Moira. "She can do it, not you." Cheryl sighed. "Whatever, I'll get you some clean clothes." Moira knew instinctively that she was being tested, perhaps by both of them. "Okay, but introductions first. I'm Moira. I'm going to be staying with you until Miss Hall is recovered. I'm a nurse. I've come to take care of you, and Miss Hall when she comes home. I'll be here until she gets better." She added what she hoped was a reassuring and confident smile. "Right, I'm going to crouch in front of you, and I want you to put your arms around my neck. Then I'm going to lift you into a standing position. Do you think we can do that?" The old man nodded, but there was a cold sparkle in his eye that invited caution. Moira was not unfamiliar with the wiles of awkward patients, and the likes of Gordon Henderson were 10 a penny, nasty old men with a touch of the vicious. Not all of them could be changed by good nursing and a dose of compassion, but she was prepared to give it her best shot. She crouched down in front of him and placed her arms round his back under his arms. He had the thin frame of a waif but looked tall. She hunkered in, ready to lift from her knees to save her back. It wasn't ideal, but he couldn't stay on the floor, so she had no choice but to lift him badly. He slipped his arms around her neck and leaned in. His breath was sour and smelled of pear drops, ketones, which told Moira he wasn't eating well, so no wonder he was so thin. She tightened her hold and began to lift, hauling him to his feet in one deft move. Once upright, he turned his lips to her cheek, and for a fraction of a second she thought he was going to kiss her. Then he opened his mouth and took the flesh of her cheek between his teeth and bit down, holding her skin at a point where damage might be done if he felt the urge for it. She didn't flinch. It was an old trick. "Mr. Henderson, if you continue and you bite me, I will drop you straight back on your backside, call the police, tell them I've been assaulted, and they will come here and take one look at you, and you'll be in a psychiatric unit quicker than either of us can reconsider our decisions. Do you understand me?" They were harsh words, but she needed to set some boundaries if they were to come to terms with each other. She'd never be able to nurse him if he thought she was afraid. She was, but he didn't need to know that. He didn't move. His teeth remained on her skin, and she could feel his thin body quivering with malice. "I'm here to care for you, not to put up with abuse. I don't care how ill you are, I will not put up with abuse. Do we understand each other?" She had come full of good intentions, hung on to them despite her instincts, but they were waning fast. Maybe she wasn't ready for this after all. The sight of the little girl and all the reminders of why Moira had become a nurse had fueled her enthusiasm and conviction and made her remember her compassion. She'd wanted to be kind, to show she was still a decent person and could still care, but this man was sucking it all away by the second. It took a moment, but eventually he relaxed both his grip around her shoulders and his hold on her cheek, but it bothered her that he'd had to think about it for so long. There seemed to be a streak of cruelty in Gordon Henderson that had the potential to send shivers crawling down the spine. He stank, not only of piss but of evil, and the combination made Moira's gut churn again. The feeling did not abate when he whispered in her ear, "There's bad in this house. Mind you be careful of it. It gets us all eventually. Ask the nurse, she'll tell you." "I am the nurse, Mr. Henderson," she said. Her instinct was to shove him away from her, but she couldn't. He was old, frail, and demented if the agency was to be believed. No wonder they were paying so well. No one in their right mind would have taken this job on. But Moira wasn't in her right mind. The pack of Prozac that lay in her bag unopened was proof of her own GP's belief in that. Moira was desperate and lonely and full of self-pity. The depression was telling her she wanted to foist that pity onto someone else so she didn't have to feel it herself anymore. Coming to the Grange hadn't been an act of altruism, it had been an escape route. She had hoped this elderly man would be an eager recipient of her willingness to care, no matter how poor the reason, but it seemed she'd made a mistake there, too. She wasn't ready, and no matter how mean and vile Gordon Henderson appeared to be, he deserved better. Everyone deserved better. Instead of pushing Gordon away, she held firm, resolving to call the agency the next day and ask to be replaced by someone who was up to the job. They could have the money. She didn't want it. She just wanted to feel useful again and keep hold of a good mood when it came along. Cheryl came back into the room carrying clean underwear, trousers, and a pack of baby wipes. "Soap and water would be better," Moira said, which got her an impatient scowl from Cheryl and a smug smile from Gordon Henderson. "You can always go and fetch some if you're so keen," Cheryl said impatiently. "I'll hold him, you clean him up." For the sake of cordiality, Moira caved in and took the baby wipes. No wonder the salary for this job had been so generous. She assumed it was Dr. Moss who had wanted private nursing care. He must have known that whoever he hired would have their work cut out. If the bastard had asked for her by name, she would make him pay. They had never seen eye to eye, and his presence in the house earlier had felt like much more than a coincidence. She didn't know who she was most angry with, herself or Dr. Moss. Gordon stood patiently and compliantly while Moira stripped him out of his trousers and underpants, a smile of victory playing around his mouth. She asked him to step out of his wet clothes, and he did so without complaint, holding on to Cheryl's shoulders while she looked away in disgust. The only frisson of trouble occurred when Moira pulled a few baby wipes from the packet and asked him to clean himself up. He hesitated, looked confused, then angry. "I do not do these things for myself," he said, with more coherence and pomposity than she'd expected from a man who was supposedly terminally demented. "And I don't get paid to do things for people who are perfectly capable of doing them for themselves, Mr. Henderson." She held the wipes out. He stared at them for a moment, glowered at her, then took them and did as he was asked. It was a dance, a setting out of the rules of engagement, and it happened with everyone. Moira was used to it, wise to it, and 9 times out of 10 could outstep the opposition in 3 moves flat. With Gordon Henderson it just took the 2, but there was a good chance he would muster and try it on again. She wasn't being cruel, far from it. Despite her feelings about the Grange and its owner, she'd be a poor carer if she did too much for him. The goal was independence, and her job was to help him maintain it. She helped him into his clothes while Cheryl fetched tea, and he was as docile as a lamb the whole time. Once she'd got him settled in his chair, she sat down opposite him. "So, Mr. Henderson, is there any particular reason you couldn't make it to the toilet?" He looked away from her and mumbled something she couldn't quite make out. "I didn't quite hear you." "I said I find you very rude." "And I find you very difficult, Mr. Henderson. So we can either battle it out while we both have a really horrible time, or we can call a truce and try and work with each other. What's it to be?" "If either of us lasts that long," he said, avoiding her gaze. She was in no mood for amateur dramatics and chose to ignore him, busying herself tidying the dirty clothes. Feeding into it would do neither of them any good. By the time Cheryl had come back with his tea, weak, splash of milk, and precisely a 1/4 level teaspoon of sugar, he seemed to have got the measure of Moira and decided to play ball. For now. According to Cheryl's crib sheet, Gordon normally took a nap after his afternoon cuppa, so they left him to doze in his armchair. As they walked back to the kitchen, Maura asked Cheryl what had happened to Miss Hall. "Daft old bat took a tumble down the stairs, broke her hip, bashed her face into the newel post and bust her jaw, according to Dr. Moss," Cheryl said, painting the picture for Maura. "Nasty, too, I reckon. Mind you, it isn't half quiet round here without her. Quite demanding is our Miss Hall." Maura seized her chance. "I don't know of any local GPs of that name. The only Dr. Moss I know is a consultant in psychiatry." "Yeah, that's him. He's their doctor, has been for years. They go private, see?" It seemed an odd setup to Maura. Okay, all psychiatrists had to have basic medical training before they specialized, but it was the first time she'd heard of one dealing with general medicine privately. They don't have contact with a local GP. Cheryl paused by the door and turned to Maura, a puzzled look on her face. "Why would they? There's no need. Dr. Moss takes care of everything for them." Maura could bet he did, and no doubt he billed them handsomely for it. He was notoriously flash, which was why she'd been surprised not to see his sleek Lexus parked outside. They made for the kitchen via the bloody baize door and all it represented. Maura knew she was about to be abandoned, and the thought filled her with the kind of anxiety she hadn't felt since she was a child. "Right, that's me done for the day. I'll be back in the morning at 9, so all you have to do is make his porridge, like I told you. And don't forget he likes his toast with the crusts cut off. Don't forget his cocoa at 9:30 and his hot water bottle, and I need to give you a key for the medicine cupboard," she said, slipping her arms into a faded blue Mac. "His pills come in one of those reminder thingies, so all you have to do is dole them out in the right colour order. Don't get them mixed up or he'll refuse to take them. And make sure the old sod doesn't palm them or hide them under his tongue. He's a bugger for that and a nightmare if he doesn't take them." Maura nodded and held her hand out for the small key that Cheryl had taken from the bunch in her pocket. Abrasive though the woman had been at times, Maura felt a ripple of trepidation at the thought of her departure and the prospect of being left alone in the house. None of it had turned out as she had expected. The house was a maze, the patient was a nightmare, and despite the new housing estate being less than a quarter of a mile in any direction, she felt as though she might as well have been abandoned in some remote castle in the middle of nowhere. Who do I contact if anything goes wrong or there's a problem? Cheryl looked heavenwards in a gesture that smacked of sheer despair and judgment. "There's a list of phone numbers stuck on the side of the fridge. Don't call me because I won't come out at night. If anything goes wrong with him, just call the doctor. If it's anything else, you can call Bob, the gardener and odd job man. Lives in a bungalow at the bottom of the orchard. He'll come out if you need him. Just stick to what you've been told. Don't go poking around and nothing will go wrong." Maura glanced at the list and wondered whose name had been scribbled out and why they were no longer a contact. The paper itself was old, yellowed and curling at the edges, yet the name and number had been obliterated recently, judging by the bright colour of the pen marks. It seemed someone had fallen out of favour. She contemplated ringing Bob to see if he wanted to come and keep her company, which was an utterly ridiculous idea, and more pathetic than she wanted to admit. The sound of his name, its ordinariness, had implied something comforting, something normal, something she instinctively felt was rare in the Grange. "Thanks, Cheryl. I appreciate your help." Cheryl gave her a brief nod and a then left unceremoniously, leaving Maura standing in the brightly lit kitchen, hugging herself and wondering what on earth she was going to do until Gordon needed something and she had a purpose again. Without Cheryl's shrill voice to dominate her attention, the house was far from silent. In fact, now she was listening, it seemed to be cracking its knuckles and flexing its muscles through a series of creaks and groans, as if it was getting ready to tussle with her. The Grange struck her as a place where it would be easy to lose your sense of self and your grip on real time. It was old and grudging, full of dogged antiquity in the form of ancient furniture, faded formality, and pointless knickknacks. Maura hadn't paid detailed attention to them, but she knew they were there, oozing claustrophobia and gloom. The place felt as though it was stuffed to the gills with the collected kitsch of generations, and all those long-dead Hendersons still making their presence felt, lurking in the shadows and breathing down her neck. Maura took a breath. She had lived with worse shadows than the phantoms of dead gentry. It was going to take more than an ugly house and an overwrought imagination to faze her. Her logic agreed, her instinct did not. It was still grumbling away and sulking in her gut. Though Cheryl had shown her around, it had hardly been a detailed tour. Just a quick glimpse into too many rooms, most of which had seemed to be swathed in dust sheets. It seemed sensible to make a more exacting trip around the place, familiarizing herself with the layout and lifestyle. If she was going to look after Gordon in any meaningful way, it might help to get to know how they'd lived before he'd been confined to a single, stinking room in an old age that had got the better of him. Even if she was going to abandon ship, she would have to do something about that room, and not just the smell. It hadn't escaped her notice that Gordon was a hoarder, and had crammed his room with all manner of detritus. Given the ordered clutter of the rest of the house, it was clear to Maura that interfering with his living space was likely to upset him. As abrasive as Cheryl had been, she didn't seem the type to leave a room unclean if she could help it, and from the little Maura knew of Estelle Hall, she didn't come across as the type of woman who would tolerate disorder unless it had been foisted upon her. Gordon seemed to have entrenched himself in this pit, and surrounded himself with things that brought him security, things that would distress him if they were interfered with, just as altering his routine, his food and his medication, were likely to disturb him. Though it wasn't Maura's role to diagnose, it was certainly her job to assess, and, in her opinion, Gordon was suffering from obsessions and compulsions, just as much as he might be from dementia. He also seemed to suffer from terminal unpleasantness, something that wasn't entirely unexpected, but that might prove to be a stumbling block to even the shortest therapeutic relationship. She pondered this a while as she re-explored the house, taking her time on this occasion, not prying where she'd been told not to, but soaking the whole place up and making peace with it in her mind. Weeks of being afraid of a building were not an item on her agenda, and she refused to allow the atmosphere of the place to get any further under her skin. She had suffered enough cow defeat lately. There was no way she was going to let a pile of bricks and mortar rattle her, no way on earth. If she and the house were going to engage in a battle of wills over whose personality was going to win, Maura was going in all guns blazing. Its shadows were just shadows. Its creaks and moans, just its twisted old bones settling. Its air of impending menace, just her imagination running away with her. Its residents? Just an elderly, frail man, in need of her help, and a slightly bonkers housekeeper who seemed to have learned her people skills from the Mrs. Danvers School of Charm. Despite that, Maura had quite taken to Cheryl, even if it was with the utmost caution. "Get a grip, Maura," she said to the empty kitchen. "You're getting far too cynical and curmudgeonly. Make yourself a cup of decent tea and crack on with it, kid. You're moving on, remember?" The statement was as hollow as the echo in the empty room, and, despite her bravado, Maura couldn't stand it. There was a radio standing on the kitchen counter. Old and grubby, but functional. She switched it on and cranked up the volume a couple of notches, smiling at the irony of the song that was playing. "I put a spell on you, and now you're mine." Chapter 3. Maura lay in her bed, clutching the camphor and lavender-scented sheets to her chin, and listened. It was a beautifully cliched dark and stormy night, one that rattled the windows in their frames and caused drafts to lick across the skin in unseen malevolent caresses. For fear he'd go on a midnight wonder, get outside and blow away like some pyjama-wearing woebegone Mary Poppins, she had even resorted to putting the chain on Gordon's door. She'd hated doing it. She was supposed to be his nurse, not his keeper. The only thing in the house that hadn't felt it necessary to make its presence felt that night by rattling, creaking, clanking, or bizarrely pinging, was the chain on Gordon's door. He seemed to be sleeping soundly, which wasn't surprising given the heap of pills she'd been obliged to pile into him. In fact, he'd been unexpectedly compliant when she'd taken in his cocoa, sat with him and helped him to prepare for bed. He hadn't even flinched when she'd cleaned the rug with white vinegar to neutralize the smell of pee, or batted an eyelid when she'd found the major source of the stench, the several vases that had been used as impromptu receptacles for Gordon's urinary urges. Maura was sure that Moorcroft, Crown Derby, and Minton had not intended their delicate and beautiful wares to be used for such purposes. Had they not been worth a small fortune, she might have thrown them in the bin, but instead she borrowed Cheryl's rubber gloves and had scoured them clean whilst praying she wouldn't ruin them. Sleep proved elusive, and all she had done was toss and turn on the lumpy mattress, trying to find the sweet spot. The camphor was intrusive too, a particularly vile smell reminiscent of frugal old ladies in the bad old days. It reminded her of staying with her grandmother when she was little, of second-hand shoes and hand-me-down clothes, of having her face washed with carbolic soap and being expected to clear her plate because people were starving in Africa. It reminded her of the instruction to make do and mend, a philosophy she felt she was being forced to live by. How did you make do with nothing and mend a broken spirit? More to the point, how did you begin in a house that was so depressing it seemed to suck the joy out of everything? Cheryl had said that parts of the place were dangerous, and Maura had assumed rotten boards and woodwormed savage beams. But as she lay beneath the pungent sheets, she began to wonder if the danger wasn't from something else entirely. The bad that Gordon had been so eager to tell her about. The look of the place made it feel as if no Henderson, in the history of Hendersons, had brought a good intention to the place. It seemed to have been pieced together with menace and meanness. No one period predominated, no one style. Just a building stitched together by time, passing fashions, and a family who had been custodians out of habit and grudging obligation rather than pride and heritage. All speculation on Maura's part, of course, but Gordon was hemmed in a single room full of filth and clutter, and she had to contend with a mothball-sodden bed and a ceiling that was so creaky it seemed as if it would cave in at any moment. It was as if the house was trying to corner them both. Why on earth hadn't they sold up and left? Why stay in a place that exuded such misery? They were good questions, ones she could apply to herself. Why had she stayed with Richard when it had been patently clear he was a self-serving, booze-dependent dickhead? Why hadn't she thrown him out the moment she caught him in bed with her sister? Why, after she'd finally thrown him out, had she pitied him, looked after him, and cried when he finally drank himself to death? Sometimes there were no answers, or none she wanted to face. Maybe it was the same for Gordon Henderson and Estelle Hall. There were just things they didn't want to deal with. Annoyed with herself for being maudlin, she threw off the sheets and moved towards the window to watch the storm play out. The lights at the estate surrounded the Grange, but at a distance, like the lit torches of an angry mob, encamped and holding the house under siege. It felt so lonely, and she wondered if that was another reason Gordon had taken to his clutter and his room, like children did, when they built pillow forts to keep the adult world at bay. Would she wake him if she crept downstairs and made herself a drink? It seemed unlikely. She had given him a hefty dose of Zopiclone, enough to fell an elephant for the night, let alone a frail old man. Too much, in her opinion, but she'd always found Dr. Moss a bit heavy-handed with the meds. They had butted heads many times over his prescribing at the hospital, and bitter experience had shown her he didn't like to be questioned, especially by nurses. Nurses were a lowly sort in Philip Moss's eyes. Despite Gordon's drug-fueled repose, she felt the need to creep through the house, pausing once to glance out at the storm as it crackled across the sky and howled around the house. The essence of a figure glimpsed through the landing window caught her eye. A dark, human shape standing under the trees, a shape that made her freeze, made her breath catch in her throat, and caused her to clutch her dressing gown to her throat as if a handful of fleece could protect her. Her instinct argued that only a madman would be out in the storm. A madman in the middle of nowhere, staring at a house containing only a feeble old man and a lone female. A madman lurking in the dead of night with no innocent reason to be there. The builders had gone home. The houses near to the Grange were far from finished, and it was hard to believe anyone would be lost around here when the house was the only thing they could be looking for. If it had been Bob, the handyman, surely he would have called, or at least come to the back of the house. If it was Cheryl, or even Dr. Moss, they would have just come in or knocked. They'd have no reason to lurk outside. The clock in the hallway below chimed midnight, scaring the bejesus out of her and diverting her attention from the window. When she looked again, the figure was gone, and she had to question whether it had ever been there at all, though her heart still pounded with a violence that argued it had. She peered out, trying to pick up movement, but there was nothing. Just the storm and the wind forcing the trees into a frenzied ballet of whipping branches and whirling leaves. Whatever. Whoever had been there was gone, leaving no trace other than the mild panic of a woman who was to all intents and purposes alone in a house that appeared to be straight from the pages of some Gothic horror novel. Pulling herself away, she made her way down the stairs, trying to recall if she had locked the house as per Cheryl's instructions. Her memory was playing tricks on her. She knew for a fact that she had locked up properly, but a midnight maggot of irrational fear wiggled and writhed, making her doubt her recall. She stamped on the little bugger and forced herself to snap out of it and think like a functional adult. There had been no figure under the tree, just a shadow, or an illusion conjured by lack of sleep in unfamiliar surroundings. The house was creeping her out, and hooking shadows from the dark corners of her imagination. She had come to the Grange to escape all that, not to bring it with her and have it enhanced by noisy floorboards and a high wind. Coffee and a flick-through of one of Cheryl's magazines would banish such thoughts and entrench some good sense. There was nothing like perusing pictures of airbrushed women wearing clothes you could never afford, or get away with wearing in public, to slam a person back into the realms of insignificance. To Maura, it was the mental equivalent of a strong black coffee after a drinking binge. It might make you sick and keep you awake, but it did you good. With resignation and as much composure as she could muster, she defied the house and its air of doom, and strode through the passage into the kitchen, where she filled the room with light, filled the battered old kettle, and settled down with a magazine. When the rock hurtled through the window, it didn't just shatter the glass, it shattered every shred of equilibrium that Maura had managed to cling on to. Breath froze in her throat as the glass exploded inwards, shards of it hurtling towards her like 1,000 shining knife blades, the rock landing on the table like an unexploded bomb of dread. Instinct took over, and she dropped to the floor, covering her head as glass glittered her hair and clung to the fleece of her dressing gown. Tiny slivers found their way inside her sleeves and down the back of her neck, nicking her skin, biting deeper, and drawing small beads of blood. The boom was fading, but the shock hadn't. Adrenaline had coursed through her, making her heart lurch and her limbs shake. She knew she had to move, yet she couldn't. She knew she had screamed. It had emerged as a deep bellow, and now that she tried to call out, it felt as if her entire voice had been emitted with it and was rattling around the room, unable to find its way back. There had been a figure, and it had meant her harm. It had done her harm, and there was a good chance it wanted more. The kitchen phone was attached to the wall, too close to the door and window to be safe to run to. The only other she had seen was in another room, back beyond the passage and the door, and located in the heart of the house. She ran through the route in her mind, begging her limbs to comply and help her to move. Her own phone was locked in her car, where she had thrown it in disgust, so as not to have to see her sister's name flashing up and demanding her attention every 5 minutes. But what did that matter now? She had to get out of the kitchen and away from the broken window, and the rock that had damn near taken her head off. Pressing her shaking hands to the floor, knowing they would be cut on the fallen glass but having no choice, she pushed backwards, scooting towards the door that led to the corridor beyond the kitchen. She dared not try and stand. Not only did she doubt her legs would take it, but while she was on the floor with the table in front of her, she felt she had some kind of shield from what might be coming after the rock. With her senses ratcheting up and beyond red alert, she shuffled through the door, ignoring the glass that grazed her hands. Once into the shade of the passageway, she shuffled onto her knees and slammed the door shut, groping with bloodied and shaking fingers for the bolt she knew must be there, and ramming it home before she dared to take a breath. In a film, she might have leaned against the door, caught that breath, and thought she was safe. But Maura had watched dramas where that kind of stupidity had cost people dearly. She was no fool and immediately launched herself towards the morning room, where she had spied a phone earlier on. Panic still engulfed her, and as she lurched, dripping blood, shedding glass, and looking half drunk and half crazed, she became convinced that the assailant would have cut the phone lines, and that she'd be trapped in the house with a maniac who could burst through locked doors, or, worse still, axe their way through them, yelling, "Here's Johnny." Once at the morning room door, she dropped to her knees again and crawled towards the low table that held the phone, not even daring to look towards the long windows, not daring to imagine a face pressed against the panes and the hot breath of the intruder blooming on the glass. There was a dial tone. The buttons didn't stick, even though they always did in her nightmares. She bashed 999 into the keypad. Someone answered, and Myra finally found her voice, though it was greatly diminished by the experience, and wobbled as if it had no legs. "Police, please. Someone just threw a rock through my window, and I think they're still outside," she babbled to the dispatcher. Then she hid behind the sofa, keeping low and staying quiet until the police pounded on the door 20 minutes later. Every one of those minutes in horrified silence, waiting and listening for every creak, every groan, and every shift in the building, and convinced she could hear the steps of the intruder, convinced Gordon would be murdered in his bed, and that she would be the coward who'd let it happen. I could see her through the kitchen window, sipping her coffee, flipping through the pages of a glossy magazine, dreaming about how life could be if only she were thinner, or taller, or had bigger breasts, more money, and less stress. That's what those magazines did. Taught you how to be dissatisfied with your lot. I know all about that, about settling for what life gives you and hating it. For a moment, when the upstairs light had flicked on, I thought the nurse might have spotted something. But if she had, she didn't seem to care. She hadn't seen me, hadn't noticed. She was warm in there with her hot drink and cozy dressing gown, while I was weathering the storm just to get a glimpse of her through the window. Like some poor relation swallowing my pride and begging for scraps at the back door. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I shouldn't be some midnight stalker skulking in the shadows and seething with anger. I deserve better. After all I've done for them, I deserve better. Anger and resentment moved my hand to a chunk of stone that had fallen from the rockery, forced my hand to pick it up, made my hand hurl it at the glass at the kitchen window. I paused for a second as the glass shattered in a beautiful shower of wanton destruction. A shock to wake the dead, but not enough to kill the living. Not yet. Shocks take time to kill. It was inherent cowardice that made me run, and I hate my weakness more than I hate them. And I hate that I made my move too soon. I have a treat in store for the nurse. I shouldn't drive her out just yet. And they forget. I have a key. Chapter 4. A grizzled Bob picked up the stone, stared at it and shook his head again. He'd done it at least 10 times, and Maura was using the rhythm of his bemusement like a metronome. It was the only way she could get her heart rate to slow down. Despite the police checking the grounds, despite the presence of Bob, and even though Gordon hadn't heard a thing, Maura's senses were still on high alert, and she was jumping at shadows. In a house that was riddled with them, it was doing little to calm her down. Every time she thought she'd cleared the last of the glass, another tiny shard would glisten like a minute jewel and drag her attention towards it. I keep trying to believe that the wind blew it through the window, but that's bollocks, isn't it? It would have to be a tornado to do that. And somehow, I think we're still very much in bloody Kansas, Toto. Bob switched his bemusement to her and placed the rock back on the table, into the neat dent it had made when it landed. Wind didn't do that, love. No way it could, is there? So, this man you said you saw. I don't even know if I did see someone. It might have been a shadow. There was so much blowing about out there, it might even have been my mind playing tricks on me, but I suppose someone lobbed that through the window. The question is who and why. Bob picked the rock up again, as if it would tell him who'd thrown it by some form of psychometry. It hadn't told the police much. Fingerprints didn't stick to wet, mossy stone. Your guess is as good as mine. That copper asked you if you'd upset anyone lately. You said no. That true? I've probably upset a great many people lately, but none of them know I'm here, so I don't think it has anything to do with me, personally. What about the Hendersons? Have they upset anyone? Either way, she was ringing the agency the minute they opened, giving them a piece of her mind for not vetting the job properly. No amount of money or desire to escape a dismal home life could compensate for being scared shitless in the dead of night by a rock-wielding maniac and being forced to stay in Essen's answer to the House of Usher. Bob shrugged. No more than usual, I don't suppose. They've never been well liked, but no one's ever thrown rocks at them before. They're a funny bunch and keep themselves to themselves. They like their privacy, see? Maura sighed. That copper, as you call him, wasn't very helpful, was he? I guess they're not that interested in petty vandals having a pop at the people in the big house, eh? She said with a weak smile, thinking that if she minimized it verbally, the incident would become smaller in reality. Probably not, no. Anyway, this won't get that hole mended. Stick the kettle on, and I'll get that boarded up. I'll get a bit of glass tomorrow and do a proper job. It was 4 a.m., and Maura had plied Bob with more cups of tea than a man with apparently hollow legs could possibly want to consume. She was on her fourth herself, hot and sweet and entirely useless for managing shock, but a good alternative to sitting and dwelling on who might want to launch rocks at her. Sarah had sprung to mind, but it couldn't be. And given the circumstances, it should be Maura casting the first stone at her. Richard was long gone. Besides, he'd already done her as much harm as it was possible to do, and even he couldn't rise from the dead. Whatever this was, it didn't have anything to do with her. As she faffed with the tea things, she hoped it was a one-off, a chancy kid letting off steam, or a stroppy drunk who'd taken a wrong turn on the way home and decided to have a pop at the posh folk. Thank God for Bob and his willingness to turn out in the dead of night and come to the rescue. He was hardly a knight in shining armour, more a dishevelled old codger with a 5 o'clock shadow, a missing ear that she was dying to ask about but didn't feel she should, and a distinct lack of wit. But he was there, and Maura was glad of him. Tea's on the table. I'd better go and check on himself. Gordon Henderson had slept through it all, or so it appeared. He didn't even stir when she let herself into the room and allowed the light from the hallway to stray onto his face. Not that she wanted to wake him. She just needed to check he was still breathing. Any man who could sleep through windows breaking, nurses screaming, police banging on the door, and Bob hammering was either drugged or dead. Maura was relieved to see that it was the former. Mr. Henderson had been well and truly smacked with the chemical kosh. Under the circumstances, it was probably a good thing, but Maura couldn't help thinking she'd given an awful lot of drugs to a very frail man. It occurred to her that she'd have to talk to Dr. Moss about what had been prescribed for Gordon. There were enough pills in his medicine reminder to restock a branch of boots, and it was only a week's supply. Moss wasn't going to like being questioned, but his ego came second to her duty of care. Satisfied the old man was still in the land of the living, and that she wouldn't have to report she'd not only allowed an assault on the house, but had also allowed her charge to die on her first evening, she gently closed the door and replaced the chain. The adrenaline rush that had fueled the aftermath of the incident had long worn off, and she was exhausted. There would be little chance of sleep with Bob hammering away in the kitchen, and she didn't relish the thought of him going back to his own cosy bed and leaving her on her own either. Sleep deprivation and Bob's noisy presence were preferable to even a few hours alone in a house that was giving her the distinct impression it didn't like her. Tiredness was making her irrational and making her doubt her decision to take the job, let alone whether she was willing to stay. It was just a house, a big, old, ugly house that made horrible noises, but just a house, and it had a resident incapable of caring for himself. Maybe if Bob was willing to stay, she could get a few hours' sleep and wake up with her sensible head on. Bob did stay, on a sofa in one of the downstairs rooms, his snores punching their way through the early morning and drowning out the birdsong to the point where Maura gave up on any thought of sleep and made her way back downstairs. She was battling Gordon over the state of his porridge when Cheryl's less than dulcet tones broke the uneasy peace. "What in the hell's happened to my kitchen?" Cheryl demanded. "And why is Bob Silver asleep on the morning room sofa?" Maura had anticipated Cheryl's anger, but not the thread of panic that wound through her voice, tightening the shrill voice to a screech. At that moment, Gordon decided to tip the contents of his breakfast bowl onto the tray. "Porridge should be a solid thing, not this slop. Look at it." Maura did look, staring with exhaustion and exasperation at the mess he was prodding with a bony finger. "I'll make some more, Mr. Henderson." Too late. I eat at the right time, no later. I cannot eat past my time." Maura was operating on nerves as taut as catgut, and a level of sleep deprivation that a KGB torture would have been proud of. "I'm very sorry, I'll take it away," she said, aware that Cheryl stood behind her, bristling with impatience. This whole scenario was turning into something surreal and faintly ridiculous. Maura felt herself about to snap, pack her bags, and leave. In the hallway, Cheryl gave the tray a snide look. "Well, someone threw a rock through the kitchen window last night. Bob came here to fix it, but we had to wait for the police, so by the time they'd come and it boarded it up, it was getting pretty late. I asked him to stay because, to be quite frank with you, Cheryl, I was cacking myself. It was my first night, someone lobbed a rock at me, and I didn't want to be here on my own. As for the porridge, I've never made it from scratch in my life. I'm a nurse, not a cook, so forgive me if it's not up to anyone's cordon bleu standards." Cheryl's untidy eyebrows rose. almost meeting her frizzy fringe. "All right, keep your hair on. There's bigger things to worry about than bloody porridge." Maura gave her the filthiest look she could muster and stalked towards the baize door. What the hell was she doing in a house that had a bloody baize door, for Christ's sake? As she strode towards the kitchen, she felt as though she'd been badly cast in the Mark Gatiss version of Upstairs Downstairs. Life in the Grange was like being an unwilling participant in some demonic episode of a B-grade dystopian time-slip farce. Any minute now, some weirdo in a blue police box would turn up and rescue them all if she was lucky. Cheryl took her time joining her, and, by the time she arrived, Maura was scrubbing the last of the congealed porridge from the pan, wincing as the cuts on her hands sang with soreness inside the rubber gloves. "Look, I'm sorry, all right? I think we got off on the wrong foot. My mouth runs away with me, and I speak before I think sometimes. I don't mean to be nasty, it's just my way. I've seen to his nibs and had a chat with Bob, so why don't you go and lie down for a bit, get some sleep, eh?" She nodded at the washing up. "I'll see to that." Maura hadn't been expecting that, and to her shame tears started to prickle at the corner of her eyes. Her anger was so easily replaced by upset these days. What she wanted to do was hurl the dirty pan across the kitchen, pack her bag and leave, but she was dropping with tiredness, and it wasn't an option at that moment. Instead, she set the pan on the draining board and turned to Cheryl, finding that the woman's face looked more menacing with its mask of empathy than it did with the more familiar scowl. "Thank you. I'll take a couple of hours if you don't mind," Maura said, before walking from the room with limbs that were stiff with self-consciousness. The prospect of festering at home, alone with her brooding bitterness, was increasingly feeling like a more appealing alternative to being stuck with Gordon and his porridge issues, or Cheryl and her mercurial temperament. Sleeping on the decision and letting it ferment seemed the wise thing to do. If the current occupants and outside assailants would allow her to sleep, what with Cheryl clomping along the landing outside her door and more doors banging in the bowels of the house. Finally, she heard Bob and Cheryl in the courtyard below, Cheryl telling Bob she was off to get some fresh air, him saying he was going to the sheds to find a glazier's hammer. Maura was beyond caring what either of them did. A squirt of deodorant on the sheets had masked the smell of camphor, and sheer exhaustion created the illusion of a comfortable mattress. With bones as weary as her spirit, Maura finally drifted into a dreamless, heavy sleep. Chapter 5. It took 15 minutes for everyone who was working on Phase 3 of Essen Fields to down tools and join the throng. They gathered around the JCB, which had been moving earth from one part of the plot to another, close to the border of Essen Grange. Very little time passed before they all agreed in a series of horrified mutters that yes, that was a human skull caught on one of the metal teeth, and yes, someone ought to call the police. The foreman was observed to grit his jaw and reach for his phone somewhat reluctantly. The consensus was that Eric Perlman, CEO of the development consortium, would not be pleased. A few even muttered that the grabbing bastard would have had them cover up the body and cover it with concrete, rather than bring proceedings to a halt like this. A small number hesitantly agreed with that, a mixture of survival instinct and morality hedging their opinions. They were contractors, and no work meant no pay. The insalubrious opinions of some were masked by mentions of, "Poor bugger, I wonder who it was," and "I bet it's ancient, there's that burial ground around here somewhere," together with one, "It's a wonder the archaeology survey didn't find it, would have been a mercy if they had." The foreman listened to it all with a look on his face that suggested he'd like to kick the arse of the person who hadn't done the due diligence on this. He was sure they were digging closer to the boundary than they should have been. The foreman punched Eric Perlman's number into his phone and muttered caustically, "Heads are going to roll over this," before making the call to his boss. At that moment, a clod of earth shifted in the bucket of the JCB and dislodged the skull, which, as if on cue, fell to the floor and rolled, landing a few inches in front of the foreman's feet. They were men, they found it funny, and they laughed. Even the foreman allowed a smile to twitch at the corners of his mouth, and then the smirk was swiftly replaced by a grim, unsmiling line of lip when his boss answered his call. While the workmen looked and laughed, I watched them. I saw nothing funny, no joke to be had. All I saw were thin, time-yellowed bones protruding from her grave and her head lying in the dirt, the grin on her face still as innocent as it had ever been. I had to turn away before memories added too much flesh to the dead girl's bones. I had to turn away before I was seen and the ache in my heart made me scream. Maura wasn't entirely sure what had woken her. The strange hush that had fallen over the house, which it took her a few moments to recognize as the absence of noise from the building works or the sound of the iron knocker being bashed against the front door. Either way, it was the noise of the knocking that forced her out of bed. It sounded like the iron ring had been lifted and slammed with a sense of determined urgency. Her first instinct was to rush downstairs and check on Gordon. A man with his fixations would not react well to an unexpected intrusion. She should know. He'd spent most of the time since her arrival looking at her as if she were the spawn of the devil sent to try him. Well, when he was conscious, anyway. He seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time sleeping, and was still dozing in his chair when she went to check on him. She had to speak to someone about his medication. The snoozing Gordon was blithely oblivious to the voices that were coming from the drawing room. The room was a faded palace that had long ago lost its sheen, despite Cheryl's best efforts with the beeswax polish, and it probably hadn't seen company for years. The first surprise for Maura, when she went in, was the glimpse of a blue uniform through the window. The second, and a much more gut-wrenching one, was that she recognized the detective who was perched on the edge of the ancient sofa. The last time she'd set eyes on Detective Sergeant Mike Poole, she'd slapped him across the face, and the memory of it made her feel sick with shame. It had been at Richard's funeral, the last occasion on Earth where she'd wanted to show her up. Cheryl turned her head. "Oh, I was just going to come and fetch you. The police want to talk to us. This is Detective Sergeant Poole, and this is Detective Constable Gallen." Cheryl pointed at the two officers with a hand that shook with nerves that were out of proportion to the casual introduction. Maura was already aware that the colour had drained from her face when D.S. Poole spoke. "Hello, Miss Lyle. Take a seat, you're looking a bit pale." Cheryl didn't notice he already knew Maura's name and carried on regardless. "There's been an awful discovery on the building site. They've dug up human remains." Maura looked at Poole. "I didn't imagine for 1 minute that you'd come about the broken window. This place just got worse and worse. Rocks through windows, dead bodies. The bloody place was a cornucopia of crap." At the realizations that her words were a mite callous, Maura had the grace to blush. Had she become that hard? Poole frowned at her. "Indeed, though we do take all such incidents seriously, I don't feel there's a connection with our current inquiry." "I don't see that I can be of much help, then. I only arrived yesterday and know absolutely nothing about anything to do with Essen Grange." Poole's frown didn't alter. "I don't expect you do. However, I do need to talk to Mr. Gordon Henderson, and I'm led to believe he's in a somewhat vulnerable state. Consequently, we will need you to be present." "I said I'd do it, but they said I had to be interviewed too, so I can't be the responsible adult for Mr. Henderson," Cheryl said, by way of explanation, as if not wanting anyone to think that she might have been overlooked for the role. There was a thin sheen of sweat slicked across her brow. She looked profoundly nervous about the police presence and seemed to be silently pleading for something. Maura didn't have a clue what, so turned her attention to Poole. She could feel Poole's gaze boring into her, going past her crumpled clothes and her tousled hair. It was as if he was trying to find out what made her tick just by staring, and it made her feel brutally exposed. "Fair enough, but he's asleep. I just checked, so it might be better to talk to Cheryl first. I'll try and wake him, though he might be a bit reluctant to talk to you if his routine has been disturbed." Poole nodded. "I understand he suffers from dementia. So I'm led to believe, yes." Maura noticed the slight rise of Poole's eyebrows at that. "I'll need to speak to the odd job man too, and anyone else connected to the house and the land. I understand that Mrs. Stell Hall is currently in hospital, having suffered a serious fall, is that correct?" He addressed his question to Cheryl, much to Maura's relief. Just being in the same room as him was making her feel nauseous. And to think she had come here to escape reminders of the past. "Yes, she fell down the stairs and broke her hip. She also broke her jaw, like I said, so she won't be able to talk to you." Cheryl's voice was high and thin, a reedy note of panic wheezing through her words. "What happened? Which hospital?" Poole was jotting things down. Cheryl gave him an impatient look and spoke clearly, as if she was talking to someone who had a hard time understanding plain English. "She fell down the stairs. I don't know how it happened. I wasn't here. You'll have to talk to Dr. Moss. I don't know which hospital. The General, I assume?" Poole peered at the woman, a quizzical look on his face. Surely you know which hospital your employer was admitted to. Glad that the attention was momentarily off her, Maura fought to hide a smirk as Cheryl treated Paul to a dose of her customary charm. Hardly. I'm their cleaner, not their confidant. You'd best speak to a doctor. I'm just here to keep my nose and the house clean and cook for the old man. What they get up to is none of my business. It's an old house, they're old people, shit happens. Paul's eyebrows rose sharply this time. Then he frowned and scribbled something further in his notebook. Maura would have loved to know what it said. He snapped the book shut, a move that made his colleagues start a little. Maura had suspected that Detective Constable Gallen wasn't giving the meeting his full attention. Ladies, human remains have been discovered on land that until very recently belonged to Mr. Gordon Henderson. We need to know what happened and why the remains were placed there. I need to speak to people who know the area and the people, and I need to speak to the owner of this house and anyone else who has long-standing connections with it. I would very much appreciate your help in giving me the name of anyone who fits that category. That he'd need to know was patently obvious to anyone in the room with half a brain, or who had ever watched a police drama on TV. Although Maura felt that after the previous night and just a few hours of snatched sleep, she might be functioning on less than a quarter of her own brain. Isn't it likely that the remains are old? I mean, this area is well known as an ancient burial site. Surely the most likely explanation is that they dug up some dead Roman or Anglo-Saxon or whatever. Paul sighed and shifted on the edge of the couch to turn towards her. As an officer of the law, I assume nothing, but like you, I would have preferred to think the remains were ancient. However, unless the lights of Boudica were serving cans of Coke with their spit roast boar, I think what we can assume is that these particular remains are very modern indeed. Cheryl looked entirely confounded. Boudica? Coke? You've lost me, Sergeant. It's Detective Sergeant. A preliminary examination of the site revealed the pull ring of a soft drink can and a partially degraded crisp packet in a layer of soil beneath the body. It's fair indicator that these particular remains have not been there for any significant length of time. Maura's breath caught in her throat, just as Cheryl allowed a horrified "oh" to escape her thin lips. Gordon was not happy and utterly refused to play ball with Paul. His only concern was that his lunch was due at 1 o'clock. It was Friday, and that it would therefore be tinned tomato soup and white bread with the crust cut off and served in equally divided triangles. Paul shot a despairing glance at Maura, who shrugged and said, "Mr. Henderson, would it be all right if we talked to you about this after your lunch? It is extremely important." "I shall be taking my afternoon nap and will require my pills. You'll have to come another time," he said, setting his mouth in a determined line while eyeing the clock. It was 5 to 1, and he was eager for his meal. "I'm not sure that's going to be possible, Gordon. Is it okay if I call you Gordon?" Maura said, in a desperate effort to get the old man to comply. She wanted Paul out of the house and with no cause to return. "Young lady, you may not. You are expected to know your place." He pointed to the clock where the hands were creeping towards 1. "Cheryl will bring it right on time, just as she always does. Mr. Henderson, do you understand the seriousness of the situation? A body has been found on land that used to belong to you," Maura pleaded. He looked away, and a petulant, whining ring entered his voice. "I don't deal with the estate. I don't know anything about it. Talk to Estelle." At that point, Cheryl backed through the door, carrying a tray precisely as the clock struck 1. There was no distracting him from it after that. Maura had seen people fixated like this before, but they hadn't been suffering from dementia. Once Paul and his silent partner had gone, she was determined to ring Dr. Moss and have a long conversation with him. She turned to Paul. "I really don't think you're going to be able to get much from him." Paul frowned. "We're going to have to talk to him at some point. I'll leave it for now and maybe send a liaison officer in. It seems he might be more used to females, so maybe he'll be more comfortable with that. In the meantime, I'll need to see Estelle Hall, even if she's unable to talk to me." Maura nodded. At least he was indicating that he wouldn't be back. She was not a fan of the police and their tactics, but she'd rather deal with pretty much anyone than have to spend more time than was necessary with Mike Paul. "I'll show you out." He was going to get nowhere with a woman who'd broken her jaw and more than likely listing in and out of a morphine fog. Gallen went out first, but Paul paused on the wide stone step and turned to Maura. "By the way, it's nice to see you again. For what it's worth, I really am sorry about what happened." It was Maura's turn to pause, but only for a second while her better judgment vied with her more basic instincts. Instinct 1. What for? The fact that Richard died in a pool of his own vomit in one of your cells? Fuck you, Paul. She didn't slam the door, but shut it firmly in his face. Then she leaned against it, hoping he was walking away, and wondering if he'd noticed how much she'd been shaking since clapping eyes on him that day. She hoped he hadn't. It would be one humiliation too far if he had. Gordon was already dozing in his chair, a dribble of tomato soup drying on his whiskered chin. According to the list, shaving day was Saturday, and there was nothing Maura detested more than having to shave a man because he couldn't do it for himself. Blood would be shed, albeit unintentionally. The soup sat there glistening like a little red portent, warning her of things to come. With a stoical sigh, she'd picked up the tray and made her way to the kitchen. Once in the passage, she could hear Cheryl's voice, high and angry. As if I haven't got enough on my plate without that filthy mutton doing all my good work. No, Bob, I won't have it. I don't want that animal putting his nose around this house. Oh, come on, Cheryl, love. He'll be company for her. He's a good guard dog, and after everything that's happened, you can't expect the poor lass to sit here on her own at night. It wouldn't be fair. Bob's tone was wheedling. Don't you love me, Bob Silver? It won't wash. And there's no way her ladyship will tolerate him in the house. Maura was tempted to loiter in the passage until Cheryl had calmed down. The woman seemed to have a quicksilver temperament that was terrifyingly difficult to predict. The attempt at discreet avoidance was foiled by the sound of claws tapping on lino, and the arrival of a wet nose followed by a furry body and a wagging tail. A dog. Maura didn't do dogs, but this one seemed friendly enough. At least he didn't jump up at her like most did, but quietly followed her into the kitchen. Cheryl was on her before she could even put the tray down. He, Cheryl said, pointing at Bob with her arm and index finger fully extended, thinks you might want some protection, so he's brought that filthy animal here. As if that flea bag could protect anyone. She eyed the dog with abject disdain. Maura had to admit that the poor animal, some Heinz variety mongrel by the look of him, didn't appear to possess the capacity to ravage anything more menacing than a tennis ball. However, if his presence would annoy Cheryl, a woman who was displaying controlling tendencies that would shame a Waffen SS officer, as far as Maura was concerned, the dog could move in and sleep on the best bed. Oh, Bob, that's so kind of you. What's his name? Buster, but he'll answer to most things, won't you, boy? Bob said fondly, pointedly ignoring Cheryl's look of utter disgust. At the sound of his name, the dog began to wag his tail in a frenzy of ecstasy, a movement that set his whole body in motion and caused a large goblet of drool to fall from his mouth onto Cheryl's immaculate floor. Maura could hardly contain the snigger that threatened to unleash Cheryl's further wrath. You'll be good company, won't you, boy? She said to the dog, ignoring the puce colour that had started to creep into Cheryl's face. The woman's temper dissipated as quickly as it had boiled. Well, yes, I suppose he can stay, but I won't have him on the furniture, and I don't want him upstairs. She won't tolerate it if you let him upstairs. A moment later, it was as if it had never happened. Buster lay on a blanket under the table, while Cheryl poured her trademark weak tea, and Bob speculated on the identity of the body. Hey, what if it's her? What if the old boy did her in and stashed her in the woods? Don't be ridiculous, man. Drink your tea. Cheryl was having none of it. She turned to Maura. Don't you go listening to any of his nonsense. There's enough going on without any of it getting furled by gossip. Maura gave Cheryl a weak smile and wished she would bugger off so she could ask Bob what he meant. He seemed somewhat excited, as if something had rattled him and made him overanimated. She got her wish a few minutes later when, noticing that Bob was making moves to leave, Cheryl seemed to decide it was safe for her to get on with her work. Once she was out of the kitchen, Maura was free to ask. Bob's response was not what she'd been expecting. Is Mrs. Gordon's. She disappeared, I don't know, 20, 30-odd years ago. Perhaps longer. Maybe it's her. Maybe she didn't leave him. Maybe he bumped her off and buried her down the way. There's plenty of gossip about it in the village, I can tell you. She was completely taken aback by this. Not least because she couldn't imagine Gordon ever having been married. Despite his mental health issues, he displayed an eccentric streak of obvious long duration and, in Maura's opinion, seemed to operate from a place fueled by a deep-seated self-obsession. Not that these things precluded marriage, but they made it less likely in her experience. Did you know his wife? Me? Nah. Know of her, though. It's Connie you want to court, Sue. She knew her. Have a chat with her, she'll tell you all about the Hendersons. You don't want to listen to them in the village, I only said that to wind Cheryl up. He said it with a conspiratorial wink, as if it was Mora's one desire to go digging into the family's past and irritate Cheryl. Look after the old boy, won't you? Me and him been pals for a long time, haven't we, Buster? The dog thumped his tail against the floor at this. Gonna stay with a nice lady and keep her company, aren't you, boy? Your old man's got things to do. Buster ambled over and allowed his master to fuss him, revelling in the attention and slobbering to prove it. I've never had a dog, Bob. What do I do with him? And who's Connie? Her question made Bob chuckle and shake his head from side to side in a motion that smacked of amusement. Keep him off the furniture when Cheryl's about, if you can, and for God's sake don't let him upstairs or she'll do her nut. Other than that, not much. He'll potter around after you. I bought some food for him. He'll have that in the morning and evening, but other than that, not too heavy on the treats. Don't want you getting fat, do we, boy? He petted Buster again, who responded with the kind of adoration only a dog can display. I'll pop him to take him on his WALK in the mornings. If he's whining by the door, it means he wants a pee or the other. I've left you some poop bags, too. He won't stray far from the house, he's a good old boy. He bent to stroke the dog's head. Connie is Cheryl's mum. You should go and have a chat with her, she loves Inata, only don't let on to Cheryl. They don't see eye to eye most of the time. Funny set-up that, never could fathom it. Mora nodded. She didn't relish having to pick up the poop. It was bad enough having to deal with Gordon's toilet. Thanks, Bob, you've been really kind. He had been, and she did appreciate it despite her reservations about caring for Buster, who was the least aggressive creature she'd ever come across. As a child, she'd owned more terrifying guinea pigs. As for Cheryl's mother, well, that might be something she'd willingly avoid if talking to her would irritate Cheryl. Besides, she wasn't sure she did want to know anything more about the Hendersons. There were some stones it was better not to turn over. Bob shrugged and put his hand on the door handle. Don't take much, does it, love? Not enough of it about, in my opinion, and it's a rare thing around here. The Hendersons don't deal much in kindness. Mora watched him leave and admitted he was right. There wasn't enough kindness in the world. She should know. She'd been one of the worst culprits in its demise. She had been kind to no one in recent times, least of all herself. She had spent far too long hating the world and thinking it hated her too. But that's what happened when the people you loved dumped on you and then died on you. You got depressed and you got mean. It was time for that to stop. She glanced down at the dog and smiled at him. Time to ring the agency, I think, mate, and find out what the flipping heck is going on here. Having retrieved her phone, she sat in her car for a long time while Buster snuffled around in the undergrowth. She hadn't called the agency. Instead, she had picked up a message from her older sister, Denise. Well, less of a message, more of a lecture. Denise had demanded that she let bygones be bygones. She demanded that Mora forgive Sarah, who was truly sorry, and insisted that Mora had to tell her where she was immediately. Finally, she had stated that she expected Mora to pull herself together after all this time and move on with her life. Mora had listened to it twice, just to get the full nuance of her sister's righteousness. Denise had always been bossy, had always defended Sarah, and had always assumed some weird form of older sibling dominion over Mora's life. At 38, Mora had had enough. She sent a text saying it was none of Denise's business where she was, that she was moving on, and that Sarah was Denise's problem, not hers. She pressed send with grim satisfaction. Once the text was sent, she scrolled through to the number for the agency and hesitated. Breaking her contract would mean going back home, having to sit in that house, waiting for Denise to ring or visit with a list of demands and instructions that suited everyone but Mora. It would mean having to sit with the black bags that contained Richard's belongings, wondering whether she should burn them or take them to a charity shop. It would mean going back to being unable to make the decision to do either. It would mean crawling back into the rut she'd been trying to escape for months. It would mean leaving the Grange just when things had started to get interesting. Chapter 6. Little heaps of pills stood like small cairns on the kitchen table. Mora had been trying to make sense of Gordon's medication. He was asleep again, and, apart from the one peeing incident shortly after she'd arrived, was proving to be the model patient. Too model. So model she was beginning to question why she had been engaged at all. Gordon didn't appear to need a nurse, Just someone who could prepare his food to his exacting standards, and who could also dish out his pills in the order he preferred. And what a variety of pills there were. So far, she had identified 2 major tranquilizers, an old-fashioned antipsychotic, 2 different benzodiazepines, a statin, a low-dose aspirin, what appeared to be a proton pump inhibitor, 3 possible sleeping tablets, and a load of herbal nonsense she couldn't identify at all. There were no packets or bottles to help, and neither was there any prescription or list, just a blue box with different compartments for various times of day, all of which was stuffed to the gunnels with pills. There wasn't even a sticker on the box to tell her which pharmacy had dispensed the medication. All she did know was that the man she was caring for was being doped to buggery and beyond. He was barely able to maintain a simple conversation, and it struck her that this had less to do with his mental state than it did with the fact that he was perpetually drug-addled. After Cheryl had gone off to the supermarket that afternoon, Maura had rung and asked to speak to Dr. Moss, only to be unhelpfully told he'd gone on leave. Her call to the local GP and request to speak to an NHS doctor had been met with a casual and patronising, "I'll see what I can do." It had angered her, not only because she wanted to discuss Gordon's medication, but also because she knew the receptionist hadn't taken her seriously. No one did any longer, or so it felt. She was known at the surgery, previously as a professional, but more recently as a patient. Her rather spectacular breakdown had set the grapevine on fire. Now, rather than indulging in the usual banter, the staff at the surgery tended to frown at her sympathetically, speak quietly, and pat her on the head, in a metaphorical sense, until she went away and stopped bothering them. It seemed to Maura that if the mental health nurse went mental, a point of no return had been reached. She doubted, even if a court of law had declared her sane and issued an edict, that Barb and Co., guardians of the reception desk, keepers of notes and makers of appointments, would have believed it. In their eyes, Maura was irreversibly flawed and permanently delicate, not to be trusted, and to be treated with kid gloves forevermore. With a sigh, she piled the pills back into their little plastic reservoirs and closed the box. Without the say-so of a doctor, she could take no decisions regarding which ones she should cut out. It was an ethical dilemma she had no choice but to tolerate for the time being, just as she'd have to tolerate Paul that day. What kind of twisted bastard was fate to put him in her path again, for crying out loud? The same kind of twisted bastard that had allowed human remains to be uncovered at her place of work, she supposed. Her grandmother had often been known to use the phrase, "There's no peace for the wicked." Though Maura knew it to be prophetic in meaning, she often wondered if it was also retrospective. She felt she must have been abominably wicked in some former life to be experiencing so little peace now. Perhaps this was purgatory after all. Now she'd had time to absorb the fact. Knowledge of an unexplained death and the presence of the bones weighed heavy. Someone had lost their life near the Grange, and had been buried on its land, and in the not-too-distant past. The thought brushed her spine with icy fingers, and fluffed the hairs on the back of her neck, making her shudder. A movement that engaged the attention of the drooling Buster, who nudged at her elbow and whined for her to get up and follow. His pawing at the back door made her realize he needed to go out. Not entirely confident that Buster wouldn't go herring off into the back of beyond, and that she would have to face Bob and explain the loss of his dog, she quickly checked that Gordon was still asleep and that no one had left the gas on before following the dog outside. The air was crisp and quiet, the low hum of the building site no longer intruding on the peace. Even the birds seemed to have sensed that something had shifted in the fabric of the landscape, and though she could see them flitting through the trees, she couldn't hear their chatter. All she could hear was Buster, sniffing and snuffling in clumps of weeds and occasionally raising his leg to pee on them. She guessed at foxes, that they had left their scent in the yard and that Buster was establishing his territory in a vain attempt to obliterate their smell. She hoped to God he didn't find any fox poo. Her last experience of dog-sitting had involved a shit-covered dog, an expensive, all-pervading stench, and scrubbing the house for an hour while a soggy, freshly shampooed dog ran riot around her. She definitely didn't do dogs. Bored of the yard, Buster began clawing at the gate. Not having explored the outside, Maura was curious as to what lay beyond it too. Once through the gate, Buster bounded down the path, ears bouncing and flapping as he cantered ahead. It was obvious to Maura that he knew exactly where he was going, and she followed dutifully, wondering if their roles hadn't been reversed. Wasn't she supposed to lead the way? It didn't take long for her to realise that Buster was going home. They were in the orchard, a scrubby, neglected place full of gnarled fruit trees with more canker than leaves. Bob's bungalow wasn't difficult to spot, though the word bungalow suggested far more glamour than the ramshackle structure she was confronted with. The building was essentially a badly rendered cinder block box, with a pent roof and some mismatched windows. In fact, it looked more like a large garage than a home. Outside the door, Buster began to sniff the ground, showing that somewhere in his mongrel mix there might be a bit of ancient bloodhound. It took him a moment or two to find the scent of his quarry, but once he had, he was locked on and running. Mora quickened her pace and followed, fervently hoping that he hadn't scented rats or rabbits or something else likely to lead them both an unmerry dance. Fortunately, the object of his focus was Bob, who was leaning on a fence post, puffing on a shoddily rolled cigarette and obscuring the view with pungent clouds of smoke. "I think he wanted to come home," Mora said as Bob turned. "Did he now?" Bob said, as he bent to scratch the dog behind the ears, his face pinched as he squinted against the smoke leaching from the drooping cigarette that clung to his lip. "I've been watching the goings-on down there," he added, pointing at the building site where Mora could see that a large area had been cordoned off. "Not much going on at the moment. They've put a tent up over the bones by the look, and there's a load of bods in white overalls milling about." "Soccos, I expect," Mora said. "Eh? What-os?" Mora laughed. "You need to watch more telly, Bob. Scene of crime officers. They make sure any evidence is handled properly and that the scene is preserved while investigations take place." "Ah, right. I don't watch much telly. Bit of snooker when it's on. Don't mind a bit of that Attenborough fella sometimes, though. Mind you, they're going to be dealing with another body soon by the looks of him." He pointed to a heavy-set man in a long coat. Mora could see by his stance that he was riddled with tension, and his face was red with barely contained frustration. He looked like a football manager who'd just seen his team relegated by a series of own goals in the last match of the season. "Who is he?" "Perlman, the landowner. Not happy that proceedings have come to a halt by the look of him, not happy at all." Mora had to concede that the man looked like he might explode at any moment. "Definitely not happy. It looks like the press has started to turn up," she said, as an inappropriately dressed woman followed by a cameraman picked her way across the mud towards the cordon. "I'll be famous in a few hours." Bob chuckled. "I hope she don't try to interview Perlman. By the look on his face, they'll have 3 bodies to deal with, not 1. Mora smiled, but felt a pang of guilt at the gesture. Someone was dead, and she and Bob were observing the scene with amusement, not even having the grace to show detached curiosity. "I suppose we ought to be a bit more dignified about this. Perhaps we should go before that reporter spots us and thinks a bit of local collar might enhance the story." Bob nodded. "Perhaps you're right. Don't feel real, though, to think I've been living in spitting distance from that body all this time and never had a clue." "Why would you?" Mora was puzzled. There was a strain in Bob's voice that didn't fit his casual and detached words. Bob shrugged. "Dunno. But I must have walked across the top of it a million times. When the land belonged to the Grange, that is. I'd be trespassing now. I'm surprised old Buster never caught a sniff of it. He likes a bone. Poor sod's got a lousy sense of smell, though. Just goes through the motion these days, bit like me." He laughed, but the humour was thin and taut, like an elastic band at the point before it snaps. They had reached the bungalow by then, and Mora had to suppress a shudder at the thought of Buster dragging a muddy femur up the path with drooling relish. "Coming in for a cuppa?" Bob asked. "Better not. Cheryl'll be back soon, and she'll have a 10-ton hissy fit if I'm not there too. Besides, his lordship will be awake soon, demanding his fish paste sandwiches for tea. I think it's fish paste today, anyway." Bob rolled his eyes and gave her a weak grin. "A woman's work is never done, love." He reached inside a small lean-to that seemed to serve as a porch and produced a lead, which had a sobering effect on Buster, who hung his head as if in defeat. "He don't like the lead, but it's the only way you'll get him back with you. Best have him there tonight. I fixed the window, but the putty's still wet, so it isn't secure. Not that it's stopped that rock before." He bent and clipped the lead to Buster's collar and handed it to Mora, who thanked him and towed the reluctant dog back towards the house. All the way back, her mind was on Bob. He seemed haunted, and she couldn't help but feel for the man. If it hadn't been for the dog suddenly perking up and showing interest, she might have missed it. A sudden flash of movement in the trees near the gate that induced a low, menacing growl from the dog and caused him to strain on the lead. The vegetation was dense near the house. The remains of a garden had sprawled in the absence of tender, loving care, creating an abundance of leggy shrubs and greenery that anything could lurk in unseen. After the previous night's fright, Maura was wary and called out, "Who's there?" But there was no reply, despite Buster's continued growling insistence that something of interest was in the bushes. Maura rationally decided to assume it was a squirrel or a cat that he'd sensed, though her instinct told her it had been much bigger. She could hardly claim to have seen anything as such, but the flash of perception had settled in her brain as more than just a stray cat on the prowl. Eager as Buster seemed, she dare not let him off the lead. There wasn't time to go herring after him again, and whatever it was seemed to have gone. She could sense no further movement and doubted anything other than an animal could have remained so still. With some effort, she dragged Buster through the gate and bolted it behind her, on principle more than anything else. One bolted gate could not secure an area that was open to the world on the other side. Buster seemed to settle once beyond the gate, but she didn't let him go until they were inside the kitchen and were being greeted by a surprisingly benign and cheerful Cheryl. "Hello there, been for a walk, have you? I've checked on Mr. Henderson, he's still dozing, but I expect he'll be awake soon. He seems quite taken with you, Maura. Well, I say that. He hasn't tried to bite you yet." Cheryl followed this with a tinkling laugh that Maura supposed was meant to denote some level of camaraderie, but which was in fact somewhat startling. She could have joined in and said Gordon had tried and had been given short shrift, but Cheryl's quixotic temperament was becoming profoundly unnerving. Instead, she began to unload some of the carrier bags that littered the table in a bid to be helpful. "Oh, don't worry about that. I'll do it. I've got you some nice ready meals to keep you going, by the way. Can't expect you to survive on fish paste and soup too, can we?" There was that laugh again, edging Cheryl's words with a tinge of something hard to pin down, but which gave Maura the sense of a pill being sugared. The reason for Cheryl's unnatural buoyancy was soon revealed. She had a date with a man. Not that Maura would have assumed differently, but it was said pointedly as if to imply that the said date was a living, breathing, gender-specific being, and she needed a favour. Up until this point, Cheryl had been coy about the proposed assignation, cupping her frizzy curls as though they were perfectly coiffed coils of gold, rather than the mousy results of a failed home perm. But business was business, and Cheryl, even under the influence of perceived flattery, couldn't sustain the bonhomie for long. "The thing is, it's Mother. She doesn't like being on her own at night, so I was wondering if I could bring her here for the evening. I mean, she's no trouble. She'll sit and chat for hours, so it might be company for you too. Only she'll show off rotten if I leave her on her own to go out. I could drop her off and pick her up later." Maura looked at the plaintive expression on Cheryl's face and at the pale grey eyes that twinkled with hope. Judgmental though it was, Maura doubted the housekeeper of Essen Grange received many offers of romance. She wasn't an easy woman to like, and her changeable moods seemed to drain any vestiges of attractiveness from her being. They had left wrinkles and furrows on her skin, and a perceived spikiness in her manner that was hardly compelling. It would be cruel to turn down her request and ruin this opportunity. Of course, no problem. It seemed as though Cheryl had already prepared an appeal in anticipation of being turned down. She looked as if she was about to argue her case further until Maura's words registered. Maura almost smirked when the woman's face didn't know what to do with itself, and went through a range of expressions before settling on one Cheryl clearly believed was gratitude, but which, to Maura, looked more like an unconfident look of surprise. "Oh, okay. Thank you." The words fell from Cheryl's tongue as if she was wholly unfamiliar with them, and as if they consisted of the amalgam in a loose filling that she'd felt compelled to discreetly spit out. Maura stifled a smile of amusement. "You're welcome." With anyone else, she would have probed, found out about the man who had asked her out on a date, discussed appropriate dress for the occasion, and generally had a girl-to-girl chat. Where Cheryl was concerned, however, it felt as though it might be a form of mild torture to indulge in such a thing. Besides, the topic had changed to fish paste sandwiches, and the importance of getting the crusts off and making the triangles equal to appease Gordon's sense of order. "I wanted to ask about his medication. He seems to be on a hell of a lot, and unfortunately the doctor isn't available to ask," Maura said, after the sandwich lecture had dwindled and all subjects of the heart had been carefully skirted. Cheryl was arranging the dainty triangles of bread on a plate. "I don't know much about it. I just give him what's in the pillbox at the right times. Her ladyship always deals with all that." "Do you know which pharmacy she uses? With Dr. Moss away, at least she might be able to discuss the doses with the pharmacist." Cheryl shrugged. "No idea. There isn't one nearby, so it'd have to be one in town. Boots, maybe, though. To be honest, I always had the impression the doctor brought them with him when he came. Maura raised her eyebrows. If that was the case, it was extremely unusual. Oh, okay. Perhaps it's because they're private patients. Probably, Cheryl mumbled, distracted by the tray she was laying for Gordon's tea. But I wouldn't go prying too much if I was you. Dr. Moss doesn't like questions from the likes of us. He'll be wanting this in a minute. You going to take it? Sure. It felt like the most useful thing she'd done all day. Gordon was indeed waiting, staring pensively at the clock as if timing her. He seemed happy enough that his meagre tea had arrived a few minutes before time, but didn't start to eat until the clock struck the hour. Despite his quirks and desire for routine, there didn't seem to be that much wrong with him. The peeing thing had clearly been done to test her mettle, and now she'd proved herself, he seemed quite content with her presence and in little need of nursing. Basic assistance was all he required. Maura had to wonder why Dr. Moss had suggested her, when an unqualified carer would have been much cheaper and just as capable. Perhaps he'd feel sorry for her and recommend her out of pity. The thought was of no comfort. Instead, it made her feel pathetic. Back in the kitchen, Cheryl was making moves to go. Right, I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you lock everything up tight tonight, won't you? Mind you, I don't think you'll have much trouble. There's still police crawling all over. It was a fair point. The police presence was a distinct comfort now she'd decided to stay, but Maura locked the doors behind her anyway and drew the bolts just in case. Then she went to every downstairs room in the house, except Gordon's, and locked the internal doors with the heavy black keys that nestled in their locks. Before she went to bed, she would lock the kitchen passage door too. At least that way no one would be able to get far into the house before she or Buster could raise the alarm. It was nice to know the police were still around, but they were a quarter of a mile away, through the orchard and guarding bones, not looking for intruders. With Gordon settled, medicated, and in his pajamas watching TV, she was at a loss of what to do with herself. Locking all the doors had given her a sense of claustrophobia, as if the house was closing in around her, like an unpleasant old lady enfolding her into an unwanted embrace. In the cold quiet of the hall, she felt as though the house was holding its breath in anticipation. Of what? She didn't know, but there was an unpleasantness about the feeling she didn't want to dwell on. It was fanciful thinking, born of feeling purposeless and the bad habit of mental filtering. She didn't know why she'd come, other than to escape an equal loneliness at home. At least here there were no reminders of Richard or Sarah, until Paul had shown his face, of course. God knew what she'd done to piss Karma off to the extent that it had put him in her path again. It was as if all the fates wanted her tied to the past, whatever her own choices were. Life wasn't fair, and didn't she know it? There she is, making herself at home, getting to know people, making friends. Bloody dog lapping at her heels, pathetic. There are no friends here, no one trustworthy, no one she can rely on. I should know. She's in the middle of a nest of vipers, and that fucking dog is nothing but a liability. As if locking the doors will keep me out. I know this place better than any of them. I know all its secrets. I know all of theirs, too. I wonder if she knows that all the evil is inside with her. All she's done is lock out the good. Chapter 7. There seemed nothing left to do but kill time. As she climbed the stairs with Buster at her heels, thoughts about killing things led to thoughts about the bones and what the fates had determined for the person they had once been. Whoever it was couldn't have anticipated a secret burial and subsequently being laid bare by a bulldozer for all to see. She paused on the landing and suppressed a shudder. It didn't bear thinking about, but neither could she avoid it. The lights of the crime scene were all too visible in the distance as she peered through the landing window. Bob's dwelling was visible too, light twinkling through the orchard's gnarly trees. It was a comfort knowing he was there. A bath was the order of the day, something to wash away the sense of oppression and feelings of despair. The thought of it was comforting, though the reality was a disappointment. The plumbing was old, the bath made of steel and the tank inadequate. 6 inches of tepid water wasn't quite what she'd had in mind, and a rapid whip round with a soapy sponge to compensate didn't induce the sense of relaxation she'd hoped for. Her own towel was still in her bag, and she was forced to use one of the thin, rigid things that Cheryl had hung in the guest bathroom. Maura could only hope that the house's other resident fared better with her ablutions. Gordon had to make do with strip washers and a downstairs toilet. She'd had to endure a Baltic bathroom, unsoftened by comfort or frills, and it made her curious to know how Estelle managed in this cumbersome, unpleasant house. Maura was not nosy by nature, but it was hard to resist poking around at least a little bit, if only to find out more about the mysterious Estelle Hall. Her lack of curiosity had probably contributed to some of the naivety that had led her into trouble before. She should learn to ask more questions instead of charging into things full of bravado. However, if she was going to spend weeks in this house, she wasn't prepared to put up with prison-issue bathroom facilities. In pyjamas and dressing gown, her hair still damp and busted trailing beside her in a benign, hangdog fashion, she decided to enter forbidden territory and explore Estelle Hall's rooms. Cheryl had made it perfectly clear they were off limits, but Cheryl didn't have to bathe in a bathroom that should have been in a museum, or entertain herself in a house that raised more questions than answers. God knew why she was creeping about and trying to be quiet. It wasn't as if Gordon would hear her, or care what she was up to. He only cared about his own few square feet of the house, and acted as if anything outside of his room didn't exist, which to him it probably didn't. Neither was it likely that Cheryl, with thunderous face, would suddenly materialize to wreak revenge for her instructions having been ignored. Even Buster didn't care and was just curious, sniffing at the door in anticipation of a new room to explore. It was a disappointing powder-puff and cut crystal boudoir, decor circa 1950, and much like Maura's room, except this one was pale blue. The most surprising thing was the lack of personal items. The room was almost as generic as the other bedrooms, with only the addition of a few nondescript old photographs and a silver-backed hairbrush to say it belonged to anyone. She had the impression that perhaps Estelle had felt like a guest too, and had never felt she belonged enough to stamp her personality on the room. Either way, it wasn't any of Maura's business, really. Yet it felt sad and lonely, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the woman. The lack of stuff was odd, though. The ensuite was small, ran off the same water supply, and was no better than the bathroom she was already using. Another disappointment. For a woman who didn't stint on wages or private medical care, it seemed that Miss Estelle Hall was very frugal in every other area of life. She had spent no money on the house, perhaps because it was Gordon's money, and she felt an overweening sense of responsibility for it, or perhaps she was just plain stingy. It wouldn't have killed them to install modern plumbing, or deal with the creaking floorboards that seemed to constantly heave with discomfort above her head. It was the kind of sound that might make someone of a nervous disposition fret they were not alone in the house, but Maura's nerves were lying dormant, dulled by depression. She ignored the sounds and gritted her teeth against any further thought of them. With a sigh, she walked from the room, calling a reluctant Buster to come with her. Something in the wardrobe had caught his attention, and he was sniffing around the door with stubborn focus. "Come on, dog," Maura urged, but he was having none of it, and she was forced to drag him away by the collar and shut the door to keep him out. God knew what was in there that had fascinated him so much. She was tempted to go back and look, but felt she had intruded enough. He followed her down the stairs with a detachment only dogs seemed able to manifest. Once away from the object of his curiosity, he was quite happy to move on. Maura envied him, and wished she had the same ability. Moving on appeared not to be her strong point, despite her best efforts and belief in mind over matter. Gordon had fallen asleep in front of the TV, and was slack-jawed and slumped in his chair. Even though there was a narrow single bed in the room, he refused to use it for anything other than an extra shelf for the magazines and newspapers he loved to hoard. Maura shook her head, switched the TV off, and covered him with a blanket. She might not be able to persuade him to use the bed, but she could prevent him from freezing. He wasn't fabulously stable on his feet, but he was mobile, so at least she didn't have to worry about pressure sores just falling. The chain on the outside of the door still bothered her, and the story about his night wanderings seemed to be a myth. With the sleeping tablets and plethora of other sedative medication, it was unlikely he'd wake until the next morning, or be able to move if he did. Sod it. She made an executive decision and left it off. With all the other downstairs doors locked, he wouldn't get far, even if he did surprise her and have a midnight mooch. It wasn't even 9 o'clock, too early to go to bed, and she wanted a cup of coffee. Politeness had forced her to drink Cheryl's feeble tea, but now she had been left to her own devices. She needed a cup of the hard stuff. The problem was she'd have to go to the kitchen to get it. and the previous night's assault was nowhere near the back of her mind yet. Even though Bob had replaced the window with thick glass he'd assured her wouldn't break, and she had Buster, she was still reticent about going in there alone at night. Like the coward she was, she urged Buster through the door first, and sent him trotting down the passageway with promises of biscuits. Not that he understood her, but the encouraging, enthusiastic tone of her voice must have held some hope for him, because he launched himself into the kitchen with no qualms at all. Relieved and thankful, Mora followed him in and switched on the light, which flickered and fizzed, plunging the whole downstairs into darkness as the bulb exploded and showered the table in glass. A bullet of terror ricocheted through her body as she clenched every muscle, ready to flee or vomit or pass out. The passageway behind her was thick with a darkness that seemed as if it might have texture if she reached out to touch it. But she dared not. It was closing in on her thick and fast. As if to prove it, the air caught in her throat like something meaty and viscous. It tasted of fear, and as Buster wasn't barking, she knew it was her own. The pocket of time since the bulb had blown seemed inordinate. It was as though she had fallen into a dark rabbit hole and was still falling. The dog was too quiet. Everything was too quiet for senses that were notching up to high alert with every slow, extended heartbeat. The part of her brain that had somehow remained free of terror tried to tell her it had been seconds, not minutes, and that she could speak and move if she wanted to. The other part, the big, weak, human part, just wanted to stand there forever while she metaphorically shat herself. Buster was having none of it, however. He'd been on the promise of something tasty in that kitchen, and so far nothing had been forthcoming. With a needy whine, he'd nudged at her hand with his cold nose, jolting her out of her panic by increasing it, and making her lurch to the side with shock while she emitted a guttural grunt of terror. It dawned on her that Buster wasn't scared. He wasn't growling or barking or trying to raise the alarm in any way. It was just a bulb that had tripped the circuit. She tried laughing at herself. It was just a blown bulb, and if it hadn't shattered, she would be fine. "Get a grip, Mora," she said out loud, projecting her voice into the darkness and willing it to drive the shadows away. It was just a blown bulb. No one was in sight. They couldn't be. The house was secure, even if Mora's equilibrium wasn't. The only response from the darkness was the sound of Buster panting. She could have sworn the house was having a laugh at her expense. She felt as though the whole place was smirking at her, reveling in the little surprises it was throwing her way. "It's a house. It does not possess sentience," she said to Buster, who wagged his tail. "So, my little fur body, what do we do? Call your master or tackle this ourselves and prove we're not wimps?" Though the passage was pitch black, the kitchen was not. Watery moonlight was washing the room with thin light and shadows. Mora knew Cheryl kept a torch underneath the sink, and she also knew the electricity consumer unit was situated at the bottom of the stairs in the cellar. Although she hadn't been down there, Cheryl had thrown the door open on her tour and had mentioned they sometimes had problems with the electrics and that the fuses were down there. Fuses. Mora hadn't seen an old-fashioned fuse box in years, but was pretty confident she could change one if someone had had the foresight to leave the right materials. Wandering about the cellars of this creepy, half-assed house in the dead of night was not her idea of fun. The simple solution would have been to phone Bob, but she had already disturbed him the previous night, and besides, she wanted to show the house it couldn't beat her, ridiculous though the thought was. With Buster at her heels, she took a breath, went for the torch, and followed its beam to the cellar door. Cheryl kept the cellar locked, just in case Gordon went for a wander. The key was on a hook near the top of the architrave. It was a heavy old key, and the lock was stiff, but it gave in to Mora's efforts and allowed her to open the door. The cellar greeted her with a waft of stale air that held the tang of mold. It was clear that damp and decay had taken hold down in the bowels of the house. It wasn't surprising. Everything about the place seemed to be on its last legs. The place was like a spiteful old man, glorying in self-neglect and festering with discontent. Much like its owner, now she came to think about it. Buster was not perturbed by this new adventure at all, and bolted down the stairs full of enthusiasm for this new space and its new sensations. "Buster!" Mora hissed. wondering why she was being quiet when she knew damn well it would take a full frontal attack by mortar shell to rouse Gordon from his drugged slumber. The dog was gone. He had gleefully disappeared into the rambling tunnels and rooms of the cellar, exploring nooks and crannies the torch beam only hinted at. Shit, Maura said, as she reached the bottom and searched for him with her ribbon of light. Scanning up, she could see that the cellar was lit, but only when the circuit was working. Buster would either come back of his own accord, or she could search for him with the lights on. Either way, she needed to fix the fuse first. Though she had recovered from the fright of the bulb blowing, her heart was still trying to find its normal rhythm, and her imagination was still trying to hamper her confidence. Too many teenage years watching horror films had fueled it with unknown horrors, and her subconscious held threats her rational mind could only shake its head at. "Get a bloody grip, woman," she said, training the torch beam on the fuse box and wondering why the thing wasn't in a museum. It seemed Bob had done his best to make sense of the beast, or more like several beasts. There were 4 separate boxes and 2 meters, all looking as if they had been tacked on as afterthoughts. Fortunately, someone had labelled all the chunky Bakelite fuses, so that it wasn't too difficult to locate the one that had blown. In his wisdom, Bob had also left a card of fuse wire and a pair of snips resting on top of the first meter. Maura blew a kiss into the dank air and said, "Bless you, Bob." It was a fiddly job by torchlight, and she had no idea which thickness of wire to use. Too thin and it might blow again. Too thick and she might overload it and burn the house down. Deciding to take the center ground, she plumped for the one in the middle and silently cursed Estelle Hall for her frugality. It was 2015, for goodness sake, but Essen Grange seemed to be clinging on to the Dark Ages and still marvelling at Edison's ingenuity. With her repair complete and the fuse reinserted into its slot, she climbed the stairs and flipped the light switch, breathing a huge sigh of relief when the lights came back on. Bob would be proud, but she'd need him to check she'd been using the right amperage wire, and she'd also need to find his dog. "Buster! Come on, boy! Biscuits!" The mention of biscuits, a word that clearly had a resonance associated with pleasure for the dog, seemed to do the trick, and he bounded out of the shadows and ran up the steps, straight past her and towards the kitchen. "Attaboy," she said with a smile. After locking the cellar door and replacing the key, she turned into the hall and stood in the center, sticking one finger up at the house and poking her tongue out in a gesture of childish contempt at its efforts to thwart her. The light from the kitchen passageway helped, but it still took the torch to show her why the bulb had exploded. Water had dripped down from the light fitting. It occurred to her that the guest bathroom she'd used was situated above the kitchen and that something had leaked. Bugger. She dare not try and replace the bulb until she knew whether it was her own carelessness that had caused it, or whether it was a genuine leak that would need to be fixed. It wasn't dripping any more, but a puddle of water had mingled with the broken glass on the table. She couldn't see where the rest of the glass might have landed, and Buster was mooching about the room and snuffling. All she needed now was a dog with glass stuck in his paws. The biscuit jar was near the door, and she managed to lure him into the passageway with a hobnob, relieved to see he wasn't limping or trailing blood. But he did have something in his mouth, which he gladly gave up in exchange for the treat. Maura picked up the mouldering teddy bear, damp from the dog's saliva, and wondered why on earth she hadn't noticed it when he'd run past her up the cellar steps. She'd been too busy feeling relieved that she'd fixed the lights to notice much. The bear was a sorry-looking thing, bald in places, and with a single loose eye that dangled above a much-darned woolen nose. It also stank of mould and was a little green around the gills. Buster seemed to have taken quite a shine to it, but for all Maura knew it was a much-loved family heirloom, so giving it to the dog to be enthusiastically disemboweled was probably not a good idea. Buster was easily fobbed off with another biscuit and allowed his newfound friend to be taken to the downstairs cloakroom, where Maura sponged him down with a damp flannel, squirted him with a bit of air freshener, and set him to dry on the radiator. With that, she locked the kitchen passage door and made her way up to bed, Buster padding behind her. She was way beyond wanting coffee. Cheryl might have made warning about where the dog could sleep, but as far as Maura was concerned, what Cheryl didn't know couldn't worry her. Anyway, the smell of dog on her bed had to be marginally preferable to the smell of camphor, and one warm body was as good as another when you were alone in a house that was doing its damnedest to freak you out. She's left the upstairs lights on this time, and she's kept the dog with her, Clever girl, but not clever enough. There have been interesting developments today. I'd been quietly flitting between the house and building site to see what was going on. Predictable that the police made the Grange their first port of call, and interesting that the detective lingered outside looking so tense while he smoked his cigarette. Something had puzzled him about the house, and it wasn't just the body in the orchard. I wonder if he spotted it. The inconsistency. Most don't. They just know the house is all wrong, but they can't say why. The nurse shut the door in his face. Interesting indeed. Those two have a history they can't hide, even from each other, and certainly not from me. Not that I care. I see everything. A few more days and it will be time to put the wheels in motion. But this time, not with a rock thrown in temper, but with something much more intrusive. Something deadly. Something put in motion not by me, but by them. By their sins. Chapter 8. The morning had gone well. No more water had leaked onto the table. She'd found all the glass. The porridge had been Goldilocks perfect, and so far the house hadn't sabotaged her. Bob was coming to check her dodgy fuse repair. Cheryl was due any minute, and Buster was happily sniffing around the garden, finding a choice spot for his ablutions. Maura was about to smile when the screaming began. It was Gordon's habit to retire to the cloakroom for a precise half-hour after his breakfast, before he required help with washing and dressing. He'd been in there barely a minute when he started to holler. "Get it out! Get it away from me!" The sight of an elderly, thin and distressed man sitting on a toilet with his pyjama bottoms around his ankles was more than Maura could stand after the day had started so well. "What's the matter? Mr. Henderson? Gordon, calm down. Tell me what's wrong," she said as calmly as she could, while the half-naked man twisted and flailed his arms at her. Tempting as it was to grab his wrists to stop the assault in the small space, she daren't. His wrists were as thin as a bundle of breadsticks, and his skin was like fine vellum. She was scared she might injure him if she was too hasty. Gordon didn't seem to have the same concerns and clawed at her in panic, scraping his long, yellow nails down her arm and swiping her across the face. The instinctive reaction to pain is to lash out, but she couldn't. Instead, she wedged herself alongside the toilet, got behind him as best she could, and wrapped him in a bear hug. "Let's calm down and find out what's wrong. What's upset you?" she said firmly into his bristly ear. It was an undignified situation for both of them, and she needed to resolve it as quickly as possible. Gordon was sobbing, his breath coming in thick gasps and gulps. He struggled against her hold. "Take it away! Take it away! Get it away from me!" he cried. Take what away? She could think of nothing in the room that hadn't been there before, until she remembered the bear. "Is it the bear? Is that what's bothering you?" Gordon wailed and nodded. "Get it away, please!" he gasped miserably. "If I let you go, are you going to sit still while I take it away? I don't want you to fall because I can't pick you up in here if you do." It was true. The tiny cloakroom barely had room for two of them standing, let alone wedged as they were. If he fell now, she'd have to pull him out by his feet. Gordon nodded. "Just get it away from me and never let me see it again. They promised me I'd never have to see it again." Maura had no idea what it was about the toy that had upset him so much. When she'd taken it from Buster the night before, she thought it might be Gordon's childhood companion, and that he'd be happy to get reacquainted. She hoped she might be able to use it to have a conversation with him, enjoy some nostalgia and break him out of his reclusive, obsessive ways. "Okay, I'll let you go and I'll take it away." She loosened her grip and sidled away from him, moving herself in front of the bear so he couldn't see it. Gordon was muttering and shaking, wringing his hands together, then rubbing them down his thin legs. "Told her to burn it. Burn it all. Told her to get rid of it," he muttered. Maura reached behind her and groped for the bear. She didn't want him to see it at all, in case it set him off again. Once she had the thing in her grasp, she backed towards the open door and dropped it, kicking it out of sight of the cloakroom. There. It's gone. Gordon looked up, his eyes still wet with tears. "Take it away. Take it out of this house and burn it. Burn all of it." Maura hesitated. He seemed in no fit state to be left alone. "Leave me be!" he shouted. Reluctantly, she shut the door, but loitered there listening as he continued to mutter to himself. She couldn't hear the words, but he seemed to be calming himself. The bear lay forlorn and innocent on the hall floor, and Maura couldn't imagine what memories it had conjured to provoke such a reaction in the old man, but it clearly symbolized something that was abhorrent to him. She bent and picked it up, turning it in her hands as if something telling would reveal itself. It was just an old, worn-out bear. He wanted it out the house, and the simplest thing to do would be to throw it in the dustbin. Halfway there, she changed her mind, and without dwelling on the decision, walked to her car, unlocked it, and threw the bear onto the back seat. When she got back to the house, Gordon was standing in the hall. "Is it gone?" She nodded. "Are you all right? Can I get you anything?" "I should like to go back to my room." She'd already doled out his pills from the morning. They were sitting in a neat row on the table next to his chair. "All done. Let's get you settled. Would you like me to help you get dressed?" He took her arm and raised his bony chin in an apparent effort to muster his dignity. "I shall not dress today." Maura nodded. She wasn't going to argue with him now he was calmer. It was becoming quite apparent that Gordon Henderson was of the highly strung variety, and poking him with demands was not a wise idea. With Gordon settled, she made her way to the kitchen, where she found Cheryl and the dog having a standoff. Buster had walked mud into the room, and Cheryl was not happy. "Look at the state of this floor! As if I haven't got enough to do in this godforsaken hole as it is!" Cheryl paused mid-rant, her face changing from anger to concern in one expressive move. "Oh, what happened to your face?" Maura wasn't aware anything had happened to her face until Cheryl mentioned it and woke her senses. A vague stinging sensation prickled in her cheek and she reached up. When she pulled her hand away, her fingers were smeared with blood. Shit. Fracas with Gordon, all sorted now. Cheryl opened a drawer and began to rummage. "He did that? Vicious old sob, was it his porridge again?" "No, the porridge was fine. He just got upset about something, that's all." Cheryl passed her an old first aid tin. "Best clean it up. God knows where his fingers have been, dirty old bugger." Maura didn't want to dwell on that, but took the tin and hoped it contained some antiseptic wipes. Cheryl produced a small mirror from her handbag and passed it over. "I'll make you a cuppa. So, everything all right last night with the guard mutt in tow, was it?" "Apart from the light blowing in here, yeah, fine." She was hardly going to admit to Cheryl that she'd been scared shitless again. She already had the sense that the housekeeper thought she was about as useful as a used tea bag, and didn't want to further strengthen that low opinion. "I had to change the fuse, but Bob's coming over to check it later. I think there's a leak in the guest bathroom." Cheryl looked up at the light fitting and rolled her eyes. "Bloody place is falling apart, just like everyone in it," she muttered. Maura was about to ask her why the place had been so neglected, as there seemed to be money from the sale of the land and the housing development, but she was interrupted by the hum of her phone in her pocket. Sarah's name flashed on the screen. Maura had to give her little sister 10 out of 10 for effort, but her style scored 0 points. Sarah never had been able to take no for an answer. The phone continued to buzz and vibrate in her hand, increasing its demand, getting louder and more insistent the longer it was ignored. Just like Sarah. Maura tapped her thumb on the screen to decline the call, then switched it off. "Not going to answer that, then?" Cheryl asked, teapot in one hand, milk bottle in the other. Maura slipped the phone back into her pocket. "No." Cheryl raised her eyebrows and pulled a face as if Maura's reticence was intended as a personal affront. "Suit yourself, I was only asking." Maura sat in silence while Cheryl pottered about the kitchen nursing her hearth. The tea was piss-poor as always, and the grey colour matched Maura's mood. Just the sight of that name on a phone screen could bring her crashing down. Not that she had fallen far. Her mood had been pretty low to start with. She watched Cheryl move about the room, wiping and fiddling and faffing. There was a constant tension in the woman, an unstable, nervous energy that fizzled and crackled, threatening to burst out at any moment only to be rapidly reeled in again. No wonder Cheryl was thin. All that unbridled incandescence had to feed on something. Maura speculated that nerves about her forthcoming date might be fueling today's tensions. It would have been nice to ask about it, but Cheryl was not a woman who seemed able to cope with small talk, despite the fact that the silence was becoming more awkward by the second. Bob's arrival was a relief. It broke the tension for Maura and gave both women something else to focus on, especially when he informed them that the police were on their way again, having already visited him that morning. What did they want? The tension hadn't been broken for Cheryl, but merely transferred, or so it seemed. Bob seemed subdued, not even making much of a fuss of Buster. The usual. How long I've lived here, how long I've known the family, the usual. No, I don't know. I've never been interviewed by the police before yesterday, so there's nothing usual about it, Cheryl snapped. Maura looked at Bob and gave him a tight smile and a sympathetic shrug, but only because Cheryl's back was towards her. Shall I show you my electrical bodge job? She suggested, guessing that any excuse to leave the kitchen would be gratefully received. Bob nodded, a fleeting smile showing his gratitude for the rescue. Once down in the bowels of the house, with his attention on the fuse boxes, Maura felt comfortable enough to ask him what was wrong. Did the police say something that bothered you, Bob? Oh, no, you don't seem your normal self. Bob carried on prodding at the fuses. Not really, not as such. It's just the way they are, I suppose. Looking at everything, judging, weighing it all up. Maura thought about the ramshackle block hut Bob called home, and thought she might know what he meant. At a guess, she'd say he was in his early 60s, clearly a practical man, but not a confident one. He didn't have much to show for his years, just a rented home and a casual job. Given her own experiences with the police, she knew how it felt to be weighed up and categorized by them. D.S. Poole had done a lovely job of placing her in a box labelled balmy. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. She reached out and put a hand on his arm, giving it a light squeeze. Bob didn't acknowledge it, just carried on inspecting the fuse boxes. Looks like you did a decent enough job. Where's this leak, then? She pointed him in the direction of the bathroom and left him to it. You could lead a man to water, and he might fix your leak, but it didn't mean he'd want to talk. Before returning to the kitchen, she checked on Gordon, concerned he might still be fretting about the encounter with the bear. He was spark out in the chair, slack-jawed and snoring gently. She really did need to do something about that medication. Before she'd arrived, she'd imagined doing something therapeutic with the old man, but as it was, all she'd managed so far was to fend him off and watch him sleep. Back in the kitchen, Cheryl had company. A pair of detective constables introduced themselves to Maura with a swaggering flash of their warrant cards as D.C. Gallen and D.C. Kelso. Maura recognized Gallen from the day before. Not that she'd paid much attention to him then. He had the appearance of a world-weary cliché, a middle-aged, overweight man who looked as if he was tired of failing his sergeant's exams. In contrast, Kelso was a sharp little blonde, all hawk eyes and eagerness. Kelso would not fail her exams, Maura was sure of it. She wondered if Paul's absence was significant, or whether she was just of no further interest to him. She hoped it was the latter as she smiled at the two officers. Cheryl had plied them with weak tea, which cooled untouched on the table. It was Gallen who spoke first. I was just explaining to Miss Nixon here that we're having trouble locating Miss Hall. She wasn't admitted to the County General after her alleged accident, and we can't locate her at any of the private facilities. Maura raised her eyebrows. Alleged? She looked at Cheryl, who sat tense and tight-lipped, clutching a mug of tea. Well, all I know is that Dr. Moss phoned me saying she'd fallen and broken stuff, and that she'd need surgery. He asked me to come and look after Mr. Henderson until he could get a nurse. He sent her, Cheryl said, nodding towards Maura as if she'd been saddled with Sari Gamp. It's not my place to question that, is it? Kelso narrowed her eyes. Did Dr. Moss actually state that she was being admitted to hospital? Cheryl looked thoughtful for a moment. Not as such. He did say she'd be receiving treatment privately, so I just assumed she'd been taken to the hospital. She looked around. Well, you would, wouldn't you? Kelso looked highly dubious, and Maura could have sworn she was almost scoffing when she said, Would you? Did it not occur to you to go and visit her? Cheryl was equally good at expressions of contempt. No, it did not. First, I was stuck here with Mr. Henderson. Second, I'm employed as their cleaner, not their friend. Besides, there are things that need doing here. I can't go gallivanting off. Gallen turned to Maura. On what terms were you employed? Maura was startled by the question, only in that moment beginning to question how odd her employment here was. Could it be that Dr. Moss had asked for her because he deemed her so flattened in effect that she wouldn't ask questions? If so, he'd been right. She'd been a complete idiot. I was asked to come and care for Mr. Henderson while his cousin, so I was told, recovered from major surgery. I was told it would be several weeks, live-in, part-time. And you didn't meet your employer beforehand? Or produce references? How are you being paid for this, Miss Lyle? Kelso had to consult her folder to get the name. Hang on. Maura Lyle. Maura closed her eyes for a moment. Yes, Maura Lyle, and no, I didn't meet her, and I wasn't asked to produce references. Dr. Moss has known me for a number of years as a colleague, and I was employed on his personal recommendation. I understood it was an urgent situation, and to be honest, didn't give it much thought. She paused, fully aware that Kelso had just emitted a derisive snort. I was paid by check in advance. Kelso jotted it all down, while Gallon continued to question Cheryl. Who would have been in the house at the time of the alleged accident? Cheryl hesitated, confused. Only Mr. Henderson. I clocked off by then. Kelso turned to Maura. We'll need to talk to him. It was Maura's turn to suppress a derisive snort as she refrained from saying, good luck with that. Gallon stood up slowly, using the back of his legs to push his chair back in a long, excruciating squeal. The noise made everybody wince except him. He just sighed as if his job had been sent to try him and asked Cheryl to show them through to the hall. Kelso, you go with Miss Nixon and check Miss Hall's room. Miss Lyle, you come with me while I talk to Mr. Henderson. Maura glanced at Cheryl, who was leading the way upstairs and looking absolutely terrified. On the landing, she glimpsed Bob, standing with his tool bag and looking bemused. Buster was at his side, growling at the advancing Kelso. Maura was beginning to like that dog. As she could have predicted, Gordon was having none of it. He strongly objected to being woken, looked at Gallon as if he was something Buster had shat out on the carpet, and insisted that they both leave him in peace immediately. Maura said nothing until Gordon began to lose it, his claw hands plucking at the arms of the chair as his distress mounted. Leave me be, I say! Leave me be! Gallon looked at Maura, half weary, half pleading. She almost felt sorry for him, then decided she could afford to pity him given that he'd been saddled with Kelso as a partner. Kelso had had a similar effect on her as on Buster. Maura instinctively didn't like her either. Kneeling in front of Gordon and meeting his eyes, she took his flighty hands gently in her own. Mr. Henderson, I promise we'll leave you if you can just answer one question for me. Do you know where Estelle is? First of all, he made to fight her off. Then, as if he realized she might be on his side, he relaxed, letting his hands rest in hers as his bony shoulders sagged. I don't know. She's gone. Everyone is gone. Maura mustered what she hoped was a tone of infinite patience. Can you remember what happened the day she left? He looked confused. He might know exactly what time of day he ate his lunch, and how many green pills he needed to swallow. He might even know that boiled eggs were for Thursday's tea and that crumpets were on Saturday, but in reality Maura knew he couldn't tell her what had happened 5 minutes before, or even last week if it wasn't directly pertinent to him. That's 2 questions, not 1. You said you'd leave me be. I don't like all these strangers in the house. We don't allow strangers in the house. He sounded like a petulant little boy. With a sigh, she let go of his hands. Neither do I, Mr. Henderson, but they won't leave us alone until we answer their questions. He stared at her, his chin raised imperiously, though it trembled with distress. Then they are most impertinent. One's privacy should be sacrosanct. Maura shot a slight glance at Gallon, who shifted from foot to foot impatiently, looking as though he was waiting for something, anything that made sense. Yes, they are a bit, aren't they? One more question. Do you remember Estelle having an accident and an ambulance coming? Gordon's eyes had glazed over. She noticed that a lot. It was as if he could just shut down when he felt like it. Who? Estelle. Your cousin who looks after you. I don't have any cousins. Just a brother, but he's dead now. And you look after me, don't you? Yes, I do. Estelle looked after you before. You remember her, you mentioned her to me. His eyes narrowed and hardened. Too many questions. You said 1. With a sigh, she got to her feet and turned to Gallon. "He's not going to talk to you." Gallon stared at the old man for a moment and nodded. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Henderson." Gordon completely ignored him. Kelso and Cheryl were in the hallway when they left Gordon's room. It was Gallon who shut the door, and Maura clocked him looking at the chain. "He wanders at night," she said, wondering why she felt the need to defend it. She hadn't put it there. Gallon merely raised his eyebrows and turned to Kelso. "Anything?" She shrugged. "Bit of clothing missing by the looks of it. No toiletries, no really personal items up there, which is a bit odd, but nothing too suspicious. But what is odd is that the only telephones in the house are the ones in the kitchen, an extension in her room, and one in that room over there," she said, pointing to what Cheryl referred to as the morning room. "What's odd about that?" Cheryl snapped, clearly harassed by all this probing into her domestic normality. Kelso gave one of her subtle but obvious snorts. "Well, if your Miss Hall fell down the stairs and broke God knows what, and the old man was chained in his room as you say he was." She paused to give a long, judgmental frown at that. "Who called the doctor?" No one said a word until Gallon spoke to Maura. "Miss Lyle, did you cash the check you were paid with?" "I paid it into the bank, yes. Have you checked your account since?" Maura had a feeling she knew where this might be going. "No, but I can do it from my phone if you give me a minute." "What's going on?" Cheryl demanded. Her pointy face had gone puce, and she was clutching at the collar of her blouse as if it was a rosary. "We don't know yet," Kelso said, as all eyes were fixed on Maura. She had switched the phone off after Sarah's call, and it took a few moments to gather its wits and find a signal. "It's lousy 3G here, so it might take a minute or two. I get a better signal in the kitchen." They all followed her through like a solemn funeral cortege, Maura at the front holding the phone like a small, backlit beacon of hope. They gathered around the table and watched as she tapped the screen. She held it out to Gallon. "It went in, but didn't clear. Now it's gone and I've been charged, it bounced." Cheryl gasped and clutched at her blouse again, while Kelso and Gallon exchanged glances. A cold thrill of shock filtered through Maura's system as she realized she'd been ripped off and that something weird was happening at the Grange. "I had a phone call the other day from the gas people. We've got colour here, and they said the account hadn't been paid. I said, well, she's in the hospital, and they agreed to wait," Cheryl offered. "Does this mean there's no money? Won't I get paid?" "I can't speculate on that," Gallon said. "Well, if she's done a runner, then you'll have to catch her, won't you? She's got responsibilities in this house she can't just walk away from," Cheryl said, her voice rising. "Only if she's committed a crime, and we don't know that she has," Kelso said in a flat, uninterested tone. "Our concern is identifying the body found on ground that very recently belonged to this house. Our only interest in Miss Hall is in connection with that." "So you're not going to do anything about this, then?" "We didn't say that, Miss Nixon. We'll be in touch." Gallon sounded entirely bored with the whole thing. "Well, you won't be in touch with me. If I'm not being paid to be here, I'm leaving." Cheryl's voice was almost a screech, and it occurred to Maura that she could say the same thing. She has a point. If I haven't been paid, then I have no reason to stay either, which means, Maura said, pointing towards the passageway, "that a very vulnerable old man becomes your problem, not mine." "You're a nurse, aren't you? Where's your humanity?" Kelso said with a face that looked to Maura like it had been born to sneer. Maura had had enough. It was quite clear Kelso knew who she was and was taking great delight in rubbing her face in it. Bad enough that her past should find her here. Even worse that people would use it against her when she'd been the injured party. "Where's yours? And not only that, where's your duty of care? I am no longer employed here in any professional capacity by the looks of it. You are, however." Kelso gave her a look of thinly disguised contempt, which earned her a warning glance from Gallon. "I'll need to call social services if you're both planning on leaving, but we'll need contact details for all of you if that's the case," he said, including Bob in the statement. Bob had been standing quietly in the kitchen doorway listening to everything. "You're not just going to walk out, are you, Cheryl?" "Too right I am. None of this should ever have been my problem." "What about you?" he said, turning to Maura. Tempting though it was to run upstairs, grab her bag and hit the high road. She knew she wouldn't. Not until she knew Gordon would be safe anyway. This was turning into a nightmare for everyone, but at least they were better equipped to deal with it. No, not until I know what will happen to Mr. Henderson. Once we know what's going on and that he's going to be cared for, I'll leave. Gallon nodded at her. We'll get in touch with social services once we've confirmed the situation is as we suspect. I'll keep you informed of everything I'm able to. In the meantime, we'll need to have a look through any documents and take whatever might be relevant. One of you will have to sign for them. Maura nodded and Bob looked relieved. Cheryl, however, was still ranting after they left, her bitter words bouncing off the kitchen walls like acid-dipped ping-pong balls. Both Bob and Maura winced as they suffered the onslaught of her rage and heard about all the sacrifices she'd made, all the work she'd put in, working her fingers to the bone so that stuck-up, good-for-nothing thief could make fools of them all. Bob snapped first, and Maura wasn't sure who was the more shocked out of the two of them, though the effect on Cheryl would have been amusing in any other circumstances. "For God's sake, woman, will you shut up and sit down?" Even Bob seemed surprised at the strength of his own voice, and the bellow of it sent Buster scuttling under the table where he lay whining. Bob took a breath and watched as Cheryl, open-mouthed with shock, plopped down onto a chair. "We've got to think," he said. "This doesn't just affect you, Cheryl, it affects all of us. I live here, and if this all goes, so do I. Anyway, we don't really know what's happened, do we?" Maura pulled out a chair and sat down. Cheryl was in shock and would need gentle handling. "Bob's right. We don't know what's happened, only that everything is up in the air right now. We're making some massive assumptions based on something that could be a simple mistake." Cheryl snorted. "Doesn't take a genius to work out that she pulled the wool over and did a runner with the money, does it? Leaving the rest of us up to our eyeballs in it?" Maura had to admit it was the most likely scenario, and in her own mind she'd been trying to work out how much the absent Dr. Moss had been involved. The problem is that whatever happened, chances are the police won't tell us much. None of us is family, we're just employees. We've all been set up, Cheryl, or it bloody well feels like it. You have every right to walk out of here right now and never come back, but there's an old man in there and he's been duped too. I can't walk away from that." Cheryl seemed to deflate in front of her eyes, her body sagging as all the tension ebbed out. Maura could have sworn there were tears in the woman's eyes, but she fought them with a desultory sniff. "I've never worked anywhere else. Just here. I can't believe this is happening. It's a joke, right? Everything is coming undone." Maura had been feeling like that for quite some time and could thoroughly empathize. "Look, until we know more, why don't we just carry on as normal? You go home, get ready for your night out, and bring your mother as planned. Life has to go on, right?" Cheryl glanced at the clock. "Sod it. His Nibs will be wanting his lunch in 10 minutes. While his Nibs indulged himself with a lunch of sardines on toast, blissfully unaware of his potential fate, Cheryl reached a decision. "I've thought about things. I'm paid until the end of the month, so I'll stay until then. If it isn't sorted by then, I'm off. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do, but I'm not sticking here and cleaning up their messes anymore." Maura couldn't argue. It was more than fair. She hadn't been paid at all, but couldn't leave the old man without at least knowing what his future might be. And neither did she feel she could leave Bob, who seemed to be disintegrating before her eyes. Besides, what was there to go back to? Cheryl took Maura's advice and left early, determined to make her date regardless of that morning's events. As she so succinctly said before leaving, "Life goes on." As if Maura hadn't said the same thing already. Cheryl drove a rusted heap that sounded like a bag of nails being rattled when it started, and might have been a Ford Fiesta at one point in its history. Bob and Maura stood side by side at the kitchen window and watched her trundle out of the rear courtyard in the rusty box. "Not sure that thing's even legal," Bob muttered. "The least of her worries, I think," Maura said, more concerned about Bob than the state of Cheryl's transport, although, if Cheryl drove that rust bucket, who had the bicycle belonged to? She hadn't seen it since that first day, and it hadn't entered her head since. She shook the thought out of her mind and turned her attention back to Bob. The bike was the least of her worries. Since she'd first met him, he seemed to have shrunk, his skin taking on a grey pallor that made it look like wood ash. "What's wrong, Bob? You don't look well." He waved her away. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm all right. It's just all this." Maura could agree that their situation was stressful. In fact, more stressful for Bob than it was for her. She had a home to go to, such as it was. However, instinct told her it was more than the security of his future that was worrying Bob. I get that, it's horrendous, but I have the feeling there's something else. I don't want to pry, but I'm concerned. Her words seemed to prick the blister of Bob's emotions, and he started to weep. Not noisily or hysterically as Cheryl had, but silently, as if even the act of breathing had become an effort, and the tears that seeped from his eyes were causing him excruciating pain. Maura took his hand. Come and sit down. I'll make us some drinkable tea. The innuendo seemed to amuse him, and she caught the flicker of a smile as he allowed himself to be led to a chair. While Maura filled the kettle, Buster sidled up to his master and placed his head on Bob's knees, confirming Maura's suspicions that something much deeper than Estelle's suspected flit was disturbing Bob's psyche. I'm still here as a nurse, Bob. Confidentiality guaranteed. Scout's honor. Bob shook his head and wiped his damp cheeks with a rough, work-worn hand. All coming apart at the seams, isn't it? That poor old bastard through there is better off than the rest of us. He's in his own little world and nothing's going to pull him out of it. Maura wasn't so sure. A social worker dragging him off to a home would surely shake him up. She didn't say anything, but added an extra tea bag to the pot for good measure. I came here 20 years ago. Got that tin pot shack as part of the deal. She wanted a cheap jack of all trades who would keep this dump going and accept being paid peanuts for it. I was it. Maura assumed he meant Estelle, but didn't want to interrupt. Instead, she poured the tea and passed him a mugful. I didn't come here by accident. I came looking for my daughter. Me and her mum split up when she was little. I left and got on with my life, lost touch with her and always regretted it. Her and the ex had fallen out too. She left home as soon as she could. My missus wasn't an easy woman and I should never have left her there. But I did, and I was always sorry for it. I looked for the kid for years and tracked her down to Essen-Weir. She'd kept in touch with a friend near where we used to live. That died off, but the friend said she had been living here and had got herself into trouble, so I came. There wasn't a sign of her. No one had seen her, no one had heard of her. I never found a trace then, and I've never found one since. I kind of gave up after that. My marriage had gone, my daughter had gone. I never found her, but I stayed because I had nowhere better to be. He hung his head for a moment, as if seeing his own pitiful situation clearly for the first time. Maura shifted her stance, putting her weight on the other foot in a bid to distribute the burden of discomfort she was feeling. I kept trying, though, every now and then over the years to find her like. But there was never anything. I used to imagine she'd made a new life somewhere, was happy. He trailed off. The tears were threatening again. Maura finished for him. And then they found bones on the building site. Bob nodded, his face set in a mask of fragile control. It was a torturous-looking attempt that only aimed at containing his feelings. It missed by a country mile and made Maura feel extremely anxious. You don't know it's her. We don't even know if the body is female, let alone how long it's been there. It might not be her, Bob. He looked up at her, away from Buster's soft head where he'd been focusing his attention. His eyes looked like deep pits of fear, fathomless and black with reckoning. But it might be. The croaking whisper was all he could manage. They sat there for a few minutes in silence, each nursing their own thoughts. Maura trying to apply some rationale, some logic, to a situation she didn't find remotely reassuring, and Bob thinking God only knew what. He drained his drink and set the mug on the table in a set of movements that seemed to indicate he'd pulled himself together. Ah, well, we'll know soon enough. They took a swab from me this morning for DNA. If it's her, we'll know. Will you keep Buster with you for now? Maura nodded. She couldn't think of a thing to say. I'd best get on. Looks like I better start packing things up. Might not be staying here much longer if we're right about Miss Hall. Maura wanted to ask about Estelle Hall. She wanted to get a handle on the woman who seemed to have screwed them all over, but it wasn't the time. Bob had picked up his tool bag and had his hand on the door handle. Bob, what's her name, your daughter? Bob paused. Is Louise, he smiled. Little sod she was, right little temper on her. Never knew right from wrong. Not surprising, really. Her mother was a right bitch. He pointed to his missing ear. Threw a bloody knife at me once, took me fucking ear clean off. And people wonder why I left. I should never have left our Lou, though, not with that woman. No wonder she ran and didn't look back. No kid should have to grow up seeing that kind of thing. Can't say I blame her for turning her back, but I'd have liked to put it right. Couldn't have been easy. Maura smiled and let him go. She tried to picture Louise alive and healthy, a woman who was not yet old, living her life, as if imagining it would make it a reality. However, with no visual reference except Bob's ravaged face, all she kept seeing was her sister Sarah, and it made her want to cry. She had to make herself believe the tears were for Bob and not herself. The police are back, trying to make sense of things. They won't, not yet, I've made sure of that. They'll have their story when the time comes, and it won't be the one they're expecting. Chapter 9. Connie Nixon breezed into the Grange like a breath of fetid air. If Maura had been expecting a Thor herd, what she got was an aged Lily Savage without the humour. There was something distinctly rotten about Connie Nixon, and she wore it with apparent pride, as if it was her Sunday best coat. It was Connie who led the way into the morning room, using the stick she carried more as a ceremonial mace than a mobility aid. As Maura followed, she figured there was little wrong with Cheryl's mother that a good dose of humility and a conscience wouldn't fix, and that she was the last woman on earth who required granny-sitting. Connie was here because she liked to make her daughter's life difficult, and because she was a nosy old boot. She had already demanded supper on a tray, a cup of tea, and sole access to the house's single TV set. She'd also made several searing comments about Cheryl's date attire. Mutton dressed as lamb, if you ask me. Won't snare a man dressed like that, had been her last. Maura desperately wanted to tell her that no one had asked her, but instead told Cheryl, in the kitchen and out of earshot of Connie, that she thought she looked very nice. It was entirely dishonest, though meant kindly, but the truth of the matter was that Cheryl's outfit bordered on late 80s transvestite chic and did her no favours at all. Topped with hand-drawn eyebrows and frizzy curls lacquered to within an inch of the Mohs scale, poor Cheryl was a poor feast for the eyes. Maura could only hope her date was the open-minded, open-hearted type. "Hope it goes well," she said, as Cheryl pouted into her hand mirror in the kitchen, seemingly totally oblivious to the fact that her maroon lipstick had migrated to her front teeth. Cheryl smiled, revealing her stained incisors. "Tell me, too. Oh, and I've told Mother about the Miss Hall thing. She went ballistic when I got home, and I'm not in the mood, so don't mind her mouth, just zone her out. I do." With that, she was gone, trundling away in her beaten-up old car and ready for romance. Maura couldn't help but shake her head in bemusement as she locked and bolted the back door. In the morning room, Connie had taken possession of the TV remote control and made herself comfortable. "Got that tea, have you? I like it weak, mine, but you'll already know that. Did you see the state of her? Not the full ticket, that girl. Not surprising when you consider the genetics. You'd think she didn't own a mirror." Connie continued to flick through the channels while talking, her eyes on the TV. Maura put her tray down, complete with weak tea and the cheese and biscuits Connie was expecting. She looked at the woman who had settled herself as if she owned the place. Connie Nixon didn't seem to have a maternal bone in her body. "So, do you know who she's out with tonight?" "Wouldn't tell me," Connie said, inspecting the cheese and biscuits and wrinkling her nose with distaste. "She didn't say much about it, only that you didn't like staying on your own." Connie huffed. "Much does she care? She's that desperate for a man. Besides, I do fine well on my own, and I always have. It's you I came to see." Maura raised her eyebrows. "Oh?" Connie turned to her and looked her up and down. "Yes, I like to see who's on my patch." "Is the Grange your patch?" There was a defensive hostility about the woman that was distinctly discomforting. Connie pursed her lips as if she didn't like Maura's tone and was about to say so. "Aye, it is, after a fashion. I've links with the family. I like to maintain an interest in what's going on." Maura realised she had a choice. She could either spend an unpleasant evening with an equally unpleasant woman, or she could turn on the charm and let Connie say what was on her mind. "Well, there's definitely a lot going on." Connie huffed again. "You can say that again. Doesn't surprise me, though, the shenanigans that went on in this place. Maura decided to go along with it. Really? Hard to imagine any shenanigans, to be honest. Mr. Henderson doesn't look like he was ever much of a one for the high life. Him? Pfft! Don't you believe it. He's had his moments, and I should know, calculating old bugger. It's all an act, you know. There's no flies on him, he knows exactly what's going on. She's still drugging him up to the nines, is she? What do you mean? Connie gave her a sly, sideways look. You know what I mean. It's the only way she could ever cope with him or shut him up. Ladle pills down his throat like there was no tomorrow. Maura sat back in the chair she had perched herself on. Are you trying to tell me you think Miss Hall has been abusing him? Abusing the abuser is an interesting thought, Connie said with a wink. Complicated people, this posh lot, with complicated lives. You don't know the half of it, love. Maura got to her feet. Excuse me for a moment, would you, Mrs. Nixon? She needed to get out of the room, to think and check on Gordon. It seemed Connie had come to tell her a tale. What she didn't know was whether she wanted to hear it. Gordon was in his usual state, dozing in his chair, fed and sedated. Not that 2 cream crackers with butter, a sliver of cheese and a pickled onion seemed much like feeding. Maura had seen anorexic girls with bigger appetites. As she looked at him, she tried to imagine the man that Connie had hinted at. The scratch on her cheek and the attempted bite said something, but she wasn't sure what. Probably just a frightened old man who could no longer make sense of the world. She returned to the morning room to find that Connie had polished off her supper and was seemingly engrossed in some TV drama. It struck Maura that Connie Nixon was more than likely a great drama fan, and when she couldn't find one, would happily create one. That was fine. Maura was game, and it had to be better than dwelling on her own dramas. I'm curious, Mrs. Nixon. You said you had links to the family. I must admit I'd like to know a bit more about them. It might help make sense of the mess we all found ourselves in. Connie picked up the remote control and hit the mute button, leaving the actors silently flailing on the screen. Well, you ought to know what you're getting into, and call me Connie. I was never a missus and never wanted to be. Maura sat down and pulled her feet up onto the chair, tucking them beneath her. It seemed it was story time. Buster had wandered in, taken one look at Connie, whimpered and wandered back out. Maura was inclined to agree with him. She would rather have sat in the kitchen on her own too if there had been a choice. So, what is it that I'm getting myself into, Connie? Connie shuffled forward in her seat, clasped her hands together and rested them on her knees. Well, let me tell you, there's more happen in these 4 walls than you could shake a stick at. They're not what they seem, this lot. This place isn't his, you know. Not by rights, anyway. It should have been his brother Robert's. He was the eldest, see? And the one who owned it, only he went off to Rhodesia, or whatever they call it now. It was Rhodesia then, anyway. Well, there was a lot of trouble out there when they were wanting their independence and all, and he got caught up in it, got killed. Terrible business, really, and that's how Gordon came by the house. He was living here and running things, but that's how he inherited. Only he didn't, or shouldn't have. Second son, see? Robert was the heir. He was the spare. She paused for effect. Maura shifted in her seat, tucking one leg underneath her, and leaned her elbow on the arm of the chair before cupping her chin in her hand. Go on. See, unbeknownst to Gordon and that nutter of a wife of his, Robert had got himself married out there and had a kid. So it was the wife who should have got the Grange. So how come she didn't? Connie was looking quite animated now and warming to her theme. Well, you might ask. All I can tell you is that the wife turned up here with the kid in tow, stayed a few days and disappeared. Just like that. She snapped her fingers to demonstrate how rapidly this woman and her child had vanished. It caused the rings on her scrawny fingers to rattle against each other. Never saw or heard of him again, and he kept the Grange. Wasn't long after that his own wife disappeared. Mind you, that could have been because of the girl. Maura was still listening with her chin on her hands, allowing the story to settle in her mind. Wow, that all sounds a bit dodgy. What do you think happened to the brother's wife? Equally to the point, what had happened to Gordon's wife, and who was the girl Connie had mentioned? Connie threw her hands up, her bracelets chinking together on her thin wrists. Stands to reason, doesn't it? They've just found a body and a woman went missing. I mean, if you owned all this, would you just walk away from it? She waved her hand around the room, a room which might have been opulent at one time, but was now just faded and overblown like a gaudy, half-dead flower. If she were to be honest, Maura would have walked away from it in a heartbeat. The house was rank with the stink of corruption. I see. So you're suggesting that something happened to this woman, and it's she who was buried on the land. You also seem to be suggesting that Mr. Henderson had something to do with it, and that it was all down to him wanting to hang on to the Grange. Is that where we're going with this? Connie's eyes glittered in the lamplight as she nodded. I'm not suggesting anything, because I don't know anything, but I don't want me and mine accused of anything either, right? Maura pulled a bemused face. She had no idea what the old woman was prattling on about. Did you ever see anything that made you think something terrible had happened? I was here when the woman arrived, and it didn't go damn well. Gordon had no idea they existed, see. He was never one for surprises, and as I'd just delivered one of my own, he wasn't a happy man. Not happy at all. Her coming threatened everything, I suppose. Anyway, I got shoved out the door, and next time I came back, there was no sign of them, and I never saw them again. Just made me think when they found that body. I mean, it does, doesn't it? Gordon Henderson was a cruel and selfish bugger, and the biggest snob I ever met. Took what he wanted and never paid the piper. Maura pondered Connie's words. She'd sensed that in Gordon herself, and it was hard to dispute the old woman's perceptions. You're not accusing him of doing them in, are you? Just telling you what I know, that's all. God knows me and Cheryl have had to put up with enough from them over the years. I can't say I have any proof either way, but I know what they're like. I certainly know what he's like. Maura frowned. He doesn't have many fans, does he? I don't know, Connie. I'm just here to take care of him. I don't know what to make of what you've just told me. Connie leaned forward and extended a bony finger, pointing it at Maura. You're here for a reason, girl, and the sooner you realise it, the better. This lot don't let anyone through those doors they don't want something from. You'd best mark my words, missy. I'm trying to help you. Maura was taken aback by Connie's words. What had appeared to be some salacious gossip had turned into a dire warning of impending doom. She was about to inquire further when Buster started to whine and howl in the hall. I'd better go and see what's wrong with him, she said, rising to her feet and frankly glad of the opportunity to get away from the woman for a few moments. Connie was intense and abrasive, much like her daughter, but with an air of cunning that made Maura distinctly uncomfortable. She had tried to play along both out of curiosity and politeness, but the chill air of the hall was a welcome relief to the pervasive Connie. In the hall, Buster was at the foot of the stairs, both paws on the bottom step, staring intently upwards, his body stiff with tension. Low and wary whines pulled at Maura's attention as she followed his gaze up into the gloom. What is it, mate? What's up? He was clearly reluctant to go up, so whatever he'd sensed wasn't exciting him. Maura knew it couldn't be another intruder. All the doors and windows were firmly shut and bolted, and Bob had told her Buster would bark like a mad thing if he heard a stranger. His ears were flicking, as if he was straining to hear something. Maura strained her own ears, fishing for unusual sounds, but there was nothing, just the familiar bangs and thuds as the house settled and shifted in the night. Come on, you daft plonker. You're jumping at shadows and making me do it too. This place is spooky enough without you making it worse. She led him through to the kitchen, trying to make sense of what she'd just heard from Connie and why it had been said. On first sight, Connie had struck her as a mean-spirited and grasping kind of woman, and anyone who openly insulted their own child in front of a stranger had to have personality problems. It was hard to fathom her motive for telling such a story about Gordon, but there had to be a motive. It was far too specific a story to be just random gossip. Maura felt uncomfortable at having been party to the tale. She felt disloyal to her charge, and the insinuation that she might be at risk in some way was disconcerting, particularly considering the vandalism to the kitchen window. But why would people she didn't even know want anything from her? And why wasn't Connie talking to the police if she thought she knew the identity of the body? In recent times, Maura had learned to be cynical and suspicious. She couldn't look at anyone now without wondering about his or her agenda. The only rational explanation she could come up with was that Connie wanted her to leave the Grange. By insinuating that Gordon had been involved in something nefarious, perhaps she was trying to make her pack her bags and go, cease to involve herself with Gordon and his welfare. The only reason she could think of for Connie wanting her gone was that Cheryl had lied. Her mother was fully aware of what Estelle had done, and the two of them wanted the house free of witnesses so they could collect what they felt was their due. Maura was no antiques buff, but there had to be a few valuables floating about in a house like the Grange. It was the only explanation that seemed to make sense, because anything else she could conjure was far more sinister. Good grief. When had she become this hard-nosed? The answer was simple, since she'd been conned by the last person on earth she could have imagined would con anyone. She shook her head. It was becoming a habit, and she wondered if she did it to shake up the demons that liked to use her mind as a playground. Chances were, if she thought about it, that Connie was just a bonkers, mean-spirited old woman who wanted to stir the sediment and see what floated to the top. She was beginning to wonder if there was anyone in Essen who wasn't bonkers, herself included. Buster was whining at the door. It was dark outside, and the incident with the rock was still fresh in her mind, but she figured the dog might put off any intruders, and if he didn't, Connie would. She checked the clock and saw it was close to 10. Cheryl probably wouldn't be much longer. Even if there was an ill-intentioned lurker in the yard, he'd soon make a run for it if she pulled up in her noisy rust bucket. All things considered, she opened the door for the dog and stood in the night air while he pottered around peeing on things. It occurred to her that a sane person would call social services, make Gordon their problem and get the hell out of Dodge. But she wasn't sane. She had a whole box of Prozac in her handbag to prove it. Not that she'd taken any for weeks. Besides, Gordon deserved better, and so did Bob. She thought about Louise again, but it was Sarah's face she saw in her mind, plump and pretty and full of life. She shook her head. Yes, it was becoming a habit. Like kicking the TV set when the picture wasn't right. A pointless activity that didn't fix anything. She sighed and tried to spot Buster in the shadows. What people needed wasn't drugs. It was a reset button so they could be returned to their factory settings, wiped clean and made ready to start again. Maura would certainly have done many things differently, including choosing her men more wisely. The sound of Cheryl's clanking engine in the distance broke the silence, and a few moments later her headlights lit up the yard. Maura frowned. Any date that ended bang on time hadn't gone well. She braced herself for the mood that was going to emerge from the car in Cheryl's wake. Buster had already sensed it and bolted for the sanctuary of the house, trailing drips of pee as he ran. I can't help but suppress a sly laugh as the clown-faced cleaning woman gets out of her car. It isn't hard to sense her mood. It comes off her in ever-increasing ripples of bitter disappointment and wafts across the grounds like mustard gas in the wake of battle. Poor Cheryl. Always the lapdog, doing as she's told, too scared not to, too scared to think about what it means. Keeping their secrets for them, not even knowing her own. A few minutes and she comes back out the house, that hatchet-faced hag in tow. I've never liked Connie Nixon, but no one ever has. Everything is quiet in the house. The doors are locked, and the one who thinks she's innocent is making her way to bed. No doubt the other guilty one is sleeping too. It's a long time since he had a conscience to wake him. I've pondered that lack of conscience for a long time, had hoped to prick it, no, stab it. But you can't harm what isn't there. No matter. He's out of time anyway. Not long now, and it will all come undone. Sometimes all you have to do is light the blue touch paper and retire. Nothing like a good fireworks display to wake everyone up. Time to find some matches, I think. Chapter 10. Maura saw the news story on Gordon's TV just as she'd finished shaving him. The camera zoomed in on a cottage and panned past yellow tape flapping in the breeze. Crime scene tape was always an attention grabber, and she started to listen to the story. The body of an as-yet unidentified female had been found. Another body, although this one was getting far more attention than the bones. This one still had flesh, though, according to the reporter, the maggots had been feasting. The cleaner, who had arrived to change the towels, had discovered the body in what seemed to be a holiday cottage. The reporter had sought her out and was asking probing questions. The woman, basking in the attention, seemed to be taking great delight in describing her find in grisly detail. Gordon was oblivious. His eyelids had already started to drift shut before she'd made her last scrape with the razor. Thank goodness the news hadn't come on then. Her hands were shaking so much now she would have peeled him to the bone. She wanted to turn the TV up and rewind the clip, but Gordon was dozing and the TV set was old. There was no satellite dish at the Grange. What was it that had rattled her so much about the story? Maybe it was the discovery of another death, not that she wanted to dwell on that. Between Bob, Cheryl, and the dreadful Connie, she'd already been presented with 3 candidates for the Essenbones, and her mind was already dwelling on the identity of that body. Whatever it was, death was certainly making its presence felt, scything through her imagination without mercy. Cheryl didn't work on Saturdays, and, under current circumstances, had made it patently clear she would do no more than she'd already been paid for. Bob hadn't been in since the day before. That morning she'd wandered down to his place with Buster just to see if he was okay, and had found him whiskey-sodden and lachrymose, poring over a picture of his daughter and wallowing in self-pity. She'd made him a cup of coffee and his excuse for a kitchen, and then left him to it. There was nothing she could do while he was drunk, much as she wanted to help him. She'd wandered back to the Grange with a sullen, whining dog tugging on his leash, and had faced the house with defiance. There was a long, lonely weekend ahead, and she would be damned if that house was going to make it worse. The house seemed to have taken her challenge and upped the ante. As soon as she turned the cloakroom light on, the bulb blew and tripped the lighting circuit again. "You bastard," she hissed. She stood for a moment, stuck in the dark with a bowl of soapy water and shaving scum. Feeling her way to the sink, she left it there. "You won't beat me, you know," she said to the gloom. "You can try all you like, but you won't beat me." If houses could smirk, she'd have sworn this one was having a damn good go at it. Given that Bob was out of action, she had no choice but to change the fuse again. There was enough daylight left for her to find the torch and make her way to the cellar without difficulty, where the same fuse that had blown before needed repair. Having done it once, she encountered no problems doing it again, and within a few minutes the lights were once again standing firm against the perpetual twilight of the house. The cellar was a cold, uninviting place, full of nooks and small rooms, some of which must have dated back centuries by the looks of the stonework. This house was some kind of chimera, cobbled together without rhyme or reason. Though Maura wasn't nosy by nature, she felt drawn to explore the caverns that lay beyond the fuse boxes. Not trusting the house to have her back, she took the torch, wishing Buster was down there too. He'd been sulking since their walk, and had been last seen curled up on a blanket underneath the kitchen table with his back to the world. The cellar contained the usual detritus of life: broken electrical items, cast-off furniture that might be useful for Lord knew what, and the expected collection of reject lampshades, boxes of damp books with foxed and mouldering pages, and the requisite stacks of old newspapers and unread copies of National Geographic. There was little of real interest, but there was always something compelling about other people's junk, no matter how useless it appeared to be. A basket caught her eye, sitting on top of a pile of suitcases, a small thing with a broken handle where the wickerwork had become unravelled. What had attracted her was the lack of dust and mould. It was uncobwebbed and relatively clean, which made it stand out amongst the rest of the rubbish. As she reached for it, the loose weave caught on the strap of a suitcase and brought it tumbling to the floor, where it disgorged its contents in a spew of old clothes. Putting the basket to one side, she began to repack the case, feeling guilty for having trespassed on the house's rejected history. The fabrics were yellowed and brittle, the clothes old-fashioned. The toiletry bag was complete with all the essentials, including a tired old toothbrush and some petrified soap. It was like a weekend case that had been forgotten. Maura thought it odd no one had unpacked and had just stashed the case in the cellar, but it wasn't her business to worry about what the residents of Essen Grange did with their clothes. What was her business lay in the basket. Pill bottles, half-empty foil strips, and boxes with pharmacy labels on them lay in a heap inside. Maura hadn't seen a pill bottle in years, and, true enough, the dates on the labels confirmed that these were old. Every pill she'd been feeding to Gordon was represented, confirming her suspicions regarding the one she hadn't been able to identify. The man was being seriously and very effectively drugged, and this had been going on for some time. The most startling discovery wasn't that her suspicions were correct, but that all the medication had been prescribed for Estelle Hall, except for the Valium, which had been prescribed for Jane Henderson years before. This was quite the haul, and she wasn't entirely certain what she should do. Withdrawing all that medication from Gordon in one fell swoop would be disastrous. He had to be heavily addicted, and any sudden change might cause all sorts of issues. Besides, old meds were often more potent and effective, rather than less. Kelso had said they weren't sure Estelle had committed a crime, Maura felt certain this proved she had. Medicating a man against his will had to be actual bodily harm, or grievous bodily harm at least. Had Estelle done it to control Gordon and make him sign a power of attorney, or grasp control in some other way? She cast her eyes around the cellar, wondering what other secrets this house had chosen to keep, then spotted the passport and realized it must have come from the case. Its cover was brittle and blue. It was an old UK passport, long out of date. The photograph had faded badly, making the image indistinct, and weak acids that had leached from the clothes in the suitcase had made its pages discolor. It hadn't rotted. There was too much linen in the paper for that, but the inks from the border stamps had faded. Maura could just about make out the name. John Robert Henderson. Assumedly, he was Gordon's dead brother, but strange his passport should appear in a suitcase full of women's clothing. Maura put the passport back, wondering if there had been more than a grain of truth in Connie's story. If the document had held a woman's name, she might have given Connie's tale some credibility, but a dead man's name didn't mean much. Hadn't Connie said he died in Africa? Maura shrugged. The family junk wasn't her concern, but Gordon's health was. She wasn't going to be there for long enough to play Nancy Drew to Connie's gossip. Besides, Gordon's sister-in-law must have had a family. If there had been nefarious goings-on, it was likely they'd have taken care of it. Maybe the poor woman had taken one look at the hideous old house and thought better of it. Maura knew she would if she had been faced with such a poisoned chalice. She turned her attention back to the basket and took it upstairs with her. She needed to speak to a doctor, and soon. Chapter 11. His name was Dr. Barrow. He was an on-call locum, he was young, and he was not best pleased at being called out. Maura had needed to get a bit heavy on the phone, explaining that, though she didn't have a medical emergency on her hands at that moment, she would if she withdrew the medication or continued to administer it illegally. He'd said he would come when he could squeeze her in. He squeezed her in at 8:30 in the evening. Gordon had not been pleased to see yet another stranger in his room, and had showed off rotten at the intrusion. It had taken all Maura's powers of persuasion to calm him down. By the time it came to calming Dr. Barrow down, she was all out of options. He stood in the kitchen with his black briefcase on the table, ignoring an inquisitive Buster, who was sniffing at his trouser legs as if the man had recently been knee-deep in rabbits. He ran his fingers through his already tousled hair. I'm going to be honest with you, this is a pretty unusual situation, and I'm not entirely sure what to do. I can't admit him to hospital, there's no good reason to, not as an emergency anyway. I think we do have to get him off this medication, but for the time being, until we can do it in a controlled environment, I suggest we continue as he is. I'll write a prescription to cover you, and for tonight you'll have to use what you already have. First thing on Monday, I suggest we contact social services and get him admitted somewhere where they can do a controlled withdrawal so we can see what medication he really needs. From what you've told me, this is quite a messy situation. Maura nodded. It is. There's enough left in the pill reminder to last until Monday, and I'm happy to give it as long as you prescribe it and document the reasons. Dr. Barrow sighed. I have no idea how this situation's come about, to be honest. I checked for his notes at the surgery, but they've been archived. According to the available records, he hasn't been seen by anyone from the practice since 1988. It's ludicrous. Maura had explained how she'd come to be at the Grange when he'd arrived. At the mention of Dr. Moss's name, the young doctor had bristled. She hadn't pursued it at the time, having been more concerned with Gordon, but it had bothered her. Can I ask you to level with me? I'm not going to ask you to break any confidences, but as I do work at the Hearts part-time, can I ask if you know what's going on with Dr. Moss? Dr. Barrow frowned. I'm not sure I should say. All I've heard is gossip. Maura could sense his reluctance, but she needed to know. Look, put yourself in my shoes. A man I knew and trusted recommended me for this job. Since then, I've had to deal with the police, a dead body, frankly, bonkers staff, and an illegally drugged old man. I could have walked out, but I didn't. I'm a nurse, I have a duty of care, and, let's face it, that old boy doesn't have anyone else. Whatever you've heard, I'd appreciate hearing it too. I'm trying to do the right thing here, and it's getting bloody hard. She wanted to add that even the damned house seemed to have it in for her, but it seemed a bit dramatic and would be too hard to explain. One smashed window and 2 blown fuses in an old house were hardly reasonable evidence for personal persecution, even if it did feel that way. Maura didn't want to be perceived as a fool. Dr. Barrow pulled a face, pondered for a moment, then sighed. It would appear Dr. Moss has done a runner. The other doctors at the surgery have been questioning his competence for some time. He's been ignoring urgent referrals and been rather bizarre with some of our patients. A complaint was made to the General Medical Council by another practice, and he walked out as soon as he heard. No one has seen him since. That's all I know, and I'm not sure how much of that is true. Most of it came from a loose-lipped receptionist. How long ago was this? He shrugged. I'm not sure. More than a week ago, I think. Bear in mind I'm just a locum. Maura let that sink in for a moment. It certainly explained why he hadn't been back to the Grange since that first day. She'd thought it was odd he'd been there at all until Cheryl had explained. She had left a message on the agency answer phone explaining the odd circumstances of her employment, but wouldn't hear back until Monday. Hers wouldn't be considered an urgent call. Until then, she wouldn't be able to ask why Dr. Moss had asked for her by name. Dr. Barrow was busy writing out a prescription to cover the pills Gordon was taking. He didn't look up when he next spoke. I think you're going to have to inform the police of this situation. If Dr. Moss has been involved with prescribing and treating Mr. Henderson, then something very fishy has been going on. I will, she said, taking the scribbled prescription from his hand. There's no point my calling social services now. We'll just get the duty officer and there won't be much they can do at the weekend. I'll contact them on Monday. I'll be at the surgery on Monday. It's my clinic day. Good. Call into my room first thing before surgery and we'll sort it together. And I'll take a look at that scratch on your arm. It looks nasty. Maura glanced down at her arm and at the long gouge Gordon had made with his nails the day he'd seen the teddy. Ah, it's okay. It's just a scratch. Gordon gets quite agitated, as you've seen. Dr. Barrow frowned at her. I'll keep it clean and put a dressing on it. It looks inflamed. I will. Thank you for coming. You've been a great help. Having some backup for a change felt like a very good thing, and it was with some relief that she showed him out via the front door. Funny old place, this, he said, looking up at the house, which was even more ugly in the moonlight, like a big canker in the middle of all this new development. I wonder they didn't sell this too and be done with it. Maura smiled. She'd been wondering that too. She locked and bolted the front door, checked on the sleeping Gordon, and wandered through to the kitchen. Other than the house's dodgy old electrics deciding to blow every 2 minutes, everything had been quiet since the night of the storm, and she'd grown a little more confident about being there alone. Admittedly, she had Gordon and the dog, but they hardly counted as company, or protection for that matter. Buster was a sweetheart, but she had the impression he'd roll over for any psycho who offered him a hobnob and would tickle his belly for 5 minutes. Essentially, she was on her own, and, for the first time, it was starting to irritate her. She wanted to talk her theory through, but there was no one to tell. What do you reckon, Buster? Did Dr. Moss and Estelle have a thing going on? Did they drug Gordon, rip him off, and do a runner? Or am I suffering from cabin fever and developing an overactive imagination? Buster twisted his head from side to side, not recognizing any words that might be of interest to him, but she appreciated his attention. She smiled, scratched his head, and gave him a biscuit. Don't tell Bob, she said. Both D.C. Gallen and D.S. Poole had left their cards. Cheryl had stuck them to the fridge with a couple of garish fridge magnets. Maura had no intention of voluntarily speaking to Poole, but contemplated ringing Gallen and telling him what she'd discovered. However, as it was getting on for 10 at night, she'd only get his voicemail anyway, so it looked like she was stuck with her own thoughts as usual. She stuck the prescription to the fridge over the top of Poole's card. At least her ass was covered where Gordon was concerned. Going to bed and waiting for a civilized hour seemed the only option, so she locked the rest of the house and climbed the stairs, followed by Buster, who had taken to sleeping on the end of her bed. On the landing outside her room, Buster heard something of interest to him and shot off into the part of the house Cheryl had told was unused and unsafe. It had existed in Maura's imagination as a no-go zone, a dark and dimly lit limb of the Grange that was solid and uninviting. She'd hovered on the perimeter of it many times, but the shadowed hallway had oozed an air of hostility that had played havoc with her nerve. Now Buster had run into the gloom, and not even the word biscuit was luring him out. He'd not been out for a pee since the doctor had called, and she was worried he was in some corner relieving himself and creating some future hysteria for Cheryl. With some reluctance, she groped for the light switch and plunged into this unknown part of the house. All the doors were shut. Some were locked, and those that opened led into empty, dusty rooms. Maura had no reason to look inside them except the need fueled by her imagination, which forced her to make sure they were empty and not occupied by some lurking menace that might be nightmare fodder. The corridor was chicaned by various bits of furniture, half tables, odd chairs, and a bookcase, huge and incongruous in the space where it had been crammed. Beyond it lay a staircase leading to what she assumed must be the attic. She drew the line at exploring attics in the dead of night, but could hear the dog snuffling at the top of the stairs. Her pleas for him to come were ignored, and even when she climbed the murky, uncarpeted staircase, he ignored her. A stern, "Buster, come here," was greeted with a plaintive whine and a desperate scrabble at the door. Something in the attic had drawn him, and when she strained her ears, she could just about pick up a feeble scratching. She was profoundly unhappy at the thought of having to open the door and try to pull the dog away by his collar. Buster was having none of it, however, and stood firm as she fought him on the narrow landing. She let him go, frightened he would turn on her, and sent her hurtling down the wooden stairs. Once free, he leapt at the door, scraping his paws down the panelling, and succeeded in catching the door handle and releasing it. In a fraction of a second, as the door swung inwards, something black and frenzied screeched, hurtled out, caught in Maura's hair, panicked, clawed at her and disappeared, followed by a barking Buster who knocked Maura flying. She heard the dull thunk of something hitting a window as she fell, and just before her head whacked into one of the stair treads, making her see fireworks behind her eyes. There had been no time to relax and loosen her limbs before the fall, and she felt every impact on the way down before landing in a shattered and dazed heap at the bottom. Her head was reeling and she felt sick with shock. As she tried to work out if any of her bones were functional, Buster triumphantly presented her with a broken-necked, very dead, saliva-covered magpie. Stiff, sore, but with nothing more damaged than her dignity, she looked at the thing Buster had dropped on the floor. The red tongue was lolling out of its beak, showing the drop of devil's blood that had been placed there long ago by myth. Its head lay at an awkward angle, loose and repulsive. Maura prodded it with the stray slipper that had fallen off her foot in the fall. The bird didn't move. She didn't know whether the impact with the window had killed it, or Buster's enthusiasm, but either way it freaked her out. She'd long prided herself on her lack of superstitious beliefs and had walked under ladders with casual aplomb, put new shoes on the table and frequently opened umbrellas indoors, but this rattled her. One for sorrow, and a bird inside the house, a double omen of dread. She supposed she couldn't leave it there, but the thought of picking it up made her stomach lurch. Battered and bruised from the fall, she got to her feet, scowled at the rather too pleased with himself Buster, and limped along the corridor to fetch something to wrap around the bird. She put it on the kitchen table, wrapped in an old towel for its shroud, while Buster whined for it at her side. "No way, buddy, you're not playing with that, you get," she said, wincing at the pain in her face. By morning, she was going to look as if she'd done 10 rounds with Tyson and finished the bout off by getting hit by a bus. She had just finished swallowing 2 aspirin and a Valium purloined from Estelle's dubious stash when a sound outside nearly made her choke in shock. It was nearly 11, according to the clock, and she could have sworn someone had just banged a door. For what felt like an age, she froze, not daring to move or attempt to look round. Buster barked. Over his noise she could hear a voice, hesitant and female. "Hello? Hello, I'm sorry to bother, but could you help me?" Still wincing with pain and having experienced enough unpleasant incidents for the night, Maura slowly turned. She would have liked to ignore the caller, but there was a face pressed against the window, and she knew she'd been seen. "Hello?" the woman called again. With a painful sigh, Maura answered. "Just a moment." Buster was already at the door, pawing at it in anticipation of this new visitor. The face in the window was pleasant, harmless, and oddly familiar. There could be no harm from a woman. Maura slid back the bolts and unlocked the door, but left the chain on, opening it just a crack. Her eyesight was blurring and she felt sick. "What's the matter?" The woman beamed, looking relieved. "I'm so sorry to bother you, only my car is broken down and I can't get any signal on my phone here. I saw someone, so I knew you were up. May I use your phone to call for help?" Maura thought it sounded reasonable enough, not that she was feeling particularly rational. Her head was pounding and she was slick with sweat from the nausea caused by the shock of the fall. With a shaking hand, she slipped the chain off, pulled the door wide, and Buster ushered the woman in. "So silly, really. I was visiting a friend, driving home, and it just conked out at the end of the drive. I saw the lights and hoped I'd find somebody up. I don't fancy walking home this time of night," the woman trilled as she stepped into the kitchen. Her voice was grating on Maura's already throbbing nerves and head. "No, of course not. Help yourself. The phone's over there," she said, waving a weak and trembling arm towards the wall-mounted phone. She was feeling grim, and the edges of her vision were starting to blur. Afterwards, Maura could vaguely remember Buster whining and the woman's face falling as she said, "Oh my goodness, are you all right?" When she came to, cheek pressed into the cold lino, Buster licking her hand and whimpering, the woman was gone. Scared away by the dramatics, no doubt, she had chosen to face a walk home rather than deal with a beaten-up woman passing out in a strange house, especially one as strange as this. It was all Maura could do to stand up, let alone lock the door again. Her head was pounding, and her stomach roiled its objections. Buster's whining was grating on her and making her wince in pain, the sound of it like chalk squeaking on a blackboard repeatedly. She didn't even have the strength to shout at him. There was no way she was going to make it up the stairs in one piece. Everything hurt too much, and she knew that if she pushed her luck, she'd pass out again. She made it to the morning room sofa by a combination of wild staggering and clinging to various bits of furniture. She collapsed on its cushions and allowed Buster's now plaintive, wheedling song to lull her into a fitful, black-cloaked sleep. The dog woke her, snuffling at her bruised face, still complaining. She groaned. Her head was pounding. Her mouth was dry. Her body felt as if it had been bitten by every tread of those stairs. The worst hangover of her life hadn't felt this bad. Peering at Buster through squinted eyes, she rolled herself off the sofa, assuming he wanted to go out. "Okay, boy. Give me a minute." Buster was scooting to the door and back in a wild loop of anxiety and whining. It took all of Maura's will not to shout at him. She needed a pee too, but moving was painful, and if he wasn't careful, the dog would have her over again. All right, I'm coming, you demanding little so-and-so." In the hallway, Buster didn't bolt for the kitchen as she'd expected, but instead began to claw at Gordon's door. The first maggot of anxiety started to squirm when she noticed that the chain had been put on. Since that first night, and considering his constant drugged state, she hadn't bothered with it. Gordon could barely amble to the cloakroom, let alone go walk about anywhere else. She must have done it in her stupor after the fall. The second arrived when she opened the door and noticed that Buster had hunkered down and was whimpering on the threshold. She'd grown used to his various noises, but this one was new. It sounded like distress. Gordon lounged in his chair as usual, mouth open, jaw hanging, but this time he wasn't snoring. This time, there was a blue tinge to his lips, and his eyes were open, frozen and empty. This time, his fingers didn't twitch on the arms of the chair, but lay stiff and still and clawed. This time, he wasn't just sleeping like the dead. Oh, bloody hell. She leaned over and checked for the pulse in his neck, just to be sure of what she already knew. His skin was tepid and lifeless, and no pulse, however weak, flickered beneath her fingers. It seemed wrong to leave him like that, but she had no choice. She had to ring someone. Though she knew with certainty that he was dead, she had to ring an ambulance and go through the motions. Her hands were shaking when she fumbled for her mobile, unlocked it and dialed 999. She'd walked into the hallway to make the call, as if it was disrespectful to speak in front of the dead man, as if he might be unaware of his own demise. As the call connected and she said, "Ambulance, please," the front door resounded with a loud knock that vibrated through the house like a single, resonant death knell. Buster howled. Chapter 12. D.C. Gallen watched as the paramedics did their thing and confirmed what he already knew. They were going through the motions, but it was clear to everyone that they were hours too late. The nurse seemed to be in a state of shock, as well she might be. This wasn't ideal for anyone. She looked like hell, too, and had given him some garbled story about dead birds and falling down the stairs, and some strange woman pitching up in the dead of night. She'd said she'd found the old man dead just minutes before they arrived, and he believed her, but knew Kelso didn't. Kelso could be a pain in the arse sometimes. She had no subtlety and was staring at the woman like there was no need for a judge and jury. He'd sent her off to make tea, much to her disgust. Though he believed the woman, something was off about the scene, and given the reason for their early morning visit, his senses were on high alert. Too many things were happening in too short a time around this house, and, for Gallon, every red flag was flying like semaphore for dead wrong. One of the paramedics gestured at him to leave the room, and once out of earshot of Maura Lyle, said, "Something's off about this. We're going to contact the GP, but I think he's going to want the coroner involved." Gallon sighed and nodded. His gut told him to believe Maura, but the dead man, with his staring eyes, clawed hands, and blue mouth, told him something different, as did the bruises and scratches on Maura Lyle. They only had her word she hadn't bumped the old guy off during a struggle, and despite the tale she'd told, there was no dead bird. He was finding it hard to fit her with a motive, but evidence was evidence, no matter how apparently circumstantial, and his gut had failed him before. Kelso was backing through the baize door with a tray of tea, looking so grudging it was almost painful to see. He really didn't like her, but didn't get to choose his colleagues, and he reckoned she only put up with him because she fancied Paul. She dumped the tray in the room where Maura said she'd slept on the sofa. Gallon followed her in. "She was right about the doctor coming out last night. There's a prescription with yesterday's date on it pinned on the fridge," Kelso said. "I reckon she was covering her ass by calling him out. There's a whole heap of meds out there prescribed for Estelle Hall, and it looks like that's what she's been feeding him. I bagged it up." Gallon could tell. She still had her gloves on. "So you think she bumped him off?" Kelso pulled a face. "Pfft, of course she did. Have you seen the state of her? He went for her, she lost it, and put a pillow over his face. Bleeding obvious. Don't tell me you bought that bullshit about the bird in the bloody attic." Gallon shrugged and reached for a cup of tea. "Best see what the boss thinks after the coroner's been, I think. GP's on his way, so until we get the say-so, we sit tight, ply with tea, and just take a statement, okay?" Kelso rolled her eyes at him. "Oh, and take those gloves off. She's not stupid and we don't want her on the defensive." If looks could kill, Kelso would have been doing 10 consecutive life sentences. He felt reasonably forgiving of her attitude most of the time. He'd been young and full of the same zeal once. Now he was counting down the days to retirement. "Fetch her in then, and don't let her touch the body." Kelso paused at the door. "Have you told her about the other one yet?" Gallon shook his head. "Not yet." He hadn't had a chance to tell her why they'd been on the doorstep at 8:30 on a Sunday morning, and somehow he figured that the murder of a woman they believed to be Estelle Hall in a holiday cottage in Suffolk wasn't going to be her priority that day. Maura wasn't stupid, and it didn't take long for her to figure out that Gordon hadn't slipped peacefully away in his sleep, or to realize that all fingers were pointing at her. She had the impression that Kelso would have arrested her on suspicion of existing, let alone murdering a vulnerable old man. Gallon was a little less enthusiastic, but he was still looking at her as if she was the love child of Harold Shipman and Beverly Allett. As more police arrived, followed by a knackered-looking Dr. Barrow and, shortly after, someone from the coroner's office, she began to realize that she was in deep shit. When the men in paper suits started to pour in, she started to feel she might implode from the injustice of it all. Not that she wanted Gordon's killer to go unpunished. She just wanted them to aim their dirty, judgmental looks at the right person. She had little idea how long she'd lain on the kitchen floor the night before. It had clearly been long enough for the woman to do something terrible, but the more she told the story, the more they all looked at her as though she was a fantasist. Though no one had said directly that she was under arrest, she could see Kelso was itching to give her the spiel that would constitute her rights. When D.S. Poole arrived, and the whole place had been turned into a crime scene, she felt as though her fate had been sealed. And the minute he walked into the morning room and nodded at the uniformed officer who was keeping her company, she knew that was it. He didn't even need to say the words. Of course they thought it was her. Who else could it be? It was clear they hadn't believed her about the woman, and the bird was gone. As she walked out to the waiting car, she wondered just how long he'd been waiting to get his own back on her, and just how happy this day must have made him. The final insult was added when he placed his hand on her head and pushed it into the car before slamming the door. 23 hours in custody, 4 sessions of taped interviews, what felt like 30 cups of tea, and one sleepless, uncomfortable night for all concerned hadn't made a bit of difference. Maura Lyle was sticking to her story. Poole and Gallen were looking through the video recordings again, trying to pick up some nuance, some subtle hint that she was lying, but neither of them could spot a thing. The forensic medical examiner had poured water on it in the first few hours, stating that, in her opinion, Maura Lyle's injuries were not consistent with defensive wounds, but were consistent with a fall down the stairs. Kelso had argued it and pointed out the scratch on their suspect's face and the claw marks and bruises on her arms. She'd wound her neck in when Gallen reminded her that the injuries had been there prior to Gordon Henderson's death. The scratches on her arms were older than a few hours. A small infection had set into one, proving they weren't an artifact of Gordon's death. Kelso hadn't wound it in so far that she didn't try and make that into a motive, though. In private, Poole and Gallen had agreed it would be a good thing when Kelso moved on. All that zeal, when not backed up by common sense, became wearing. Poole would have liked to say it to her face, but could live without the accusation of sexism, even though he'd have readily admitted that Kelso had bigger balls than he did, and his were just fine. "What's the verdict then, boss? We can only hold her for another hour, and I can't see we have grounds for an extension. We either have to charge her or let her go." Poole sighed and rubbed his tired face with the palms of his hands, as if the action would iron out the lines and erase his exhaustion. The DI's waiting on path results. There was skin under his nails and fibres in his mouth. We know he was asphyxiated, but we don't know yet whether it was her who did it. All we really have, given she isn't going to confess to it, is a load of circumstances. Gallen agreed with a solemn nod. For what it's worth, I don't think she did kill him. Neither do I, but that's not a good enough reason to let her go at the moment. Someone killed him. And don't let Kelso hear you say that, she'll have us pegged for fools. Gallen chuckled. Already has, hasn't she? Probably, Poole mumbled as his mobile began to ring. He turned away from Gallen to take the call, and was glad he had, because he was aware of his jaw dropping. When the call ended, he turned towards his colleague. Preliminary results are in. The fibres in the victim's mouth don't match anything Maura Lyle was wearing, or any fabrics we found in her possession, all that were in the house. Looks like they came from something woolen, like a scarf. Gallen pulled a surprised face. This woman she kept going on about. I can't recall her mentioning a scarf. Poole shook his head. She didn't, but did say she was feeling faint and dizzy at the time and hadn't taken much in. True. What about the DNA? The DI ordered a rust job, didn't she? Poole nodded. She did, and here's where it gets really interesting. The skin scrapings from under Henderson's nails don't match anyone in our database, and they definitely don't match Maura Lyle. Gallen threw his hands up. Great, so she's off the hook and we have no bloody idea who we're looking for. Poole held a hand up. Whoa, you didn't let me finish. The DNA doesn't match anyone we have on record, but it does match with the remains that were found on the building site. This time it was Gallen's jaw that dropped. Chapter 13. Maura didn't know whether to feel angry or relieved when DC Kelso, who was looking entirely resentful about the thing, told her she was free to go. Had Maura been in possession of a cup of tea at that point, she might have thrown it in the smug woman's face. In a brief fit of retrospect, she was glad she hadn't, as she doubted she'd get away with assaulting a police officer twice, and it was clear from his attitude that Poole hadn't forgotten the first time. When she'd been arrested, she'd been wearing her pajamas. Now she was wearing a paper suit. The custody officer apologetically informed her that her clothing wouldn't be released from the evidence room until a later date. She was just about to lose the plot and kick off at someone when Gallen intervened. It's all right, I'll drive you home. With her chin in the air, Maura responded with, You'll have to drive me back to the Grange. My bag, keys, and car are there. Gallen shrugged. Whatever, I'll go and sort a car. Follow me. Gallen left her standing self-conscious and shivering on the steps behind the station while he located a pool car. A few yards away, DS Poole was finishing a cigarette. Maura was fully aware of his presence but refused to look at him. Bad enough the bastard had arrested her, let alone that he should get to watch this further humiliation. She had been poked, prodded, scraped and swabbed at his behest, then stripped to her bare skin and given a paper baby grow to wear. All she had on her feet were the boots they'd allow her to put on at the Grange because they'd bagged and tagged her slippers. Her socks had been taken, as had her dignity, along with the last vestiges of her self-respect. Poole had to walk past her to get back into the building, and he had to use a key code to do that. It was hard to ignore someone who was standing a foot away from you. "For what it's worth, I was only doing my job," he said. Maura couldn't resist. She knew she should keep her mouth shut, but it was out before she could hold it back. "It's not worth much. Didn't the Nazis say that at the Nuremberg trials?" He raised an eyebrow and the ghost of a smile twitched at the corners of his mouth. "Touché. You know, if things had been different way back, I'd have asked you out myself." She knew exactly what he was referring to and gave him the most scathing look she could muster. "And I'd have told you to go fuck yourself." Gallon was halfway up the steps and her words stopped him in his tracks. Ready?" he asked, hesitating, looking from her to Poole and back again. Maura nodded, gritted her jaw in anger and followed him in silence, her arms wrapped around herself in a vain effort to preserve her modesty. Mike Poole was the biggest asshole she'd ever met. No, that was wrong. Richard had been the biggest, but Poole came a close second. Not surprising, given that they were brothers. The journey back to the Grange was tense. Gallon was acutely aware of his passenger's quiet rage because it was seeping out of her in an almost tangible fog of hostility. He couldn't blame her. Most people weren't going to be happy after being arrested, even if they were released without charge. There seemed to be more than that fueling her mood, though, and his guess was that it had something to do with his boss. He wasn't sensing just righteous indignation, but something much deeper and darker. Kelso had tried to pass on gossip, but he'd zoned her out. He was uninterested in her prattle unless it was job-related. It reminded him too much of being at home and having to listen to his wife. However, he had to admit to being curious about the link between this woman and his boss. Plus, the atmosphere in the car was becoming unbearable. "So, what's the deal between you and D.S. Poole? Is there some history there?" He had his eyes on the road, but knew he'd speared her attention. "No comment," she said. He smiled. "I'm not asking as a copper. I'm asking as one human being to another." "Huh. You mean you people are capable of human feeling?" Who knew? There was a lay-by just ahead with a burger van that sold relatively decent coffee, and he pulled in. As he parked, she looked at him as if she was worried she'd gone too far, and that he was going to do something dreadful to her. She looked awful. The bruising had come out on her face, and her eyes looked hollow, as if the spark of life inside her was hanging by a thread. His gut was telling him she was a person teetering on the brink of her self-worth, and that it wouldn't take much to push her over the edge. He had a daughter not much younger, and if he'd ever seen that look in her eyes, he'd have wanted to do something about it. There wasn't much he could do for Maura Lyle, but a bit of decency and compassion might help. He got out of the car without speaking and went to the boot to retrieve the coat he'd put in there earlier. Opening the passenger door, he passed it to her. "Here, put this on. Yeah, I know it's not much, but it's better than what you've got." The paper suit they'd given her didn't cover much. It had been designed to be worn over clothes, not to replace them. She took it and looked away from him, and he had the impression that she was about to cry. "I'll get us a coffee." He put her drink on the roof of the car and fumbled in his jacket pocket for the packet of tissues he always carried. He was prone to hay fever, and over the years had come to realize that a clean hanky was a useful thing. He handed her one to mop up the tears that were beginning to stain his coat. When she seemed to have got a grip on herself, he passed her the coffee and got back into the car. He hoped she didn't want sugar in it. He didn't fancy getting moaned at for messing up the car. "So why are we all such monsters in? I mean, I know you must be pissed off about being arrested, but you're not stupid. You know we were just responding to a suspicious death and have to do our jobs. And you also know we're not Nazis. Yeah, I heard that bit too." She sniffed, wiped her nose with a tissue, and looked at him with eyes that had benefited from their recent bath. "It's not that you have to do your job. I'm a decent person. I respect your job. It's how some of you do it. It's the attitude that some of you have." He sipped his own drink. It was too hot and made him wince. How do you mean? She sighed and stretched her neck, moving her head from side to side as if the action would ease the knots and aches of a fool in a night in a cell. Have you ever been arrested? It was an odd question, but one he could answer easily. No, of course not. Well, I just have, for something I wouldn't do. I just found out I'd been duped into working for nothing, but out of a sense of decency I stayed on because I have a duty of care and a bit of compassion. And I was accused of murder. I was stripped, put in this humiliating noddy suit because your custody surgeon couldn't find me anything else, and grilled like a sodding kipper for 23 fucking hours. And you know what? Yes, I do feel guilty, not because I had anything to do with Gordon Henderson's death, but because it happened on my watch. It happened while I was in his house and supposed to be taking care of him. It was my job, and I failed. She had raised her voice in distress and anger, and Gallon felt himself lean away from her. But surely you want us to catch whoever did it? Of course I bloody do, which is why I'm so fucked off you thought it were me. All that time your oppo spent putting me through that shit, and the real culprit is out there. I've been humiliated, accused, badgered, and ground down just because I happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And yeah, I've read the stats. Most murders are down to someone who was close to the victim. I get that. I get why you had to question me. Of course you did. But you can't expect me not to be bloody upset about it. Not only that, but an innocent old man is dead. A man I have cared for, fed, washed, invested in. So forgive me if I'm a little hacked off right now. She made a fair point. He couldn't dispute it, and there was little he could say that would redeem the situation. Instead, he passed her another tissue. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. She gave him a snort of derision, but took the tissue anyway and thanked him. That's the second time I've heard that today. Oh yeah, DS Paul said it too. By the way, none of my business, I know, but what is your beef with him? Changing the subject felt like a good idea. It's personal. Gallon had been taking a sip of coffee, but ended up snorting it instead, which raised the first flicker of a smile on her face, but forced him to reach for a tissue and clean himself up. I gathered that. I heard on the grapevine that you slapped him one, he said, dabbing at his shirt front. Look, I'm a copper, I ask questions, it's what I do, he said, by way of explanation for his blatant prying. I did, but under the circumstances, he chose not to press charges. Lucky you. She pulled her face. Yeah, lucky me. Look, if you're really curious about all this, I'm sure you could ask him. Or pull the records or something, or ask your snitty colleague. She gives the impression she knows all about it. It's not something I relish having to talk about. He could see that, and much as he was curious, it seemed impertinent to press her further. She'd already had her dignity pared to the bone. He threw the remains of his coffee out of the window and started the engine. Let's get you back to the Grange and some semblance of normality, eh? She stared at him as if he was mad. Normality? What's that when it's at home? Looking at it from her perspective, he couldn't argue. Maura wasn't sure if Gallon was being nice or just fishing for salacious gossip. It was hard to trust someone who a few hours before had been trying to get her to admit to murder. It was even harder to try and like him, yet she felt inclined to, if only for the loan of the coat and the gesture of coffee. It had nearly killed her to cry in front of him, and all she wanted now was to get back, get her stuff, and get on, which meant going back home, whatever that meant these days. The Grange was in chaos. Gordon's body had long since been removed, but the sense of him and what had happened lingered in the mess the police had left behind. Maura found Cheryl in the kitchen, standing by the sink with her rubber gloves on and looking like the heart had been ripped out of her. She appraised Maura in the paper suit and boots, with her bruises and stringy hair. Jesus, what happened to you? Maura could only assume she meant her physical state and not the fact that she'd been arrested. I fell down the stairs and got accused of murdering Gordon in his sleep. Yeah, I know that, Cheryl said, rolling her eyes in that way that made her look like a child trapped in an adult's body. Bloody obvious you wouldn't do anything like that. I can't understand why they even thought it. I told them it wouldn't be you. Maura was mildly chuffed by the vote of confidence. She'd always thought Cheryl disliked her, or at best was indifferent. Cheers, but unfortunately at the time it would have been difficult for them not to think it was me. She told Cheryl the story of the woman with the broken-down car and the fall. She didn't mention the bird or the foray into the old part of the house, Just said she'd fallen down the main stairs. Cheryl could be funny if her rules were broken. So who was she then? What did she look like? Cheryl asked, as if Maura had been keeping the identity of the stranger from everyone just for kicks. If I knew that, I wouldn't be standing here dressed like a dick, would I? She'd developed a grudging fondness for Cheryl, but her patience and nerves were wearing thin, and stupid questions were stretching them towards breaking point. All right, I was only asking. By the way, they took your clothes, so I don't know what you're going to change into. Neither did Maura. I'm just going to get whatever they did leave and go home. Cheryl threw her gloved hands up in the air and slapped herself down on a chair. I don't know where any of this leaves me. I mean, with her ladyship and him bumped off, there's no one left in charge, is there? What am I supposed to do, just walk out and leave everything to rot? What do you mean, with her ladyship bumped off? Cheryl's eyes widened. Did they not tell you? It was her they found in that holiday cottage in Suffolk. It was on the news. That glimpse on Gordon's TV. Gordon alive and well, and her with only her bitterness to worry about seemed so long ago. Weeks, not a day or so. It was Maura's turn to slap down into a chair. Good job I had an alibi for that, then, was all she could think of to say. Cheryl narrowed her eyes. Did you? I never said when she was killed. Maura's mouth fell open, then Cheryl laughed. I was only joking. Said you wasn't the type, didn't I? Having just spent one of the worst days and nights of her life, Maura didn't see the joke, which she was convinced could only exist in Cheryl's fuddled mind. She felt like slapping the woman and putting her straight, but there would be no point. Cheryl was most fixedly Cheryl. Instead, she felt herself begin to shake from the inside, as if a small earthquake was brewing and mounting in her gut. It rippled through her in mountain waves like liquid shock spun out in a centrifuge. She thought she'd had her cry in the car with Gallon, but this was something different. She couldn't stop it, and it was turning her into a blubbing wreck. The only thing she seemed able to do was hug it in by wrapping her arms around herself and rocking. Gritted teeth and a jaw clamped shut contained the howl she wanted to release, but dare not. Cheryl looked at her in horror. Oh, bloody hell, I'll fetch you some brandy. It's about the only thing the bastards didn't take. Maura doubted she could drink the stuff if she tried, let alone get the glass to her mouth without the vibrations in her body shattering at first. But she watched Cheryl go with gratitude, not for the brandy, but for the moment's peace. Cheryl didn't leave her for long, but came back with a cut crystal tumbler full of brandy that had matured longer in the decanter than it ever had in the barrel. The smell alone made Maura's stomach revolt against the thought of it, though it did have the effect of smelling salts and allowed her to start anchoring herself back to the moment. She was finally slammed back into full reality by the sharp end of Cheryl's elbow, which was nudged into her shoulder in a vicious-feeling jab. There's a man wandering about the courtyard, Cheryl said in a loud whisper. At that moment, Maura couldn't have cared less if a troop of performing monkeys had been in the courtyard, but Cheryl was doing the thing of clutching her collar and looking scared. Don't worry about it, Maura said, still focusing on the shudders, which had all but reduced to shivers by then. The chill of the house penetrating the paper suit and licking her skin could excuse the shivers. Violent shuddering was weakness, and shock in her book, therefore unacceptable. There had been nothing but shock since she'd come into the house, and she ought to be hardened to them by now. Don't worry about it, she says, with a bloody murderer on the loose. Maura gathered her wits and peered out of the window, where a middle-aged man in a suit was looking up at the house and making notes on a clipboard. I think you'll find that the police are looking for a woman, Cheryl. And what do you think he's going to do, beat us to death with his clipboard? Cheryl harumphed. Well, you never know what's going to come to you, this place. Maura remembered the bird and had to concede she had a point. Although her insides still felt as though they'd been through a meat grinder, she steeled herself to tackle the stranger. Give me your cardigan. Eh? Do you want me to go outside and tackle him like this? She said, gesturing to the paper suit. It seemed to take Cheryl a second or two to comprehend. Then, with an "oh, right," she peeled off her cardigan and passed it over, trying unsuccessfully to hide the scratches and scars on her arms. Maura knew self-harm when she saw it. She'd noticed the fine silver lines when Cheryl had shown her the damage Gordon could do. But she wasn't there to look out for Cheryl's mental stability. She was barely hanging on to her own. Maura pulled the cardigan on, smelling cheap perfume and sweat. It was still warm from Cheryl's body, and it felt like she was putting on someone else's skin. The thought did not improve the state of her stomach. Bracing herself, She downed the ancient brandy, winced, shuddered, and allowed the heat of it to carry her to the door and out into the courtyard. "Excuse me, may I help you?" The man looked up from his scribbling and looked at her, his eyes widening as he took in the white suit. "I thought the police personnel had vacated." "They have, I work here." He consulted his clipboard. "You must be Miss Nixon, then?" "No, my name is Maura Lyle. I was Mr. Henderson's nurse." He took a step back, as if she might be concealing a weapon inside Cheryl's cardigan. "I thought you'd been arrested." "I've been released without charge on account of the fact that I most certainly did not kill my patient. Now, would you mind telling me who the bloody hell you are and what you're doing here?" She expected him to admit he was a reporter, snooping around and hoping to get some low scoop on whatever story the media had been peddling. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card. "Stephen Chapman, solicitor. I am the executor for Mr. Gordon's Henderson's estate, and you, Miss Lyle, are currently trespassing." Maura looked at the card and handed it back. She had no interest in the man or his imperious attitude. "No, Mr. Chapman, I am collecting my belongings and leaving." He seemed taken aback by her manner, which she knew was harsh but couldn't help. "I'm only doing my job. It's my responsibility to look after the estate's assets," he said pointedly. Maura looked him up and down in the same manner he'd looked at her. It's surprising how frequently people use that line as an excuse for rudeness and bad behavior. "You better come in while I get my things so you can make sure I don't run off with the family silver." She led him towards the back door. "Aren't you a bit quick off the mark? I thought you had to apply for probate." She could feel him bristling behind her. "I can assure you that all due processes will be lawfully applied. I am merely here to make inventory." Maura smirked. Rattling him had been more satisfactory than it ought. However, the consequence of her own rudeness meant he did stand over her while she collected her belongings and escorted her to her car. Stubborn to the last, she put her few bits and pieces onto the passenger seat and turned to him. "Permission to go and say goodbye to Bob Silver? Or are you worried I might stuff a windfall apple into my pocket?" He gave her a mildly scathing glance and moved out of her way. The walk down to Bob's dwelling was arduous. It had rained during the night, and the ground in the orchard was wet and had caused the brambles and brush beneath the trees to unfurl, ripping her paper trousers to sodden shreds. By the time she got there, she was in as big a state of shambles as Bob's home. He'd been packing, which, for him, seemed to mean rearranging the rubble. It was hard to imagine where all the detritus had lived before he'd started to sort it out, or rather move it from one jagged, dusty pile to another. Bob sat in the middle of it, splayed and drunk in a tatty armchair, the remains of a bottle of cheap white cider on the floor next to him. There was no glass. He'd chugged it straight from the bottle by the looks of it. Maura reached out to shake him, then thought better of it. She'd already been accused of bumping one old man off. Best to leave him to it. She was surprised there was no sign of Buster, and imagined that he was wandering the woods while his owner slept. She'd become quite fond of the dog and was sorry not to see him. A photograph lay beneath Bob's slack fingers, and she slid it out, being careful not to disturb him. A young girl's face stared up at her. A child's face with Bob's eyes, but not his chin. She guessed it must be the lost Louise, and that thinking about his daughter had fueled his binge. She put the photo onto the arm of the chair and left him to it. The walk back to her car was slow and plodding, not so much due to the terrain this time, but from the weight of sadness that sat on her shoulders like a sack of coal. No matter the distance she put between herself and the Grange, she couldn't shift the heaviness of it, not even when she reached her own home and put her key in the door and unburdened herself of everything else. The dog is straining against the lead, whimpering through the muzzle I had to make him wear. The old man loves this dog, and the dog loves him. Bloody simple creatures, the both of them. Bob Silver wouldn't know what was under his own nose if it leapt up and bit him, sad old bastard. But the bloody dog was after the bird, and I couldn't let him have it. Poor thing, he was on his last legs anyway. I'm surprised he lasted so long. And the bloody dog was with me, bastard thing. I don't know why I shot the dog. I hate hasty reactions. Maybe deep down I wanted to rob the old man of his peace of mind, if the old bones hadn't done that already. I can't keep the dog. He'll give me away in a heartbeat. He'll make me visible. People only ever see what they want to see, and I'm invisible. But people like dogs better than they like each other. Dogs draw attention. He'll have to go. I'm good at disposing of unwanted things. I've always been good at that. Chapter 14. The Essenfield sales office had been shut since the bones had been unearthed. Not that it had made much difference. Though many people had made the trip to the estate, it hadn't been to buy houses. The only messages on the answer phone were from journalists asking for a statement from Eric Perlman, messages he swiftly deleted. "Go and unlock the showroom," he said to the sales office manager. "We need to get this business back up and running." He wasn't lying. The development was being financed by a series of phased payments from a hard-to-convince consortium, and any further delay in sales would make them even more jittery than they already were. He'd already had to pay a fortune for new advertising, knocking thousands off the sale prices just to drum up interest in what the local paper had now decided to call his life's work, the killing fields. It couldn't get much worse, but being a man who liked his glass half full, he figured the only way was up. Until he heard the scream. A sound so chilling it drained the colour from his face quicker than fate emptied that glass. 3 current murders and a set of remains, all linked either by marriage, medicine, or genetics, had brought the DCI out of his office and into the Essenfield show home. Paul didn't know whether to feel honoured or criticised. The fact of the matter was that they were being criticised from much higher up than the DCI. Esther Hall's murder, and there was no doubt that it had been murder, was being dealt with by another team on another patch, and Paul's team was still playing catch-up. Everyone was still reeling from the old man's murder and busy looking for an unknown woman with no reliable description who may or may not have been at the Grange as Maura Lyle had claimed. All they did know was that the DNA from the skin scraped out from underneath Gordon Henderson's nails matched someone who was related to the bones that had been unearthed on the building site. Now they had another body to deal with, but whether this one was suicide or murder, they didn't know at that point. They hadn't cut him down yet, a source of further distress to the woman who had found him and her boss, Eric Perlman. A man clearly known to the DCI. Paul suspected some Masonic connection, but couldn't swear to it. The DCI was in the sales office, handing out the tissues and topping up the whiskey, while trying to explain that they weren't being callous or disrespectful, just doing their jobs. What was it Maura Lyle had said? That was it, that they were Nazis. Paul suppressed a smile. That woman really didn't like him. Still, he couldn't suspect her of causing this death directly. She'd been locked up when this one had died. A good job for her, or he might have been pointing fingers. The body that hung stiff and rigid like a grisly chandelier from the banister rail of Perman's flagship house was Dr. Philip Moss. Which meant they'd have to talk to Miss Lyle again, and she wasn't going to like that one little bit. Maura wasn't a big drinker, but there were times she wished she was. A vat of wine might have gone down well if she could stand the taste of the stuff. Cheryl's ancient brandy was still making its presence felt, ghosting about in her stomach like a nauseating oil slick. Looking around her meagerly stocked kitchen, she realized it would have to be coffee, and black at that. She had thrown the last of the milk away before leaving for the Grange. Going to the local shop wasn't an option. She felt drained, battered and bereft, and would rather survive on black coffee and dry cornflakes than face the world at that moment. Bad enough she'd had to phone her manager and explain her absence from work. Even worse was that she was now required to attend a meeting at HQ rather than turn up the next day and carry on as normal. It was all getting way too much. For a fresh start and a chance to move on, Karma sure had kicked her when she was down. She picked up the card that had been waiting on the hall floor when she'd opened the door. The bloody thing had compounded her mood into something even more unbearable than it had been before. She tore it in half. There was no point in rereading the message before disposing of it. She already knew Sarah was sorry. It was always the if that got to her. I'm sorry if what I did, said, created, got involved in hurt you. If. Like there was any doubt. Like there could be an available alternative view that simply required Maura to look at it differently. You slept with my boyfriend, Sarah. What do you mean, if you upset me? She said aloud, as she slammed her foot on the pedal of the bin. In Maura's view, Sarah was a narcissistic little moron and always had been. It was only the fact that they were sisters that had ever clouded her judgment. Such was the conundrum of family loyalty and obligation. The card just served to remind her that, no matter what her own wishes were, Sarah would just do what she damned well liked and continue to insert her presence into Maura's life. As she stuffed the white suit into the bin on top of the card, the doorbell rang. The noise startled her. As far as she was aware, no one knew she was there. It was tempting to freeze, pretend there was no one home and hope that whoever it was would just get off her doorstep. The bell rang again, longer this time, a continuous buzz that indicated the caller had no intention of going away. She had a bizarre sense of anxiety, as if she'd been caught in the act of doing something wrong and was about to be pilloried for it. The feeling mutated into anger when she opened the door and saw D.S. Poole standing there with his finger on the bell. Behind him stood a weary-looking D.C. Gallen. "You have got to be kidding me. What now?" Poole glanced behind at his colleague in a gesture that suggested he'd known they wouldn't get a warm reception. "May we come in? You're going to insist, so there's no point in me arguing, is there?" She opened the door wide and ushered them in. Poole walked in with a familiarity she wished he didn't have, while Gallen followed with an apologetic, conciliatory shuffle on the doormat, as if his pretending to wipe his feet would redeem them both. She led them into the lounge, a room that was frigid and cold since she'd decimated it during her clear-out. "Take a seat and feel free to tell me what I'm supposed to have done now." As Poole began to tell her about their most recent discovery at Eston Fields, little bits of her already fragmented heart started to crumble into a layer of silt that felt like it would choke her soul. She could barely believe what she was hearing and sat, her face contorted with confusion, as Poole's words hit home. "So," he said, "we need to go back over, in detail, what took you to Esson Grange. You mentioned before that Dr. Moss had arranged it." Moira was still reeling. "Have you told his family? Someone should tell his family." "The detective inspector will be taking care of that, don't worry. As long as you don't send that Kelso woman. No one needs that on the end of such news." Poole's surreptitious glance at Gallen and the DC's flushed face told her that they had indeed sent Kelso. The Moss family would have gained more comfort if they'd sent Beelzebub than they would from Kelso's womanly presence. From Moira's experience, the intrepid female DC would go in there with her evidence bag in one hand and handcuffs in the other, meanwhile radio for backup in case the family tried something funny. She snorted with laughter at the thought. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. It's not funny. I'm just all over the place with everything that's happening. I'm so sorry." Gallen smiled at her and passed her a tissue as the tears began to burgeon again. "Don't worry, love. It's been a traumatic few days, we understand." Moira took the tissue. "Do you? Or are you going to pull the good cop, bad cop routine on me?" Poole stared at her as if he was in no doubt which role he'd be playing. "We just need to establish Dr. Moss's movements and interactions prior to his death." She blew her nose. "All I can tell you is what I told you before. That's all we need. You said before that the agency told you he'd asked for you specifically for the job at the Grange." She nodded. "They said I'd been asked for by name. I only realised it was him when I turned up there and heard him talking in the kitchen. I just put two and two together and assumed." "And you were told there was a private patient who needed temporary care?" "Yes," she said through gritted teeth. She had been over this what felt like 1,000,000 times already. "And you didn't question that? You just accepted the job on spec?" She felt a flush of embarrassment creep into her cheeks. The more that aspect of things got mentioned, the more she felt a fool for not having grilled the agency for more information. Poole was right. She'd been an idiot to walk into something so blithely. "Like I told you, and as you already know, I'd been feeling pretty pissed off. A change of scene seemed like a good idea. They were in a hurry and needed an answer, so I said yes. They seemed relieved. The recruitment manager dropped in the check and the address on her way home that night. I assumed I was doing them a favour, stepping in to save the day and all." It sounded more stupid each time she had to say it. "Why you in particular?" Gallen asked. It was a good question, and one she'd been pondering herself. "The same as I told you before. I suppose it was because he knew me, knew I was only at work part-time, so would be available. He also knew I wasn't enjoying being on my own. I assumed he thought he was doing me a favour too." It was killing her to admit weakness in front of them, especially in front of Poole. She had already cried and been regarded with sympathetic glances. To her they stung just as much as that regrettable slap she'd delivered to him. Pride and embarrassment were mingling with shock and distress and making her more and more uncomfortable. "Tell us again your thoughts on Dr. Moss's connection to Estelle Hall and why you think it was more than a doctor and patient relationship," Poole said. The flush deepened. She felt as though she was being asked to play amateur sleuth to his great detective just so he could sneer at her and shoot her down in flames. as if they hadn't tortured her enough with the questions about Gordon's death. But another man was dead, another man she'd known, and something about Paul's demeanor had shifted. He seemed worried and genuinely interested in what she had to say this time. It was a mite easier to speculate when you weren't being accused of murder. I don't know. It's stupid, really, and I have zero proof. Just a hunch. Probably just trying to make sense of a really odd situation. I knew Estelle had power of attorney over Gordon's affairs. She'd signed the check that bounced, and I'm sure I remember Cheryl saying something about it, so logic suggested she'd been behind the land sale. I assumed big money had changed hands for that, so when the check bounced, I speculated that she and Dr. Moss might have been in cahoots in trying to do a runner with Gordon's money. I knew by then that the whole broken hip scenario was bogus because you told me, she said, nodding towards Galen. When I realized they'd been doping Gordon up, I suppose I convinced myself it made perfect sense. It explains a lot, and believe me, when you spend any time in that house, you'll cling on to anything that makes sense. It still doesn't explain why you in particular were chosen to be the nurse, Galen said. Moira shrugged. It didn't. I know. And the only thing I can think of is that because he knew I'd been off sick, that I'd been suffering from depression and was only just phasing myself back in, he thought I'd be needy and desperate. Not many people would do private work like that. Most hate working in people's homes because you get treated like a servant. I don't know, it's the only scenario that might fit. It stuck in her throat to have to say that to Paul, to admit that the incident between them might have been because she'd been mentally unstable. She guessed he knew that already, but even so, she didn't want to have to confirm it. After they'd gone, Moira sat in her hollow home, listening to the ticking of the clock and thinking. She'd told Paul about her theory, that Dr. Moss and Estelle had been having a relationship and had diddled Gordon out of his money. She'd even suggested that Dr. Moss had killed Estelle and then himself in a fit of remorse. She had become a regular Miss Marple with her theories, though even she had to admit some of them were as tenuous as a game of Cluedo. All Paul had done was raise a single eyebrow in a gesture that might have been curiosity, but could equally have been guarded derision. The black coffee she'd made for herself sat on the table in front of her. She sipped it, grimaced, and pushed it away. She needed milk. She also needed to return Cheryl's cardigan. There was a shop in Essen Weir, not far from Cheryl's house. There was also a shop 300 yards from Moira's, but it held less appeal. There would be no answers there. Amidst the dusty tins of beans and shriveled potatoes, the murky business of the Grange was drawing her back, and, as weak a link as it was, the cardigan was her only excuse to return. Connie and Cheryl Nixon lived in a bungalow, one of a small row owned by the council and located on the edge of the village. The bungalows were all pebble dash and privet, and like the Grange seemed out of their time, as if the 1950s had come to roost and never left. The only nods to the present were the posters in a few of the windows. Stop the development and save our village. The Nixons' home advertised no such objections and sat benign and beige in the middle of the row. The Connie who opened the door was a different woman to the one who had visited the Grange a few days before. She seemed diminished, lost, and not entirely pleased to see Moira. "Oh, it's you. What do you want?" "I came to bring this. Cheryl lent it to me earlier." She held out the cardigan, which Connie just stared at. "She's not here. I assume she's still fanny-arsing around at the house." Moira was shocked. "Have the police questioned her yet? About Gordon?" "Question both of us. We've nothing to tell him. We were home here, as you well know." "I expect they're trying to find out about Miss Hall and Dr. Moss." "Pfft. Asking the wrong people, then. Cheryl don't notice anything that don't concern her, always been the same. I could tell him a tale or two, but it's old news, nothing to do with what's happening now." Moira had to agree. In the short time she'd known Cheryl, she'd noticed that the woman was quite insular in what she chose to see. Even the broken window and exploding light bulb had only been relevant to her in that they had been an inconvenience to her routine. "Maybe old news would shed light on what's happening now. Did you tell the police you had information that might help them?" she asked, meaning the story about the missing woman and child. Connie shrugged her thin shoulders. "They didn't ask, so I didn't tell them. They just wanted to know where we were and if anything unusual had happened recently, like if anyone had visited who didn't normally. I only know what Cheryl tells me, which isn't much. Besides, what I don't know can't involve me, can it?" Moira hadn't driven all the way back to Essen Weir just to bring the cardigan. She wasn't entirely sure what she had come for. Confirmation, she supposed, but she did know it lay in what Connie might know. I'm asking. Will you tell me? Connie narrowed her eyes. Why are you so interested? You didn't want to know the other night. Yes, well, I hadn't been arrested on suspicion of murder then, and we were only dealing with one body, not 4. I take it you've heard about Dr. Moss. Connie nodded and seemed to weigh the pros and cons of talking for a moment. All right, I'll tell you what I know, and you can see what you make of it. You better come in. She led Maura into the bungalow's compact kitchen, which was festooned with yellow gingham and smelled of boiled cabbage and the ghost of old gravy. The room was immaculately clean, yet full of organised clutter. Someone was a collector of novelty spoons, condiment sets, and the kind of plates that were sold as limited editions from the back pages of the Sunday supplements. This jolly, colourful kitchen was in stark contrast to Connie's abrasive manner, as if she'd set all her softness outside herself. Unless the homey efforts were Cheryl's, which Maura felt might be more likely. Poor Cheryl, buying scraps of comfort to add a bit of colour to her life. Connie offered Maura a seat on one of the gingham-clad chairs and busied herself making the Nixon trademark weak tea. Once it was made, poured, and the first scalding mouthful sipped, she began her story. I never worked there like Cheryl does. Things were different then, and that bloody door stood for a lot more than it does now, or did anyway. It was strictly upstairs, downstairs, and even though I never lived there, I knew my place and was reminded of it every day. I'd like to say I didn't care, but I did. It irked me. The only difference between me and them was that they had money and I didn't, so I suppose we each had something the other wanted. They didn't want to do their own dirty work, so they paid me to do it. Only thing is, you never know how dirty the work is going to get. Maura listened with patience. She had long known people needed time for their stories to unfold, and that if you insisted on all the action coming first, the important bits, the subtle clues, the things that were the most telling could get lost in the rush. She gave Connie an encouraging smile, but the fact that the woman's skinny fingers were trembling wasn't lost on her. You could tell that the wife, Jane her name was, had married him for the money and the house. Let's face it, what woman could love a man like Gordon Henderson? Oh, you just knew him as an ornery old man, but he was never much different. He was an awkward, snotty bugger, always caught up in his own concerns and couldn't have cared less about anyone else. I should know. He never gave a shit about me. He pretended to at one time, but even now I think it was just for the pleasure of seeing me make a fool of myself. You see it a lot in families like that. Second-born son left to hold the fort while the prodigal goes off like some conquering hero. I never knew much about the brother. Like I told you, he went off to Africa, was a farmer or something. They had land out there, and it's where the money had come from, so I was led to believe. Anyhow, Jane Hall married Gordon Henderson and brought her sister with her as some kind of companion. Their father was a missionary, apparently, knew the family through the Africa connection. I always got the impression it was some kind of arranged thing. Not like the Asians do it, but like some gentleman's handshake thing. Do you know what I mean? Maura thought she did. She'd lost count of the number of older ladies she'd nursed who had lived their lives with mild to moderate depression, often the direct result of being pushed into marriage with unsuitable men chosen by their families. Love had rarely come into it, but status and connections had, and women of that generation had been given few choices, especially those of a more genteel disposition. Connie continued her story. Well, if I'm honest, she was never the full ticket. A highly strung type lived on her nerves. It was Estelle, her sister, who ran everything, and she was always a calculating little sod in my mind. Never missed a trick, that one, and she always ruled the roost at the Grange. Still, I was just there to clean up after them, so who was doing what wasn't really my business, and I suppose they rubbed along all right for the most part. That doctor they found, though, he was around a lot. At least once a week, either seeing to Mrs. H and dosing her up, or seeing to the kid. The kid? Whose kid? Maura expressed surprise at this. She'd never noticed anything at the Grange that suggested there had been a child there, except the teddy, of course, which still lay on the back seat of her car. It was the second time Connie had asserted that there had been children at the Grange. Connie looked at her with impatience. Well, I'm just about to tell you, aren't I? They had a daughter, Barbara. Sickly thing as a baby. Never saw the light of day if they could help it. She was a Mongol. Do you mean she had Down syndrome? Maura would have been the first to agree that some aspects of political correctness had gone too far, but the labelling of people with difficulties and disabilities with such pejorative names as Mongol, spastic and so on, did offence her sensibilities. Even a woman of Connie's age should know such terms were divisive and unacceptable, though Maura had a sneaking suspicion that was exactly why she chose to use them. Connie scowled at her. You know what I mean, and I'm not being offensive. It's what they were called back then. Maura forced a smile. She wanted to hear the rest of Connie's story, but that single word, they, had confirmed her suspicions that, though Connie was clearly a bright and canny woman in many ways, she was also ignorant and bitter. Her story so far was fascinating, but the subtleties of it were even more compelling. She'd been carefully selling herself as the financially disadvantaged yet morally superior innocent bystander. Maura wasn't quite sure which one of them Connie was trying to convince, but she knew a lie to the self was a powerful shield against reality. She added a sorry to the smile to urge the woman's story along. Connie considered the apology for a moment, seemed to roll it around in her mind and find an acceptable place for it. With an almost imperceptible nod and a barely conscious humph, she recalibrated her place in the tale and continued, to Maura's wry amusement. Anyway, as I was saying, the doctor came to see the kid a lot. She used to have violent tempers, screaming fits and all sorts. Between her and her mother, it was hell on wheels in that house sometimes. I was bloody glad of that baize door some days, I can tell you. At least I got to turn my back on it. They were the ones who had to hide the shame of it. Gordon couldn't live with the fact that he created something so imperfect, so he turned his back on it too and took his comforts elsewhere. She said it with a derisive sneer and seemed to drift off into some kind of bitter memory sequence at the thought of it. Maura felt the need to give her some encouragement, afraid her censure had driven Connie back on a more guarded and defensive version of events. What happened to Barbara? I had no idea there had ever been a child. Connie snorted. Well, you wouldn't, would you? They weren't exactly proud of her. Not the kind of kid whose photo you put on the mantelpiece, is it? I mean, you don't show that kind of thing off to people. As for what happened to her, Estelle had her put into her home. They could manage her when she was little, but by the time she got to teenage, well, it was out of hand. She was a big thing and strong by then. She was bloody dangerous. Grabbed hold of me once and nearly broke my bloody arm. Had to be locked in her room most of the time. That was the first time they brought someone in to look after things. It didn't pan out, though. Shortly after was when they had her put away. Maura wondered if Connie was aware she was rubbing her forearm at the memory of it. It wasn't such an unusual story. When she'd done her nurse training, the old hospital had been full of people with learning difficulties who had been put away in the 60s, 70s, and even the 80s. Things might have moved on, but not as long ago as most people like to think. Out of sight was out of mind. There were still hundreds of institutions populated by the relatives people hadn't wanted and chose not to think about. Still hundreds of mothers grieving for the children they'd been forced to give up. And still people, no doubt, who didn't want to know or thought it couldn't happen like that anymore. Well, to be honest, it was probably the best thing for her. Being with her own kind and with people who could look after her, but it caused problems. I reckon it was why Mrs. H walked out. She packed her bags and just left. I went in one day and she was there, moping about as usual like the ghost of Mrs. Bloody Rochester. Then went in the next day and she'd gone. I often wondered if she'd only stayed because of the kid. I mean, you'd never have got the impression she loved the girl, but even so, she was a mother. Had to stand for something, I suppose. Maura thought about the way Connie had spoken about Cheryl in front of her, and suppressed the urge to raise her eyebrows. It would appear mother love wasn't the simple thing she'd like to believe it could be. From her own bitter experience, she knew that. Her own mother had hardly been a shining example of the breed. The thought of it caused a pang, like the echo of a chime from her body clock, striking 2:30 late. She'd never know if she'd have been a different, better type of mother now. Single at 38 meant it was unlikely she'd ever have kids. It was a depressing thought. Well, things were pretty quiet for a bit after that. You wouldn't think old Gordon had even noticed his wife was gone. Not that he'd ever paid much attention to her before, to be honest, but that doctor kept coming. To see him this time, or so he said. Regular as clockwork twice a week, but I reckon it was Estelle he was coming to see. I always did think there was something between them. Maura nodded her agreement. That much seemed obvious now. But he was married. Connie snorted. Since when has that made any difference to men? Cheryl's sperm donor was married, didn't stop him stringing me a line and leave me in the lurch and cleaning up his messes and doing anything I could just to make ends meet. They're all the bloody same. And I call him the sperm donor because he was never any kind of father, wouldn't even acknowledge her as his. Maura had to consciously choose to believe that wasn't true for fear she would end up like Connie. Bitter, resentful, and living a sad, lonely life, only punctuated by the arrival of the next limited edition souvenir piece of tat. Connie had a point, though. Some men did do that. Some even portrayed you with your own sister. Anyway, Connie continued, it was all pretty quiet until they got news that his brother had died. Then the wife and kid turned up. I told you about that the other night. I'm still convinced it's her they found on the building site. Maura had gathered that from their previous interaction. She couldn't call it a conversation because it hadn't been. What makes you so sure? Well, it stands to reason, doesn't it? With her in the picture, Gordon Henderson and Estelle would have been out in their ears. The whole lot was hers by rights. Maura frowned. Well, that might have given them a motive for not wanting her around, but it doesn't prove anyone did anything untoward. What makes you think they did? Connie leaned forward, close enough that Maura could feel the woman's warm, pear-drop breath on her skin. Well, they packed me off pretty damn quick. And believe me, Estelle Hall wasn't a woman inclined to do her own cleaning. She was a hard-nosed cow, always out for number one. She wasn't the type to give up easily, so when I went back to argue the toss, there was no sign of him, not a trace. Did you ever ask what happened to them? Not her, I didn't. She only spoke to me to issue orders, but I asked him, Gordon. He told me they'd never been there, that they'd died in that air crash in Rhodesia with his brother. He told me I didn't know my own mind. Well, all I can say is I know what I saw and I know what I heard. Maura had to wonder. The image of the spilled suitcase in the cellar sprang to mind. The passport with the brother's name lying on the floor beside it. Did you ever talk about it with anyone? Tell anyone about your concerns? Connie looked away and began to twiddle with the rings clustered on her fingers. A mottled purple flush had begun to creep across her crepe paper skin. Connie? Maura urged. I did. I told that doctor. Next thing I know, I'm called in to see her ladyship, Estelle, and given a whole lecture on discretion, gossip, and the importance of loyalty, cheeky bitch. She told me the woman and child I saw were her cousins from Africa, not Robin Henderson's family, that I'd made a mistake and had been casting aspersions, and if I wanted to keep my job, I needed to respect the confidence of my employees. Well, I needed the money, and who was I to argue? And that was it. Connie, maybe she was telling the truth and they were her family, not Gordon's. What makes you so sure she was lying? Connie looked towards the ceiling and sighed. I was the one who answered the door to him, and I can picture it now. A young woman and a kid. She told me her name. Clodagh Henderson. Maura let this soak in for a moment. Her tea had gone stone cold. Not that it mattered, because all she could think about was that suitcase in the cellar. You said before that you thought the body they found might be her, yet you didn't seem this upset then. Connie pursed her lips and swallowed. Well, it was just idle gossip then. I wasn't that serious. But now, bodies turning up left, right and centre. Well, it makes you think. And what I'm thinking is, what happened to the kid? Maura thought about the mouldering teddy and wondered which child it had first belonged to. The tragic Barbara or the mystery boy. Either way, the sight of it had caused Gordon a great deal of distress. What's more, Connie said, the tremor in her voice becoming more pronounced, is that there's a killer out there, and he's targeting everyone connected with the Grange. What's to say I won't be next? Like any of it had anything to do with me or our Cheryl. We're as much victims in this as anyone else, and it's not as if we've been given any choices. She tacked the last bit on, like an insurance policy. Maura's mind was mixing and mingling the things she'd been told, and adding a dash of personal experience. She hadn't forgotten the woman who'd turned up at the Grange the night Gordon was killed. And who's to say it's a he? Connie shrugged. It's got to be a he. Women don't do that kind of thing. They're much more cruel, I reckon. There's women I know who are capable of much worse than murder. Women like to make you suffer. Just makes me think, what if it's the kid grew up and he's come back to take his revenge? I mean, he might remember me. Maura had no idea where Connie was going with her story. So far, her dealings with the woman had led her to believe that Connie Nixon was a self-serving, twisted woman, hell-bent on muddying the waters just to ensure her own safety. Maura had had enough of her for the time being. It felt like Connie was rewriting history to suit her own ends, and painting herself as an innocent bystander. She'd already admitted that she'd turned a blind eye because she needed money and security. There was something profoundly unpleasant about Connie Nixon, and Maura's gut told her she was dealing with someone who was first and foremost out for number one. Whatever the real reason of the Grange, Connie's version felt skewed. I think we're just going to have to let the police do their job, Connie. It's all we can do. I hope Cheryl's okay. I don't like to think of her in that house on her own. "Oh, don't you worry about our Cheryl. She knows when to keep her mouth shut and when to open it. Like the three wise monkeys rolled into one, that one." It was a cryptic response, but Connie Nixon was a cryptic woman. If it had been anyone else, Maura might have asked her what she meant, but instinct told her that Connie wouldn't tell her much that was worth knowing, or anything at all that didn't serve Connie Nixon first. Maura left the house more confused than ever by the malevolent old woman and her tales. Whatever had gone on at the Grange over the years, her instinct was to take everything Connie said with a large handful of salt, because a pinch wouldn't be enough, even if just a single grain of it was the truth. Poor Connie. Her pigeons are coming home to roost and she doesn't like it. Not one bit. She'll get hers, don't you worry. I'm not happy that they've let the nurse go. That was not in my plans. Maybe I made it too complicated, too much wishful thinking. If you want a job doing well, you have to do it yourself. It's the only way. Her time will come. I'll make sure of that, but for now it's time to deal with the curtain-twitching bitch and her daughter. Time to set the cat among those pigeons of hers. Time to make them pay for their part in this. I can see her now, staring through the window as the nurse is leaving, clutching her cardigan around herself with her skinny fingers. She looks like she thinks a storm is coming, and she's right. I am. Chapter 15. On Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., Maura was sitting in her manager's office trying to explain why she'd been arrested and released without charge. It was not a story the head of nursing wanting to hear, and her disapproval was tangible. If Maura hadn't been able to feel it rolling off the woman in thick pulses of dismay, she would have been able to see it in the pinched expression and pursed lips. "Well, Maura, I really don't know what to say. This certainly isn't the kind of thing we expect our nurses to be involved in, and it's hardly conducive to maintaining professional standards of trust and respect," she said. Maura was tempted to explain that she totally agreed, and that she hadn't exactly expected to become embroiled in a murder. Not that she'd been given a choice. Cold-blooded killers didn't stop to chat about their moral compass being off-kilter before they got down and dirty. Instead, she just nodded at her boss and hoped she'd managed to pull off a suitably contrite look. "I'm tempted to suggest that you take some paid leave. However, having consulted both your union representative and the UKCC on this matter, and given that you haven't been charged with anything, I don't have grounds to press you to do that. But I would prefer it if you made that choice yourself. Given that you've recently had so much time off anyway, it might do you some good." The thought of it horrified Maura. There was no way she could face endless days rattling around in the house on her own with nothing better to do than think, "I'd really rather just get back to my duties." There were those pursed lips again. "I thought you might say that. In all conscience, I don't feel it would be appropriate to allow you to work alone in the community. I'm not questioning your competence, but should your involvement in this matter become public knowledge, I do have a duty to reassure people they can rely on our staff." The implication was clear. Until another suspect had been apprehended and charged, Maura was under suspicion. If not from the police, then from her own employers. She could feel bile rolling in her belly at the injustice of the situation, but knew there was little she could do or say. Her boss was going to be judge and jury on this one. "So, what do you suggest?" she said, her tone as grudging as her acceptance. The woman sighed and tapped her pen on the desk several times, as if questioning her own wisdom. Maura had the distinct impression that if there had been grounds for instant dismissal, her sorry ass would have been out of the building already. Finally, the woman spoke. "I think the only solution under the circumstances is that we second you to none of the wards for the duration of the case. That way we can reassure people that your practice is being closely supervised. We'll keep you on your 2 days a week phased return too." She was arse-covering and they both knew it. "Which ward?" Maura asked with ever-grudging resignation. "Dugdale. You'll report to the charge nurse there. You'll be paid your current grade, but for now we'll operate in the role of staff nurse. You'll be supervised on all medication rounds too. I'm sorry, Maura, but I have a duty of care to protect the trust's reputation here, as well as yours, of course." The token concern was accompanied by a weak smile that Maura would cheerfully have slapped off if such a thing had been acceptable behaviour. Instead, she returned the favour and smiled back. She really did need to work on her temper. The urge to lash out at people was getting out of hand. "Dugtail. That's EMI, isn't it? It's not an area I have a great deal of experience in." The weak smile turned smug. "Well, I'm sure you'll be fine, and dealing with the elderly mentally ill didn't seem to concern you too much when you took on your private role. Touché. She was over a barrel and she knew it. Okay, when do I start? This afternoon. You're down for a late shift. It was a fait accompli, done and dusted before she'd even set foot in the office. The thought of shift work just about put the cherry on the cake. Must I do shifts? I've worked in the community for years. It's been a long time since I did shift patterns or even worked on the wards. Besides, I'm certainly not au fait with long-stay patients anymore. That's how wards function, Maura. It is what it is. You can, of course, always take the paid leave option. The whole thing was starting to smell like an attempt at constructive dismissal, and Maura was having none of it. No, it's fine. Dugdale it is. Will that be all? She was dismissed by a curt nod and left the office carrying her festering discontent as if it were a struggling toddler about to have a tantrum. To heap insult upon injury, the manager of Dugdale Ward seemed to think Maura couldn't make a cup of tea unsupervised, and so set a young student nurse to shadow her, which meant she wanted someone to keep an eye out and make sure Maura didn't inadvertently bump off any of the patients while no one was looking. Where Maura went, the student went too, even at one point following her to the toilet and making both of them feel grossly uncomfortable when the destination became clear. It wasn't the kid's fault. She seemed like a nice girl, though Maura had been too preoccupied to catch her name properly and thought it was either Keeley or Kaylee. She couldn't remember which and was too pissed off with the situation to ask. Remaining undecided as to which it might be, she'd managed several hours of avoiding addressing her directly. Life had been so much easier when the staff had worn badges. So, now we've cleaned and sorted the clinic, how about you introduce me to the patients? She suggested to the girl. There were only so many different enemas and dressings she could stand to stock check in a shift. Keeley, or Kaylee, or whatever her name was, seemed reluctant. I don't know. Michaela said just to keep you busy for today. Maura suppressed a sigh and wondered just how heavy her boss had needed to get to persuade the ward to take her at all. Okay, though I don't see you're going to learn much from counting packs of Norma Sal or stacking Inco pads. What about coursework? We could go through that and I'll help you if you like. The girl thought about it for a moment and smiled. Yeah, okay. I'm doing a case study on one of the patients. Maura smiled back. Despite recent experiences, she wasn't completely inhuman yet. Brill, lead the way. The girl seemed more eager when she was confident Maura wasn't about to run amok on a killing spree, and happily chatted about her college work as they left the clinic and made their way back to the office. Once there, she pulled out her folder and showed Maura what she'd been working on. It was hard to choose someone at first. I mean, it's elderly care, right? So most of them are going to have Alzheimer's, and that's been done to death. Not that it doesn't interest me, it does, but it's not, like, that intriguing, really, is it? She prattled on while Maura kept smiling in what she hoped was a benign manner. She'd like to have put the girl straight, but as she was the resident persona non grata, figured it was best to stay silent at that point. So, then I came across JJ. She's a little bit different from the rest. She's been in hospital for years and years, so I figured she would be a good example of the long-term effects of institutionalization. I mean, she's been here since 1989, which is what? 26 years. And before that, she'd had frequent admissions. Maura interrupted just to show interest, really. What was she originally treated for? The girl was warming to her subject. Well, that's where it starts to get interesting. The old records state she had a nervous breakdown. Of course, we don't call it that these days, do we? So I started to look into her case, and I'd say she was suffering with endogenous depression and OCD. She said this with a triumphant little smile, as if she'd just solved an age-old psychiatric conundrum. Maura nodded. Interesting. They like their old-fashioned blanket terms, eh? So, what led her to being here long-term? Kaylee, or whatever her name was, beamed with excitement. That's when it gets really interesting. Up until 1987, she'd been treated with drugs and ECT. She'd have short periods of comparative wellness, go home for a while, then end up back in hospital. Not this one, of course, the old one, the asylum. Maura remembered it well. A huge old place like some Gothic mansion with long, green, painted corridors and rambling passageways that led to turret rooms and hidden, lockable wards. It had even had its own shop and a ballroom with a sprung dance floor. It had been quite a place until they pulled it down and built a Tesco superstore on it. She'd completed some of her own nurse training there just before it closed, and still held personal opinions on the value of asylum in the truest sense of the word. People found little safety and sanctuary in the community in her experience, and there was still some argument for those vast places, that they had never outweighed the arguments against them. "I did part of my training there," she said, almost nostalgically. Plus, it was where she'd first come across Dr. Moss. He'd been a doctor there, too. There'd been a bit of scandal, if she remembered rightly, but it was a long time ago, and she wasn't keen on thinking about Dr. Moss at that moment. Not after what he'd got her into and what had happened to him. The girl seemed impressed. "Did you? Wow, I'd have loved to have seen it. Those places were fascinating. So if you were there, do you remember a psychiatrist called Dr. Meakin?" Maura cast her mind back. It had been 6 months, back in the late 90s, and she hadn't been much older than the girl. A lot of years had passed since then. Very vaguely. I think he'd retired by then, but the name rings a bell. I think I remember a portrait of him in the entrance hall. Why? The girl gave another small yet triumphant smile. Well, he ought to be more well known. He was the last psychiatrist in England to carry out a transorbital leucotomy under ECT. Maura raised her eyebrows. Blimey. I thought that kind of barbarism had died out by the 1950s in most places. The girl shook her head. Not here, it didn't. They didn't do many, but he did the last one in 1982, just before the Mental Health Act came into force. And he did it to JJ. That's why she ended up here long term. It left her with severe epilepsy that couldn't be managed at home, so her family dumped her in hospital. Poor woman. Poor woman indeed, Maura thought. Leucotomy was known by most people as lobotomy, and a transorbital leucotomy was a piece of crude surgical butchery which involved hammering a spike into the brain via the eye socket and wiggling it about a bit to destroy part of the brain thought to govern personality. It had been believed that it would improve mood stability and make people more docile. Sometimes it did, but it also left some people emotionally detached, some as gibbering idiots, and some dead. The fact that the girl's patient had ended up with chronic epilepsy came as no surprise to Maura. There were good reasons why the practice had died out, though most didn't know it did still happen in rare cases, but that they had sanitized it by calling it neurosurgery. Procedures that were carried out in a theatre, with men in masks, using state-of-the-art equipment, were much more palatable, even when those men were still deliberately destroying areas of someone's brain. The only real difference now was that the patient's informed consent was needed, and an ethics panel had to clear the procedure. It hadn't been that way in 1982, way before Maura's time, and though she'd never come across the procedure, she'd known it had gone on and nursed people living with the results of it. Maura had been absently scanning through the girl's essay while she'd been talking, noticing more the poor grammar and lousy spelling than anything else. "So how has JJ fared since coming into hospital full-time?" she said, passing the essay back to the girl. Kaylee was more confident now. She'd warmed to her theme and was emboldened by Maura's interest. "Come and see for yourself. I'll introduce you to her." They found JJ in her room at the end of the ward, a tall, insubstantial shadow of a woman with translucent skin that had the texture of cheap tissue paper. The smile she gave to Maura was toothless and habitual, something she'd learned to do on command and not because she felt any warmth. "Say hello, JJ. This is Maura, our new nurse." The girl's tone was naive, indulgent, and well-meaning, but the patronizing essence of it still made Maura cringe. The woman gurned again and swung from side to side on her bare feet as she placed her sticky hand into Maura's. "JJ, JJ, JJ," was all she could say. Maura let the sticky hand go and resisted the urge to wipe her own on her trousers to get rid of the unpleasant sensation. She watched as JJ went back to what she'd been doing before they'd come into her room, circling it with her shoulder, nudging the wall and repeating the same 2 letters over and over again. After 2 full circuits of this mindless loop, Maura could stand no more and walked out of the room quietly. In the corridor, she turned to the girl. "I take it that's why she's called JJ. Is it all she can say?" The girl nodded. "She used to talk when she was first admitted, but according to her records, it's the epilepsy that's caused the ongoing damage. Personally, I think it's the long-term side effects of the drugs, too. For what I can find, she's been on everything going at some point over the years. She's like a soft little zombie." It was the perfect description and made Maura want to shudder and shout at the girl from her judgment of the fragile and intriguing JJ. "Do you still have her notes? I wouldn't mind having a read." It had to be better than being packed off to count the bandages again. "Sure, they're in the office. In fact, I've got to take them back to health records. As Michaela doesn't seem to want to give you a real job to do, why don't you take them back for me?" Maura had been about to give the girl a warning look. She might well be persona non grata, but like hell was she going to be a student's lackey. However, the prospect of time out of the cloying atmosphere of the ward seemed like a heaven-sent opportunity. Sure, I might as well go on my break while I'm at it. The file was thick and heavy. The girl had put it inside a tired old manila envelope to hold it together, for fear that some of its contents might get lost. The implication for Maura was that it wasn't going to be light reading. The quietest and most peaceful place in a hospital was never the library, as one might suppose, but always the chapel. In all her years of nursing, she'd never once been disturbed in a hospital chapel, not even by a chaplain. She'd often wondered whether God popped in for a bit of peace sometimes too, given how often people on the wards claimed he was talking to them. She had to admit she'd never sensed his presence among the blonde-wood pews and dust, and supposed maybe he was a bit like her, eager to go unnoticed. She found a discreet corner and pulled the file from the envelope, her breath stalling in her chest as she looked at the faded name. It seemed God did indeed provide in the strangest, most coincidental ways. The file proved to be the gift that just kept on giving. As she read, more and more pieces fell into place. It was like looking at a jigsaw puzzle without its lid, and fumbling about with the pieces until it was half finished, but complete enough so she could guess at the picture and fill in some of the gaps with her imagination. Only the fine details were missing. She might have doubted it, though the name was just a fluke, if she hadn't also found the document that recorded the leucotomy. Handwritten in Dr. Meakin's scrawl, which looked more like Elvish than English, she might have missed it, but the neatly typed document accounted for the whole procedure, including who was present. There was even a photograph, a macabre-looking image of an inert Jane Henderson lying on a table with a metal instrument protruding from her right eye socket. A faceless, unnamed nurse stood with her back to the camera, checking her patient's pulse, whilst Meakin stared imperiously at the lens, flanked by his assistant, Senior House Officer Philip Moss. The whole scenario was hideous, like the vile clickbait photos that turned up on the internet to entice those with a more salacious turn of mind. A consent form was attached to the document with an old treasury tag. Had Gordon signed away his wife's right to a thinking, feeling life with a single blithe flourish of his pen? Even if he'd made the decision with a heavy heart and sense of desperation, Maura couldn't forgive him now she'd met the result of his actions. Jane Henderson was an apparition, a shade, a revenant, unable to even utter her own name coherently. Whatever had been wrong with her, she hadn't deserved that. And she wasn't buried in the woods, just buried alive in a hospital, out of sight and out of mind. Knowing who had done this to Jane, knowing she had cared for a man capable of bringing about such a thing, made Maura's stomach lurch, her temper rise, and any vestige of guilt over Gordon's death take wing and fly like a bat into the shadows. Was a man capable of this also capable of the murder of an innocent woman and child? Perhaps, but it was hard to trust that Paul and his compadres would find that out. Kelso was a bitch, Gallon was a plodding fool, and Paul was an arrogant tosser. She had no faith in them and was fast losing any she'd had in anything else. The caring profession she so believed in had resulted in the creature that was now JJ. Her own incompetence had resulted in the man she'd been caring for ending up dead. She put the file back into the envelope and left her guilt over Gordon to roost in the rafters of the chapel, where it could wrestle with God of its own accord. She wanted nothing more to do with it. Chapter 16. Poole was buying. A pint for Gallon, a G&T for the DCI, Jack Daniels and Coke for Kelso, and an orange juice for himself. He never had been fond of alcohol, but accepted, though didn't understand, the urge to drink in others. He supposed he might be a bit of a control freak, and had been accused of it plenty of times, but overall preferred to think of himself as someone who kept his feet on the ground. Maybe the two things were the same. Mercifully, Kelso took her drink and went off to yap to the other DCs, and the DCI cornered himself with the DI, who'd not so discreetly bought herself a bottle of red. Poole was left with Gallon, who sipped his beer like a schoolgirl and didn't question the orange juice, saving Poole the lie of telling him there was a double vodka in it. They all knew he only ever stopped for one and always bought the first round, so he'd managed to maintain the pretense of being one of the lads for a long time. He wasn't a fan of the juice either, but sipped it anyway, and wondered why they couldn't all go to a cafe and have a decent cup of tea instead. He supposed they had an image to maintain, even though it had been cliched to death by TV dramas and had bred the need for them all to be seen as flawed yet brilliant. The thought of that made him laugh. As a team, they did the flawed bit superbly, but not in a compelling, intriguing way. It was more a bungle-it and lurch-forward approach that smacked of confusion and misapprehension. Still, who was he to deny them their fantasy that they were a crack team of slick professionals? All he knew was that they were getting slick at getting pissed and getting nowhere. "Penny for 'em?" Gallon said. Paul smiled. "Not worth the penny, mate." Gallon sipped at his pint, then stared into its depths for a moment, as if scrying for something. "I've been meaning to ask, what's the deal with you and the Lyle woman?" Paul sighed. He'd been waiting for someone to ask. "No big deal for me. A bigger one for her, though." Gallon shrugged, looking as if he was trying to imply this was just pub banter. "She said it was a personal matter, and that if I was curious, I should ask you." "Are you asking if I really let her get away with slapping me?" Gallon shrugged again. "I must admit, I'm curious. I don't really see you as the type to let that kind of shit go." "It was a while ago, and if I'm honest, I kind of deserved it at the time. Well, someone did, and I just happened to be the one standing in the way." "Oh, aye? How come?" Paul nodded and rotated his glass on its sodden beer mat. "I was seconded a few years ago for an undercover job. We were watching a group of activists, environmental campaigners, and had got wind of a plan that went above and beyond a bunch of hippies singing Kumbaya outside a nuclear power plant. There was a particularly noxious individual named Joshua Richards who had some previous for being involved in firearms and making fertilizer bombs. We'd never managed to pin him for anything, but had been tipped off he was planning a major incident at a planned rally. So I was watching him and feeding back like you do. Anyway, I got pulled off the job because my brother died." Gallon interrupted. "Bloody hell, mate, I had no idea. I'm so sorry." Paul pulled a face. "Don't be. Richard was a complete arsehole, a pisshead and a fuck-up. We weren't close, in fact, we barely knew each other. He didn't like me and I didn't like him, but you know what it's like with the powers that be. They insisted I take time off and I was seriously fucked off. We were so close to a breakthrough on that case. So bloody close. It all got rather complicated because my dear brother died in the cells. He choked on his own vomit after getting pissed and belting a barman when he wouldn't serve him anymore. The barman didn't want to press charges. Richard was just in cooling his heels over the night and the fucker died on us." Paul paused and took a sip of the warm juice, grimacing at the acidity. "Anyway, guess why my bro was out on a bender that night?" Gallon shrugged. "No idea." "Because his missus had kicked him out for shagging her sister in their bed. His missus was Maura Lyle." Gallon sat there, his mouth hanging open. "Shit. No way." Paul nodded. "Yep, afraid so." He didn't want to go into details. He'd had to watch a woman whose life had been shattered by his brother's problems endure the injustice of her situation, pay for his funeral, and tolerate other people's pity. He hadn't been kind to her in the aftermath. He'd been angry at Richard's death and his wasted life, and had accused Maura of being a fool, but mostly he'd been angry at being pulled away from a job he'd been so invested in. He'd taken it out on Maura and had regretted it ever since. The day of Richard's funeral had been the first and last time they'd met. He'd put a sting in his words and she'd put a sting in the slap. He guessed now that he'd deserved it more than she had. She'd stood by his brother when he hadn't, cared for him when he couldn't, done the honourable thing when he wouldn't. Paul had taken more than a slap from a woman in his time, and it seemed a little enough thing to let it go. It was just a shame no one else could. The truth was that he felt sorry for Maura Lyle. He'd asked for a transfer to his current division soon after, thinking life would be more cut and dried where he was now, but it seemed fate had developed other ideas. It had put Maura back into his path, and he'd had to declare a personal connection to her, which, though tenuous at best, had meant he hadn't been able to intervene after her arrest. He'd only managed to stay connected to the case on the promise that he'd keep any personal involvement out of the picture. Ironic when there was really no personal involvement, just two people thrown together by chance, and a man who had sucked both their souls dry. He gave Gallon the diluted version. "Like I said, I didn't have a close relationship with my brother, and like a twat I insulted her at his funeral. She was upset, understandably, and slapped me. It's as simple as that, really." Gallon raised his eyebrows, his mouth twisting into a gesture of what looked like a mixture of disappointment that the tale hadn't been more thrilling, and an urge to press for more. Paul shrugged. Anyway, I transferred here just after. The undercover op went tits up without me, and I'd lost the heart for all that cloak and dagger stuff by then. First time I saw Maura since was at the Grange when they found the bones. Something is connecting her to all of this, and I have no clue what. I have a feeling that her being at the Grange when all this kicked off was no coincidence, but hunches are just that until we can evidence them, eh? I don't suppose she'll ever forgive me for arresting her. Insult to injury and all that. Gallon nodded his head slowly. Bloody hell. Tangled webs, eh? She'll get over it, people do. Paul put his glass on the table. Indeed. Anyway, that's me. I'm heading home. See you tomorrow, bud, and let's hope we can join the dots and get a bloody picture. He stood and started to pull on his coat. Gallon drained his glass. Sure you won't stop for another? Paul glanced around the bar at his colleagues, all letting off steam like they had something to celebrate. 4 corpses and not a bloody clue was what they had. He gave Gallon a wry smile and shook his head. Nah, I'm off to bed. I'm bloody knackered. Chances were so were the rest of them. They were just more reluctant to go back sober to their boring and dismal lives than he was. He slipped away quietly and left them to it, walking to his car with his head weighing heavy with reminders. If he'd been forced to explain why he then drove 2 miles out of his way to pull up for a moment outside Maura Lyle's house and stare at the chink of light that filtered through her bedroom curtains, he'd have struggled to find a rational answer. But it's what he did, and what he felt like a fool for doing when he finally got home and walked into his own sober, dismal life. I wonder if Maura Lyle has any clue how many people have her under observation, or any thought as to what their motives might be. She's blissful and ignorant, yet in some way she has been the catalyst for it all. An innocent agent of destruction. A benign, unexciting thing in her own right, but in the right mixture capable of causing chaos of infinite proportions. In a way, it's quite funny, really. If any of this could be classed a laughing matter. Maura Lyle has no idea what she set in motion, of what she has undone. She has no idea what I have planned for her. She thinks the nightmare is over, but I'm not done yet. The dog whines through his plastic muzzle, a soft, plaintive sound. I hush him. Not long now, boy. Not long now. Only a few more to go, then it's over. Justice will be done. Chapter 17. The surprising sight of D.S. Poole in her place of work snapped through Maura like a static shock. She had contemplated calling him about the surprising discovery of Jane Henderson, but had plumped for calling Gallon instead, so it was the podgy man with the wild, weary expression she'd anticipated seeing that day. She knew she was blushing when their mutual, "What are you doing here?" questions smacked into each other, resulting in a haughty and guilt-fueled, "I work here," from Maura. "Oh, of course you do," he said, avoiding her eyes as much as she was avoiding his. They were standing in the hospital reception area, and she was aware of him watching her as she handed over a stack of internal mail envelopes to the receptionist. "I thought you only worked on Mondays and Tuesdays and that you were community-based," he said. "I do, but I'm working here temporarily, thanks to you." It was hard to keep the hostility out of her voice, but it was fueled more by shame than antipathy. He looked confused. "They're a bit reluctant to leave me on my own with patients after you arrested me," she hissed, keeping her voice low in front of the receptionist. It was probably common knowledge, but she felt no need to shout about it. "Ah, yes. Well, we do have to do our job," he said with an apologetic tone she consciously decided to reinterpret as smug. "But today is Wednesday, not your day, so my question stands. What are you doing here?" "They were short-staffed, it's overtime. And my question stands too. Why are you here? Have you found something else you'd like to level at me?" She could swear he was smirking at her. The corner of his mouth was twitching, and the bastard was pushing his tongue into his cheek to stop himself smiling. "Actually, I'm here to see Jane Henderson, Gordon's wife. Apparently she's an inpatient here." It was Maura's turn to suppress a smirk. "Yes, she is. It was me that called it in, but I was expecting D.C. Gallon to follow up. I figured you might have loftier jobs to do. As I'm feeling helpful, I'll show you where she is." It was hard to hide her satisfaction when she saw his eyebrows rise in surprise. Clearly he hadn't been told it was she who'd made the call. He followed her through the meandering corridors of the hospital. "You didn't mention when we interviewed you that you were aware of Mrs. Henderson's whereabouts," he said. "I didn't mention it because I didn't know myself until yesterday. Up until then, all I knew about her was that she'd left at some point in the past." "And you didn't think it would be useful for us to know she was here sooner than today?" His question was a little scathing for her liking. She was glad he was being his usual abrasive self. It made her feel less guilty about her dislike of him. "I finished my shift at 9:30 last night, my first ever shift on that ward. I made the call to DC Gallen first thing and left a message on his answer phone. For the record, so far our dealings with each other haven't made me feel particularly inclined to want to be useful to you, so I'd appreciate some credit for the fact that I have been. Whether it will be of use to you remains to be seen. After all, she is a patient in a psychiatric hospital." She knew she sounded like an imperious cow. It felt like her default setting for dealing with Poole, and this time it wasn't even his fault. Even though she had her back to him, at that point she heard him scoff. "Well, we'll see, shall we?" She knew she deserved it and winced, glad he couldn't see her face. They'd reached the ward by then, and Maura found it hard to keep her discomfort hidden as she opened the door. If Poole thought Jane Henderson was going to be helpful to him in any way, he was in for a huge surprise. The charge nurse was initially reluctant to allow Poole to see Jane at all, but Poole had whipped out his warrant card, explained he needed to inform Mrs. Henderson of her husband's death, and suggested that Maura accompany him to maintain the woman's well-being. It was meds round time, and they were short-staffed. The charge nurse didn't take much persuading. It wasn't until Maura escorted Poole to Jane's room, introduced him, and saw the look of utter dismay and pity on his face that she began to relent and accept that the man might have a human side after all. It was clear to both that Jane had nothing meaningful to offer him, and that he had nothing meaningful to offer Jane. The news of Gordon's demise barely registered as she looped the room, groping her way around the walls, whispering to the dead air in that haunting, docile way. Outside the room, he turned to Maura, his face pensive and concerned. "What happened to her?" Despite his obvious compassion for Jane, there was still some reluctance in Maura, an unyielding residual resentment of him and what he represented. She didn't disrespect the law, but she did have issues with a man who had left his own brother on the scrap heap of life. Most of Richard's problems had stemmed from the experience of them growing up in care as kids. Mike Poole had got over it, left it behind and made something of himself. Richard had been dogged by it all his life, and had bitterly resented his brother's success and reluctance to maintain a relationship. "I'm not sure I'm at liberty to discuss that with you," she said, knowing with a sinking sense of acceptance that she was taking her anger towards Richard out on his brother. Mike Poole had owed his brother nothing, yet Richard had expected love, affection, and a brotherly bond as his right, including forgiveness for being a selfish asshole. She should know the man had drained her dry for years. If she were being honest, she'd be the first to admit that Richard Poole was a man who took everything and gave nothing. It had just been easier to hate Mike than face the fact that he'd been right that day at Richard's funeral. She had been a fool. She had tied herself to a man who had become an albatross around her neck, and the humiliation of it was unbearable. She studied him as he raked his fingers through his hair and rubbed his face in a weary gesture of defeat. He looked exhausted, frustrated, and deflated. To her surprise, she felt sorry for him. She'd always known deep down that she'd shot the messenger, and that had seemed okay up until now, when she hadn't had to justify it and see the man, not the role he represented. "Look, Maura, I know you think I'm the devil incarnate, and I don't blame you, but can we just put that aside for a minute? I've got dead bodies piling up left, right, and centre, and you're involved whether you like it or not. So can we at least agree that now you're no longer a suspect, we just might be on the same side in this?" Maura felt like every shred of her professional ethics had already been compromised, either through the way she'd been treated or by her own spurious decisions in the past. She could have held firm. She had no obligation to tell him anything. But what had been done to Jane had kept her awake late into the previous night, had inhabited her early morning dreams, and was still preying on her mind. "Okay, you can buy me coffee, but not here. I don't want to talk about it here. I finish my shift in an hour." Poole looked around the corridor and nodded. "Okay, not here." Maura was well aware there had been budget cuts and that Paul's expenses might be on a tight rein, but she'd hoped for more than a McDonald's latte from a drive-through. But it would suffice. "I'll share if you do," she said, as they sat in his car in a quiet lay-by on the edge of town. "Fair, if unethical. But it seems we're beyond that," he said. "You first." She told him what she'd found regarding Jane's admission and treatment in the hospital. The story of the leucotomy caused a few raised eyebrows and created a deep frown that creased his brow and made him look more human, and more vulnerable than she cared to concede at that moment. It seemed he cared after all. An aspect of his character she hadn't allowed herself to contemplate when his boss had been sitting one side of a metal table and she'd been sitting on the other, being grilled like a cheap steak on a hot barbecue. When she finished, he thanked her, and the genuine tone of it made her ashamed of the grudge she had borne against him for so long. The feeling came as such a surprise she was forced to go backwards and cling to her dislike just for the familiarity. Antipathy towards him was a much more comfortable notion than the thought that she might have been wrong about him all along. The reality was that she'd likely been wrong about a lot of things, but she couldn't deal with that now. As promised, he returned the favour and told her what he knew. "It would appear your theory about a long-standing relationship between Estelle Hall and Dr. Moss might be correct. We also know she transferred a huge sum of money into a personal account shortly before she was killed. We're guessing she was expecting Dr. Moss to join her in Suffolk. Phone records show there were a fair number of calls from a recently purchased mobile phone to his number. We also know that whoever killed Gordon Henderson is related to the person whose remains were found on the new development." "Haven't you found out who that is yet? Surely these days you can tell." Paul shook his head. "Reality is not like TV. Forensic anthropologists are a rare, busy, and expensive breed. These things don't happen fast, but I'm expecting more information soon. All we do know is she was female and probably quite young. She was also naked when she was buried, and we found no trace of clothing. There are no dental records either. The only link between her and the current killings is the DNA match. Anyway, your turn. Anything else I should know?" She told him the little that she knew, repeating Connie's story about the family and the missing sister-in-law and her son. He didn't say much for a moment, just sipped his own drink and seemed to mull it over. "Sounds like a rather messy way to cover up some dirty secrets to me. But whoever is on a killing spree obviously knows what those secrets are." "Perhaps," Maura said, disappointed he wasn't interested in the story of the missing woman and child. But he too had met Connie and had probably made a similar assessment, that her word was about as reliable as a chocolate teapot. He dropped her back at the hospital and went on his way. Maura was surprised to find she no longer wanted to scream and rage at him. In fact, she'd found his company quite benign. It seemed her bitterness might finally be beginning to dissipate. That had to be a good thing, didn't it? The fact that the feeling was accompanied by a frisson of guilt wasn't quite so comforting. As she walked through the car park towards her own car, she spied a familiar face. "Mary," she called, waving to the one puddle of plump, grey-haired desperation she knew as Mary Baxter. The woman glanced over, gave a weak smile, and squeezed past the cars towards her. "Don't tell me Jamie's been admitted." Jamie Baxter had been one of her community patients, a fragile, often brittle man, but one she'd been able to keep at home with his mother. Mary shook her head, the movement full of weariness. "Not this time, but it came close. No, I was here for me today, over at the General, had an appointment. Jamie's not been good, though, not since you left. He just wasn't coping, and neither was I. You know what he's like, he dwells in the past too much, and half of it is a figment of his imagination. He didn't take to the new nurse." It was Maura's turn to shake her head. Guilt over abandoning her patients to meet her own needs was wound around her conscience like a coil of razor wire. All those months of recovery and getting over herself had been dogged by the feeling that she had let so many people down. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you. I hope someone explained why I wasn't." Mary sighed. "Not really. They just said you'd been seconded, whatever that means. Anyway, I've got to go or I'll miss my bus." "Let me give you a lift home. It's the least I can do." Her offer seemed to lift Mary's mood a tad. "If you're sure. I can't stand being on the bus with all the school kids. They do my head in. They stare and it makes me uncomfortable. There's only so many sniggers and comments I can take." Maura smiled and threw her jacket onto the back seat of the car. "Hop in. How come you haven't got your car today?" Mary sighed. "I wasn't sure how well I'd feel after my appointment, so I left it at home." It was fair enough. It occurred to Maura that she ought to ask what was wrong and what had necessitated the visit, but Mary had always struck her as a quiet, private type, someone who was uncomfortable with too many personal questions. On the few occasions she'd probed about family history or Jamie's childhood, Mary had been more than a little cagey. All Maura knew was that they weren't local, and that being a single parent to Jamie hadn't been easy on his mother. Mary was a woman who looked like she'd had many crosses to bear over the years. She wasn't the type to want to share the load. Once they were underway, Maura asked, "So what do you think rattled him this time?" Jamie was prone to obsessive thinking, which could frequently spiral out of control and lead to some pretty destructive behaviour. Mary was slumped in her seat like an old sack. Maura had seen her under pressure before, but never like this. Never on the point of defeat. She'd always quietly admired Mary's stoicism and ability to just get on with life despite her circumstances. "I don't know. He was quite settled, doing his thing, then he just started spiralling. Never seen him go down so fast before, and he refused to take his meds. I'd have ridden it out like usual, but he started getting aggressive." Maura raised her eyebrows and took a quick glance at her passenger. "He hit you." Jamie could be difficult at times, but his aggression was usually aimed at himself, not others. His usual coping mechanism in times of distress was to self-harm. The fact that he'd lashed out at Mary was worrying. Mary had begun to cry and emanate a quiet, desperate suffering into the space between them. Maura fumbled in the door pocket and handed her a pack of tissues. "Here. It never gets any easier, does it?" Mary sniffed, took the tissues but didn't open them, and instead wiped her eyes on her sleeve. "No. He'll be all right. We'll sort him out. I'll call him and keep an eye on him too, if you like." Mary nodded. She'd retrieved a tissue and was busy shredding it with her pudgy fingers. "He'd like that. He always liked you." "Good," Maura said, allowing herself a small smile. At least someone still did. "I can come up now if you like," she said, as they pulled into the street that led to the flats where Mary and Jamie lived. "It's a bit quiet round here today. Is there something on?" Mary ignored the question as she fumbled with the seatbelt. "Best not today, eh? I don't know what state he's in, but I'll tell him you're coming. I'm sure he'd like you to see him. I think you'll find him changed." Mary's smile was weak and her eyes distant. Maura could see that the woman had been under some strain. "Okay, how about I call around on Friday, about 2 o'clock, unless you'll be at work?" "No, I won't be working. Friday it is," Mary said. She dropped Mary outside the flat she shared with her son and pulled away onto the quiet road. It was odd. When she had visited before, the place had always been bustling. It occurred to her that she'd been passing the end of the road where Dr. and Mrs. Moss lived in a few moments. On a whim, she changed lanes and indicated. It couldn't do any harm to go and express her condolences. She hadn't seen Mrs. Moss for years. In fact, she'd only met her on a couple of occasions, and then only briefly, but she knew what it was like when people stayed away because they didn't know what to say. Besides, after what she'd seen in Jane Henderson's file, it was hard to resist the urge to look at the man's surroundings and reassess what she thought she knew about him. It would be equally interesting to reacquaint herself with the woman who had married the kind of man who could coolly stand by and assist while his lover's sister had her brain mashed to a pulp. The Moss house was at the end of a short gravel drive and was an understated, tasteful place. It was neat and attractive, with a quiet elegance that was in complete juxtaposition to the rambling ugliness of the Grange. Maura had never met Estelle, but she must have been compelling for Philip Moss to reject this home for the prospect of hers. Not that he had entirely. Well, not until shortly before his death, anyway, when it seemed they'd both wanted to walk away from the Grange. Maura was beginning to see just how much of a pull that house had. It wouldn't let you just walk away. Or somebody associated with it wouldn't. She parked on the road outside and walked down the drive. To have swept in with crunching tyres would have felt too obtrusive, given that Mrs. Moss had just lost her husband, and it wasn't as if Maura was sweeping in with anything other than her condolences. There certainly wasn't anything left to rescue for Mrs. Moss. The house seemed quiet. Too quiet. There was a stillness about it that was disconcerting, as if it was off-kilter with time, just a fraction of a second off the reality clock. It was an impression magnified by what Maura saw at the door. The immaculate white paint, had been marred by a streak of blood that was on the point of drying into a brick-red smear. It had been underlined with crime scene tape, which meant the police were more than likely still around. She peered at the mark, hoping the close scrutiny might make it into a figment of her imagination, make its presence impossible. There was no such luck, and, if anything, her attention made the thing bloom under her gaze until it seemed much bigger and more menacing than something the size of a thumbprint ought to be. There was blood on the door. The house was too quiet. There was crime scene tape, screaming a warning in loud black and yellow. One man had been killed while she lay unconscious in the same building. Another, a man she'd known, the man who'd owned this house, had hung himself a few hundred yards from where she'd been staying. There was blood and crime scene tape across a door she had been about to knock on, and she knew she'd be crazy to leave her own mark on it. She and Paul had called a truce, but only because he believed she was innocent. Third time lucky? She doubted it. If Kelso suspected she'd been in breathing distance of a bloodstain, she'd forego any sentiment of innocence until proven guilty. Maura was already convinced Kelso had a lifer cell ready and waiting with her name on it. She turned away from the door, swallowed any sense of decency, and quietly walked back to the car, surreptitiously eyeing the neighborhood for anyone who might have seen her. There was no one. It was part of the beauty of suburbia. High hedges and privacy hid a multitude of sins, including that of turning a blind eye. Dealing with an uneasy conscience was quite a different sort of guilt, and, as she walked, she felt as though she was dragging the last vestiges of her decency behind her in a makeshift body bag. Whatever had happened in Dr. Moss's house, she felt the urgent need to get away from it as quickly as possible and put as much distance between her and trouble as she could. Chapter 18. DS Mike Poole stared down at the body in the chair. By the looks of his surroundings, Bob Silver hadn't had much of a life, and his death looked like that of Gordon Henderson at first glance. However, the general opinion was that this hadn't been another murder as such, yet the man had died with a photograph screwed up and stuffed into his mouth. Bob appeared to have died from a stroke or a coronary by the looks of him, his passing lubricated by the application of alcohol, judging from the empty cider bottles. Either way, it would all have to be verified. No one could assume it was natural causes. The Socko had just bagged up the photograph, and Poole asked to see it. From the creased picture, a young girl peered up at him through the thin layer of plastic, her face all wide-eyed innocence. The name Lou had been scribbled in pencil on the back. No date, no surname, just Lou. A flash of something whipped through Paul's mind, like he'd seen her somewhere before but couldn't recall where. The feeling left something hollow and tragic in its wake, but he put it down to empathy for Bob, who looked as if he'd lived a small, sad life. "Who found him?" he asked. One of the uniformed officers called through the door, knowing better than to come in, clod-hopping all over a crime scene. "The solicitor came to serve notice to quit, found him in the chair just like you see him now." Paul looked around the ramshackle dwelling, more cinder-block garage than house, and said, "Can you evict someone from a shed?" The officer who'd answered his first question started to answer the second, but Paul put his hand up. It was rhetorical, don't worry about it. His phone vibrated in his pocket, telling him he had a message. The forensic anthropologist had arrived to assess the bones, and D.I. James wanted him back at the station. He instructed Kelso and Gallen to stay put and oversee the scene, brushed some dog hair off his sleeve, and turned towards the door where he paused. "That's the point. What happened to the dog?" Everyone else exchanged glances and shrugged, and Paul didn't have time to worry about it. "Someone find out about the dog, yeah?" A splintered human, stripped of flesh and sinew, lay on the table, with all its bones placed carefully where they had been situated in life. It wasn't even a carcass, just a collection of brittle, yellow sticks and lumps. The skeleton was so far removed from anything remotely resembling life that it was hard for Paul to connect the disjointed form with a living, breathing human soul. Yet she had been. The forensic anthropologist, Dr. Francis, call me Frank, Channing, had a touch of the cadavers himself. Tall, gangly, and spare, he bore a greater resemblance to the bones on the table than he did to either D.I. James or Paul. There was an ashy tinge to his skin, too, which only served to heighten the effect that the man had a foot in both camps, looking like he trod a fine line between the living and dead himself. Poole had read that dogs often resembled their owners, But it was the first time he'd noticed that human beings could take on and display the nature of their occupation through their appearance. Paul was pretty rattled himself. Perhaps that was how he personified his own profession, by looking half-assed and not quite up to the challenge. With a fifth body linked to Essen Grange about to hit the cold store, it was hard not to see it any other way. Call Me Frank was talking about the skull. The damage here was clearly caused by the equipment that was being used when the remains were discovered. It would appear the skull was also dropped. Some of the teeth were dislodged, and there are several cracks that would indicate it. I won't be able to give you a definitive answer until I've had a chance to thoroughly examine the remains, but from the size and structure of the long bones, my guess would be that this female was born with a trisomic disorder, possibly trisomy 21. D.I. James rolled her eyes and frowned at Paul. In lay terms? Call Me Frank didn't look up from his loving attendance to the bones. Sorry, more used to lecturing than explaining these days. You'd know it as Down syndrome. I'm fairly convinced already. The set of the skull almost confirms it, but I don't want to state it as a fact until I've made specific measurements. He tailed off as Paul's voice cut across him. Barbara. The Hendersons had a Down syndrome daughter called Barbara. D.I. James threw her head back in disgust. And how long have you been keeping that little gem to yourself, Mike? Paul rubbed his hand over his face. James's ire was not something he relished provoking. Since yesterday, but I've been trying to get it verified. There are no records of her. Until now, I had to assume she might just be a figment of local gossip. D.I. James scowled at him and strode towards the door. My office. Now. Paul offered an apologetic smile to Frank Channing, who by then was idly nursing a femur in his gloved hands. He followed the D.I. out, studying her tense, determined frame as she walked. It was not going to be an easy conversation. It wasn't. D.I. James was festering with discontent, her knuckles white with tension as they gripped the arms of her chair. What the fuck, Paul? Don't you think this whole scenario is screwed up enough without you withholding essential information? Paul knew better than to interrupt her. It was always better to let her roll and burn out than fan the flames of her temper with arguments or excuses. She ranted on for a minute or two, which was a longer time than people imagined when all you were there for was to hear all your faults reeled out in a barrage of criticism. She ended only when she had run out of complaints and had no choice but to pitch the ball back into his court. So what's the excuse for it, Paul? We're up to our necks in this shit and I want answers. Paul did too, but they were proving hard to find despite his best efforts. I was in receipt of what can only be called gossip yesterday, regarding the possible existence of a Down syndrome daughter of Gordon Henderson. I couldn't verify via the alleged mother, as she's currently a long-term resident in an EMI unit, and probably hasn't made the trip to planet Earth from La La Land since the early 80s. Having only had someone's second-hand allegation, I felt it only right that I should try to establish the veracity of the claim before bringing it to the table. There's enough confusion with these cases as it is without one of us bringing more, he said. D.I. James was beginning to look less tense. The yelling seemed to have acted as a purge, and the expression on her previously livid face told Paul she just might be back in her rational mind. She was a good detective, but she liked things easy and straightforward. It wasn't in her psyche to be patient. Paul supposed it might not be in his, either, if he had a baying mob of superintendents and DCIs breathing down his neck. Well, what did you manage to find out? Paul sighed and rubbed his hand over his face. He needed a shave and a week off, maybe 2. Perhaps even a holiday involving bugger all but lying on a beach and surreptitiously watching scantily clad women. Naff all. Technically, she doesn't exist. No birth certificate, no school records, no dentist records, no medical records. All I can surmise is that because of her disability, she was kept as some kind of dirty little secret. The information I was given implied she'd been placed in care when she'd become too difficult to handle. I think what we just saw, courtesy of Dr. Channing, would imply they'd found an alternative means of disposing of a problem child. James tapped her fingers on the desk, implying deep thought. It's not a scenario that's out of the way. Who gave you this information? Paul had been waiting for that, and it annoyed him that he'd have to tell her. Maura Lyle. She was told by Connie Nixon, Cheryl Nixon's mother. D.I. James frowned. I thought we'd eliminated Lyle and Nixon from the inquiry. We have, Maura Lyle works at the hospital where Jane Henderson is an inpatient. I saw her there, and she volunteered the information. James' frown didn't falter. How very convenient. Have we talked to the mother, Connie? Paul shook his head. Not yet. Not about this, anyway. She certainly didn't volunteer it when we talked to her before. I was about to go and see her when we got the news that Bob Silver had been found dead. Looked initially like he went the same way as Gordon Henderson, but the suggestion is that he had a stroke or a heart attack. Kind of muddies the water having a natural death in the mix, though we know someone was there, unless he put the photograph in his own mouth. If anything, James's frown tightened. Talk to Connie Nixon, find out what she really knows, because it's sure as hell she didn't tell Maura Lyle the truth. Paul had to agree. She said she wasn't sure why Connie had told her at all. Then let's find out, shall we? I want to know what happened to that poor kid, and I want to know who's responsible for decreasing the local population so fucking effortlessly. Besides, the way it's going, who's to say Connie Nixon will still be with us this time tomorrow if we don't pull her in now? Paul had to agree she made a fair point. He was about to leave when her desk phone rang, but she held up her hand to indicate that she wanted him to stay. He sat back down and watched the myriad reactions play across her face as she listened to the call. It ended with the manifestation of another deep frown. She didn't say anything for a few moments, just creased her face in such a way that she was in danger of wearing permanent grooves into her skin. It appears, she said eventually, that we have a case of mistaken identity to add into the mix, which I might add is a mix that's beginning to stink like a cesspool. Paul didn't have a clue what she was talking about. Eh? It was James's turn to rub her face. Who went out to see Mrs. Moss after the husband's body was found? Still confused, Paul said, Kelso and Gallen. They couldn't get any answer, if you remember. We are still looking to locate Elizabeth Moss. Why? Because it wasn't Elizabeth Moss they spoke to. Elizabeth Moss is lying in a morgue in Suffolk. The body, it turns out, was identified by the presence of Estelle Hall's belongings in identifying documents, primarily an out-of-date, unusable passport. The post-mortem, however, told a different story. The dead woman has been formally identified as Elizabeth Moss. Paul couldn't think of much to say except Jesus, an entity he wasn't known to invoke very often. James nodded. I'll raise you Mary and a fucking Joseph to that. Right. I want you and a DC round at the Moss house pronto, and I want whoever's available round at Connie Nixon's. Paul paused at the door. At least it explains the weird DNA match. Looks like Estelle Hall might be our killer after all. James slapped her hands on the desk. Then get the fuck out of my office and go and bloody find her. Paul gave her a mock salute. Yes, boss, he said, grinning. Finally, they had something to go on. That enthusiastic sentiment was completely obliterated when he reached the Moss house with his team and realised someone had been there before them. Since Kelso and Gallen's unproductive visit to locate the widow Moss, someone had placed second-hand crime scene tape across the door and left them a smear of blood as a calling card. No prints, just the blood. Of course, none of the neighbours had seen a thing. The last thing Maura expected when she answered her phone to an unknown number was to hear Cheryl sobbing down the line. It took several attempts to calm her down, and even then talking to her was a garbled mess. Cheryl, are you really trying to tell me they've arrested your mother? Cheryl blew her nose. The sound of it trumpeted down the line and caused Maura to hold the phone away from her ear. Took her to the station and everything. She's 67 years old. Maura tried to keep her voice impassive. Being 67 didn't preclude a person from being capable of committing a crime, but the real shock was that Connie Nixon was as young as that. If Maura had had to judge on looks alone, she would have guessed Connie was nudging 80 at least. It was a hard life that produced something that haggard. Did they actually arrest her? Another loud sniff. They took her to the station. So they didn't read her rights in front of you? No, but they took her. Maura had no doubt that Connie could hold her own if necessary. Did they say why? Cheryl made a loud, snotty sniffing noise and Maura winced. Just that they wanted to ask her some more questions about the Hendersons and Bob. That'd be it then, Maura said, offering what she hoped was a reassuring response. But what's the concern about Bob? Cheryl gasped. Don't you know? Bob's dead. They found him this morning dead in his chair just like Mr. Henderson. That solicitor it was. Went to serve him eviction papers and found him there. The dog's gone too. Maura struggled to absorb this new information. Bob? Why him? He never harmed anyone. She had liked Bob, felt sorry for him. He'd been a kind face among the madness of the Grange. Cheryl snorted. Didn't he? What do you mean? Do you know something? Maura was thinking of bloodstains on doors, of the days of blissful ignorance, of the time when no one had died on her watch. Cheryl blew her nose again. How would I know anything? It's just that, with everything that's gone on, you just don't, do you? I mean, no one's quite what they seem. Anyway, it's why I wanted to ring. I'm scared. Me and Mum both are. We don't have anywhere else to go, and I don't feel safe here anymore. Besides, it's all too late. Everything is gone. I understand your worry, Cheryl, but I'm sure everything will be okay. I can't imagine, after everything that's happened, that the police won't be looking out for you. They weren't looking out for Bob Silver, weren't they? Cheryl snapped. I thought we were friends. I thought you'd be willing to help. The petulance and temper were back, and Maura found them familiar, if not comforting. It was hard to credit at what point Cheryl had deemed their incidental connection a friendship. Maura would have reluctantly described them as acquaintances, at best. When she had left the Grange, she'd very much hoped they wouldn't bump into each other again. I don't know, Cheryl. I don't know that I'm the best person to help, Maura said, feeling the pressure but trying not to give in. We don't have anyone else, or anywhere else. Mum is at her wit's end, and I haven't been coping for a while. I'm under the doctor, you know, and neither of us can be expected to deal with this on our own. Not when I'm finding dead birds on the doorstep. It's like a sign. Cheryl was pleading. It tugged on Maura's sympathies, and the mention of the bird made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. You found a dead bird? Cheryl nodded, her brow furrowed with fear and worry. On the doorstep, half rotted and stinking, just dumped there. It was a magpie, and they're always unlucky, she said with a shudder. Never did hold with people keeping birds, filthy bloody things. It seemed too much of a coincidence to Maura, but she had to ask. Perhaps it just died there. I don't think so. Someone put it there, and it's a message. We're next. Will you come? I just don't want to be on my own, especially without Mum here. There was nothing worse than being put over a barrel, and Maura loathed the idea that she was now obligated to these two women purely through Cheryl's perception of a relationship that didn't exist, or hadn't existed to Maura's knowledge. It was hard to say no to a frightened woman, and she already knew Connie was frightened. Cheryl, however, came across as a drama queen, even though Maura could understand her fears regarding the dead bird. 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy. There would be little joy in this situation, not until someone was caught and they could move on with their lives. But she'd already compromised her conscience enough by walking away from a potential crime scene. Maybe helping Cheryl would rebalance the karma. Cheryl had a point. There was a killer out there who seemed to be targeting anyone and everyone associated with the Grange. Perhaps there was greater safety in numbers. I'll come over and sit with you until we know what's going on with your mum, and we've had some more news from the police. I just can't take it in about Bob. I can't believe it, she said, distracted by the thought of the man's untimely and unexpected death. What about Buster? Cheryl shrugged. Dunno. He's gone. Maura didn't know which to feel more sorry about, Bob's death or her missing furry friend. She'd become quite fond of the dog and had liked Bob. She'd even intended to help him look for his missing daughter, until all hell had decided to break loose. Okay, stay put. Lock the doors and I'll be there as soon as I can. It would beat sitting alone in her own house, dwelling on what had happened. Sharing Cheryl's troubles would at least distract her from her own. Maura had never considered herself to be a stupid person, yet the events of the last year were making her question that assumption, and it was an assumption. She had been entirely stupid by lurching from one unsatisfying, crazy situation to another, with no conscious thought other than to flee her own bad decisions. Maybe showing a little kindness to the strange Cheryl and her awful mother would be redemptive in some way. Maybe it would lead to her liking herself a little more. It was only as she began to pull on her coat that she noticed how sore her arm had become. The deep scratch bequeathed by Gordon was raised and red and had begun to weep. She'd have to sluice it with a bit of TCP later, but there was no time for it now. There's nothing like a bit of fear and panic to galvanize people into action. Those bloody women are so predictable, so malleable, so dead so very soon. They know not to mention my name, not to tell anyone who I am or what I did. If I go down, they come with me, and Connie will do anything to save her own neck. She will lie through teeth as false as herself. Shame she can't put her conscience in a glass and soak the stains out overnight, too. Oh, I forgot. She doesn't have a conscience. Cheryl has one, but it's not as big as her fear of her mother, and that is where my power lies. Fear. You can mold fear, exploit it and make it do whatever you want. I should know. I was molded by fear myself, and it didn't save me either. Chapter 19. The Moss house was empty, not only of people, but of anything valuable the Mosses might have owned. Key pieces were conspicuous by their absence. A gap on the mantel, a lonely picture hook, telling spaces in display cabinets and dents in the carpet. The Mosses had been cleaned out, and there was a smear of blood on the door. D.S. Poole's good mood was now so fragmented, he was near to tearing up what was left of it in sheer frustration. A conspiracy of middle-class disinterest and a gigantic Leylandii had foiled any eyewitness accounts of comings or goings, and there was no CCTV footage of the road. There had been a petition against it, so none had been installed. For people who valued their privacy so much, the neighbours seemed extremely perturbed by the police presence on the normally quiet avenue, and Poole was only half amused by the double standard. The only evidence of recent occupation were the criss-cross tyre marks in the gravel of the drive, just a series of streaks and disturbances with nothing to indicate what type of vehicles had come and gone. There was a single dog turd on the patio with no other evidence of a dog. One of the neighbours had confirmed they'd heard a dog barking, but hadn't known the Mosses had owned one, and would have objected if they had. Ash Road was a quiet residential place, with no room for dissent or variation from the unwritten rules of local convention. The only dog Poole could think of was Buster, the lolloping companion of Maura Lyle, an erstwhile pet of Bob Silver, and he would certainly never have fitted in on Ash Road. Poole had the distinct impression that mongrels were anathema in that part of town, whether they had 2 legs or 4. Poole turned to the 2 young DCs he'd brought with him. I want it searched, dusted, photographed and raked with a knit comb. I want to know if Estelle Hall was here, and I want anything at all that might tell us where she's gone. Keep on at the neighbours. Someone must have seen something. Half a house full of stuff doesn't disappear on its own. While he'd been peering at dog shit, one of the DCs had been opening drawers and rifling through. Got something here that might be of interest? He called out, waving a document at Poole. What is it? A marriage certificate denoting Elizabeth Moss's maiden name as Henderson. The witnesses include Gordon Henderson. Looks like Mrs. Moss was his sister. Poole's mouth dropped open. Why on God's earth didn't we know there was a bloody sister? And more to the point, why didn't we know she was a relative of one of the previous victims? Has anybody got a frigging clue what the hell is going on? His voice had risen to the point of a bellow, which made his colleagues wince and flush with embarrassment. His look dared any one of them to come back with, "You're the boss, you tell us." Maura hated night driving. Not that it was night, it was 5 in the afternoon, but winter brought darkness early. Daylight was a distraction, but night brought everything back to roost. As she drove through the lanes towards the village where Cheryl and Connie lived, she couldn't help but see Gordon's dead, grey face in her mind, or imagine Dr. Moss's hanging, his face black and bloated. And poor Bob. Poor Bob, who had been so lonely for the daughter he'd never found. She should have done more for him. Had the depression deadened her so much that she could see nothing clearly anymore? She turned the car into the lane that ran past the back of the Grange. It was the shortest route to the village and allowed her to avoid the labyrinth of the new estate, but the route was bringing things back far too vividly for her mind to cope with. She needed to concentrate on the road. It was badly lit and hard to negotiate when you were distracted by the faces of the dead. But not so distracted that it was possible to miss the flash of light in the dog's eyes as he bolted in front of the car and nearly caused a collision with the wall. Maura was sure it was Buster. She'd recognise that lolloping gait anywhere. He'd been on her mind since Cheryl had told her about Bob, but now he had disappeared into the grounds of the Grange, and she had no choice but to go after him. "Bloody dog," she hissed, as she swung the car onto the rough track that led to the back of the house. The place was in total darkness, empty now of all its residents, and even more repugnant in the light of the weak winter moon. The curve of her headlights lit it up briefly, the glare reflected in the kitchen window, and giving her the impression the house was leering at her. Creepy bastard hole, she muttered, as she wrenched on the handbrake and switched the engine off, plunging everything back into darkness once more. Buster! Come on, boy, come tomorrow. There was nothing. No sense of him in the dark courtyard, no sound of him snuffling as he usually did. The little sod had disappeared. She hoped he hadn't run around to the front of the house. She was already having second thoughts about having driven there at all, let alone the prospect of poking around the place in the dead of night. She'd not forgotten the incident with the rock, and suddenly felt stupid for being there at all. What kind of idiot went back to a murder scene? Buster! Come on! She called, hopeful he'd come running when he heard a familiar voice. Poor thing must be terrified and confused with Bob gone. She was terrified and confused herself. She glanced around. The courtyard was full of shadows, all of them stretching out, none of them dog-shaped. Please, Buster, she pleaded to the darkness. Just come on, we'll find biscuits. It was a last-ditch attempt, a vain hope that the resonance of that word would tempt him out. She heard a whine, plaintive and distant, but he'd heard her at least. Galvanized with hope that she'd found him, she walked towards where she thought the noise had come from. Where are you, boy? Come tomorrow. The whine had seemed to come from the house, from a door next to the kitchen that she had assumed to be a coal shed during her brief stay there. Even in the watery moonlight, she could see the door was open. Had Buster gone in there and got himself stuck? She bloody hoped not. Come on, boy, come on out. The voice behind her struck her ears like a gunshot, jarring her senses and freezing her to the spot. No one's coming out, nurse. No one's coming out ever again. Recognition crept up the back of Maura's spine, ruffling the hairs on the back of her neck and making her tongue stick to the roof of her mouth. She knew that voice. She made to turn, confusion clouding her judgment. The "what are you doing here" that had formed in her mind never reached her lips. The brick hit her in the face before the words had even reached her throat. I have never been in trouble with the law, primarily because the law is an arse and, like the donkey that it is, doesn't know its own arse from its elbow. Staying off the radar is an art form I perfected long ago. You stay small, you stay ugly, and you stay quiet. If you do that, you remain unnoticed. I'm with Connie and Cheryl now. The dog is howling in the other room, clawing at the paintwork. All girls together. It's like a sleepover. A pajama party. Friends reunited. 3 unwise monkeys, more like. Connie speaks her evil. Cheryl sees it but ignores it, and me? I see it. I hear it. I've spoken it, and now I'm delivering us. Should have done it years ago. I don't even need the key I'd copied for the nurse's house. I bumped into Cheryl at the fish and chip shop. Not difficult to do, given that I'd followed her there. Old friends and familiar faces become quite the port in a storm, and mine was so old and familiar that I got invited back without a second thought. She even believed the dog had found its own way to me. It's always been Cheryl's problem, believing everything she was told without question. Cheryl is looking twice at me now, from 2 eyes that are sitting on the kitchen table in a pool of sticky blood. They didn't even know I'd been sacked. There's friendship for you. As fickle as fate and twice as brutal. Chapter 20. D.I. James was pacing. Always a bad sign. Paul glanced around the office at the various members of the team and saw his own suppressed tension reflected in every face. They were knee-deep in bodies, without a clue as to why or who, and they were all out of ideas. If James was pacing, it meant trouble. Gallon looked as though he was on the point of confessing to the murders himself, just to break the unease that was building in the room. Paul wanted to say something, crack a joke, ease the strain, but knew it'd go down like a pair of lead knickers with his boss. She was yet to learn the difference between motivating and terrorizing her team. She'd get on with it. He was due to see the bloody psychologist at 11 and wanted an opportunity to voice his objections to James before he was forced to go to an appointment he didn't want to, hadn't asked for, but was compelled to attend. So what if his brother had died? It was no one's business but Paul's. The fact that his feckless addict brother had died by choking on his own vomit in a cell downstairs was unfortunate, but it hadn't affected Paul's performance or his ability to do the job, and he didn't see why his mind had to be pored over and poked at just to cover the boss's ass. He suspected they were worried he would sue. He was Richard's only relative, and he had a right to. The stupidity of it was that, as far as Paul was concerned, Richard's demise was a blessing, the end of a long and bitter life spent doing everything Richard could to passively end it. Richard had got what he wanted. Why would Paul sue anyone for that? In quiet moments, when he thought about the wreckage that had been Richard's life, he was more inclined to go and shake the hand of the officer who turned a blind eye that night than seek legal redress against him. Paul wondered what the psychologist would make of that. Probably write him off as a sociopath with a complete lack of empathy. He didn't think he was, but sometimes the numbness, the inability to connect, and the preference for solitude made him wonder. James's steady, repetitive trudging across the office had been interrupted by an urgent call. The whole team seemed to be holding a collected breath as she listened, and they watched her reactions play across her face as they waited for the ball to drop and their next move to be determined. When it finally did drop, she whacked it so far out of the park, Paul thought it might have landed somewhere on the dark side of the moon. The situation had just become much, much worse than they could ever have imagined. A woman. Not quietly suffocated while she slept like Gordon Henderson. Not allowed the dignity or even the discretion of a stroke or heart attack like Bob Silver. Not allowed the opportunity to choose her own way out like Philip Moss had. No, this was a murder that had been so savage and angry, it was clear the killer had led them into a false sense of certainty regarding his methods. His. Paul had been convinced they were looking for a woman until this. She had been gagged, beaten over the head with something blunt, tied to a dining chair, and her throat had been cut. Not cleanly, not swiftly, but with the jagged blade of a bread knife, which lay next to a paring knife. Both were mired with congealing blood. Her severed tongue had been placed on the table, and a grisly lump of that had already started to turn and attract flies. She had bled out slowly. No dramatic spurts or arcs of blood for anyone to analyze, just a slow, seeping pool of red that told them she had felt every moment of her impending death with agonizing terror. Her eyes, two grisly lumps of gore, sat on the table next to the tongue, lifeless, yet staring at the severed lump, as if in accusation of what it might have said. In all his years, Paul had rarely seen anything more stomach-churning. He hadn't eaten breakfast, but wished he had. The bile that churned and roiled in his gut like bitter oil threatened to fill his mouth at any second, and he'd rather have thrown up something substantial than retch on nothing at all. Kelso already had. For all her bravado, she had puked like a dog, heaving her breakfast into the drain outside as if it was going to be her last solid meal for the rest of her life. The smirk on the face of the uniformed officer who had maintained the crime scene hadn't gone unnoticed by Paul. Did anyone like Kelso? A neighbour had called the police, concerned by the unholy howling of a dog in a house that had never contained a dog. They might have ignored it had the house not been connected to a series of murders. Howling dogs weren't illegal. They were annoying, inconvenient, and a matter for others, but when a dog howled when there should be no dog, well, there had to be a reason. While the Sockos did their thing inside, he'd gone out into the garden, briefly patted Kelso on her trembling shoulder, and stared at the mist rolling up the small garden. He took a breath of the damp morning air and turned back to the house. D.I. James was perusing the scene in the kitchen with admirable restraint. Not even a flicker of green tinged her skin or altered her equilibrium. She turned to Paul as he stepped back through the door in a fresh pair of shoe covers to match his paper suit. "What's this?" she said, pointing to the eyeballs and the tongue on the table. "See no evil, speak no evil." Paul shrugged. "Possibly. It does seem somewhat symbolic. If it is the same killer, he's definitely more angry with the women than the men." James raised her eyebrows. "He? Is it likely that a woman would be quite so gratuitous?" James stepped away from the table and gave him a wry look. "Don't underestimate just how brutal women can be. Given that this woman has just been slaughtered in a very deliberate, non-sexual way, this is all starting to look very much like revenge. Female murderers are either motivated by revenge or defense, and revenge in this case might well be a dish best served by a very cold, very damaged individual. Let's not speculate too much on gender, unless it indicates who the hell we should be looking for." She pointed to the dead woman with her lolling, brutalized head. "I very much suggest we focus on finding Estelle Hall and fast,
Because either she's going to kill again, or is going to get killed. Either way, I want it stopped."
Poole nodded, trying to equate his impression of an aging woman of refinement with the capacity for butchery and murder.
"We've still got Connie in custody. That woman knows something she's not letting on, but we can't hold her much longer, especially with this."
He waved a hand at Connie's dead and permanently silenced daughter.
"I wonder if she'll talk now it's arrived so close to home." "Do you really think Estelle Hall did this?" he said, looking away from the dead woman and wishing there was such a thing as eye bleach. He was sure this particular murder scene was going to be etched into his mind for a very long time. D.I. James frowned, still staring at the body. "Either her or Lyle. I'm inclined to say it's not Lyle. I watched the interview tapes again and there's no motive. Maura Lyle is either a bad penny or a catalyst. I can't decide which. Maybe she's just a shit magnet. As for Hall, until we locate her, yes, she's our only logical suspect, unless one of you lot comes up with something more concrete."
Poole didn't even want to speculate on why he found her comment about Maura so offensive. Given the circumstances, he pushed the reaction to one side and set his face into what he hoped was a neutral expression.
"What do you want us to do about Lyle? We'll have to interview her again." "Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't know. Grill her like a kipper and sodding well eliminate her. I'm sick of the sound of her name. If she can't help us, and she isn't responsible for this, rule her out and get her out from under the feet of this investigation."
Poole wasn't sure how he was supposed to do that, given that Maura wasn't answering her phone, and no one had been at home when he'd sent a DC out to check on her. Whatever she had or had not done, Maura was firmly entrenched at the centre of this carnage, whether any of them liked it or not. He picked up the evidence bag that contained the dead woman's mobile phone. The last number Cheryl had dialed before she'd been so brutally and grotesquely murdered had been Maura Lyle's.
"Should we back the bird?"
It was Kelso.
"Eh?"
Poole said, pulling his attention away from the phone.
"What bird?"
"The maggoty one, out the back by the drain. Looks like a dead magpie. Coincidence or evidence?" He pondered it for a moment.
"Maybe we should..."
He'd not made any connection before, but he'd been finding feathers. The first had been on the day he'd first gone to the Grange, a single green-black feather wedged under his windscreen wiper when he'd returned to the car. He'd found it odd, but not registered any real interest. He scoured his mind for memories. There had been more feathers. 2 had been sitting in a pen pot on the desk underneath the dangling body of Dr. Moss. The same type. Long, dark, and frankly creepy when he thought about it. There had been something in the report about Elizabeth Moss, too. They'd found feathers in her hair. There had been 3, if he remembered rightly, and they'd been identified as magpie tail feathers. He turned to Kelso.
"Odd question, I know, but did anyone comment on the presence of feathers when Gordon Henderson was killed?"
Kelso shrugged. "Not that I know of, but I can ask the team to look through the reports. Why?"
Poole knit his brow. "I'm not sure at the moment, but ask them anyway. Might be important, might not."
He looked at Kelso's puzzled expression. He was puzzled too. All that was going through his mind was the old rhyme. 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for silver. Shit. 5 for silver.
"While you're at it, check for any mentions of feathers at any of the scenes."
Gallen pulled a face and jotted it down. The word feathers, followed by a large question mark, loomed large on the page. Poole was still repeating the rhyme in his head. 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret never to be told. At 10:30, he left the scene to Kelso, with instructions to make sure the dead bird was bagged and tagged for forensics. His appointment with the psychologist was looming, and he hadn't had time to wriggle out of it, thanks to the individual hell-bent on creating carnage on his patch. As he mooched to his car, reluctance and resentment weighting his steps, he wondered how sane the doctor would think him if he told her he'd rather spend time staring at severed body parts than an hour in her office, picking over his feelings about his brother, and trying to convince her Richard's death hadn't affected him or his loyalty to his job. In reality, he'd barely known his brother. They had both grown up in a variety of foster homes, none of which had given either of them the firm base for a secure future. Richard had started abusing drugs and alcohol, and breaking the law to get hold of them, almost as soon as his age had hit double figures. Poole had been the lucky one. After a bad start, he'd found decent foster parents, a nice couple with a nice home. They had doted on him until their quiet and peaceful deaths within a few months of each other 5 years ago.
His family home had been full of chintz and cheer. Photographs of him littering the lounge like little stamps of pride on his foster parents' part. Richard's childhood trauma had travelled with him in the form of a single, dirty backpack filled with worn-out clothes and nothing personal, until he'd met Maura, and she'd given him some sense of self and pride. She might have been able to take the man out of the shit, but she'd certainly failed to take the shit out of the man. The only photos of his brother that Paul had access to were in the mugshot files at the station. The man had a past he'd failed to reveal to Maura. She just knew him as a selfish, philandering drunk. Paul doubted she had any idea what his brother had really been like. When Richard had died and Paul had been forced to deal with his estate, he'd discovered that his brother's home after Maura had thrown him out had consisted of one nicotine-stained room littered with empty cans and full ashtrays, situated in a cheap hostel on the edge of town. It had taken 10 minutes with a bin bag to deal with his effects, and Paul had walked away with nothing because there was nothing worth keeping. The packet of personal belongings that had come to him via the custody suite still sat on his desk unopened, and probably always would. Despite what Dr. Blake, the psychologist, might have to say, Paul's feelings about his brother were as dead and buried as Richard was. What he would have liked to talk about, if he could muster any truck for the need to analyse everything, was why he fancied the pants of Maura Lyle, and why that might get in the way of his job. If that little snippet ever got out, he didn't know who would castrate him first, D.I. James or D.C. Kelso. Either one of them would be champing at the bit to convince him of the error of his ways. James because she would think he was a dick, Kelso because, rumour had it, she fancied him herself. Perish the thought. Even Gallen would find the thought that his sergeant fancied a suspect funny. Paul wasn't finding it funny at all. Chapter 21. Maura had no idea where she was. Inside the Grange somewhere, she assumed, but nowhere inside that was familiar to her. Not that she was sure she'd recognise her own house at that point. Her head was pounding and dried blood crusted the side of it, gluing her hair to her face. Her shoulders were screaming, and her back felt as though it had been flayed with a cat-o'-nine-tails. She'd been dragged, that much was obvious. She remembered following the dog into the courtyard, remembered calling out for him, panicking and having the sense that something was very wrong. She remembered the shock as the brick connected with her head, and the blurred face with the familiar voice as it told her she would never be coming out again. That voice. It couldn't be, it made no sense. The dog hadn't barked, he hadn't sensed a stranger. It made no sense, but what did when you were shut in the dark with your wits addled by the application of a house brick? Buster was wedged into her side as if he wanted to graft himself onto her. Every now and then he would shudder and tremble and let out a little whimper, and she knew just how he felt. If whatever was going through his mind was half as bad as what was going through hers, she was surprised he wasn't howling his head off and bouncing off the walls. Instead, he was sniffing at her. She was emanating a perfume that was a mixture of soap powder, sweat, and the kind of confusion and fear that was becoming so familiar it had compressed itself into a slow drip of adrenaline, producing the kind of pheromones that made everyone's heart beat a little faster, for all the wrong reasons. It was the slick scent of terror and desperation. She was in trouble. Both she and the dog knew it. She would have comforted him, but her hands were bound. She would have soothed him and herself, but her mouth had been gagged. She would have screamed if it hadn't been for that. The last day. The day when all debts will be paid and I'll be freed from the burden of it all. What was it my mother used to say? If you've got to go out all guns blazing, and make sure you drag the bastards down with you. The first time she told me that, she was wiping the blood from a carving knife, and I was staring at half an ear lying on the hall carpet. I have 4 feathers in my hand. 4 for a boy. They're for the nurse, payment for her sins. She can use them to pay the devil, and I'll see her in hell. It's time to show her what she did to deserve all this, what she did to tip the balance and make me end them all. It's time to take her home. Chapter 22. The team had been busy and, to Paul's pleasant surprise, had made progress. They had been tasked with examining the Moss bank accounts and were busy tracking down all the regular payments and expressing their surprise that the Mosses weren't as wealthy as they might have appeared. D.I. James was pinning her hopes on that being the reason for Dr. Moss's apparent suicide. They were none the wiser as to the motive for Elizabeth's murder, and no closer to finding Estelle, but progress had been made in the form of a set of regularly occurring fingerprints found at both the Mosses' house and the Grange. It had been an enticing breakthrough until they realized that, though the prints matched each other, they didn't match any on the vast database. To Paul, there was nothing like having a mouldy carrot on a bent stick dangled in front of you to get the day off to a good start. Kelso, however, had come up trumps. Feathers had been found in Gordon's room, 2 of them. They were sitting in an evidence bag on her desk and telling them precisely nothing of any importance, but the thought of them and their symbolism was still niggling at Paul, as was the story Maura had told him about the bird in the attic at the Grange. It meant something. He just didn't know what, yet. Gallen had also been doing some poking into the wider Henderson family and could confirm that there had been a brother who had died in Africa in 1978, shot by guerrillas after narrowly surviving an air crash. Gallen had deemed him one unlucky bastard, and Paul had been inclined to agree. To their mutual surprise, it seemed Connie Nixon had told them the truth. There had been a wife and child. They had travelled to England in October of that year as part of an evacuation from the Troubles and hadn't been heard from since. It appeared no one had reported them missing, because no one had cared enough about them to miss them at all. Gallen had traced a cousin, some several times removed. Her only interest had been in the possible inheritance. Poole had given a wry smile at this. The woman had clearly never visited the Grange, but, in his opinion, she'd be welcome to it, bloodstains and all. "I suppose we better go back out there and take another look," he said, registering the look of abject reluctance on Gallen's face. "There was mention of a passport in the cellar. We need to find it and check it out." "Can't you take Kelso? I'm happier at my desk, you know that," Gallen said with sullen discontent. Paul glanced across the room to where Kelso sat scowling at the ton of paperwork in front of her. In fairness, he should give her a break, let her get out of the office for a while, but he didn't feel like being fair. "Get off your fat ass, you lazy twat, and do some proper work. Besides, what did I do to piss you off so much that you want me trapped in a cellar with the Ice Queen?" Gallen smirked and rose from his chair. "Well, calling me a twat doesn't help," he said, reaching for his coat. "I could have called you worse, and it wouldn't deserve a punishment like that," Paul quipped. They were about to leave when D.I. James stuck her head out of the office and called them back. "Oi, you two. There's something you need to check out." The men exchanged weary glances and followed the small woman into her office. "While you two have been prattling about doing God knows what, the minions have been busy. They've been trawling through the phone records at the Grange, and lo and behold, on the night of Gordon Henderson's death, a call was made to the RAC. It seems Miss Lyle was telling the truth when she said there was a woman who called at the house. The RAC tell us they were unable to attend due to a high volume of calls that night, but as it was a lone woman, they authorised and sent out a breakdown truck from a local garage, so again, Miss Lyle was telling us the truth. Said woman is Mrs. Evelyn Dexter, and here's her address. At the very least, I'd like the silly cow threatened with prosecution for perverting the course of justice. In my ideal world, I'd like to find out she has a murderous grudge against anything Henderson, but let's be realistic, eh? Go and talk to her and... Gallen." He turned to her. "Drop the hand dog look, okay? Try and at least appear as though you wield the strong arm of the law, will you?" It was a statement and not a question. She looked Poole up and down. "As for you, you look miserable enough to strike fear into any middle-aged woman's heart. As you were, Paul, as you were. As for me, I'm off to see Connie Nixon again. See if the news of her daughter's death won't loosen her tongue a bit. Oh, and I've got a warrant out for Maura Lyle's arrest. In for a penny, eh, boys?" "Good job we love her," Gallen muttered as they left the main office. Paul glanced back, glimpsing the suit-clad ball of tension as she hauled someone else into her office for a daily dose of sarcasm. "We do? Who knew?" he said. Mrs. Evelyn Dexter looked utterly devastated to find the police on her doorstep and hastily checked that none of the neighbours was watching before deigning to let them in. Once inside, most of her consternation seemed to revolve around the fact that she wasn't dressed and had been forced to greet them wearing her dressing gown, a faded pink affair that resembled a bedspread and which sported dubious stains on its lapels. Poole had seen worse and remained unfazed by the woman's nervous false modesty and fabric clutching. Pulling the garment over her pink nightie wasn't going to improve anyone's first impression. Gallon, however, didn't know where to look, and was focusing his attention on anything but Mrs. Dexter's pink fluffy attire and the blue-veined legs that protruded beneath. Paul couldn't blame him. It was hardly a pretty sight. It wasn't long before her face began to match the colour of her dressing gown. She had to admit to not reporting that she had visited the scene of a murder, and the flush of shame it induced in her already ruddy cheeks gave her the appearance of a chameleon, as if the colour of her guilt would make her disappear and not have to face Paul and Gallon. "I didn't just walk out and leave her, if that's what you're thinking. The other woman said for me to go, that she would see to her. It might sound bad now, but I was more worried about my car and getting home. I thought as someone else was there, it was safe to go." Paul frowned at her. "What other woman?" "The one I saw going into the house. She came into the kitchen when the woman fainted." "You saw her going into the kitchen?" "I saw her going towards the house. I didn't see her go in, but I assume she went in. I mean, she was in the house, wasn't she?" Her pink face was wrinkled with confusion, a feeling Paul could echo. "Did it not occur to you to contact us when you saw the news stories about the house?" Gallon asked. She flushed red this time. "I thought about it, but there was nothing I could tell you. I figured you would know who was in the house, and when I saw you'd arrested that woman, I figured you'd got who was responsible, and I'd had a lucky escape. There wasn't anything I could have done to help," she said, her defences on red alert matching her face. Paul treated her to his most profound and menacing frown. "I think we're the best judges of that, don't you, Mrs. Dexter?" Evelyn Dexter swallowed and clutched at her dressing gown again in a vain attempt to dispose of the shame she'd hoped to avoid by staying quiet. Both men watched her as she tried and failed to shift the responsibility elsewhere, the signs of inner conflict flickering across her face in a series of expressions that displayed her cognitive dissonance for all to see. "Tell us about this other woman," Paul said, nodding to Gallon, who already had a notebook in his hand. This was safer ground for Mrs. Dexter. Concrete facts and neutral memories were always easier to relate than thoughts and feelings, especially defensive ones. "My age, I think. Bit scruffy, worn down looking, I'd say. Brown hair, greying, not tall. She had a scar on her face like a burn. An old scar, I'd say, nasty-looking thing. She'd obviously tried to cover it up with makeup and didn't like me looking at her. Shivered me out of the house pretty damn quick and insisted she could sort the other woman out. Just left them to it, to be honest." "Did she give you a name?" Mrs. Dexter shook her head. "No, she was busy seeing to the woman and I was making my phone call. I never thought to ask, just wanted to put the whole thing out of my mind." It was Gallon's turn to frown. "Why was that? Weren't you concerned about the fact that a woman had passed out?" A deep red flush was back. "Of course I was. But she was being looked after, and I was told there was nothing I could do. Besides, the bloody dog was barking its head off, and if I'm honest, the whole place gave me the creeps, and so did she, the woman with the scar. It just seemed better to get away from it." "And turn a blind eye," Paul said, a mite more judgmentally than he'd meant to. "Am I in trouble?" she said, clutching the dressing gown tight under her pensive, worried face. "I don't know, Mrs. Dexter. You've admitted being present at the scene of a murder. You didn't report your presence there. You might be material to the case. Let's put it this way. Don't be making any immediate plans to travel, eh?" Paul watched the woman's face crumple as tears began to bulge in her eyes. He hoped Gallon wasn't out of tissues. He doubted his own used and crumpled offering would be welcomed. Chapter 23. Paul hadn't registered just how ugly and unpleasant a building the Grange was until he had to see it in the dark. Lit only by bulbs as weak and orange as own-brand squash, it had all the feeling of a bad 70s horror film set, but with less of the flimsiness of cheap props. There was something solidly malevolent about Essen Grange, and Gallon was feeling it too. Paul had known him long enough to know when the man was seriously unsettled. "Attic or cellar?" he offered. Gallon shuddered. "Neither. Can't I just opt for early retirement and a fat pension?" Paul allowed a smile to flicker across his face. "Not tonight, buddy. You do the cellar. Maura Lyle said she'd found a passport and women's clothing in a suitcase down there. See if you can find it." Gallon gave him a reluctant nod. "What are you looking for in this attic, then?" "Magpies," Paul said, as he walked towards the stairs. He could hear Gallon take a deep breath behind him. Something was distinctly off about the house, not just in the atmosphere, which was thick with a brooding sense of old secrets, and not just in the creaks and groans and sighs of an old building woken up from a quiet night, but in the structure of it. The proportions were all wrong. The upstairs corridor that led to the attic felt too long and too narrow. The sensation wasn't helped by the clusters of furniture lining the walls, like a series of chicanes designed to slow progress and disorientate. The dust and gloom were cloying, and the close quarters of the attic stairs, tight, narrow, and steep, gave Paul a sensation of claustrophobia he was unfamiliar with. He wouldn't have called himself a fearless man, far from it, but neither was he a wimp. Yet this house was making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The attic itself held little that was unexpected. Boxes of junk, broken chairs, mouldering books, and the general detritus of an old family who had never managed to locate the nearest landfill site. And there were spiders. Lots of spiders. Again, Paul wouldn't have called himself a wimp, but he didn't enjoy the company of small things with more legs than sense. Though the attic was cool, he could feel no drafts, and even when he braved it and turned out the feeble lights, he could see no gaps where the moonlight shone in. The house was old, but the roof was sound, which begged the question of how a magpie had got inside. Of course, Maura could have lied about the bird, but why would she? There was no point to such a lie, no payoff, and in his experience all lies had to have a payoff. Evelyn Dexter hadn't recalled the bird, and he'd come away from her with the feeling that her involvement had been brief, dramatic, and other than the description of a mystery woman, entirely useless to him. The dust on the floor had been recently disturbed. Footprints had crossed each other in skids and blurs, which Paul put down to the movements of his colleagues during their recent recce, and the solicitor who had been in the house to take inventory after Gordon's death. He should stop thinking of it as just a death and call it a murder in his mind, just as he did when he referred to it verbally. It was bizarrely difficult to equate the relatively gentle suffocation of an elderly man with the bloody and horrific mutilation of Cheryl Nixon, and assume they had come from the same quarter. Yet they were linked, he had no doubt about that. Linked by this house. Even in the absence of tangible evidence for that assertion, he knew it as a fact, as surely as he knew his own name. The attic was as odd as the rest of the house. It had different levels and nooks any normal structure wouldn't have logically possessed. It was clear the house had been extended and altered over the years, but not recent years. None of the roof supports could be described as new, but some were less aged than others. Overall, it was a confusing space with pockets of shadow and darkness that were wholly unnerving in the encroaching light. Despite the presence of the feeble bulbs, Paul had to resort to his torch to drive the ghouls and shades out of the corners, where they had disguised themselves as boxes and teetering piles of junk. It was only by doing this that he managed to discover the door. Just a glimpse of it. The hint of architrave hiding behind a sagging velvet curtain. Exploring the innards of an old house was disorientating enough, especially in the dark with nerves on high alert and jangling like a brassy wind chime at every little noise. Finding what must have been the original entrance to the attic was both thrilling and confusing. From memory, Paul couldn't place where the corresponding stairs must be on the floor below, and wondered if the doorway had been blocked off at some point in the house's history. He slit the curtain along its sagging wire and tried the door, unsurprised to find it locked. In his pocket, he carried a bunch of keys, officially signed over by the reluctant solicitor who seemed to dislike the continued police intrusion into the Grange, but who had no choice but to concede it. All in all, there were around 20 keys on the bunch, of varying sizes and degrees of age. He guessed the modern keys wouldn't be of much use to him, and focused on the older mortise types that seemed in keeping with the age and style of the door. Why people didn't label the things was beyond him, and he began to fiddle the lock with mounting frustration until the 8th key turned the tumblers and allowed him to open the door onto another narrow staircase, this one older and steeper than the one he'd used to reach the attic. It led down to an unknown part of the house that simply shouldn't have been there at all. As he ventured down the narrow stairs, he felt as if he was entering the heart of the house. There was no light at all here, only the beam of his torch, the tilt of the old wooden treads, and stale, dry air. The staircase was shorter than the other, and gave him the sensation that the room he found himself in was between the floors, a space where there should be no space. It was an unpleasant and disconcerting feeling that did nothing to settle his already taut nerves. The room itself was small and low-ceilinged, more like some kind of antechamber than a room in its own right. There were no windows in the dark wood panelling, but there was a further door, and this one was also locked. He went through the keys again, finding the right one on his 5th try. Paul was about to push it open when he heard Gallen's panicked voice filtering down from the attic. He nearly gave the poor guy a heart attack when he loomed out of the hidden door and caught him mid-meltdown. "Jesus H. Christ, Mike! You scared the living shit out of me." Paul might have laughed if his schoolboy humour hadn't been overshadowed by his discovery. "Get your ass down here! I might have found something." Gallen puffed and heaved his way into the narrow stairwell. "This house is crazy," he said. "You think you know where you are with it, and it throws a curveball at you. Should have sold the place for the land and had it pulled down," he muttered as he followed Paul into the panelled cubbyhole that had been hiding itself all this time. Gallen was the first one to retch when the smell hit them. Paul the first to flinch when the open door disturbed the air and sent the flies into a swarming frenzy. Paul had to pull his jacket over his face to filter the stench and fend off the flies that had sensed fresh meat and had come to explore the viability of their next meal. "Get outside, call it in. Tell them I think we might have found Estelle Hall," he said. Gallen was already gone. Paul stared reluctantly at the remains of the woman he believed to be Estelle Hall. The body was the right age, the clothing was similar to that which hung in Estelle's wardrobe, and Paul had a gut feeling that the body huddled in the corner could be no one else. Paul wasn't sure what else they'd found, but it had been dead a while and was barely recognizable as human. Most of the flesh had gone, and what was left teemed with maggots. The flies had migrated to Estelle, who was sitting in a congealed puddle of her own blood that had silently ebbed from the crusting slashes on her wrists and arms. The wounds looked self-inflicted. She had to have made them herself, slicing up into the veins so they would stay open and weep out her life in some final act of desperation. That she was dead was clear. There was too much blood for her to have survived, and the flies were too confident in their exploration of the grey landscape of her face to leave any doubt. A shard of glass lay near her bloodied fingers, next to the remains of the water jug it had once belonged to. He could only guess at the desperation that must have driven her to take her own life in such a way. As he panned his torch beam around, he spotted the frenzied scratch marks on the door. Several bloody fingernails were stuck to the wood, violently detached from her frantic hands as she tried to claw her way out. Her death was recent. The flies hadn't destroyed much of her, and it was deeply disturbing to realize she must have been there the whole time. Trapped in a room with only the dead thing on the bed and the insects for company, while the police and Mora had tramped about the place oblivious to the existence of the room. Paul was profoundly sorry to find her there. They'd been looking for her all along, and hoping she'd be found alive and able to give them some insight into what the hell had been happening inside the godforsaken walls of this hideous house. He thought about Cheryl Nixon, not because he'd had any fondness for the strange, temperamental woman with her frizzy hair and nervous disposition, but because she was the only one who might have provided an answer to the question of what had been going on at Essen Grange for all these years. They'd interviewed her twice, and she'd been nothing but tight-lipped and weird. Her mother had been no better, just vicious, snide, and out to save her own skin. Cheryl was lying in the mortuary fridge now, her mouth silenced by murder, and Connie's sense of self-preservation had closed her mouth forever on the things she might have seen. One was as useless to him in death as the other had chosen to be in life. Had they known about this room and what was in it? In that moment he despised them both and damned them to hell. They'd had the answer and kept it from him, and he didn't have a single clue as to why. Connie Nixon knew why. She just wasn't saying. Where would it leave her if she did? In the shit, that was where. She knew her rights. They couldn't keep her much longer, and they couldn't make her talk. She'd done her bit. She'd warned the nurse to keep away. Connie Nixon had a clean conscience, and they couldn't prove otherwise. So the bitch had got to Cheryl, had she? That was regrettable. She knew she'd feel sad about that at some point. It was inevitable when someone who'd called you mother for all those years lost their life. Connie might have felt it more keenly if she had been Cheryl's mother. How were you supposed to feel about a kid you'd been paid to keep and pretend was your own? She didn't know. Grateful for the money, she supposed. They didn't like kids at the Grange. Kids were dirty, noisy, sick and cloying. Kids were needy. Cheryl had been bloody needy, and Connie felt like she'd earned every penny of what they'd paid her to take the kid on and keep her mouth shut. Talk about keeping it in the family. Fancy taking your own kid on to keep house for you. Now that was sick. It was that house. It made everybody sick. Sick in the head, like Jane. It had made Connie sick too, made her do things, agree to things that she'd never have done of her own accord. It made you warped. It took your soul and made it ugly, greedy and insatiable. That house consumed you. Did Cheryl know, every time she took a meal to that forgotten room, that she was feeding her own mother? On some level, had she known? She couldn't have done, or she'd have resented Connie even more than she had. They'd traded on spite for years, her and her adopted daughter, feeding on vicious little exchanges, each more bitter than the last. That had been their bond. Oh, God. Cheryl. Cheryl was gone. The truth of it ripped through Connie like a chainsaw blade, hitting her heart and tearing it in half. She clutched at her chest as if the action could hold the two pieces together. This was it. Who would have thought that Connie Nixon would die of a broken heart? She might have laughed if she'd had the breath to do it. They were all over her like a rash now, that D.I. and her cronies, pulling at her clothes, rolling her over, yelling for ambulances. They were too late. Connie knew she wasn't coming back from this. Didn't want to. Not if Cheryl was gone. It was the shock that had made her deny how much she'd loved that kid. Had loved her from the minute the nurse had taken her from Jane and put her in the nanny's arms. No one had ever asked Connie what she'd done for the Hendersons, what her job had been. She'd been their nanny. Barbara's nanny and Cheryl's. Dying took a long time. Your life didn't flash before your eyes, it rolled like an old film reel, eking your years out frame by frame, making you see everything for the last time in black and white, when all those years it had been messy, blurred colour that had made sense at the time. Gordon in black and white the day he'd killed his own daughter. All of them the day they'd helped bury her. The deal they'd made to keep it quiet because without Gordon there would be no money. Connie taking the baby in case he did it again. Jane howling like a banshee screaming for her children. That house sucking them all in and blurring the lines of good and evil, need and greed. It took a broken heart to reveal the truth. It took a broken heart to tell it. Connie looked up into the worried eyes of D.I. James. "You need to get the nurse." She gasped it out. There was no breath left. All she heard before the dark descended was D.I. James saying, "An ambulance is on its way. Hang on, Connie. We'll get you a nurse. Hang on." Chapter 24. D.I. James had decided to lead the morning briefing with an air of frayed patience that echoed exactly how everyone else was feeling. "Right, people, we need results, and we need them today. And most of all, we need to stop finding bloody dead people. Can I remind you how bad this looks? I mean, seriously, you lot, not one lead paying off. What the fuck have you all been doing? Gazing at your navels and contemplating the meaning of life? Much more of this, and we'll all be contemplating what it's like to sign on and live off benefits. Do you have any idea how many people I've got breathing down my neck over this?" There was a great deal of shuffling and the surreptitious exchange of glances. Everyone knew James could keep up the rhetoric for hours when she had a mind to. Everyone knew she was shitting herself over Connie Nixon pegging it in interview room 4. "Right, let's go over absolutely everything and see what we're missing, because we have to be missing something." She scanned the room and homed in on a vacant desk. "Where the hell is Kelso? Did I not make it clear I wanted all hands on deck this morning?" "She ran in to say she's got a doctor's appointment and will be in later," someone volunteered. James rolled her eyes and groaned. "That's all we need. Since when did I give any of you permission to be ill, eh? Let alone give you time off for it?" Her lame attempt at humour fell on stony ground. Poole was sure that at least half of those present hadn't realised it was a joke. James frowned and slowly shook her head from side to side in a gesture that seemed to imply she wondered what she had ever done to deserve the dubious pleasure of being stuck with such a shower of numpties. She sighed and pointed at one of the DCs. "You, what have you got for me?" He had the grace to blush, showing his displeasure at being the first one singled out to report. "I've been working with Kelso looking into the finances of Philip Moss and his wife. As it's been established that he committed suicide, there has to be a reason why, and my understanding is that money problems often motivate such a move." James folded her arms. Were they having money problems? The young DC rifled through his file and pulled out a copy of a bank statement. "Not as such, but they certainly lived on the edge of their means. A share ISA was recently cashed in, as was part of his pension, releasing $50,000 in cash. It was moved into their joint account and almost immediately withdrawn by a bearer bond. We don't know why." James nodded. "But what we do know is that Mrs. Moss was strangled and her body left to rot in a holiday cottage, and that for a period of time the local force believed her to be Estelle Hall based on the documents found with her. And now we need Kelso to explain who the hell she talked to when she followed up the husband's suicide, because we know for a fact that it wasn't Mrs. Moss, née bloody Henderson, don't we? But Kelso is off wasting NHS resources, isn't she?" She addressed this to the room, as if one of them might be directly responsible for Kelso's health issue, and thus making James's life more difficult. Paul suppressed a smirk at the thought. There might well be a few present who wouldn't have been averse to slipping Kelso something nasty. She'd never been popular and kept herself to herself too much for other people's comfort. "Barbara went with her, so maybe she can shed some further light on how it went," he said, already knowing that Barbara, who was busy trying to blend in with the scenery in order not to be noticed by James, had little to add. Barbara had been lying low since discovering that the woman she'd been trying to contact regarding her dead husband had been dead herself. Paul knew she'd been trying her best to redeem herself since, but had been drawing blanks in every direction. James shone the spotlight of her attention and that of everyone else in the room straight at Barbara, who looked at Paul as if she was about to crap herself at any moment. He felt sorry for her. She was a nice kid, very willing, but she had messed up over Elizabeth Moss, as had Kelso, who as usual wasn't around to account for herself. "Pretty much still drawing a blank, I'm sorry to say," Barbara said, her voice timorous and unsteady. "I've one thing I'm following up today, though, a Yodel delivery driver who says the Mosses had a cleaner. He's a regular on the street and is familiar with the residents. He called in after reading about the case in the paper. He's coming in for an interview later this morning." "Well, that's something, I suppose," James said. "You might get back into my good books after all, Barbara. Anything else that could be remotely useful to us?"
"One thing. The blood on the door. It's not human, it's avian. Oh, and there was a dog at the premises. We found hair. Seems to match the same breed as the one that keeps turning up everywhere. It's a Labrador."
James rolled her eyes. "Do I care what breed of dog? Does it matter? Is it relevant? Unless the bloody thing is a bloodhound and can track down our killer, it's of no interest to me. So you're saying our killer is some kind of animal lover? Who are we looking for, people? David fucking Attenborough?"
Paul suspected the presence of a dog might well be relevant if James stopped to think about it, but neither he nor Barbara had the heart to challenge their boss, or the gumption in Barbara's case, judging by the look of abject humiliation on her face. "Where are we with the Nixon women?" James asked, her expression seeming to stifle the fact that she was sorely disappointed Cheryl and Connie hadn't lived to be found guilty of murder. Paul picked up the folder he'd only had minutes to flick through before the meeting had begun. "Cheryl Nixon was killed in her own kitchen. There's no evidence she was killed elsewhere and moved. In the absence of any defensive injuries or DNA from the attacker, it would imply that she knew or at least had some confidence in the person. Actual death was caused by strangulation, but Cheryl had already been tied to the chair at that point, as evidenced by some lacerations to the skin on her wrists and some bruising and broken skin on her feet and ankles, suggesting she fought against her bonds while she was being strangled. The throat was cut post-mortem and the tongue and eyes removed post-mortem too. As we know, there was no spray pattern and this has been confirmed. Her blood wasn't found anywhere else in the house. Stomach contents were minimal. No prints were found on either knife, so we have to assume the killer wore gloves." "So how did the assailant get her to sit quietly and allow herself to be tied to a chair, Sherlock?" Paul flicked through the pages in his folder, scanning them to see if there was an answer.
He'd hardly had time to glance at the thing, let alone absorb its contents. Blow to the back of the head, so she was likely to have been rendered unconscious for a period of time. Tissue damage shows evidence of pre-mortem manhandling, finger marks on the skin and some tears. It wasn't gentle. It's possible she was dragged. We'll know more when we get the full report, but my guess is that she knew her killer. We have no evidence anyone forced entry into the house. Reluctant though he was to say it, he had to. It puts Maura Lyle back in the frame. We know Cheryl phoned her, and we've been unable to locate her since. So why do we think the killer cut Cheryl's throat and cut out her tongue? Huh? Anyone? James said, displaying her unnerving ability to pin everyone in the room down as if they were live moths about to meet their doom on a display board. For show. There was no need, as she was already dead. Setup shows no sexual deviance, and it doesn't look like an unplanned revenge killing either, not frenzied enough, Poole said, though he knew this was pure speculation. Any witnesses to anything at all? Did anyone see Maura Lyle in or around the area? James asked, eyebrows raised. Poole said the neighbours claim they saw and heard nothing, except the dog barking, which was what prompted them to call. Nice neighbours, James said with a look of disgust. I assume the sound of a woman being murdered didn't drown out their TVs. She did a little customary pacing. And what about this mystery Scarface woman, the delightfully unhelpful Mrs. Dexter has told us about? Do we know who she is? Not yet, Poole said, hating to admit it. And are we any the wiser as to the identity of the person who died in that room, strapped to a bed and left to rot, by the looks of it? James asked, referring to Poole's grisly discovery at the Grange. Not yet, but they're working on it. All we do know is that she was female and had been dead for quite a few days from the level of insect activity. Again, we know more when the full report is in. The lab is backed up like no one's business, and every time something new comes up, something else we wanted urgently gets shoved on the back burner, Poole said. Glad he wasn't the one in charge of the budget. No wonder James was looking ill. The cost of this investigation was going to bankrupt the department at this rate. As if those exact thoughts were running through her mind, James glazed over for a moment, then shook her head in a bid to dismiss them. And Estelle Hall. What about her? Poole rifled through another folder. This one he'd not even had a chance to glance at. Cause of death was suicide. There are self-inflicted lacerations to the arms, which caused extensive exsanguination. Evidence of extensive pre-mortem bruising. She'd been pushed around a lot, and quite roughly, by the looks of it. Some of the marks appear to have been inflicted during her attempts to escape the room. Some are older, and suggest she was taken there by force. Various traces on her clothing indicate she was dragged through the house, and her blood matches that found on a large bookcase that was used to obscure the entrance to the hidden room. Are we assuming she was deliberately and forcefully locked in that room, or do we know for certain that she was? James asked. It seemed obvious to Poole. The levels of bruising, some older skin damage around her mouth and so forth, would strongly suggest that she was. Also, she was badly dehydrated and hadn't eaten in some time. It would appear that whoever locked her in there had every intention of leaving her to die. We think she lasted quite some time before killing herself. The room went quiet. They had all read Poole's report of the scene, had grimaced at the photographs and imagined the scenario. No one wanted to dwell on it. Christ, what on earth did they all do to deserve this? James said, raising her eyebrows and looking around the room, a gesture that raised nothing more than a few mumbles and a bit of shuffling. I suggest we all focus on bloody well finding out, eh? She added pointedly. Because we know it can't all be down to what was found at Essen Grange. Something else is going on here, people. Poole's phone rang, breaking the uncomfortable silence and punctuating the pause that James's words had created. While he took the call, everyone else took the interruption as a sign to get moving and get on with the day. Only James remained, staring at Poole with a look on her face that implied she was expecting Poirot to be on the end of the line, with the news that he'd solved the case and that all the suspects were enjoying martinis in a posh drawing room somewhere in the home counties. Poole's expression should have told her different. What now? She asked. The team working the Grange. They went back in this morning. Someone had left some equipment behind. A door they knew to be locked was open, and they found Bob Silver's dog tied up inside, along with a significant amount of reasonably fresh blood. James stared at him and uttered just one word. Shit. Chapter 25. The smell of rotting human flesh contains some 400 different compounds, and, to the average nose, these combine to form a wall of repulsion so powerful it can physically knock you back. Among the compounds are those known as putrescine and cadaverine, chicken and egg terms which become totally irrelevant when the effect of them assaults your senses and sends you reeling into a door that has been firmly locked behind you. The stench penetrates and clings, not only to the senses, but to the clothes, the skin, and the realization of the witness, until she has no doubt that she is in the presence of death. Maura had no doubt. She'd had questions when she'd first walked into the flat and her nose had wrinkled at the sweet, cloying smell she had assumed was old food from an unemptied bin. She'd had questions when she saw the filth and neglect, the lack of furniture, the emptiness, as if she had interrupted them in the process of moving out. And she'd had questions when Mary had dragged her, half senseless, to her own car and had made her climb into the boot. She'd have asked them if she hadn't been gagged and bound, with blood dripping in her eyes from the reopened wound and the tip of a knife blade digging into her back. She was in the room with Jamie now. His bloated, liquefying and blackened corpse still hanging from the hook in the tall ceiling. He'd hung himself with a length of electrical cord, which still bit ever more deeply into the swollen flesh of his neck. God knew how long she'd been there. Hours? A day? The window had been painted out. If there was light out there, she couldn't see it. I told you he was waiting for you, but you took too long. I was expecting you to come today. But no matter. Sooner is better than later. It's the Grange, you see, it draws you back. It drew you back, brought me what I wanted. It brought me you. I had to get you there to make you see, make you understand. Then the house brought you back. I didn't even have to try. The door that separated them muffled Mary's voice, yet the barrier of wood didn't diminish the menace in her tone. In fact, the locked door amplified Maura's rising terror. That's the trouble with you people. You're in your own little world, doing whatever you want to do, with your dirty secrets and your obligations all out of sight and out of mind. You forget about them, don't you? Then they die, and you think you can get away with it. You think you can leave me to clean up your messes, and that there will be no consequences. You think you can pay for your mistakes with money or a string of excuses that change nothing. Well, I've got news for you, Nursey. It's an eye for an eye in my book. You neglected my boy for your own selfish ends, and he died because of it. Now you die too. I'm just evening the score. Maura was struggling. Against the stench, the revulsion, against the rolling urge to vomit, and against the fog that was clouding her brain. She ought to fight, but couldn't remember how. She ought to scream, but couldn't connect her voice to her thoughts. Even though Mary had removed her bonds, Maura's tongue had turned into a great, unwieldy, lolling thing in her mouth. Unable to form words, unable to beg or plead or reason. Her eyes were dimming at the edges and blurring in the middle. Flies were buzzing in her face, but her hands were too heavy and she couldn't swipe them away. Everything had turned to lead, and her thoughts were nothing but a thick, molten soup of confusion and fear. The only thing that was still clear was the stench, and it was the only thing she could focus on as her consciousness waned. Mary heard the thud as Maura's body hit the ground. It made her smile. Chapter 26. The sense that she was nothing other than a pain in D.I. James's arse meant no one was overly concerned with the fact that Maura might be at significant risk. No one except Paul, and he wasn't sure whether his concern was personal or professional. For that reason, he was trying to push thoughts of Maura away until he knew what to do with them. She was still a suspect, though one he thought could be easily eliminated. Maura Lyle had not done all this. News of the fresh blood at the Grange was even making him wonder whether she was a victim of this. No one had seen or heard from her for some time. Too much time, in Paul's opinion. She wasn't due at work until the Monday, so they were not concerned. There was little contact with her family. Her older sister Denise had been dismissive of their inquiries, claiming Maura had estranged herself from her family and was a loner. There were no friends. Richard had alienated those, and her neighbours were indifferent. It seemed no one paid much attention to Maura Lyle. Gallon had wandered over. What's up? You look like you lost a pound and found a penny. Paul ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. It's just this bloody case. It's getting to all of us now. Gallon smiled. Well, I have good news. He pointed over at Barbara's desk. Come and join us. Progress has been made. Barbara had come up with a lead from the Yodel delivery man about the Moss's cleaner. The driver didn't know her name. Neither did the police, but they did suspect that the unidentified fingerprints at both the Grange and the Moss's house were likely to belong to her. They also knew she bore a scar on her face. A burn, the man had said. Old and silvery like shiny paper, apparently. The door-to-door contingent had grilled every neighbour, but all they'd found out was that Dr. and Mrs. Moss were aloof, strange, and hid behind their bloody Leylandii and privet as if they had something to hide. Maybe they had employed a cleaner, but no one had ever seen her except the Yodel man. There were a couple of reports of a car coming and going, a car not in keeping with the neighbourhood. No one had bothered to note the registration number, and given that the local residents' association had strenuously resisted the installation of CCTV, there would be no record of it. All any of them could establish from the neighbours was that the Mosses were disliked intensely. The delivery driver had offered them one more thing. He'd seen the woman elsewhere, coming in and out of the flats on the White City estate. Barbara was looking quite triumphant until Kelso walked in, overheard and offered her usual grim pronouncement on things. Fat lot of good that is. Those flats are scheduled for demolition in a few days. All the residents moved out weeks ago. Paul stared at her. Then get me a list from the council that tells me where all the residents moved to. They were mostly dropouts and druggies, as I recall. I think some got rehoused to Essen Fields in the social housing bit. Bet that pissed the developer off, having to move that lot in to get his subsidies. Just get me the list and narrow it down to middle-aged couples, single women, and people with bloody scars, Paul snapped. He didn't care what Kelso thought of the former residents. He just needed to know where they'd all gone. There were noises outside. Giggling, swearing, and the smell of smoke softly mingling with the stench. Maura had yelled, paced to the floor, and pounded the walls and door until she could pace no more. Her head was hazy from fever and fear, and her hands were bruised and bloodied. Smears of red were daubed about the room, and she had ripped her nails beyond the quicks by tearing at the locked door and sealed window. Jamie Baxter's bloated, stinking body hung there like a side of fly-blown meat, taunting her, making her crazy with terror and guilt. She had been locked in with her mistakes, locked in that room, locked inside her own head. Her temper was spent, and all that remained was despair. She had been left to die, left to expire in the worst way by a woman she had believed was nothing more than downtrodden and needy. That Mary could have hated her this much had come as a cold and brutal shock. That she had been held responsible for the suicide of Jamie was an idea that weighed heavily on her soul. Mary thought Maura hadn't cared. She had cared. Deeply. She'd just been sick herself. Like Jamie, she'd also been sick of herself. Trapped in a room, 5 floors up in an empty building, Maura was beyond trying to make sense of it. She had gone over and over it, from her arrival at the Grange and that moment of dread at the sight of the place, to the moment it had lured her back and she had heard that familiar voice. She had even gone over that split second before the blow, when she had thought she was safe. She had never been safe at the Grange. Ridiculous to think she was safe with the lumpen middle-aged woman with the careworn frown and the silvered scar. She had not been safe. None of them had ever been safe. Even Mary. That house wanted them all. All she was left with was the pain in her throbbing hands and the burn of thirst in her throat. The room had shrunk around her. The grey fuzz of light and the long shadows were pressing in, clinging and cloying and sucking at her will to live, feeding off it and growing fat on her despair. This was it. She was going to die. She was already in the company of the dead and would be just as unmourned and unmissed. She'd always known it was going to be like this. She'd just thought it would be in her own bed when she was old. She felt old. Having the life drawn out of you in a place like this made you old. It withered you from the inside. In the fur-grey bowels of the stinking bedroom, Maura gave up, lay down on the floor, and waited for the grey to turn to black and the black to turn to nothing. Eli Jones and Luke Felton had been watching the old bat come and go for days. There had been lean pickings in the other flats, nothing but empty cans and dirty needles left behind. But Luke was convinced they'd find better stuff in Mad Mary's. If Eli was honest, he was a bit scared of Scarface and her batshit crazy son, but it didn't wash to admit that kind of shit to Luke. The old hag was the last to leave, the last to move out, and that in itself was weird. Who the fuck wanted to hang around in that shithole longer than they had to? Everyone else had shipped out weeks ago. It had been kind of fun watching the guy from the council repeatedly knock on the door and try to talk to her through the letterbox. Much good it had done him. Mad Mary never spoke to anyone she didn't want to. But she'd done something really strange that day. She dropped the flat keys down a drain and walked away. Luke had tried to get into the flat loads of times when she was out, Eli playing lookout on the landing, but he'd never managed it, much to Eli's relief. Coming face to face with the son was not high on his agenda of fun encounters. Luke was adamant he'd not seen anything decent come out of the flat, like a telly or computer. There had been nothing but a few carrier bags she'd hung on the handles of her bike. Luke said it stood to reason there must be decent stuff still inside. Besides, it would be like a rite of passage getting in there and getting out in one piece. It had taken Luke an hour with a bent coat hanger and a stiff arm to hook the keys out of the sludge, but once he'd got them, he'd been determined to use them. Eli knew he'd run out of excuses. If he didn't go in there and prove himself, Luke was going to tell everyone he was a complete twat. He'd be hung out to dry among their mates. "What about the nut job?" he'd said. Luke had called him a pussy. Pussy or not, Eli hadn't been the one who'd gagged on the smell. He had been the one who'd spotted the handbag sitting on the living room floor in among the stinking shit. He'd also been the one who'd heard the banging and shouting and had almost crapped himself. Luke had been the one who lit the fire and yelled, "Leg it," and Eli hadn't needed much prompting. They'd run like twats, emptied the handbag of money, taken the mobile phone and dumped everything else on the allotments. Luke had said 35 quid and a decent smartphone wasn't a bad haul. He knew someone who could unlock and clean the phone and it'd be worth a few quid to someone. Eli had been chuffed too, but he couldn't get the thought of all that banging out of his mind. It was hard to have a conscience when Luke Felton was your best mate, though. Anyway, the flat wouldn't burn. They never did for long. Too bloody damp and full of asbestos. The stupid thing was he'd had to go back and see. Nicking stuff was one thing. Killing people was another. There hadn't been any banging or shouting when he'd gone back in. Just a big, black, smouldering patch of shitty carpet. Eli had pissed on it for good measure, shut the door behind him, and dropped the keys back exactly where they'd found them. Whoever was in that flat was Mad Mary's problem, not his. That's what he told himself, anyway, until his conscience started to prick him in the middle of the night. At 10 to 5, Derek Alton checked his watch, shook his head, and figured he'd better get home for his tea before the wife fed it to the cat, or the bin. The missus wasn't fussy when she was on one. He carefully locked his shed with the hefty padlock that had been designed and bought to keep the local scroats out. Derek valued his gardening tools, but he valued his secret stash of homemade parsnip wine more. This year's was a good batch, and he'd be damned if he wanted it thrown down the necks of the local youth without a second thought. With a sigh, he surveyed his allotment. It was a good job half the kids in the area were averse to veg, otherwise that would have been scavenged too. It had been vandalised often enough. Still, the allotment was an escape if nothing else, and he got to have a bit of a tipple without the wife being any the wiser. Small mercies were worth a bit of gratitude in Derek's mind. He spotted the purse first, open, empty of money and nestling among the carrot fronds. The bag had been thrown on his rhubarb, crushing the tender stems and pissing him off no end. He grabbed it up, a scowl creasing his face, which softened into a look of puzzlement as a feather fell out. Long, dark, and inky blue-black in the afternoon light. There were 3 more inside, along with keys, receipts, and the usual junk women carried. What was the obsession with lip balm? His wife always carried a ton of the stuff, like she was going to be kissing anybody. She certainly rationed her affections with him. Derek shrugged, put the feather in the bag with the purse, and decided to drop it into the police station on his way home. Some poor cow would be glad to have it back, even if she had lost her valuables to the local shitbags. He hoped they hadn't mugged her, that they hadn't progressed to that, but you just never knew what people were capable of these days. What with murders on the doorstep and more of them on the news every night. It didn't bear thinking about. But neither did the wrath of his wife or the prospect of yet another dried-up, reheated meal. Chapter 27. Poole and Gallen sat at their desks, staring at the whiteboard, both trying to join the dots and coming up with bugger all, other than the same confused scribble of conclusions they'd been over 1,000 times before. "So," Gallen said, "Maura Lyle told us that Connie claimed there was a sister-in-law and a child who went missing. Does it stand to reason that the missing woman is the one in the attic, kept there to stop her making a claim on the estate?" "It's possible," Poole mused, "in which case, what happened to the kid? Buried somewhere in the ground? Bricked up in the house? Who friggin' knows? If we sent an excavation team into that place, we could unearth half the missing persons in the UK. At this stage, anything could turn up." "It's like James said, every answer raises more questions. If Connie wanted to confess, why didn't she? It's not as if either of them didn't have the opportunity. We had them both in for questioning." But were we asking the right questions? Equally, they might have been a strange couple of ducks, but they weren't stupid. They must have known they would be implicated. I mean, there's a shitload of charges we could have thrown at both of them over who was locked in that room, Gallen said, once again using simple logic, which, once again, pasted them right back into the same corner. "True," Poole said. "Maybe they just both wanted to unburden themselves but were too scared. Rightfully, as it turns out. They must have known it was all going to unravel as soon as Estelle went missing, and let's face it, we're none the bloody wiser as to what happened there." "Do you think that's why Estelle cut her wrists? Because it was all going to come out?" Gallen asked. Poole thought about it for a moment, went back in his mind to the image of Estelle slumped against the wall in the mess of her own blood, her veins sliced open along the length of her arms. There had been no uncertainty in her actions, no cry for help. She had meant it. His theory was that their killer had locked her in that room with the consequences of her actions, and that the horror of it had driven her to take her own life. No, I don't think it was like that. I think she knew what was in the room, that she was forced to face it, and I think she killed herself out of guilt that the woman was dead. I think she just got to a point where she couldn't take it anymore, and knew no one was going to rescue her. Murder by default. She smashed the water jug and used the shards to cut her wrists," he mused, more thinking out loud than expressing a firm conviction. "But surely she must have known that, without care, without food and water, whoever it was would have died pretty quickly," Gallen said. "She must have known that woman was there. Gordon Henderson was too far gone. He wasn't the one controlling what went on in the house. Cheryl was just bloody odd, and I don't care what anyone says, there's symbolism in the way they died. Has to be." Poole considered what he said and had to agree he was right. Cheryl had to have known what was in the house. Connie must have known too. But why had neither of them done something? Why had the woman died? Things had been unraveling for those women due to something beyond their control. They had been terrified and desperate to distance themselves. He was guessing that Estelle had pulled the strings until something had happened that had pulled the rug from under her. "Grace Poole," he said. "Eh?" "Who?" Gallen asked, confusion clouding his face. "She a relative of yours?" Poole leaned forward. "Grace Poole, the nurse in Jane Eyre, the one who looked after the madwoman in the attic. Jane didn't know she existed for a while, and even when she did, she didn't know who she was or why she was there. She thought she was the nutter who'd been setting fire to things." Gallen threw his arms up. "You've lost me, mate. No idea what you're on about." Poole waved him away. "It doesn't matter, it's a story, but it made me think. There must have been someone else in the picture, someone else in the house looking after whoever was in that room. Cheryl worked days and didn't live in. Someone had to be there the rest of the time." "Yeah. Estelle," Gallen said. Poole shook his head. "No, she wouldn't have dealt with bedpans and feeding. The person tied to that bed needed full-on care. From what we know about Estelle Hall, there's no way she'd have got her hands dirty." Gallen had to ponder that for a minute. "Okay, I can see that, but why was Maura Lyle there if there was already someone available to do the looking after of all the dodgy old codgers in the house? I can't work out for the life of me where she fits into all this. If Cheryl was there during the day, and your mystery person was there during the night, there would be no need of her. Unless Gordon Henderson didn't know what was being kept in his own attic. Remember the lock on his door and all those drugs? According to the GP who came out, Estelle Hall was loading him with enough stuff to fell an elephant. Then why not just carry on drugging him and lock him up every night? Or why didn't Cheryl just bring Connie to stay at the Grange and see to him herself? That I don't know, Paul said, but I have a gut feeling that Maura being there was no accident. Someone wanted her there. Someone wanted her involved. Didn't she tell us often enough that Philip Moss had asked for her by name? The agency confirmed it. Based on? Gallon asked, his eyebrows raised. Don't know, just a gut feeling, like I said. And, as you say, why was she there at all? And where the fuck is she? I wish I knew, Paul said, meaning it most sincerely. James might not be concerned, but he was. Maura didn't strike him as the flighty type who would just take off on a whim. She knew what she was part of, and he knew that despite her bravado, she'd been worried. People had been slaughtered. Logic dictated that she was at risk, but for some reason James just couldn't or wouldn't see it. She still saw Maura as a suspect. Maura could have gone walkabout at any point. She could have been taken at any time. He must have dialed her number 100 times, left message after message, but she hadn't answered. James couldn't believe she wasn't at risk, surely. But equally, if he put himself in his boss's shoes, he had to agree it made Maura look like a suspect too. He just couldn't fathom motive. Hey up, Gallon said, nudging him out of his reverie. James is beckoning. Looks like the forensic reports are in. Paul snapped to attention. Maybe now they would have some concrete answers. Listen up, people, James said. Finally, and at great bloody expense, I might add, we have some results. Let's hope they shed some light on things, eh? Those that were present put down what they were doing and turned their attention to the DI. Right. Let's start with Barbara Henderson, our bag of little bones. Our very costly forensic anthropologist had painstakingly studied the poor kid's remains and concluded she died of natural causes. Can you credit it, people? Natural bloody causes. Damage to the remains, that is the breaks and fractures we could see, all occurred after her death, most of them when she was hauled up by a bloody great JCB bucket. Anyway, he did find evidence of a pre-mortem bone biopsy, and his conclusion is that she died of leukemia. Apparently it's a more common disease in people with Down syndrome. Who knew? Well, you do now. He had some suspicion she might have been murdered, given that she was buried in secret, but no evidence. So we have to accept his findings. Surely that would have been treated in hospital, though, wouldn't it? Someone piped up, earning themselves a glowering look from James, who was just reaching her flow. Ordinarily, yes, but given that neither Barbara's birth nor death were ever registered, and we know full well that Philip Moss could have given Harold Shipman a run for his money, my guess is that our very own Dr. Death performed the procedure, treated the child, failed miserably, and disposed of the poor kid in the back garden, no doubt aided and abetted by his loyal companion, Estelle Hall. This is the guy who put an ice pick through Jane Henderson's brain. I can't see him drawing the line at playing God with a young kid, can you? No one said a word. So the only puzzle left is why she was buried naked. I've no answer to that, and as everyone who might have been able to tell us has met with an untimely death, or is dribbling their way towards the Grim Reaper in a psych ward, I guess we may never know. Case closed unless anyone has any revolutionary ideas or someone we can sling a charge at. She scanned the room, looking at the sea of faces, almost defying any of them to speak. No one did, though a few had the good grace to look crestfallen and sad at the prospect of a vulnerable young girl dying, no doubt in pain and distress, and being unceremoniously disposed of in a not-so-shallow grave. Good. Now, you might think I'm a hard-nosed bitch, and I am when I have to be, but I'll make sure she gets a decent, dignified burial this time, okay? Fuck the budget. Paul smiled at her and received a mild scowl in return. James wasn't keen on revealing her softer side for very long, let alone very often. On to her father, Gordon Henderson. The full report agrees with the prelim. He was suffocated with a woolen scarf. The DNA found under his fingernails, which denotes he was aware of the attack and fought back, turned out to be a familial match for Barbara, which means either he suffocated and attacked himself, or the person who killed him was a relative. And, here's where it gets interesting, the DNA is also a direct match for Cheryl Nixon, who in her report is shown to have had several scratches on her forearms that would correspond to the marks that might have been made by a frightened old man fighting for his life. Unfortunately for us, she wasn't there. A neighbour confirmed seeing her and Connie arrive home that night, and, to the best of our knowledge, she didn't leave the house until the next morning. So, the most likely scenario is that the skin got under his nails because he was an ordinary old bastard who liked lashing out at his carers. Maura Lyle had similar marks, but was not a DNA match. Hang on, Paul said. Are you saying that Gordon Henderson was Cheryl Nixon's father too? James pointed at him. Well done, DS Paul. Brownie points for you, putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 4. The first time anyone has in this entire nightmare of a case, but, yet again, it raises more sodding questions, the answers to which will require the assistance of a friggin' medium, as everyone who could have answered them has sloughed off their mortal coil. Or had it sloughed off for him, Gallon muttered. Well, if Connie Nixon was bonking the boss, I suppose it explains the ridiculous loyalty and secret-keeping that went on. Well, to some extent anyway. Although I had the impression there was little love lost between her and him. Paul was basing his assumption on the conversation he'd had with Maura when they'd called a truce and decided to communicate. Maybe, James said, but it might have had just as much to do with the decent amount of money that was being paid to Connie each month, far and away beyond when she officially retired. Cheryl Nixon must have been the only illegitimate child in the history of man who was still in receipt of maintenance money in her 40s. So I'd suggest that money spoke louder than loyalty in the Nixon house. It seems Connie was more than happy to start selling out when she thought that might disappear, but, and this is why I don't like assumptions, boys and girls, Cheryl and Barbara were true sisters, not half-sisters. They share a mother and a father. There was a ripple of confusion around the room. So that poor cow in the psych ward is her birth mother? Paul asked, his head reeling with all he was being told. Yep, James said. Your guess is as good as mine when it comes to the shenanigans there. Gallon frowned. He seemed to be struggling to take it all in. Do you think she knew? Cheryl, I mean. Not a clue, if you ask me. When I saw her with Henderson, she treated him with mild contempt and very much saw him as an unpleasant aspect of her job, Paul said. Any attachment was saved for whoever else was in that house. There were a few nods of agreement around the room. Those in the team who had met Cheryl agreed she'd been 2 sandwiches short of a picnic most of the time. Her weirdness had never been in doubt, even if her paternity had. Now that it had been confirmed, it seemed to fit. Gordon Henderson hadn't been the full ticket either. James coughed, bringing their attention back to her. I think it would be wise to remember at this point that Cheryl Nixon was as much a victim in this as anyone else. Her murder was surely provoked by some seriously dire circumstances imposed on her by the people who should have had her welfare at heart. We have no idea what Cheryl experienced in that house, or what was imposed on her, through Connie's greed or Estelle's control. We may never find out just how strange things were with that shower of shite at Essen Grange, so I think we should have a bit more sympathy for Cheryl Nixon, don't you? Even Paul felt himself flush. He was as guilty as everyone else, if not more so. He'd judged Cheryl Nixon harshly for her odd persona and bad fashion sense. All that frizzy hair and brittleness must have been hiding a seething mess of distress and confusion, enough to get her killed in the end. Fair point, boss, he said. James nodded. We still don't have the full report for Elizabeth Moss. Different force, different rules, but I don't anticipate it will say much we don't already know. She was strangled, well, actually, she was garroted. Whoever killed her didn't want to use her hands, and I say her for the sake of argument. I'm still open on that one. We don't know exactly when she left her own home, or when she travelled to the cottage, or how. What we do know, thanks to those who get the boring jobs, is that the cottage was booked by Dr. Moss on his credit card 2 weeks before. Now, we've had some speculation over whether he was planning to leave with Estelle Hall, but I'm beginning to wonder if, in fact, he and the wife were planning a bunk to escape the consequences of whatever happened at the Grange. I think Moss knew his wife was dead, thought Estelle had run out on him, was at the mercy of the killer, and topped himself in Perlman's show home as a final act of defiance to the lot of them. She scanned the room again. Yeah, you're right. Another thing we'll never bloody know unless we pin down the killer, and soon. She took the measure of all the blank, overwhelmed faces of her team. Which brings me to the initial reports of what happened in the Nixons' kitchen. Paul closed his eyes, seeing the scene of carnage in that kitchen once again, still not able to make sense of it. It would appear we're dealing with a killer with a completely different MO to the one who killed Gordon Henderson. What was done to Cheryl was savage, deliberate and ice-cold, James said, her voice taking on an edge equal to the one the killer had used to brutalize the 2 women. No prints, no hair, no fibers, no footprints, no nothing. No clue how she got into the house without being seen, no idea why Cheryl opened the door to her if she suspected her, and yes, I'm still using her for the sake of convenience. The reports don't say anything we didn't already surmise. We have significant amounts of benzodiazepines in Cheryl's blood, so we know she was probably self-medicating. Probably from the stash Estelle Hall had been feeding to Gordon. That tells me she was scared, that she thought the killer was coming for them. It also tells me she didn't think it was Maura Lyle.
But if they knew they were at risk, why not tell someone? Why not tell us? Barbara asked.
James frowned at Barbara. And implicate themselves in the imprisonment and subsequent death of an innocent woman. No, I don't think they had any intention of telling anyone. I think they were trying to stay safe, distance themselves and pretend they didn't have a clue. But we do know Cheryl called Maura Lyle.
Yet Connie told Maura Lyle the story of the missing woman,
Gallen said, as an aside to Paul. What about the thing with the tongue and the eyes? Does it mean anything? The question came from the back of the room, from a DC called Thompson who had an interest in profiling, if Paul remembered rightly. James didn't hold with profiling and believed anyone who had read more than 3 Val McDermid novels or watched Criminal Minds was probably as qualified as anyone else on the subject. She didn't want to waste time on best guesses. James shrugged, glanced at the photograph of the offending articles for far too brief a moment, gave the slightest, almost imperceptible shudder, and answered the question. Opinions vary. It's been suggested there was some symbolism to removing those particular body parts, and if Gordon Henderson had had his ears cut off, I might just buy the theory. Speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil and all. I might even have thought the killer was trying to explain his actions through some kind of symbolic gesture. But 2 out of 3 isn't enough to convince me. I think it was garnish. He did that because he could, and because he thought it would send us spiralling off in a whole new direction. I also think he did it to take the piss out of us. He's cocky, clever, forensic savvy, and thinks he's going to get away with this. Let's make sure he doesn't, and yes, I'm using he now because I really don't like assumptions.
Love to, boss, but how? We have 0 leads on this, and unless we pick up someone who can shed some light on this, we're just a bit fucked right now, Gallen said. We haven't even managed to locate the Moss's cleaning woman yet. Impatience and frustration leaked into James's expression, pinching her features and making her look even more pissed off than she normally did. I'm well aware of all the difficulties we're facing, but they are just difficulties, not impossibilities, Gallen. Let's remember that. She turned back to the paperwork she was holding and shuffled the pages. We know Estelle Hall was locked in that room by someone prior to her suicide. We still don't know who locked her in, but her clothing has been examined and we did find splinters of wood on her clothes. We also found mold spores and traces of glue on her skin. It looks like she was bound with duct tape at some point and dragged through the house. Rather bizarrely, we also found traces of butter and breadcrumbs on her skirt. This titbit raised a few sniggers, soon suppressed by the frown of impatience that suffused James's brow. It suggests she'd eaten not long before she was taken, she said coldly, which means she wasn't expecting an attack. I'm guessing she knew full well what was in the hidden part of that house, but didn't remotely suspect there would be any retaliation for it. I suspect she believed no one would care. Well, that narrows it down. We're looking for someone who provides supper before they kill, Gallen said dryly. A few still dared to giggle, and this time James didn't hush them. Instead, a sly smile snuck its way onto her features, and she shared the joke for a moment. For Christ's sake, don't let the press get hold of that. All we need now is for him to be deemed the bread-and-butter killer or the supper psycho. The sniggers turned into laughter, and the humour spread around the room like a much-needed Mexican wave of mirth, lightening the mood and lowering the tone in equal measure. Poole joined in, allowing a broad smile to soften his face and loosen his frown. Jokes were healthy. Laughing made it bearable. It made everyone feel human again. White people, we are, of course, still waiting for results on the body that was discovered at the Grange. I'll keep you posted on that. In the meantime, keep digging and keep looking for anything that might help us nail this down, James said, once the joke had run its course. Back to work, everyone. Let's get this done. Paul turned back to his desk. They were no further forward, but they hadn't made any major errors either. It was like a no-score draw, but it was better than a kick in the teeth. He was about to say something to Gallen, but his words were halted on his lips by the ringing of Gallen's mobile. The desk sergeant has got something he thinks might interest us, he said. He's bringing it up, just wanted to check we were still here. Poole smiled again and looked heavenwards. He didn't believe in a higher power, but needed to pitch his gratitude somewhere. At last they might have been given a break.
As his eyes became level with the room again, he spotted the desk sergeant making his way across the office. "What have you got for me?" Poole asked, hoping good things would arrive in twos, if not threes. "This," the sergeant said, placing Mora's bag on the desk. It was handed in last night by a guy who found it on his allotment. Said he didn't see who dumped it, but thought he ought to hand it in. I recognise the name for the driver's licence. Poole's heart sank. He recognised the bag without being told who owned it. He'd seen Mora carting it about often enough, always strung across her body. It was very representative of her. Good quality, but well used and a bit worn. There was a sad quality about it, as if it had once been loved but was now just a receptacle for everyday junk. Just a bag for the baggage. The only time he'd ever seen her without it was the time they'd arrested her and put her in a paper suit. His heart nearly flatlined when the sergeant produced the 4 feathers from inside. "These have any significance?" Gallon stared as Poole's face turned the whitest shade of pale that was actually a pallid grey. "4 for a boy," Poole whispered.
Chapter 28. Gallon was in the evidence room, standing amidst a sea of boxes all labelled Essen Grange. If he'd had the choice, he might have turned around, walked out, and shut the door on the lot. But he didn't have a choice. Every single item in every single box had to be gone through. There were 6 boxes marked cellar. In one of them would be the items he'd found the night Poole had drawn the short straw and tackled the attics. In the rest there would be God knows what. When you were trying to unravel the history of a family like the Hendersons, everything became potentially relevant. Every receipt, every photograph, every document. Looking around, Gallon felt as if they'd bagged and boxed the contents of the whole house, just in case. Going through it all was going to be a gargantuan task. He started with the cellar boxes, already knowing what he wanted to find. A theory about the murders had been developing in his mind, but it wasn't one he wanted to share with the whole team just yet. They'd been chasing rabbit-shaped and vague theories for days and getting precisely nowhere, coming out of it looking like a bunch of overexcited but dim-witted lurchers. James had been reluctant to let him run with this. Her budget was melting away like snow in spring. However, she needed results too, so had signed off with grudging approval. In one of the boxes, he knew there would be a passport, some clothing, and a couple of souvenirs. Tiny things, simple memories really, but if he was right, things that could put them onto a path that didn't lead to a dead end. The night he and Poole had found the dead woman at the Grange, he'd spotted something in the cellar. A small package in a suitcase full of old-fashioned women's clothes. It was a worn envelope, brown, sealed with age and brittle tape, labelled, "First curls and first tooth." A woman and child had arrived at the Grange on an unknown date and had disappeared. No one had reported them missing, no one had looked for them. In fact, no one had known of their existence at all, until Connie Nixon had told Maura Lyle about them for reasons none of them could fathom. Connie Nixon had been an old sow, in Gallon's opinion. A vile woman with calculating eyes and a huge streak of spite. He'd watched the interview on the day she'd died, when she'd battered those eyes and played the little old lady card for only 2 reasons he could garner: to make fools of the police and save her own neck. She might have achieved the first, but the second had been an epic fail of grotesque proportions. He was in disagreement with D.I. James about Cheryl, too. He felt her tongue had been left that way for a very distinct reason. She had said something the killer hadn't wanted her to say, or that she shouldn't have spoken of, or possibly that she should have done something about but hadn't. He didn't know which, but it was symbolic, all right. Just as much as her eyes, which had clearly been responsible either for seeing something she shouldn't have, or for not seeing something she should. He had a gut feeling that what the 2 women had seen and ignored, or spoken of, or kept secret, was linked to the woman and child no one knew or cared about. If there was one thing Gallon had learned, it was to listen to his gut. In his opinion, it was the seat of knowledge. All that synthesized information gleaned over a lifetime wasn't stored in the brain, it was stored in the belly. And his belly was telling him that the missing child would be a man by now, the woman not particularly old. Their inheritance had been ripped away from them, their existence denied by silence. Unless they had been bumped off and buried too, they had every reason to want to take revenge. They might even have a motive to kill. Gut instinct might have led him to this theory, but it was paperwork and record-keeping that led him to what he'd been looking for. The envelope was in box 3 out of 6. He signed it out and hurried to the lab, hoping he could persuade the FE to look at it as a priority, as if there weren't 100 of those already. The forensic examiner stared down at the wispy bunch of baby hair and shook her head. "No good, I'm afraid. It's been cut, no root, I can't get DNA from this." She picked up the tooth with a pair of tweezers and examined the tiny pearl of dull white babyhood. She held it under a magnifying lens and scrutinized it in the same way a jeweler might appraise a gem. I might be able to do something with this, though," she said, pointing to the tiny dot of dried and blackened pulp at the jagged edge of the tooth. Whoever had the foresight to wrap this in paper and put it in a cool place had no idea what it would mean. That person is a pathologist's dream. "Leave it with me, I'll see if I can squeeze it in." Gallon smiled. Chapter 29. Poole was at the Grange. It had been half-stripped since the discovery of the women's bodies, and had an even more baleful air in its semi-naked state. It had always been a house that had made the hairs on the back of his neck bristle, but now it had been pillaged, it seemed even creepier, as if the location of so many deaths needed the extra atmosphere. The Sockos had been busy. The huge bookcase that had dominated the corridor to the attics had been moved, revealing the other entrance to the room that had held the bodies of Estelle Hall and the unknown woman. Poole had thought it odd that anyone in the house would have had to scramble through the junk upstairs to reach the room, and it explained the optical weirdness from outside, where the ivy-clad wall seemed to be missing a window. It was now clear that the bookcase had been a recent addition, its original home having been one of the unused upstairs rooms. The ghost of its outline could still be seen on a blousy wallpaper. They had speculated that the monstrous thing had been moved recently. A smear of dried blood adhered to its back just below a splintered patch of wood. Someone had caught their finger during the move. More DNA for the harassed FE to consider, but Poole would bet the splinters on Estelle's clothes would be a match, and he'd take a punt on the blood matching either her or Bob Silver. They were drowning in DNA, with more results than people on the database. DNA was a fabulous thing, providing the person that owned it was on record. Unfortunately for him, it seemed the inhabitants of Essen Grange had evaded the swab despite the evidence that they had been up to their necks in dirty deeds over the years. The woman's prison-like room was in the oldest part of the house, the 17th century heart that had been added to and hidden by subsequent Hendersons, each with their own version of what made a house a home. From what Poole could see, Mia Casa Henderson style was a clandestine, higgledy-piggledy hodgepodge of additions inadvertently designed to confuse the orientation of random visitors. It was the moneyed people's equivalent of hanging new wallpaper over old because you couldn't be bothered to start from scratch. Such things covered a multitude of sins. In the Hendersons' case, they had covered up the tiny, ancient centre of the house. Like a pearl inside an oyster, the existing house had swallowed up an irritant and surrounded it with layer upon layer of nacre in the form of additions and extensions. Beyond the Victorian door, previously hidden by the bookcase, was a small passage with one door that led into the squalid little room, and another opening onto a staircase which was well used, surprisingly clean, and which led straight down into a vestibule with a rough oak door. That door led straight into the rear courtyard of the house and nestled into the wall benignly next to the kitchen. Poole had seen the door before, but assumed it to be a storage room. There was no access to it via any of the house's downstairs rooms, so it had just appeared to everyone as a typical glory hole, or possibly an old coal cellar. The discovery that it had direct access to the hidden room was quite a revelation. The more recent discovery of fresh blood was profoundly worrying. What it meant was that anyone with a key could come and go unseen by anyone else. It was a discovery that raised as many questions as it answered. It certainly explained why Maura Lyle hadn't known she was sharing the house with a corpse. But she had shared it with Buster, the poor animal who'd lost his master, been pushed from pillar to post, and abandoned now to the mercies of the animal shelter. Poole had no idea why, but he'd retrieved Buster from the rescue shelter, offering to take him on himself. Sheer madness for a man who lived in a flat and had never had the inclination to care much for himself, let alone another creature. But Buster was in situ, shedding on the carpets, drooling on the sofa, and eating his own body weight in biscuits. The vet at the shelter had given him a good bill of health, but had said Buster was old, erring on bad eyesight, and had almost completely lost his sense of smell, even if he hadn't lost his curiosity and enthusiasm. His hearing, however, was perfect. Paul had felt an affinity for the dog. He too felt old and seemed to be losing his instincts. So he'd taken Buster on the premise that birds of a feather should stick together. Buster hadn't picked up the smell of the body, just as Paul had failed to sniff out the human rats populating Essen Grange, though he felt as though he was knee-deep in their droppings. He felt his mouth twist into a wry smile as he thought about the dog. He wondered if Buster was missing Mora too, and felt as sad as he did. Of course, the dog had barely known her either, but he'd placed a decent bet the poor old guy felt her loss. He doubted the dog was as frightened by her absence as he was, though. Kelso had come to the Grange with him. He'd have liked to bring Gallon, but he hadn't been around. She stuck her head around the kitchen door. "Come in here a minute, would you? I might have found something," she said. Paul pulled his attention away from the old door and followed her into the kitchen. Once inside, she drew his attention to the list of phone numbers stuck to the side of the fridge under a horribly ironic decorative magnet that read, "You don't have to be mad to work here, but it helps." "Who's Mary?" Kelso asked, pointing to a name that had been crudely scribbled out. The other names on the list were all relevant to the Grange, from Bob Silver to the doctor, to the butcher who provided the meat and the company that supplied the heating oil. Whoever Mary was, she was equally important. Paul peered at the name. The phone number that followed it was still legible, though it had been struck through with biro, altering some of the numbers, so it wasn't entirely clear whether the sloping sevens might be ones. "Good call. Let's find out, shall we?" he said, giving up a silent prayer of thanks that they might finally have found someone who could give them some insight into what might have gone on in the house and why. He was hoping they'd found his Grace Paul. The moment the phone rang, I knew. There was no one left at the Grange to call me, yet its number flashed onto the screen like a taunt. That house. It draws them all back, whether they like it or not. They'd found me, but not until I'd wanted to be found. If it wasn't for Jamie, I might have run years ago, but I couldn't leave him. I never could leave him for long. He'd only just come home, sodden with drugs, sitting in the chair like a drooling zombie, me having to wipe his chin and feed him while his fingers twitched and plucked at the arms of the chair. It broke my heart. It's always broken my heart to see him like that. My beautiful boy wrecked and ruined by the demons in his head. Me wrecked by the demons in mine. She killed him, that nurse. Promised him she'd be there. Promised us she'd help. Then she left him to die by his own hand while she got on with her life. Just like them at the Grange got on with theirs while my lady lay dying. You don't get away with that. You don't get away with leaving me or dead and expecting me to do nothing about it. We've done okay over the years. I worked 3 jobs to keep us. I never wanted to be a drain like my own mother was, or a feckless wanderer like my father. He died, you know, in his chair, holding a picture of me when I was the innocent one. Just a kid. Just a child full of trust and hope. I don't remember that child anymore. He did, though, him in his rose-tinted glasses. I think he died of shock when I told him who I was. I'm Mary now, but I used to be his little Mary Lou, until he learned to hate my mother, and I became just Lou. He saved me a job by dying, though I think it was me who scared him to death that day. All those years and he never knew me. The times he'd stood next to me in the shop, smiled at me, held the door open, and never once called me Lou. You know you're invisible when even your own father doesn't see you, even when you're coming and going from the place where he works. More interested in that bloody dog and his next bottle of cider than he was in his own daughter. He was a crap handyman, too. Never cut the ivy, never wondered why there was never a job to do in the attic corridor, or what the door was for next to the kitchen. My father couldn't have found his own arsehole with a torch and a map and a drill sergeant shouting directions at him. I could have told him who I was 100 times, I could have said, but I never wanted to see him search my face and try and find the kid he'd left behind. Yet we were the same, I suppose. He'd lost his ear to my mother's temper. I'd lost my face. A pan of chip fat, scalding and melting my skin because that's what happened to little girls who didn't do as they were told. That's what happened to Mary Louise Silver when her daddy didn't come home and rescue her. I am what happens when you grow up with that. I fed him that bloody photograph, shoved it in his sorry mouth as he was dying. No heartfelt reunion for us. The phone has rung 15 times now. A hollow, sorry sound. I ought to answer. Come in, Mary Lou Silver, your time is up. I don't answer it. I don't answer to anyone anymore. Chapter 30. Poole watched the forensic pathologist prod at the brain. The sodden grey mass had started to liquefy, and he had to fight for every vestige of detachment. He'd only just managed to hang on to the contents of his stomach while she'd scraped off the fly eggs and put them in a specimen pot. Bits of the cadaver were sitting all over the room, having been weighed and measured and handled like the precious bits of meat they were. What hadn't already been consumed, what hadn't already rotted, had been severed and sliced, probed and pillaged, in an attempt to reveal what had killed the woman in the Grange. Poole suspected despair, but the Effie had other ideas. Severe dehydration. She died of thirst, probably in a matter of days. It looks as if she was pretty frail already. There's significant osteoporosis in the bones. If she'd been kept inside for as long as you suspect, she'd have been severely lacking in vitamins A and D. It doesn't matter how much calcium you pump in if you don't have those to help it along. There's a lot of muscle wastage. She wasn't malnourished as such. There's a fair amount of visceral fat, but the muscles have wasted through lack of use. All in all, she was well cared for a woman who was kept prisoner, that is. I'm still waiting for tox screens. Sorry to say it, but you lot have given us quite a backlog. But I'd expect to see sedatives in there somewhere. Bottom line is, she died of neglect. A quite abrupt neglect. My guess is that whoever was looking after her suddenly stopped. Poole nodded. He could have told her all of that and saved the department a metric shit ton of money. He could have told her about the dehydration. The water jug had been empty, smashed by Estelle, its pieces used to slash her arms. The plastic sippy cup had fallen to the floor, a thin layer of dust riming its surface. He could have told her about the shrunken, chalky bones. It had been clear no light had entered that room for years. The high, tiny window had been covered with ivy, so thick it had made the room invisible from the outside, and the world invisible from the inside. 5 minutes in the stinking, claustrophobic cell, and he'd felt his own health start to wither. He could have told her about the muscle wastage. He'd seen the thin sticks of her limbs protruding from the tangled, stinking sheets, and he'd seen the leather straps that had tied her to the bed. He could have told her someone had cared for her, from the dead flowers that had wilted and browned through lack of light and water, just as the woman had, cut off in their prime and trapped in a pretty vessel, just as she had been cut off and trapped. He could have told her everything, but he couldn't have cut the woman open, juggled her organs, and proved it. Sometimes, when he was daydreaming and thinking about nothing at all, he had brief flashes of dry heat, the smell of red earth and the sensation of sun on his skin. There was always a sense of wild freedom associated with the experience, as if he could read it on the back of his eyelids in the red splashes and flickers from the sun as it tried to force its way in. He had no idea where it came from, that feeling, but he knew the woman had died from the lack of it. Not much help, I know, Effie said, as if she could read minds as well as dissect the mysterious grey matter that held them. But we may have something that might be. There were fingerprints all over that room, some with obvious owners, none of whom remain alive to tell us anything. One set, the ones that were on almost everything, we can't identify. They don't match any records. However, we did find hair that doesn't belong. As you know, D.I. James had asked us to prioritize the murders, but I'm curious about this woman. Someone looked after her, then stopped. The hair isn't a match for Cheryl, Connie, or Estelle, but it will be a match for someone. Unfortunately, no one on record, but we're running further checks to see if we can find a familial match in the database. It's a long shot, but you never know. It was supposed to reassure him that there was still a chance, that someone associated with that hellish house was still alive and had a story to tell. He gave Effie a weak smile. She was trying, and she deserved some recognition for it. He felt hopeless himself. Knowing his luck, the hair had come from a stray cat, and the ignominious Grace Poole was bald as a coot. "Thank you. Let me know if you find anything," he said, before leaving the room and stripping off his stupid blue suit, balling it up and ramming it into the bin so hard he knocked the thing over. The metallic clang as it hit the floor resounded through the corridors of the morgue like the dull chime of a cracked bell. It seemed fitting somehow, a dying tone in the place of the dead. As it petered out, it took his anger with it, leaving him with its gloomy cousin, the air of defeat. Maura was on his mind, still missing, seemingly unfindable. The feathers in the bag had scared him, had scared James too. Scared her enough to take the action she should have done before and send a team out looking. They'd started at the allotments, too near to the White City flats to be a coincidence, but they'd found nothing more. The council were dragging their heels over providing a list of tenants and their current whereabouts, and all they'd found at the flats were 2 men erecting metal fencing around the area as a team moved in to start stripping out the asbestos that riddled the building. The last tenant had gone days ago, and, as of the time the asbestos strippers arrived on site, the whole area had become a no-go zone. Not even the police could just go waltzing in at this stage. There was no reason to believe Maura had ever been there, just the location of her bag in the nearby allotments and the tenuous link, divided by 6 degrees of separation, with the Moss's cleaning lady, the woman they had yet to find if the frigging council ever pulled their fingers out and gave them the bloody list. Subtle flashes of noise, filtered by her muffled senses, nudged at Maura's consciousness. The voices that followed slapped her with the knowledge that someone had come. "Fucking kids," someone said. A man, he sounded pissed off. "Time-wasting little shits, there's no one here. Little bastards are just giving us the runaround and holding up work. It was bad enough when the police were dicking around, Jesus. What the fucking hell is that smell?" Someone else. "The kids said there was someone trapped inside, so we'd better check. We can't start taking anything out if there's a risk someone's still here." "Fuck's sake, I bet they're watching, hiding out somewhere, watching us make dicks of ourselves, piss-arsing about." A door banged open, and Maura felt tears prickle and bulge in her eyes, using up what felt like the last bit of moisture in her body. There were calls. They wanted to know if there was anyone there, and she couldn't answer. Nothing would come out other than gasps and croaks and the dull grunts of a parched throat. A sliver of panic squirted through her gut, and her mind exploded with the fear that they might leave without finding her. They might assume there was no one there. Adrenaline forced her to smash her bruised hand onto the door. Her muscles felt like rubber, and the action felt as though it had had no more effect than a cotton wool ball on a ping-pong bat. The tears bulged, broke and trickled out, hot and stinging, running down her face like acid ball bearings. She hit out again, flopping her hand at the thin wood, hoping they would hear her, desperate for them not to leave. 3 times she hit the door, slapping at it with a hand that felt like pulp, while pain and panic radiated through her heaving chest in a bone-crushing hug. The door moved. It exploded inwards, rending the cheap wood of the frame and sending splinters shooting like tiny arrows into the gloom. "All right, love, we've got you," Pistoff said, his tone different but his voice the same. "Stay there, we've got you. Jesus Christ, what the hell is that?" She couldn't see Jamie anymore. He was just an outline. The sudden influx of light from the open door had blinded her already salt-seared eyes. The men had seen him, though. He was in their eyes, up their noses, and seeping into their souls just as he'd crept into hers. The last thing she'd heard before she descended into happy oblivion by fainting was Pistoff calling for someone to fetch something or other. She didn't care what it was or what it was for. She only cared that it was safe to mentally walk towards the star-studded darkness that was tunneling behind her eyes and calling for her to just let go and fall into the black. She did it gratefully, lurching into it as if it was a feather bed made just for her. Pistoff gulped. "Shit! I'm fucking losing her! Call a fucking ambulance, now!" Eli stood in the courtyard below, his face pressed into the metal mesh of the fencing, his white-knuckled fingers clinging to it. He hadn't been able to sleep the night before. The sounds of the banging and yelling haunted him long into the night. What he'd deemed Mad Mary's problem had become very much his problem by morning. He didn't want a death on his conscience. The minute he saw the fencing going up and the police hanging around, he knew he had to say something. But not to the pigs. You never talk to the pigs. The one man had told him to piss off and stop wasting their time. He wore his yellow, high-vis jacket and his hard hat like they were badges of office, and even if he wasn't in charge, he'd made out to Eli like he was. He'd wanted to know Eli's name. Eli told them it was Luke. He'd done his duty, but he wasn't going to give them his name. He watched them until they went in to check, and stayed watching just to make sure. He stayed until he heard the sirens and saw the blue lights. Then he ran. He didn't want to see what came out of that building. He'd already smelled it. All hell was breaking loose in the office, and Paul's head was reeling as he was bombarded with information from every direction at once. It seemed solutions were like buses. You waited forever for them, then they all turned up at once. They finally had the list. There were 3 possibilities for the cleaner: Shirley McAvoy, Mary Baxter, and Bernadette Ahern. All 3 had lived in the White City block. All 3 had been moved to the new social housing at Essen Fields. McAvoy and Ahern were both married. Baxter was not. She was single, but she lived with a son, and her name was Mary, the same name they had found next to the phone number in the Granger's kitchen. She was their obvious target. By the time Paul was absorbing the next piece of information, Kelso and Thompson were already on their way out of the door to pick her up. He'd have liked to have made the visit himself, but what he was being told had stopped him in his tracks and forced D.I. James to send the others in his stead. The FE had identified the body of the woman in the house. The DNA matched with that of Barbara, directly matched. The woman who had died tied to her bed was Jane Henderson. Her identity had been confirmed by comparing dental records, ancient ones that had taken an age to retrieve, but records that had confirmed what none of them could now believe. No one asked it, but the question hung in the air like static electricity, bristling along their nerves and creating a buzz of confusion across the whole office. If Jane Henderson had died at the Grange, who the hell was the woman at the hospital? There was no time to speculate. Just as Paul opened his mouth to express the what the fuck they were all thinking, Gallon picked up the phone that had been ringing on Paul's desk. The expression on his face as he took the call hushed everyone. Maura Lyle has been found in a flat on the White City estate. It felt as though everyone in the room was holding their breath when James asked, "Is she alive?" "Yeah, but she's been taken to the general. She was unconscious when the paramedics got there. She's in a critical condition." Paul closed his eyes and thanked God she was still alive, even though he was aware of James's curious frown. "I guess you'd better be the one who goes down there to see her, then," she said pointedly, anticipating his next reaction. "There's something else," Gallon said, his face tense. "The flat where they found her was recently vacated by Mary Baxter." James looked at him for a long, too drawn-out moment. "Gentlemen, we may have found our killer at long, bloody last." She glanced at Paul. "Don't worry, we'll keep Mary quite contrary on ice until you get back. Provided Kelso and Thompson can find her, that is. She seems to have been quite good at slipping through our fingers. I think we better send some backup, don't you?" Paul nodded and rued the fact that he couldn't be in 3 places at once. He did want to see Maura, though, quite badly, and substantially more than he wanted to admit. He found her in the ICU and had to fight with the nurse in charge to see her. She lay in a bed at the end of the ward, shrouded in white sheets and blankets, and hooked up to all kinds of devices that made terrifying sounds and gave out equally frightening displays of fluctuating lines and numbers. One arm lay on top of the sheets, tubes extending from a cannula in the back of her hand. Her skin looked angry red and blotchy. A deep scratch on her exposed arm had begun to fester and ooze. The nurse saw him looking. "I'm about to clean that up and dress it. We think she might be in sepsis, so we've had to take the cultures before doing anything else," she said, as if to allay any criticism. "Sepsis? That's bad, isn't it?" he said. "It can be, but we've hopefully caught it in time. We're doing everything we can to help her." "Can I talk to her if she wakes up?" "Yes, but no heavy questions. And she might be a bit blurry, so don't take anything she says too seriously. She might ramble. She's very febrile at the moment and needs a rest, so don't stay too long, will you?" He agreed that he wouldn't and pulled up a chair. Watching her sleep was an odd experience. It felt intrusive and uncomfortable, and, knowing Maura Lyle, she wouldn't have liked his attention to her one little bit. In fact, she must have sensed the intrusion. As he watched, Her eyelids flickered open and she fixed him with a roomy, distant gaze. "Paul, it's always you," she said in a voice that was cracked with heat and fever. "It's always me what?" he said gently. "Looking at me, studying me, catching me when I'm down." She was gasping, every breath laboured for and hard won. It was difficult to watch. "It's not intentional. Don't worry. I'm always bloody down." She wheezed an approximation of a laugh. Paul stared at her. "You shouldn't be. None of it was down to you, not this. Not Richard, he was a lost cause from day one." Her eyes flicked open and her dry lips curved into a smile. "Bastard," she gasped, adding another wheezing laugh. The breath from her lungs was hot and sweet, laden with ketones that were as heady as mead. "Hated you for so long. Wasn't fair. It was easier to hate you than to deal with it." Paul said nothing. There was nothing to say. "I picked the wrong brother. Should have loved you instead, but not in this life. This one hurts too much." The nurse had said she might ramble, and he guessed this was it. Her mind was torrid with fever and running away with itself, but her words had made his belly lurch anyway. "You won't mean that when you're better, Lyle. You'll despise me just as much as ever," he said. His voice was quiet and heavy with emotion he hadn't realized was there. "Had enough now, Paul. They died because of me. That's what she said, all because of me. Don't think I can do it anymore, I'm sorry." His heart had begun to pound. She was scaring him, as were the numbers and the jittering lines on the monitor. "Who said that, Maura? And none of this was you must know that." She shook her head. "All me. Selfish. Ask Mary." Her voice faded away and her eyelids flickered as her body stretched and went rigid, causing the machines to scream in alarm. "Nurse! Something's wrong," he yelled, all the while watching as the seizure rattled the frail body on the bed. "Nurse!" Chapter 31. Oh, Christ. He was going to have to go back over it, think about it, process it, find a bloody home for it where it wouldn't leap out and choke him. They had found their killer, had thought they were home and dry, but everything had unravelled in an instant, and he felt as though he'd left his old life in the interview room. Paul had been hauled out of the interview, and he didn't know whether it was because of what their suspect had said to him, or whether they were worried what he might do to her in light of it. Perhaps they were trying to save him from himself. Whatever had come from that woman's mouth was pure filth. It was unutterable rubbish. It had to be. He didn't want to face it if it wasn't. What he'd believed to be a relatively straightforward fair cop had gone horribly, irredeemably wrong. He knew he'd have to go back over it, retrace his thoughts, but the idea of doing that was almost as repellent as what he was experiencing in that moment. D.I. James was looking at him with the most excruciating look of sympathy on her face. If she apologized one more time, or said that she'd had no idea, or pulled that expression of pity again, well, he didn't know what he was going to do. He felt sick. His thoughts were running wild, screaming like a bunch of sugar-fueled toddlers running amok in a bull pool. His body was numb. He could feel nothing but the churning nausea that washed around his centre, finding no escape. "I know this must have come as a shock, Mike," she said. She'd called him Mike. She never called him Mike. She saved their Christian names for bollockings and bad news. Shock. Bloody come as a shock. She was having a laugh. She had to be having a laugh. Didn't she? He glanced across the office to Gallon. He'd gone pale and couldn't meet anyone's eyes. Didn't want to be culpable. Coward. Paul closed his eyes, shut it out, and went back over the events of the last few hours, trying to find the flaw, trying to find the chink in the armour of what these people were telling him was the truth. It had to be there, he just needed to go back and find it, which meant he had to think about Grace Poole, and he had to face things. He couldn't give her any other name now. Though he knew she was Mary Louise Baxter, born Silver, she would always be Grace Poole. She always had been, and now he remembered why. Oh, God. He was going to be sick. Chapter 32. Just a few hours before, Mary Baxter had come quietly. No aggression, no handcuffs, more than willing to help them with their inquiries. Her only concern was for her son. She'd left him alone in the flat. It was as if she'd forgotten he was dead, that she'd locked Maura in with his remains and left her for dead too. Poole had already seen the bloated, maggot-ridden wreck lying on a slab in the morgue. The Effie's first impression was that it had been a week, maybe 2, since Jamie had hung himself. Must have been pretty mind-bending to have lived with that, she'd said, referring to Mary. Kelso and Thompson had found Mary in her new home. A nice, neat, magnolia-painted apartment situated on the second floor of a block built at the arse end of the Essenfields estate. According to Thompson, there was a perfect view of the Grange, framed by the sitting-room window, and it had been furnished by the pickings from the Moss house. It had been an incongruous scene, the shabby woman sitting on the edge of a Queen Anne chair, surrounded by antiques worth more than she could ever have earned. Apparently she'd been quiet in the car, had just looked out of the window, admiring the scenery. The woman with all the answers, cool and detached as if she was going on a day out. Poole had watched her through the viewing pane in the interview room, where she'd sat nursing a cup of tea and looking as cool as the slab her dead son was using as a bed. He'd pondered what was going on beneath the surface. Was she panicking, but making like a duck? Calm and unruffled on the surface, but paddling like fuck underneath? He had the feeling she wasn't, that she'd known she would be caught sooner or later. He also had the feeling she saw it as a relief. He'd wanted to ask her about her face. It was an old scar, a soft stain that smeared her features and blurred her expression. It had bothered him on a visceral level, and he had no idea why. Was he really so shallow? Not usually. Her face was not the issue. They needed to know what had happened at the Grange and why she had targeted Maura. The prints they had taken in the custody suite matched perfectly with the ones found at the Grange and at the Mosses' house, and the scarf she wore seemed as though it would be an equally perfect match for the one that had been used to strangle Gordon Henderson. Poole couldn't be certain, of course, not until it had been examined, but he'd have had a safe enough tenor on it with shit odds against. Mary, with her anorak and slacks, her mouse-brown hair and air of careworn humility, seemed totally unfazed by the experience of being brought to the station, and had gone off with Barbara quite happily. D.I. James had wanted her plied with tea and bonhomie while she talked to Poole, and they tried to work out exactly what the line of questioning was going to be. Before the news about Maura and where she'd been found, they had only planned for a chat about Mary's connection with the Grange and the possibility of some background information on its inhabitants. They hadn't bargained for discovering their killer. They hadn't bargained for anything that came out of her mouth. They keep asking me why I did it, why I took the nurse, like there's some deep, dark mystery to it. I did it because I could. I told them that. I did it because she was arrogant and lazy. I did it because she killed my boy with her selfishness and her false promises and her neglect. I'm human, and I did it because it's what they did. They pretended to be something they weren't. Is it so hard to understand? I feel like dressing it up for them, making out it's something else. I feel like I ought to. It seems to be what they want. But I'm here to tell the truth. I shan't dress it up by pretending. I tell them again, I wanted her to pay for what she'd done. She drove him to it, killed him. She promised us she'd be there for him, and she wasn't. She just disappeared and left us to it. These people are all the same with their airs and graces and their fake concern. People die because of them, and there's a price for that. I'm getting upset now. They're not listening. They're not asking the right questions. I don't want to go over this again. I want to tell them what happened, why it all went wrong. So I ask the questions myself and watch their faces. She'd just come out with it. Boom. Do you want to know why I killed Gordon? Don't you want to know why I killed Cheryl? Don't you want to know what I was up to while you were chasing your tails like that ruddy dog? Mary had been getting more and more frustrated and couldn't seem to understand why they didn't see things as simply as she did. Poole had been anticipating something, but he hadn't expected such an easy, casual confession to a double murder. He'd tried to sit calmly, hoping the thudding of his heart couldn't be heard across the room, hoping the surprise hadn't flooded his face with red. "Why don't you just tell us everything, Mary, from the beginning?" He'd smiled when he said it, hoped he sounded kind and encouraging. She'd laughed at him and shaken her head, then thrown her head back and looked at the ceiling as if appealing to him upstairs to give her strength. Paul had never felt more out of his depth in his life. Everything about this woman was completely disconcerting. "Start from the beginning," he says. I have to laugh. Whose beginning? Mine? Theirs? His? That would be as good a place as any. I looked up to the ceiling. There are cracks and stains in the tiles. Is that where God lives, lurking in the cracks and stains and gaps? Maybe, if he lives anywhere at all. I never found him where he should be. He doesn't live in my heart. I've worked 2 jobs, I say, just to keep afloat. I never wanted to be a scrounger. My mum was a scrounger. My dad was a waste of space. I didn't want to be like them. He nods and smiles, but there's a flush of red on his neck, and it's crawling towards his cheeks. He's embarrassed because he didn't notice me either. Good job I noticed him. He wouldn't be sitting here if I hadn't. I tell him I ran away from home with my wrecked face and my pregnant belly, that they were dark days and bad times. My mother was a mad bitch with a pervert boyfriend, and between them they'd made my life a living hell. He'd raped me. She'd thrown hot fat in my face for seducing him. I was ill, not eating, sleeping in hostels, and I think I went a bit mad. In fact, I know I did. I thought I could fly away, and I tried. Launched myself off the railway bridge with my invisible wings, broke my ankle and my arm because the wings didn't work, and ended up in the loony bin. A suicide risk, that was me. A broken thing. I'd already broken Jamie with too much gin and too many hot baths and too much hatred for how he'd got there. I poked him with a knitting needle and tried to flush him out with mustard and carbolic. No wonder he turned out the way he did, with a poisoned father and a poisoned mother. That's the beginning he wants, the one where I meet Dr. Philip Moss, and he feels sorry for me. Sees something in me that I don't see in myself, takes me in, takes me home, makes me care. Not for him, for the girl and her mother. They were like me and Jamie, not quite there, invisible. They can't go to the hospital, they can't be seen. Not Barbara with her pale skin, her rivers of veins and her islands of bruises. Not Jane with her wings, clipped and hanging like lead weights from her back, dragging her down and making her scream with the thought that they might take her to hell. That was my job, one of 3, looking after them, playing nursemaid to the Hendersons' mistakes and imperfections, and being Dr. Moss's pet monster. When Barbara died, when their neglect killed her, we carried her body to the woods, and I buried her. Jane came, the good doctor picked the place, and Elizabeth kept vigil. It took me 2 days to dig that grave. Too much dirty work for them, too much effort for them to make just, to bury their shame and embarrassment. 2 days of digging and scrabbling, all the while with Jamie lurching and scratching inside me, fighting to get out. It took minutes to put her in there, and 10 hours for Jamie to claw his way out of me afterwards. Jane made me undress the girl, said people should go out the way they come in, or God wouldn't want them, wouldn't recognize them with clothes on. She'd gone on about fig leaves in the Garden of Eden, or serpents and sin. I'd been too weary to argue or make sense of what she said. She never did make much sense. It took 2 hours to fill the grave, a minute to pull the brush across the top of it, and a second for them to forget she'd ever existed. The pale child with the moon face and the bad blood. But Jane never forgot. Jane kept going back there, trying to dig her up, trying to get her out, and we had to stop her. She wanted to see if God had taken her yet. Gordon wouldn't have her near him, never wanted her in the first place, shut the door on it all. Let them do what they thought best. Estelle and Elizabeth, and the doctor thought it was best if she rested, if she stayed in her room, if she didn't disturb everyone else, especially Connie. Jane hated Connie. Connie took her baby. Everyone hated Connie. I did the night shift. Jane slept a lot during the day. They made me feed her pills that made her dopey, so I did the night shift. Gordon didn't like my face, and Estelle was a spiteful bitch, so I came and went through the side door. I didn't have to see them, and they didn't have to see me. Everyone was happy. I did the night shift, she slept in the day, and when she went to sleep, I went to Elizabeth's house and cleaned. He stops me and asks about the baby, about Jamie. I lean forward and say, haven't you been listening? We're invisible. No one sees us. He was at home. He looks at me with a mixture of pity and scorn, see? That's what happens when we reveal ourselves. That's the look we get. I glance at the woman. We've never met before, but she's angry with me because she assumed things and now that's all my fault. I turn back to him and explain slowly so that he hears me. I lived in until Jamie was born. Then Gordon couldn't stand the crying, so Dr. Moss pulled strings with the council and found me a flat. All paid for. The wages of my sin, I suppose. Everything I am, everything I have, I owe to them, and I always kept my side of the deal. Even when my father showed up and I could have got out, I always kept my side of the deal, and never told the man that the ugly woman with the scar and the scowl was his little Lou. Bob Silver was too drunk and too stupid to notice anything but his own self-pity, and he wouldn't have recognized me if I'd leapt up and bitten him in the arse. He's interrupting again, asking more stupid questions. Yes, I am Louise Silver. No, I never married, but I couldn't keep that name, could I? Not with my dad lurking about. I changed it to Baxter, like the butchers, because it was as good a name as any. I always was a Mary Lou, but Mary was my mother's name, and I was never a Mary to him. I'm a Mary to me, though, through and through. Cut me in half, and you'd see that bastard woman's name and nature running right through the middle of me, like a stick of seaside rock. Hard, unpalatable, and really, really bad for you. Someone knocks at the door. We take a break, they bring me tea and leave me on my own. Well, not counting the silent wall of flesh standing by the door, that is. I smile at him. He doesn't smile back. I wonder what it would say in the middle of him if you cut him in half. I asked him if he ever shuts the fuck up. He doesn't laugh, but I do. It's been a long time since I laughed. The furrows on James's brow were so deep Paul could have planted crops in them. Jesus, just a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Loving the backstory, Paul, but you have to get her on to what happened recently. I need reasons to keep her here, reasons to charge her with murder. He'd sighed. I know, but she needs to tell it how she sees it. Can't you see how irritable she gets when I ask anything? If I push her too hard, she might clam up. I'm not saying we should push, just steer. Guide, but don't lead. As if he'd needed to be told that. Are we buying what she says happens to Barbara? James asks. Paul shrugged. It might be the only version we'll ever get, and it fits. James shook her head. So we're to accept that these weirdo freaks kept secrets of the people they deemed to be imperfect, and that Mary was victimized by Moss into doing their dirty work. Seems so, Paul said. I suggest we let her roll with this and ask the nitty-gritty later. What do you think? James shook her head again, a slow, bemused gesture of disbelief. He could see she was struggling to grasp that it was possible for people to be so ashamed and afraid of imperfection and madness that they would go to such lengths. Hard to take in, isn't it? He said. What? That the world is full of fucked-up people with fucked-up ideas? No, Paul, what's hard to believe is that no one ever noticed and that no one ever cared. No one asked questions, no one turned a hair, and that woman in there, James said, cocking her thumb towards the interview room, thinks it's just the way things are. You couldn't make this shit up, could you? Paul gritted his jaw. He had to agree, reality was usually far worse, far more complicated and far dirtier than fiction. His own childhood had been full of that shit, as James had put it. Foster homes and children's homes, some good, some bad, all screwed up by the behaviour of his brother until they'd been separated and Paul had been fostered in a decent place. The only decent thing that had ever happened to Richard was meeting Maura, and he'd fucked that up too. First by screwing her sister, second by dying without redemption. But that was the past, gone yet never forgotten. He took a breath and pulled himself back into the moment. He was feeling a little sorry for Mary Baxter. He shouldn't be, but he was, and he needed to get back to seeing her as the killer he knew she was. They're back. We resume, and I ask them if I can still have a lawyer. He says I'm not under arrest, but that I can have one if I want one. He says he already told me that when he started the recording. I don't remember, my mind is too full of the past. I don't want one, there's no point. I just want it over with, but it's the principle. I know he wants to add yet
When he says I'm not under arrest, I can read it on his face. I'm good at faces. He's asking me if I can tell him what happened to Estelle. Of course I can. I can tell him everything he wants to know. He won't like it, though. I got ill, I tell him. He smiles indulgently, not getting it. I was ill. I couldn't work. I couldn't go in for 3 weeks. I was so ill I could barely move. Jamie was going downhill fast and I was out of action. It was a very stressful time, given that I'd been told we had to move out of the flat, too. Jamie didn't want to leave and he was driving me up the wall with his complaining. I was at the end of my tether with everything by then. I had to drag myself back to that house, up those stairs, towards that room, towards that same shitty, depressing, god-awful existence. I knew she'd be upset. She'd have missed me and given them a bad time, and I was worried. When I got there, she was dead. My poor sweet lady, all on her own in that stinking room. Not one of them even thought of her. No, that's a lie, they did, but too late. They pushed a bookcase across her door and pushed her out of their minds. They killed her, and my services were no longer required. I had tended their sick, buried their dead, kept their secrets and slaved for them, and they didn't want me anymore because she was gone and I had served my purpose. They were going away, leaving her, leaving me, leaving Gordon. And I was angry. They were taking the money and running and leaving me to clean up the mess. I loved her and they let her die. They thought I didn't know what they were planning, but I've been listening at keyholes all my life. I'm quiet. I'm discreet. They forget I'm there. Everyone forgets about Mary Lou. And that nurse forgot about Jamie. He's tensing up. He's not happy about what I did to the nurse. I knew there was something between those two, and it's written all over his face. I should probably feel sorry for him, but I don't feel sorry for anyone. Not anymore. I'll tell you what I did to Estelle, shall I? He leans forward, all ears, while the woman just looks at me like I'm shit on her shoe. I made her face what she'd done. I'd drugged her with the same shit she'd been drugging Gordon with for years, and I dragged her up the stairs and locked her in the room with Jane, with the stink and the flies and the desperation, and I let it do its work. I didn't kill her, she killed herself. Wouldn't you if you had to face what she'd done? I ask it, but they don't answer. They don't say anything for a long time. I hate the silence. I've always hated silence. My mother's silences were the scariest thing in the world. Silence is ominous. Something bad always follows. Chapter 33. Why Gordon? James asks. We know you were in the house that night. You talked to a Mrs. Dexter, who I'm sure will be happy to identify you as the woman she saw in the kitchen. Why not Gordon? Mary asked. Why not this stinking old man? He was harmless, demented. He hadn't killed Jane. He couldn't even care for himself, James added. I snort with laughter. Harmless. A man who wouldn't acknowledge his own child and who married a woman he couldn't stand just to keep up appearances. Harmless my arse. He locked his wife in a room and left her to rot. He watched his child die and had her buried in secret. He got rid of his brother's wife and child so he could inherit, and you call him harmless. I call him evil. I call him greedy, and I call him sick. A selfish, nasty little man who couldn't tolerate anything that wasn't perfect. If he couldn't kill it, he turned his back on it. He turned his back on Connie soon enough, paid her to take Jane's baby. Connie was an evil cow, pimping out their own child to them and getting old and bitter on the money they paid her to keep her mouth shut. Cheryl never knew he was her father. He was no father, he was filth. Why wouldn't I get rid of him too? I asked. They all had to pay. It went a bit wrong, though, because of that woman with the broken-down car. It was supposed to look like the nurse had done it. She was supposed to pay for what she did to Jamie by knowing what it was like to have no choices and know you'd been wronged. Jamie was suffering and she'd said she would help him, but she disappeared and left him to rot. He didn't deserve that and she needed to pay. You were supposed to arrest her and make her pay. He is looking at me and shaking his head. I ask him why. She didn't disappear. She was ill. Her partner died and she was suffering from depression. I didn't know that. She never said. I tell him that. She never said. And he says, why would she? It wasn't your business or your burden. Besides, you know how to keep secrets. Everyone has them. She was entitled to hers. Yes, I say, and look what they do to you. Look what they create. She never wanted to live anyway. You could see it in her eyes. She had the same look as Jamie, the same look as Jane, all haunted and empty. He hung himself because of her, because she'd left us and we were losing the flat. He couldn't go on like that. Seems only fitting she should be made to go with him. I shrug. I can't care, I'm beyond that. You found her, though, you must have done. You found me. There's a look on his face, I don't know what it means, but they stop the interview and he walks out. I guess they found her, but she didn't make it. Serves her right. She should have told me. No one keeps secrets from me. I want to pull you out of the interview, James said. You're losing your cool and she's milking it. Paul knew she was right, but there was no way he was pulling out. He wasn't losing his cool, not yet, but he was angry and James was sensing it, just like Buster could sense the rustle of a biscuit packet from 30 feet away. I'm okay, I need to do this. We need to hear what she has to say, he said, trying and failing to let the tension out of his voice. James sighed. You're letting her pull the strings in there. Because she's on a roll. We'll get more out of her this way. Just let her talk. She seems to want us to know exactly why she did all this. I think she'll clam up if we push her. James frowned at him. Okay, we'll play it your way, but I'm telling you that woman has an agenda. This isn't just confession time, Paul. She isn't just unburdening her sullied soul in there. She thinks she's some kind of avenging angel. So watch your step. Don't put us in the shit with this. He glanced through the viewing panel in the interview room door. The woman was just sitting there, hands resting in her lap, staring at the ceiling as if there was nothing more to bother her than the cracks in the tiles. He wondered just how long she'd been insane. Gallon was walking down the corridor, his face taut with concern. He slowed when he saw Paul and hesitated, as if contemplating turning back. Any news from the hospital? Paul called out, confused by Gallon's strange behaviour. Gallon shook his head. Spoke to them about half an hour ago. Not looking good. Her family are with her. He said it apologetically with a slight shrug of his shoulders, as if asking Paul not to shoot the messenger. Sorry, but I need to speak to the boss. Alone. He looked at James and nodded his head back down the corridor. James followed him, her scowl firmly in place and her shrill voice echoing around the walls. This had better be important, Gallon. I'm in the middle of a bloody interview here. Paul watched them go, pissed off he wasn't in the loop. He took the absence of James as license to have a break himself, using the time she was away to walk to the washroom and sluice his face with cold water, as if the action was going to clear his head. A brief glance in the mirror told him that wasn't going to happen any time soon. He felt as though he'd just glimpsed the old man he would become. Back in the corridor, James looked troubled too. He had no idea what had transpired between her and Gallon, but whatever it was wasn't sitting easy on her. When she spoke, she was terse and avoided his questioning look. Okay, one more bout with the Butcher of Essen, then we break. She can sweat it in the cells overnight. They had barely sat and started recording when Mary opened up again, spilling information as though it was a rising tide inside her. I didn't have much sympathy. She killed Sorrow. The nurse, that is. She broke his neck, just like she broke Jamie's. Sorrow, he says. I sigh and wonder why he can't keep up. The bird, I tell him. We found him as a fledgling. Hand-fed him, gave him to Jane for company. Tame as anything he was. She called him Sorrow because he was alone too. That's when I lost it with Cheryl. She never saw to Jane, but she knew she was there. Knew she and the bird would need food and water if I wasn't coming. Knew I was sick, and she left them to die. I'd have dragged Jane's body and put it on her doorstep if I could, the bitch. Had about as much conscience as Connie, and she had the conscience of the devil. And to think I was always so nice to her, felt sorry for her. I thought it was a bit bad when she kept dating men and they never wanted a second. Poor cow must have thought all her Christmases had come at once every time one of them said yes. I laugh, but it's not funny. It's cruel. But not as cruel as starving a woman to death because you're too scared to go up the stairs and too scared of your mummy to do the right thing. He's going a bit green around the gills, and I haven't even begun to tell him what I did to Cheryl. But he knows that already. He's seen the results. My pretty mess in the kitchen. I am my mother through and through. She took the ear of the man who didn't listen.
I took the tongue of the woman who talked when she shouldn't have, and kept quiet when she should have spoken up. I took the eyes of the woman who saw it all and did nothing. That's justice, not this lily-white questioning and whatever comes after. It was your fault, I tell him. You lot forced my hand. I'd have done it nice and clean if you'd just arrested the nurse and played along, but no. You let her go and I had to deal with her, too. Cheryl let me in, silly cow, thought I was a friend. I'm no one's friend and no one is mine. Why did I butcher her, he asks. All I can do is stare at him. It's like he's not listening, not taking this in. I was angry, I say. It's as simple as that. I took the eyes that would not see and the tongue she held too tight. It was justice. My justice. How many times do I have to explain? I can see the expressions on their faces. The disgust, poorly disguised behind learned impassiveness. I'm not all bad, I say. I didn't kill the dog. Thought about it, but I didn't. I didn't kill Moss either, though you could say I encouraged him to do it himself. He'd been helpful in getting the nurse to the house for me, but then he would have been. I had his wife, I had his source of money, and I had his secrets. They were planning to run, you know, him and Elizabeth. Thought they could just walk away and forget what they'd done. Had a bloody key to their house, too, and the bastards didn't even ask for it back when they told me I wasn't needed anymore. I wasn't needed anymore. Can you believe that? I laugh, but I can see they don't get the joke. She was going to meet him at a holiday cottage she'd been stupid enough to print the booking confirmation for. He was under the impression that if he did what I wanted and got the nurse to the Grange, that I'd let Estelle and Elizabeth go, and they could all fuck off into the sunset with the money from the land. How stupid can you get? I sent him a picture of what I did to his wife, and sent him one of what Estelle did to herself. I guess he weighed up his options and did the decent thing. First decent thing he ever did. Shame that fucking nurse didn't follow suit. That was it. Paul had had enough. He made a slicing gesture across his throat and James called the interview to a halt. Mary looked surprised, insulted, even. But he'd had enough of looking at her for that day and hearing the putrescent hatred that was coming from her mouth. Yes, he was being unprofessional and he knew it. James had told him not to land them in the shit. If he'd had to spend one more second in that room with Mary, he might well have done just that, by smashing the mad bitch's face in. He stalked to the door, ready to wrench it open and put as much distance between himself and Mary Baxter as was humanly possible. And that was when the wheels came off. That was when Mary had really done it. Felled him like a sapling and blown a final hole in his already shaky world. He'd just made it to the door, his hand on the handle, seconds away from never knowing, moments from walking back into his normal world. She wouldn't have spared him for long, he knew that now, but even a few more minutes of peace of mind would have been better. Being trampled by a ravening horde of wild animals would have been better. Afterwards, he knew he would never have to face Mary Baxter again, and the relief of it was overwhelming. Don't you walk away from me, Mr. Policeman. You forget who you're dealing with. You don't get to call the shots, boy, no one does. I call the shots now. How's your brother these days, Mikey? He freezes, hand on the door. He turns to face me and really sees me for the very first time. I'm not so invisible anymore. I smile, and then I tell him who he is. Chapter 34. James said it again. I'm so sorry, we really didn't have a clue. Gallon here was just following up on something he thought might lead us somewhere. Little did we know you'd already found our killer. It was the story of the missing woman and the child. He thought maybe it would point somewhere. We really didn't have any idea. Finally, Paul was able to speak. Why would you? I didn't. Please stop apologizing. He said it through teeth that were as lightly gritted as he could manage. He couldn't manage much and knew he sounded terse. Besides, at that point, we didn't know she was the killer. We just thought she could help us out with the inquiry. The thought of that, after the fact, made him laugh. It emerged as a dry, rasping, cynical sound full of weight and hopelessness. Gallon had been waiting in the hall for him. He might have ended the interview, but they hadn't stopped recording. They'd heard it all because they'd been waiting for it. They already knew. He turned to Gallon.
The clothes you found in the basement, they were maternity clothes.
Gallen nodded. I didn't make much of them at the time, to be honest. It was the hair I remembered and the tooth. I thought if we could find the woman and the child, we might find answers. I never bargained on this, mate. He'd been about to add an apology, his mouth hanging open, ready to form the words, but the look on Paul's face made him suck them back in.
So, let me get this straight, Paul said. If he went through it for a fourth time, amalgamated what Mary had said with what James and Gallen had discovered, he might just be able to start making sense of it. Just. A pregnant woman and a kid turned up Chez Henderson, claiming to be long-lost relatives. Henderson didn't know his estranged brother had got married, but she has a marriage certificate which he burns in front of her in full pantomime villain style because he's shitting himself that the house and the money will be pulled out from underneath him. She's pregnant, goes into labour, and gives birth. They can't risk her telling anyone in authority about her claim on the house, so they give her kids to Mary Baxter to dispose of, and Dr. Moss, Harold Shipman's evil fucking twin, goes full-on Mengel, lobotomizes the woman, and parks her in hospital to rot under the guise that she's Henderson's poor mad wife, who is secretly stashed in the attic because they can't cope with her either. And they're not murderers, just money-grabbing, sociopathic snobs, happy to mutilate and imprison women to save their faces and their wallets. Have I left anything out? The précis of Mary's tale was delivered on a platter of cynical disbelief, garnished with disgust and seasoned with bile. James, her eyes wide with worry and her trademark brow rippling with tension, nodded. That's about the size of it, yes. If Mary Baxter is to be believed.
Poole pointed to the desk where the report on the tooth that Gallen had found lay.
And now you tell me that document says the baby tooth discovered in the cellar belongs to my brother, to Richard, and that it's an 85% match for me.
James nodded and had the grace to blush, even though none of it was her fault. Gallen shifted in his chair, a movement born of exquisite discomfort.
I'm so sorry, James said again.
Poole shot her a look of abject fury. If one more person apologized to him that day, he was liable to do some damage. Serious, irrevocable damage.
I can't go back in there. You do know that, don't you? Of course, and I don't expect you to. Besides, it's no longer appropriate. I hate to boil this down to procedure, but we need that bitch nailed to the floor for this, and I don't want any sodding defence lawyer watching those tapes and seeing anything untoward going on. You're off the case officially, and for all the right reasons. I also think you should take some paid leave as of now.
It was fighting talk, and though it irked him to be pushed out, he knew James was right and that none of them had a choice. If they were going to secure a conviction against Mary Baxter, he'd have to be as far away from her as possible. Somehow he didn't think it was going to be a problem. Staying away would be the easy part. It was coming to terms with this new knowledge and understanding it that would be hard. It was why he'd needed to go over it so many times. Going back to something already revealed was bearable. Facing what came after it was not. He was aware he was gripping the arms of the chair, white knuckles showing bone where the skin was so taut. I need a fag, he said, through a jaw so tense he was grinding tooth enamel. He thought James would let him go outside and was already glancing through the glass-panelled wall of the office and seeing the sea of concerned people who were desperately trying to hide the fact that they were trying to lip-read everything that was being said. Kelso was out there, sitting at her desk, pretending to work. She smiled at him, a sympathetic line of lip tossed by an expression of pure pity. He couldn't stand it.
Gallen, shut those blinds and open the window. Here, she said, opening her drawer and fishing out a small round tin, the kind that usually contained boiled sweets. On this occasion, it contained the remains of several skinny, hand-rolled cigarettes. She passed it to him and shrugged. Needs must when the devil drives, and discretion is the better part of getting away with having a sneaky fag in the office. She followed it by producing a can of air freshener too, and placing it on the desk as if subterfuge and rule-breaking was something she'd distilled down to a fine art. Poole smiled, the hint of it breaking at the corners of his mouth and creeping across his lips until it was a full-blown smirk, which had the effect of making James relax her face too. Conversely, Gallen exhaled as if he'd been holding that single breath in his body for an hour. Poole watched as the man visibly sagged with relief. Feel free to remove yourself from the vicinity for the duration, Detective Constable. I have no desire to force you to witness a crime taking place or to sully your lungs, James said, eyeing the DC and speaking with her tongue firmly in her cheek. Don't be daft, boss. I've been here since well before the smoking ban. If my lungs are screwed, they're screwed. Besides, I don't fancy running the gauntlet out there, Gallen said, nodding to the office that lay beyond the blinds he'd just closed. Why do you think we're staying in here? James quipped, as she produced a skinny roll-up from the drawer and proceeded to light it. Poole lit his own cigarette and inhaled. He was beyond caring about the fact that he ought to give up and get civilized at that point. That was the trouble with addiction. The first thing you craved was the worst thing for you. All three of them sat quietly for a few moments, watching the smoke make pungent and languid curls in the air, before it found itself discreetly fanned out of the window by Gallen. He was using a case file for the job, which is another thing that induced a wry smile from Poole. Richard died from a drink and drug OD in the cells downstairs, as you well know, he said, surprising himself with the statement. It had been terse and aimed at James, who'd long been forcing him to face that demon. Before that moment, he'd been determined not to talk about it, but the smoke seemed to have loosened his tongue. We weren't close. To be honest, he was a complete idiot, which is why you have his DNA on file. I'll bet he spent more hours in a day in this place than I do. He gave a small laugh and saw it reflected in the wry smiles of his colleagues. We didn't grow up together. I think the first foster home had us both, but they couldn't handle him. He was only young, but he had problems even then. Not surprising when you think about what we've just been told. Anyway, he went one way, I went the other. I didn't even really remember I had a brother until my 20s when I got curious and tried to find out why I'd been dumped as a baby. You don't think that stuff's going to bother you, but it does, and it needles at you. My wife at the time pushed me to do it, and I thought I had nothing to lose. He paused, leaned forward, and stubbed out the cigarette in the tin. I managed to track Richard down to a hostel. Usual set-up, rank, squalid, full of arseholes and dimwits and people who should have been in hospital. I wasn't impressed with him, and he wasn't impressed with me. He seriously objected to my being a pig. He let the word hang there for a moment. They'd all heard it way more frequently than they should, but the insult never lost its edge, much as they laughed at the idiots who used it. But, as usual, he was happy to take money off me. It always cracks me up how people like him can have an opinion without a principle to back it up. He followed the words with another cynical little laugh and shook his head at the irony of it. So for 20 quid and a bottle of scotch, I got what I'd gone for. Anything he knew about where we'd come from. He didn't know much, just that some woman had found us at a bus station and contacted social services. We both ended up being called Poole, and now I think I might know why. Mary Baxter was the one who found us, and she gave her name as Grace. I'm guessing someone at social services must have been a Bronte fan and lumbered us with the name. It didn't say that in any of the files I managed to get hold of, so I never made any connection until she stymied me in there. It wasn't strictly true. He'd been thinking about the character of Grace Poole since finding Jade Henderson's corpse at the Grange. He couldn't say body. She'd been too far gone for that. Definitely a corpse, at that still fleshy, decaying stage between body and cadaver. He'd been thinking about Grace Poole, the drunken, feckless keeper of the mad woman in the attic in Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. He'd never once connected his own name with the Grace who Richard had talked about. Her name was the only thing the terrified, abandoned little boy had remembered, and the only thing the addled, boozed-up, drug-sodden wreckage of a man had been able to retrieve. Grace with the scary face, who had given him sweets and told him not to cry or she'd give him something to cry about. Nothing else. No parents, no place, no people. Just Grace, the face. Well, she'd certainly given Poole plenty to cry about, but he wasn't going to go there if he could help it. Not now, anyway. Not in front of Gallen and James. Anyway, I sort of kept an eye on him after that, and if he ended up on the wrong end of us, I'd always get a phone call from a custody desk somewhere. He despised what I did, but thought he could use it when it suited. He could never grasp that I upheld the law and couldn't bend it for the sake of convenience. Unlike some, he thought. People like the Hendersons, who didn't just bend the law, but made it into an abstract, unrecognizable mutation. He was good for a while, met a decent woman, seemed to sort himself out until he fucked that up too. Then one day I finally got the phone call telling me he'd died. He didn't do street drugs, but he'd abused alcohol and prescription drugs. He'd choked to death on his own vomit. accidental death. He glanced at Galen. That's why you never see me with anything stronger than an orange juice and why I became a detective, so I didn't have to deal with drunken twats in the cells every day. He lit up another cigarette because the next bit was going to be harder. So here we are. I'm the second son and he's the missing kid and our mother. He trailed off, unable to say it. Unable to put into words the picture he had in his mind of the one ethereal wisp of a woman who he'd last seen whispering to herself and clinging to the walls of a small room in a psychiatric hospital. Food down her nightgown, knots in her hair, and spittle clinging to the soft lines of her slack mouth. He'd been repulsed by her. There was no other way of putting it. He'd been repulsed by the woman who'd given birth to him, and had paid for her own and her children's existence by having her faculties removed by a man so motivated by depraved greed and status that he would stop at nothing. Moss wouldn't even stop at allowing disabled children to die in pain and misery, or locking women into rooms where they had nothing but grief and insanity to keep them company, or ripping children away from their mother and stealing her mind. Had Moss not hung himself, Paul would gladly have tied the rope, put it around the man's neck and lynched him. Gladly. Moss was worse than a murderer. At least Mary Baxter's victims weren't still suffering, despite how much they might deserve to. I don't even know her name, he said. I thought she was Jane Henderson. Galen flapped at the smoke with his vial. Her name was Clodagh. It was written inside the suitcase. We're looking into any records that might remain, but if she fled Rhodesia during the Troubles, we might not be able to find much. We'll do our best, though. Paul supposed he ought to appreciate it, but it was hard to muster anything other than anger or shock. He was swinging between the two like the pendulum of an overwound clock. Sounds Irish, he said. It was all he could think of. How come we didn't find passports for her and Richard? I mean, why destroy those, yet keep the case with their clothes? James said. You're too young, boss, that's your trouble, Galen said with a grin. Back then, women and kids didn't need their own passports to travel on their husbands. Chances are their names are on his. We found it, but it's water-damaged and faded. We sent it down to the lab, but it's a bit low on their agenda at the moment, to be honest. Seriously? And much as I appreciate the compliment, whether you intended it or not, Galen, I am 42 years old. Old, not young, and I didn't know that about passports, James said. Galen blushed. The only thing we could make out with further examination was an embassy stamp dated April 1979. The birth certificate I have, which was the one Social Services issued, has my birthday down as 5th of May, 1979. Apparently I was a very young baby when I was first fostered, so I suppose that would fit. Christ, I don't even know my own real birthday, Paul said, feeling the anger beginning to writhe and rise again. James glanced at the clock. They'd been in there for 2 hours, Paul noted as he followed her gaze. He'd survived 2 hours of this new knowledge without turning into a jabbering wreck. Calm, he suspected, might not remain his status when he was forced to leave the relative safety of James's office, and that moment was looming fast. Guys, shit as this is, I need to get on. We've now got her in custody, which means the clock is ticking. Even with an extension from the brass, we can't hold her forever, and we need a clean account from her. She knows she's changed the game and she's asking for a solicitor now. Delaying tactics, I suspect, but either way, given we didn't bring her in as a suspect, I need her interviewed with a whole new agenda, pertinent to the few things we did already know. So, Paul, I am officially sending you home on a week's paid leave to be reviewed before your return. Galen, no such luck, you're with me. Everybody stood, and Paul braced himself to run the gauntlet of the office, wondering if he could get through without having to see a single sympathetic smile. Before we go, any news on Maura Lyle? He said. James blinked, her reaction telling him she had news but had refrained from sharing it while he'd been having his identity crisis. Yes, there's been no change. I'm sorry to say it, but it doesn't look like she's going to make it. He hoped he wasn't betraying his feelings too obviously, even though he knew his posture and expression must have looked akin to the spring in an overwound clock. James had dismissed Maura as an aggravating bystander and hadn't taken her disappearance seriously, and he'd followed her orders and done the same. On top of everything else, he didn't want to share the guilt of that with his boss if Maura was going to die because of their inaction. He wanted that firmly pinned on Mary Baxter. James was watching his face and reading his mind, and her frown was back. Go home, Paul. Just go home. It seemed like a very good idea. Do I know right from wrong? Of course I do. But if you can't beat them, you join them, and it's the worst offence in the world. Why did we all do what we did? Because we could. No one cared. No one wanted us, no one questioned us. They just kept their distance from the weird folk in the big house with their odd habits and private ways. Madness reigns behind closed doors. I am dulled by overuse, and I'm tired. With my rotten face, my crap childhood, and my sob story, I'm a cliché. A big fat walking one, but by God, the rest of you are coming down with me. Want to cast that first stone? Go ahead. Take your aim. I'm ready. I had the last laugh today, and I'm going to have the next one too.
Chapter 35. Paul had had enough of funerals. 3 of them in 2 days, and with more to come. First, the quiet, dignified interment of Jane Henderson and her daughter Barbara, attended by Paul, James, and, to Paul's chagrin, several members of the press. Second, the rather bizarre interment of Connie Nixon. Paul and James had hovered on the periphery of that one, quite amazed at the turnout for a woman who'd apparently had no friends, who so few had missed, and who had 2 sisters no one had known about. James and Paul were mutually horrified by the mawkish outpouring and music choice of the 2 sisters. Neither of them seemed to have known their sibling at all, and had chosen Robbie Williams' Angels for Connie's send-off. As the first bars rang out, Paul suppressed a smirk, and James resorted to hiding her face in her hanky. D.I. James hadn't liked Connie. No one had, and it had been made plain often enough. While Robbie was telling everyone in dulcet tones that he'd be loving Angels instead, she turned to Paul and whispered through the side of her mouth, "Good job it's a cremation. If the poor cow was getting a grave, she'd be rolling in it for sure. Please don't tell me you have to go to the do. I don't think I could stand the thought of not being able to arrest people for being disingenuous bastards." Paul was inclined to agree, but less inclined to voice it. They were only there because the brass were worried the 2 sisters might sue. Connie had died during a police interview. It was delicate ground. James had visited the sisters, 2 spinsters who shared a bungalow 10 miles outside of Essen, and had declared them reasonably dotty and unlikely to make waves if they were treated with care. While Robbie droned on incongruously, Paul's mind drifted elsewhere. It had to. He'd have to get up and walk out otherwise. He was thinking about Maura. He'd done an awful lot of that lately, and they were not easy thoughts. The team had retrieved her car from the White City flats, and it had been in the compound at the station for a few days before her sister Denise had come to collect it. In the meantime, they'd been all over it, matching the blood from the hidden lobby at the Grange with the blood in the car's boot. Mary had said the incident had been merely opportune, that Maura had turned up out of the blue, and, taking her chance while she could, Mary had smacked her with a brick and forced her back to what she considered the scene of Maura's crime, Jamie's bedroom. Evidence from the car had seemed to fit Mary's story, and there was no need to hang on to it afterwards. Maura wouldn't be needing it. Someone had taken the teddy from the rear footwell, wondered at it, then discarded it when they realised it had no bearing on the case against Mary. Gallen retrieved it and secured its release from the evidence room, realising where it had come from when he noticed the tiny embroidered stitches on its ear. He gave it to Paul because it had been Richard's, and someone, their mother he supposed, had lovingly embroidered JH on its ear, in tiny, exquisite stitching. Gallen had also come up trumps with the Rhodesia Zimbabwe search, producing copies of both a marriage certificate and a birth certificate for a John Mark Henderson, son of Clodagh and Robert, and heir to Essen Grange and all that came with it. Richard had been the missing boy. His name had been changed, his inheritance torn away, and he had died drunk, alone, and choking in a cell. All because Gordon Henderson was a greedy, murdering bastard. All because, in Paul's opinion, the Grange was an evil, soul-sucking place that oozed corruption. Could a house do that? He'd spent enough time there to suspect that it might. Clodagh had been a farmer's daughter, not rich, not important in any way. No surviving family that Gallen had been able to trace except the distant cousin, and Paul, which meant Clodagh was the current legal inheritor of the Grange, which, given her mental state, made the Grange Paul's problem. Somehow he didn't think he'd be getting over things and moving in any time soon. Was it still arson if you burned down your own property? He should know, he supposed, being the law and all. As it had turned out, the Grange had been mortgaged up to the gills and wasn't worth a penny. Anything left over from the land sale would get sucked up in the payment of inheritance tax and debts. Until this point, Paul had never considered that the wages of sin could be physically inherited, and that despite their origin, or who had earned them, the government would still want their cut. The irony was excruciating but strangely bearable. One way or the other, by the time the vultures had descended and picked over the bones, there would be nothing left for him to worry about. The government could have Essen Grange with Pool's pleasure. His attention was pulled back to the funeral. People were filing out, led by the two black-clad sisters. The little entourage dragged Paul's thoughts into the present, and he realized that while he'd been mentally elsewhere, he'd missed the prayers. He considered himself agnostic when it came to the great Redeemer, but you never knew. He guessed it didn't do to completely disrespect the guy when you were in his house. He had no inclination to pray for Connie. She didn't deserve it, but he felt like putting a word in for Maura. When everyone else had gone, and James's back was turned, he looked heavenwards and saluted Maura with a silent, blown kiss and a tiny, unspoken prayer. In that moment, he could have sworn to the same God that he'd felt his cheek tingle where she'd slapped him all that time ago. He laughed. Trust Maura to try and have the last word. He waited until James was out of earshot and whispered into the empty chapel. Most people are supposed to touch your soul, not slap your face, you awkward, ornery woman. I'd like to have known you better, and I can't say it's exactly been a pleasure, but I'll catch you on the flip side, Maura Lyle. Maybe in that other life you mentioned, eh? I reckon we both deserve one of those. I think I might have quite liked you if you hadn't picked the wrong brother, that is. He gave God a wry smile and hoped the message would get through. When he climbed into the car and reached for his seatbelt, he noticed a single, perfect white feather clinging to the lapel of his suit. James plucked it off and threw it out of the window, complaining about fecking seagulls that should stay at the fecking seaside where they belonged. Paul watched it for a moment floating away, wheeling and whirling on the breeze. It seemed these women still had the capacity to irritate the bejesus out of James, even if Robbie Williams had declared one an angel. The thought of it made him crack the first genuine smile he'd had in an age. He called himself a sentimental old sod and started the car. Where to, boss? The pub, Egypt, where else? There were no more feathers, least of all in the sleazy little pub he'd found where he nursed an orange juice and she sipped at a glass of stale red wine. It wasn't a place for angels other than those of the fallen kind. He and James fitted right in. So I imagine you already know Mary Baxter's trial will be coming up soon, if she lasts that long. Not going to be pretty. The press are having a field day with the whole thing and milking the police incompetence angle. Anyone would think we're supposed to have sympathy for the woman, James said with a grimace. Yeah, well, they weren't in that interview room and they didn't see the aftermath of her dealings with Cheryl Nixon, he said with a grimace. There were some scenes his mind would never be able to box up and stow away neatly. James frowned. When did she not? Gonna take us a while to live it down, though. The world and his wife seem to think we should have caught her on day one. There are intimations that the investigation wasn't handled properly. Hope the brass don't try to scapegoat me. If they do, I'm off. I'm taking early retirement and sticking 2 fingers up at them. Let's hope they up their game with the pre-joining psych evaluations, eh? See if they can't get a few competent new recruits, he said, his tone loaded with sarcasm. The fact that he'd had to see a psychologist had been leaked to the press, and the headlines still made him cringe when he thought about them. If he hadn't been unstable before, he was on the brink now. What had happened to Maura, from a fucking scratch of all things, had made him teeter there for a good while. James nearly choked on her wine. Bloody hell, Paul, don't make me laugh. Do you know any of us that would pass muster? You must be mad to want to do this for a living. Dealing with the butt end of society while it spits in your face, budget cuts, staffing cuts, and the public still thinking we're a feckless bunch of incompetent arseholes. Which bit of insane would you rule any of us out on? He gave her a wry smile to acknowledge her point. It wasn't necessarily a fair one, but it was a point. Speaking of arseholes, what's the conclusion about Philip Moss? Do we know why he topped himself in Perlman's show home yet? He'd been off the case, out of touch, and had even avoided the papers since seeing his own name referenced. He liked facts, not spin and conjecture. She nodded vigorously. swallowing the last of her wine with a look on her face that said its bouquet was of vinegar and sweaty socks, rather than notes of blackcurrant and hickory smoke.
Jesus, that wine is bad. Yeah, Moss, Perlman was questioned quite heavily about that. It seems there had been a delay in Estelle receiving the money for the land sale, owing to Perlman not actually having it. She'd sold it on a promissory note, silly cow, and he'd not come up with the goods. Moss had been there putting pressure on about the money, then he received a picture of his dead wife taken by the delightful Mary. He deleted it from his phone, but the tech boys managed to retrieve it, and it wasn't pretty. We think, if we could believe all of what Mary tells us, that he thought he could pay her off. Kelso did extensive searches into his finances, and they didn't exactly live within their means, and it seems Estelle had been creaming off Gordon's money for years to subsidise Moss. This is pure speculation, and we'll never know for sure, but he must have had a serious hold over Estelle. Or maybe they were just so tied together by their snobbery and secrets it had become some weird kind of menage a trois. So I reckon maybe he saw Elizabeth dead and, being the convoluted frickin' weirdo that he was, decided to blame Perlman for not moving the money and bring him down by topping himself in Perlman's pride and joy. Needn't have bothered. Perlman was sinking quicker than a pair of lead knickers anyway. I guess we'll never know, but it's a scenario that fits. I'd prefer it if Moss hadn't topped himself, of course. Personally, I'd have liked to see him rot for the rest of his days in a Cat A prison in a cell with some similarly nasty bastards.
It was a sentiment Paul could share. Of all the evil people mixed up in this unholy mess, Philip Moss had been the worst. Mary Baxter might have committed the worst crimes in legal terms, but morally she stood in second position on the podium of shame and accountability. She would never have done anything if it hadn't been for Moss. Every single victim of the whole thing would have been spared if it hadn't been for him. He'd been like the spider at the centre of the web, pouncing every time a strand shook and desiccating his victims in the worst ways possible. Mary had been clean and perfunctory in comparison, even with her own particular brand of cruelty. Moss had even had the last laugh with her. Paul had only had the anecdotal version via James, but the story went that when they called Mary back into the interview room on the day she'd told him who he was, they'd gone in hard and grilled her about Moss, Estelle, Elizabeth, and Connie all over again. She'd told them what she knew, but they'd played bad cop, bad cop. At the end of it, they'd read out the list of charges, and she'd laughed. Apparently, the umbrage of the DCI had been subtle but distinct, and he'd called her on taking it so lightly. Being Mary, she'd given him a look of utter contempt and had whipped her jumper up, showing him her breasts. She'd said, "Do you not think I'm a victim too, Inspector? Do you not think Moss didn't get me too? You're right. I am going to die in prison. Oh, you didn't say it, but I can see you thinking it. I'm going to die very, very soon." The DCI had been even further removed from the blood, gore, and detritus of the case than James, so the look on his face had been priceless. Apparently, he'd stared with his hand clamped over his nose and mouth at the suppurating, stinking wound that had once been Mary Baxter's left breast. She'd had inflammatory breast cancer, fast and deadly, easily missed in its early stages. Moss had told her it was eczema, and that she should treat it with cream from the chemist. All Elizabeth had done was complain about the smell. By the time another doctor saw it, because Mary couldn't stand the pain anymore, it had insinuated its way into every part of her body, bringing certain and creeping death to every strand and sinew, every organ, and every bone. Mary Baxter would end her days in a hospital bed, hooked up to a morphine drip, distanced from the pain and trauma, and looking back over her life as it crawled, sad and twisted, before her eyes. It was doubtful she would survive long enough to make it to a trial, and the press were loving that. But she'd suffer for what she'd done, and she'd suffer because of Moss. The last in a line of women he'd tortured, mutilated, and ruined for his own ends. James felt robbed of a conviction and the chance to redeem herself and the team by bringing someone to justice. The amount of bad wine she was flushing down was testament to her bitterness about that. Paul saw her argument, but didn't agree with it. The law might not have been able to collect its pound of flesh, but justice had been done. Future safety would be upheld because everyone was dead, or as good as. Everyone was gone except Clodagh. That was the nightmare he had yet to face. Chapter 36. He had taken to walking Buster past the hospital. There were plenty of bushes for the dog to explore with his duff nose, and while he waited,
Paul could stand between the buildings where the two women who had shaped his life from its beginning were contained. Mary Baxter dying slowly in one, Clodagh Henderson dying even more slowly in the other. He hadn't been given the option of seeing Mary again, and wouldn't have wanted to even if he could. They'd said all they had to say to each other. Shocking as it had been at the time, and all for the sake of a baby tooth and a clump of soft hair, his life was much as it had always been. Lonely, driven, sober, and full of ghosts. A few more swelling the ranks hadn't made much difference, or so he liked to tell himself. However, Clodagh was real, and her presence in the world butted at his conscience with sharp horns. He hadn't been to see her since the day Mora had introduced them, the day he'd felt the revulsion crawl up his spine, take root, and nestle itself into his consciousness like a cyst of shame. He'd been feeling the need to atone for a while. It was marked by a sensation similar to the feel on his cheek when he remembered Mora's slap. A wraith-like sting, serving as the reminder of a need to change things and alter the course. To act on something instead of ignoring it and letting it fester like Gordon's scratch had festered on Mora's arm. If just a scratch could do that, then being battered over the head with an unpleasant reality ought to stimulate something, some action that could redeem him. He'd been to see Dr. Blake, the psychologist, and they'd talked a lot about redemption. They'd talked about how death ought to mean something more than just a senseless waste. Dr. Blake took the attitude that shit all too often happened, but Paul couldn't see it as simply as that. He'd always needed to see sense where there was none. He'd not been able to save Mora from her fate, but perhaps he stood a chance of saving himself, and perhaps that could be because of her. This time he'd left Buster at home, chewing on a pig's ear which seemed horribly symbolic somehow. This time he was going to go in. He'd been finding more feathers. It was as if he'd become a magnet for them, and much as he dismissed it as ridiculous and the product of autosuggestion, the thought that they meant something wouldn't leave him. He'd mentally slapped himself 1,000,000 times for even thinking such rubbish, yet there they were, all over the place, popping up where you'd least expect them. Mary had used them to leave her message, to explain. She'd expressed joy with 2 of them when she killed Gordon, left 3 for Barbara in her empty grave at the Grange, 4 for Jamie in Mora's bag, and 5 for Bob, stuffed down the front of his jumper, of all places. There had been 6 of them in Perlman's show home, tucked into the pocket of Dr. Moss's suit jacket, his Judas price. They'd found 7 more lightly woven into Estelle Hall's ragged hair, placed there after she died in the forgotten room. The feathers had been symbolic, and these new ones continued to feel that way whether he applied good sense or not. But these had not come from Mary's hand. The weirdest one, the one that had freaked him out the most and forced him to the hospital doors, had been another magpie feather. The loud, black and white wing quill, its origin unmistakable, that he'd found trapped under the windscreen wiper on his car. One for sorrow. Of course it couldn't be. He didn't believe in messages from beyond the grave. Neither did he believe in guardian angels, but he needed to stop noticing the bloody feathers, to stop seeing signs, and the only way he knew how to do that was to face the only thing that was left. Clodagh, in a clean dress that hung from her bones like a worn sheet on a clothes horse, didn't even look up when he entered her room. Even though a girl called Kaylee or Keeley, he couldn't remember which, had cheerfully and patronizingly told her she had a visitor. "I'll leave you to have a chat," the girl had said, as if the hope that Clodagh would indulge in chat might override her clear inability to do so. Paul watched her for a while as she looped the room, feeling her way along the walls with hands like creeping white spiders, searching out the cracks and imperfections, hesitating, examining, then moving on. She was muttering to herself, soft susurrations of sound that made no sense. "I bought something for you," he said, pulling the mouldering teddy from a carrier bag. She ignored him and carried on inching her way along the hall. He watched her make the circuit twice and knew she'd get to the window soon, and that her spider fingers would trace its edge until she reached the wall again. He put the bear dead center, where the afternoon sun lit him up, made his worn fur glow, and resurrected him for a few moments. When she reached the spot where the bear sat, she stopped, her body jerking at the interruption. Paul felt a lurch of concern. He'd interfered with the thing that comforted her.
A shard of guilt pierced his conscience. Who was he to disturb her solace? He was only the second son, the one she'd never known. He was about to move and retrieve the bear when he saw one of her hands snake towards it and spider crawl across its foot. Eyes widening, breath held. Confusion and what might have been pain flickered across her face, and in that moment Paul had to wonder which parts of her mind Moss had tried to destroy and which he had failed to ruin. Perhaps Mother's love was too primal and too deep a thing to be destroyed so casually. A tear, a wet grain of anger and regret bulged in his eye. He left it there. Some things you were supposed to feel. Clodagh, her thin frame illuminated by the sun, picked the bear up and explored it with her long fingers, like a blind child might examine a face. Paul could have sworn he saw the flicker of a smile whisk across her soft features. She placed the bear to her shoulder and held it there as if it was a baby, singing to it in her gossamer voice, nursing it, comforting it, soothing it with clear, infinitely soft words. There, JJ, Mommy's got you. Mommy's got you, don't you cry, JJ Bear. Mommy's here. She resumed her circling, this time with the bear nestled into her neck where she could croon to it in secret whispers. She only paused once, to pluck a tiny white feather from the bear's head and blow it from her hand. It landed softly on Paul's knee, where he drowned it with his tears. He sat there for a long time, watching his mother nurse the bear and take comfort from its presence. She would never recover, never know he was her son too, never relate to him like she could to a filthy old toy. But that was okay. He could live with that. There was just enough redemption in it to make it bearable. He had one more visit to make, then he would go home, take Buster out and buy them both a burger. He'd left the flowers in his car. He'd taken a bunch every week since it happened. It was what people did when they wanted to say, "You are not forgotten." He felt a fool for doing it, like she'd known he spent half an hour in the local florists every time, choosing which colours, chatting to the women behind the counter about life, death, the universe and the price of roses. Maura would have thought him mad, rolled her eyes at him and no doubt come out with some sort of insult. But he did it anyway. There weren't usually many other people there. It was a quiet place, peaceful in its way. He supposed it was intentional, all that serenity. He didn't know how he'd feel if anyone he knew caught him there, how he'd explain. Not that it was likely. He suspected he was the only one who visited now. After all, there was nothing to see. Her sister didn't bother often, just duty visits, which had waned as time went on. He didn't usually stay long, just long enough to put the flowers in a vase, throw the previous ones in the bin, and feel a bit uncomfortable for being there at all. He'd never liked hospitals, but the nurses were decent. They'd got used to him. "Any change?" he asked at the desk. "Getting there," the nurse said. "The doctors are talking about bringing her out of the induced coma soon. The infection has cleared, her bloods are good, and it's all looking quite positive. All in all, we're pretty pleased. We didn't think she'd make it at all at one point," she added with a smile. "Fancy a cuppa? I think the trolley is on its way round." He didn't usually, but this time maybe he would have a cup of tea. It might be the last chance he got to sit with Maura Lyle while she was still quiet. Knowing her, she'd have plenty to say when she came round. That was The Forgotten Room by Ann Troup, read by Jenny Bede. This programme was produced by ID Audio, a HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright Ann Troup 2018. Production copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Ann Troup asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.